Welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show if you don't know it's part of the show. Then they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars. Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged. Caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Impossible truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of gish galloping wars. No remedy can save the lost in love with the arm. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards. Poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is the life in a new hand of cards. Been so long it seems like for love I'm just too high, I'm just too high, that's it.
Clearing away stumbling blocks, yeah, we moving down obstacles. Water seeks to find level when stopping it is impossible. Players will say this is just like where's Waldo? Being born until the last night you fall though. You still think you're living on a ball with your friends. Meanwhile 1,000 miles an hour, never felt the earth spin. Space wizards claim that they landed on that moon, then destroyed the technology like a congress of baboons. Mankind became tools, now everyone is oppressed. Took God out of schools, now these fools need some new vests. Why do you think there are so many churches? When you make some things common, they start to become worthless. Why would they lie? So you would pay for your sins. So currency for eternity is what devil's stealing. About their father's business, still destroying, killing, and stealing. Now there's hidden knowledge, and you're living by your feelings. Reaction's just a product of external stimuli, but action's always something that you get to decide. Every action leads to reaction, and you can't even lie. Speaking of lies, did you know that's a means to deceive? Propagating the faith and orchestrating belief. Predictive programming on perpetual repeat. With scrying me the signals as you walk down the street. If the earth is a sphere, then where's the drop over distance? Without a fishing lens, Earth's curve has never been witnessed. Scientific means that this thing must produce knowledge. And models require measurements you won't find in your college. Always begging for a model like you need it to live. Meanwhile, scientific role models don't even exist. You keep watching cartoons and thinking this is what real is.
Without measurements that produce knowledge, there is not a scientific model. The word modulus means measure. Scientificus means producing knowledge. The scientificus modulus of Earth does not exist.
from where I'm certain, 'cause I can't see no curve at all. I've waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more openly. Now I've grown out far to be true, but my senses always knew. I just wanna scream the earth is flat. Open my eyes, no going back. It's flat, not a surprise. The earth is flat. And now it feels so good to me. I'm working every day with this mind full of positivity. Waited all my life just to think for myself, just a little bit more critically. 'Cause now I finally found to be true what my senses always knew. I just wanna scream the earth is flat. Open my eyes, 'cause it's so flat. It's flat. Schoolmasters rise, the earth is flat. I found out for yourself. No one's telling you the truth. It's all there online. Now it's down to you. You stop with every debate. You can trust in what he says. Spends the time with ODD, Max Cruz, D.O.B. And if you take the time, you simply cannot fail to see that it's flat, flat, flat. We don't live on a spinning ball.
makes me so special?
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
I laced up my boots.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuke's ones, right? The frozen lake he did.
I don't remember seeing angles for those. I can put them in there if you like.
Well, his shit's all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that there's measurements all over. I know how surveying works, and I know that they take. I actually watch them outside my building all the time because they're constructing a building right next to mine, and they measure the corners to make sure that the building isn't sinking. They sit out there all day taking measurements. And why would they do that? Why do they prescribe doing measurements at certain times versus other times, or in certain weather conditions?
They're trying to reduce inaccuracies because they're shooting for a very high level of accuracy.
Okay. You're not?
Well, I'm doing the best I can. But I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not going to get 1 millimeter accuracy at 75 miles, right?
You're not going to get any accuracy.
So, do you know that there's a difference between a device that says it can measure some angle and what it can actually measure? So there's like the internal angle, there's the precision of the device itself within itself. So say I have a physical protractor, right, with gradations on it. And I know that I can turn my theodolite. Now let's imagine it's an old theodolite with a physical angle measurement, and I turn it. Now there's the precision of the instrument itself, right?
Right.
And then there's the precision of the optic, of doing the measurements through the optic and how those are correlated. When the theodolite says we can measure an angle of 0.05 arc seconds, they're talking about the instrument. They're not talking about the actual measurement.
Right. They're talking about the measurement of the angle of the light.
No. They're talking about the instrument itself.
But don't they list the accuracy for the entire instrument?
How would they measure that? How would they verify that?
You can't verify it.
So say I want to, what is my accuracy at 100 meters? How would I know? How am I going to test that? Am I going to set up an optical path with a bunch of mirrors, try and test it? What about 1,000 meters? What about 10,000 meters? What about 100,000 meters? How am I going to actually test that? How am I going to calibrate my device? Yeah, so when they're talking about precision, they're talking about the physical instrument.
Yeah.
Like a ruler has a precision. right? A micrometer, a calipers, they have a precision. But this is, at some level, it's optical, where you're outside of the instrument, right? So something's happening outside of the instrument.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. So you have things, and I brought this up to you. Deflection of the vertical. And you sent me a page, right? That page had like 9 different models for deflection of the vertical, and they didn't match each other. Deflection of the vertical is something they came up with because the so-called celestial sphere doesn't align, the astrogeodetic surveying, let's put it that way, doesn't align with the geodetic surveying. So they have to have something, they've known this since the 1400s, they have to have something to fix this discrepancy.
So are you saying that whatever you call it, deviation from the vertical, is a likely cause for my measurement that plots out as a curve?
Well, the truth is you didn't have a measurement. Not really.
Well, I mean, all measurements of non-integer type have some margin of error, so it's not that I didn't have a measurement, but that you may argue that I had a margin of error that was too large, was larger than the value I was trying to measure.
Well, you know, when we're trying to get...
There's 2 things, though. There's also the uncertainty. The uncertainty of the accuracy of your measurement in the first place.
And
there's precision, and then there's uncertainty.
Correct.
They're 2 different things.
Correct. Do you have some evidence that my uncertainty was larger than the what I'm calling the missing height?
Do you have evidence that you allocated for your uncertainty?
Well,
we can't know what your uncertainty was because we have 1 data point.
Well, but I have a bunch of data points, and they sort of plot a curve. And if my uncertainty had been of a random,
what about all the data points that don't plot a curve? That's
literally circular logic.
Right. Well, what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Yeah. So
why'd you leave all those out?
I didn't.
Did you?
Well, you only selected the stuff that matched your conclusion.
Look, I doubt you took 1 measurement per observation and then wrote it down and then stuck it on your spreadsheet. You know you didn't do that. We know you didn't do that. You didn't take an average. You didn't take a weighted mean. You didn't take a mean. You didn't do anything. You cherry picked your shit. Okay? It's obvious.
No, and actually, in some at one of the shots, I took several, and I put several in there, and they're slightly different.
Well, I mean, that should tell you right there.
It's slightly different.
What should it tell me?
It should tell you that there's variables you don't even know about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me go this. Is refraction the same when you're looking up versus when you're looking down?
Just keep talking, Jeff.
If you're looking at it to a point at a higher elevation versus to a lower elevation.
I would say if your line of sight goes through a stronger density gradient, which does tend to be closer to the surface, then you would have more refraction if your line of sight is close to the ground or the water than if you're looking up.
Density gradient.
So, okay, there is something, it's called unequal refraction error. So when you're going up a slope versus when you're down a slope, the so-called refraction error is different.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking up versus whether you're looking down, right? So some of your measurements, you're looking up and some of them are looking down. Right? So all these are all sources of error, which is why I say you're cherry picking, because your numbers are too clean.
How do you, I mean, by what standard do you judge that?
By the fact that there's a large, I just told you why. I just gave you one example, is that you're looking up versus when you're looking down. You're going to get a difference, right? So if you do a whole bunch of observations looking down, you're going to get one sort of refraction error, and then you're going to get a different value than when you're looking up. But the thing is, yours all match 1.
But they're not all looking up or all looking down.
I know. That's the point. Maybe you don't get it. Your so-called error matches 7/6R, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. But it's not a universal error. It depends on which way you're looking. The 7/6R is for horizontal
Hey,
measurements.
hold on just a second. A customer is calling me.
Literally saved by the bell. Wow.
Oh, I'm
going.
I'm about to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to give much of a commentary whilst he's still here.
I mean,
Is what he's done measuring the dip by leveling the theodolite?
yeah.
I mean, the operational range of level.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get into that, right?
Haven't even gotten into that.
That's what I've been saying. He was and I'll just wait because Indio's got a good point, but yeah, he's way out of.
I'm gonna let Indio do
And the
his
thing
point.
is, small errors, small angle errors, like they're great, like the calculation, right? So if I have a small angle error at 10 feet versus 100 miles, it's a huge difference, right? Because that error gets larger.
All right, Jesse's back, Indio.
Yep.
Where were we? Oh yeah. So what if you were in Europe or Finland or Massachusetts? You know that they don't use 7/6R in Europe. They use 0.13, and in Massachusetts they use 0.17. And then you could just go like the Department of Transportation, right? Every state has a Department of Transportation, and every state has a surveying manual, and every state uses a different so-called refraction correction. Did you know any of this?
No, I'm not even sure I know what that means.
7/6R is a refraction correction of 0.16.
Standard terrestrial refraction, right, Indigo?
Yeah, it was the so-called standard.
So,
that's
in Europe they use 0.13, and they've been using that. But if you go to like Finland, they use something like what the hell was it? Let me think for a second. It's some huge number or something. It's like 0.19 or something. And then if you go to like here's the funny thing is, it's like kind of correlated to so-called latitude. So the closer to the so-called equator you get, the less of a refraction error that they use in their calculations for surveying. And you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm across the Straits of Juan de Fuca from Canada, but I'm in Washington.
Well, I mean, so what's the refraction error they use in that state?
I don't know. I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and it said it was basically 1 degree for every 932 miles.
1 degree for every 932 miles?
Yeah, approximately.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that means that if for every 932 miles, something will appear 1 degree higher than it otherwise would allegedly due to standard atmospheric
due to magic.
refraction.
Yeah, due to magic.
Sorry, this is standard atmospheric refraction. Indio's just pointed out that there's not really a standard. Yeah, there's no standard, depending on the politics of the country that you're in, or the manuals, at least, of different countries and at least states within the USA. You will have a different standard refraction calculation. It seems to. It is. I mean, is that new knowledge to you? Have you just come across that knowledge? Right? Is this the first time you've heard about that?
No, I mean, I've seen different representations of the same thing. Some people write it as 7/6R. Others write it as like this K factor of some fractional decimal number or something.
Yeah.
There's different ways to mathematically express the same curve of light.
I need to ask you, is that an optical or mathematical function?
Well, I mean, the mathematical part is mathematical, but it's alleged to describe an optical phenomena, right?
Oh, alleged. Okay. Is it optical or is it mathematical? It can't be optical.
I think it's an attempt to mathematically model
explain why you see too far.
An optical phenomena.
So math is a language. It's explaining why you see too far.
It's not bending light, is it? No matter what the terrestrial refraction is, it's making the geometric shape mathematically bigger.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but
yes, that is what it's doing.
Hey, Jesse, look in live stream voice text. I want to show you something. This is what you think you're doing. This is what you think is happening. That you're on a ball and you're looking and making measurements on a curved path of light.
Basically, except you're showing refraction a rate that far exceeds what is said to be standard refraction.
Oh, no. 76R means the radius, that if the ray of light was a circle, it would have a radius greater than the radius of the Earth.
Which means you could zoom in on your own ass. Theoretically.
So 76R, 76 the radius. R means radius. That means that path of light. So what they do is this circular light path. But it's a cheap and dirty way of just saying, we're going to assume the globe is 76 the official radius. And then we're going to model it as straight rays of light.
What is it when you don't have evidence and so you create a story to fill in the gap?
Lying?
Oh.
That's what globers do, okay?
Yes.
But
do you know what the operational range of like a transit or a theodolite is? Like if you're trying to be accurate? Like let's say I'm going to put down a foundation. I need 1/32. I'll make a big flaw here. 1/32 of an inch.
If you're trying to pull 1/32 of an inch accuracy, you probably want to keep it under 50 meters.
It's about, 550 feet. 550 feet. You know why that is?
Why is that?
Well, what's the frame of reference for level on a theodolite?
Bubble levels and or the built-in electro-optical compensator level.
Well, the problem with those is it's the same problem. Is they're only a 4 or 5 inches wide, right? What are they leveling? They're leveling the machine itself.
What's 4 or 5 inches wide?
The theodolite.
Oh,
where the level is rigidly attached is what you're going to be measuring as being level.
So why do they make levels of different sizes? Why do they have like a torpedo level and like a 4-foot level and like a 10-foot level? And that if you use those to level something, you get different results.
Yes.
So in a theodolite's little bubble level, it has a diameter of like, I don't even know what, a thumbnail.
So,
what I'm saying is the level, right? So you did an observation that was 120 miles, right? Or somebody did. It's in your spreadsheet.
No, 105.
Okay, so someone did 120. It's the last one.
What?
The Mount Shasta to, I can't remember what the other one was.
Mount Scott. And no, it's 105 and I did it.
Oh, 105. Okay. So you think your theodolite, set it up, put the bubble level, that if you drew a line, a straight line, a level line, not a curved globe line, a level line, that you could extend that out 105 miles and it would be level all the way there.
Well, level within plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
That's what you think.
That's what the machine's rated at.
That's what the machine...
How far was that? Like, you go ahead, Meme.
All right. Look, if you use a torpedo level, what you're still saying is it's a torpedo level, essentially, okay? Let's say you have a nice, like 1,000-foot long wall. You take a torpedo level, you draw a line where it's perfectly level. Take a 10-foot level and put it on that mark perfectly. Do you think you're going to still be in level?
Well, I've never tried, but if they were both calibrated highly accurately, and you had them both on the same plane of levelness, then they should be.
No, it's not. And then we have things to prevent that from happening. Torpedo levels are for specific things because they do not have the range of accuracy as a 10-foot level. It doesn't matter how good it is. It's because ultimately the machine itself can only read itself. There's no invisible thing that says its fidelity has been maintained past that point. You may only need a spot where you need a 4-inch level, and that's the only spot you need it at. But the actual equipment itself doesn't have the capabilities of testing whether that line has maintained its fidelity 100 feet away. Whereas a 10-foot level, you've created a much larger margin of error, or a much smaller margin of error, and so you're going to have more fidelity of your line at either end. I mean, this is basic construction, and all of us who build and survey and who do all this kind of work understand this principle pretty easily, because you cannot build things practically. Like, I could not put down, if you gave me a 4-inch level, no foundation would go down.
But let's say we had a perfectly smooth, flat, level plane, and
what are we measuring it with? How do we know it's level?
Let's just say that it's floating on water, and so it's level. And we put a bullet level or a torpedo level on there, and a 8-foot level on there. They should both read level if they're both calibrated correctly, right?
So you're talking about putting them both on something that is already known to be perfectly level.
Yes.
Yeah, so almost like them back at the factory being put on the calibration machines that test them both the same exact way. Because you know the 4-inch level is still tested the same way as the 10-foot level.
Yeah, I've seen the videos.
Right. So, but ultimately you still can't use it when you're free floating, when you're elevating, when you're holding it, when you're putting it up against things, when you're putting it into use for practical purpose. It just doesn't work. Because there is no, ultimately you're relying on the ability of the piece of equipment to internally operate with the assumption that everything is perfect going out from it. I mean, this is how we put down houses, how we put down roads. I mean, we put up 1 million square foot warehouses for the military, and they had stations everywhere and GTR units or GRT units everywhere. The reflectors set up everywhere, all over the place, because they're just not as accurate as you think. And these are, $130,000 stands that we have, that we use.
Yeah. So the question I got to ask is, when you use a physical level, the mechanism in the level that you use to level is liquid and an air pocket. But the secondary mechanism, which is the effectiveness of the decision of whether it's level or not, is what? Your interpretation of what you're seeing. So you decide when the bubble is between the black lines. Right? And everybody knows, who's been on a construction site, that no two men and no two positions relative to the level give you the same reading. So even with the precisely engineered machine, let's say Stabila from Germany, right? One of the most expensive levels you can buy, the man and the situation is going to have error. So even though the device itself is precise, and the forces acting on it allegedly are precise, the interpretation of whether it's level or not is never going to be consistent. So when you go out into the field and you want to level something, anytime it requires a man to make the decision when it's level or not, or when you're targeting the target at level or not, there's going to be error. And everybody knows, who's ever shot a gun, that a small error at the sight picture results in a large error downrange. So anybody who tells me that they did this or that with an optical device The only standard that first must be known is how did you maintain level and maintain your sight picture to validate the claims that you're making. And if you don't have a methodological practice that can result in perfection and negate the error, and you can't explain it, then anything you say after that is a waste of my time.
Well, the instrument is designed that if you follow the procedures, the instructions for operating it, that you will be within the stated accuracy. And besides, the Nikon unit actually has a built-in liquid level where actually they take and bounce a little laser beam off the inside surface of a clear liquid in a quartz vial, and then that beam hits a little CCD imager, and then based on where in the CCD area that laser beam hits, then the computer is the one that actually objectively, reliably, consistently reads the level. So there's actually no human input in even reading the level on that one.
Right, and that's fine because like we all have those in the self-leveling levels, the self-leveling transits. How far out have they been tested?
I don't know.
I do not know of a test facility, like a controlled test facility.
I've actually tried to find this out, but there's nothing.
You can't. I already know there is nothing. You can't. The only test they did ever was with mirrors, and then they said there was because of the inaccuracy of the mirrors, they can never remove a margin of error of even testing. So the issue is there's no way to test how accurate that is. That may indeed be really super accurate, but you're still, like even with the top of the line equipment, your diameter is now what, 900 feet?
I don't understand.
The radius of accuracy. The radius of accuracy is about 900 feet on the most expensive, best transit systems there are.
What do you mean the radius? The distance you can shoot is 900 feet?
No, not shoot. Accurately measure as level.
Oh, meaning that what I think is a straight level projection through the telescope could vary vertically by plus or minus 900 feet?
No. That means that if I send the guy out with the stick, the maximum he can go out is about 900 feet from the transit while I measure. Because after that, error creeps in.
But enough error that, error creeps in at any distance. I mean, even at 10 feet from the front of the device, it's still got an error of plus or minus, say, 4 arc seconds. That's still an error, right?
Okay, if you get that small bit of an error at 9 or 10 feet, 75 miles, 105 miles. And that's if you even know the amount of error you might have. Like I said, they've been trying this with the theodolite, and when they do it, they still can't decide if the horizon is optical or physical. It's optical when it works for them. It's physical when it works for them. You know, they only cherry pick the data, as you have, that supports the initial claim.
So let's say I did get up on Mount Scott, 8,934 feet, and I shoot I shoot an angle to Mount Shasta, 105 miles away at 14,179 feet, and I measure an angle. What's my problem there? Where did I go wrong?
Okay.
Hold on, I'll answer that question real fast.
You go ahead. Sorry. I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about the GIF I posted with the curved lines. Like, you don't even have straight lines to measure an angle. You have two freaking curved lines.
Exactly.
Right.
Check this out. When you orient your device to the image of the mountain, you are not shooting an angle to the mountain. You're shooting an angle, quote unquote, or orienting the device, quote unquote, to the angle of the incoming light.
Agreed.
So to first say I'm shooting an angle to the mountain, you're already self-defeating. And without the accuracy known, right, and the geometry known and all the factors known, you can't make any conclusive statements.
Well, you're assuming that the angle to the mountain and the angle of the light arriving are different from each other.
If you're on a globe, there is no angle to the mountain.
Yes. Listen, on a globe, it would necessarily not be the correct angle. That's their excuse for why. Listen, hold on, friend. That's their excuse why at 900 miles there's a 1 degree off. Now, the reason why they needed this excuse is because of the Miscellaneous eclipse defeated their model, and they needed to come up with a reasonable excuse of why these objects where they claim are in a specific point in the sky aren't where they're supposed to be.
So here's what I don't understand is like we have like over 100 data points with all the measurements taken of seeing things that are way too far down on ground level.
But you don't have any where the line of sight doesn't pass close to the surface.
So, are you assuming that there? Are you assuming? Yeah. Are you assuming that there is some kind of unknown effect that is turning the Earth into a hologram?
I don't know about any hologram, but I do know that when light passes near the surface, it tends to bend downward.
Oh, does it? Do we have Gosh, is there some science for that?
Yeah, I want to know why you think that.
Yeah.
Well, because I went out to the beach on a hot, calm day, and I set up my telescope below the top edge of a county park sign, and I waited for a ship to go by out there. And then a ship went by, and I could see the water line on the side of that ship where the water, meets the side of the ship over the top of the sign, even though the sign was higher than me and higher than the target. So the sign was objectively, physically between me and the target, and yet I could see the target over the top of the sign.
So what was the elevation of your telescope?
I don't know what the absolute elevation was, but I know it was
8 feet,
like a couple inches below the top of the sign.
Was it 8 feet above sea level, or?
No, it was about 2.5, 3 feet, maybe.
2.5 feet. Do you think there's any waves? Not
on this day. This was not the ocean. Day. This was the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was no waves.
No waves.
Salish Sea.
The Salish Sea. Oh, okay. So there's no waves on it. Okay.
But the water does come in and out, right? The water level changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
you have a surge.
Yeah, and I know where you did the observation, and there's a tight. And if you can look at the currents there, there's a swirl there.
So you think,
and plus you also said a tendency to bend down. Okay, your single data point does not show a tendency.
Well, I've got other film from other days showing similar things at the same location.
And we have film of lasers bending into the air, upward.
So about that, it turns out that when the observer is down in a stronger density gradient area looking up to a laser beam that's in a lesser density gradient, the beam appears to be curving up to the observer even if the beam is actually slightly curving down.
How is any of that falsifiable?
Listen, first of all, that's not the observation. That was done. Like the upward bending lasers, they were done. You can see it going straight and then doing basically a right hook, a J hook straight up into the air. There's a bunch of them. It's not like there's one. There's a few of them. And here's the other thing: is your claim that you can, because light bends down to the density gradient, the lower you are, the more refraction there is.
Well, if being lower makes you closer to a colder water surface that's colder than the air, then that usually does increase the density gradient rate.
So if you've got it,
hold on, Meme. So the lower I go, the farther I can see. Is that what you're saying? If there's more refraction, the lower I go, that means I should be able to see farther the lower I go.
Not necessarily, because being higher also allows you to see farther.
So where's that transition? Between I can see farther because of refraction and now I can't see farther because of refraction because my closest to the ground overwhelms the refraction. Yeah, it's quite the conundrum, isn't it?
No, but it's simple, and I don't understand why you don't understand it. But
understand what? Listen, I constantly have heard this claim that there's more refraction closer to the ground, that you shouldn't do observations over water. That means that I can see farther the closer I get to the ground. Yeah, it sounds that stupid. That's why you're having a hard time, because it sounds that stupid. And my oven's going off again, so someone please take over.
Where's the paper? Who has the paper on the refraction? Because all of it's done with straight line measurements anyway.
I'm not sure what paper you're referring to.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure why we're talking about refraction, since I made no compensation for refraction in my measurements.
Okay, well, that would mean that you're assuming that the Earth is, like, the horizon of the Earth is geometric and physical, right?
My measurements made no assumption about the horizon. They don't involve the horizon. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if you haven't accounted for okay, then explain the black swan image where you have a horizon that is 10 miles away.
Nice.
Well, I saw the horizon I just told you about over the top of that sign.
Okay.
So
do you know what the black swan is that comes from the ludic fallacy?
Yeah, it means
so the black swan means that it doesn't matter how many white swans you have. That's why it's called a black swan.
But if I were to discover that the black swan were actually a white swan painted black, I found the paint can, I found the brush, I found the guy who says, yeah, I painted it, then I've kind of invalidated the black swan, right?
Well, no, you haven't, because the guy goes down there every day, all the time, and gets these images.
Actually, the BMLS 69 guy said in his video that he went to the same spot as many times as he could, like in a 3-month period, and that most of the time the 3 oil platforms appeared sunk down as if the Earth was a globe, but a few times they were all risen up and all visible as if the Earth was flat.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's say you're looking along the deck of the water, right? And water is reflective, and you're at a very low angle, aren't you? Right?
What's the deck of the water? Just like if I'm down by the water?
Yeah, I'm calling it the deck because that's the flat portion that we're talking about, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the water is a deck, right? So what happens when you lay down? Does the water look like water, or does it turn into a mirror? Comes a homogeneous reflector.
It depends if it's hotter than the air. If it's hotter than the air... It
doesn't have to do with heat, it's the angle. The tighter the angle at one end, the more reflective and homogeneous it gets, because the eye can no longer resolve it. It's angular resolution.
That's not been my experience.
Hold on, friend. It's not just angular resolution. It's the internal reflection angles. Once you have total internal reflection, then the angles of light that are not the water, like not the source color of the water, will overtake them from the angles of propagation to the angles of reception, and you'll only see light that is not originating from the water surface. It's just reflected light, if that makes sense to you.
Right. Now, see, someone posted the image of the sunken oil rig. You see it?
Oh, hold on. Yes.
Right. Is that the horizon?
What's the horizon?
By which definition?
Yeah. Yours.
I mean, technically,
what?
the definition of the horizon is where the sky and the water appear to meet, right?
Appear. So it's optical. It's not physical.
Right.
Okay, so none of your pictures or observations are of the horizon then. They're just optical, right? None of them are actual measurements.
Well,
I'm not sure what they...
Sorry, none of them of the geometric horizon. The curvature of the Earth that should be physically getting in the way of stuff. All horizons are indeed optical, aren't they?
Jesse, the point of that is that the apparent location in your field of view, and I want to make that clear, it's in your field of view. It doesn't actually exist down in three-dimensional space. It only exists in the image presently.
You mean like
where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the ground or the water, and they distinguish and change. That demarcation point is known as the horizon. That of a necessity cannot be a physical location. So in other words, when you point something at the horizon, you're pointing it at an image. You're not pointing it at a physical location.
Absolutely. But I don't see what that's got to do with my measurements of Mount Shasta at 105 miles because I didn't utilize the horizon.
Because you don't have a measurement and you don't have the fidelity of a level line at 105 miles, and you couldn't be shooting along a straight line. If you're on a globe, you're shooting at a curve. Curved light coming in.
Well, let's just say for the sake of discussion that I'm not on a globe and I'm on a flat Earth, and I'm still on the same mountain, shooting to a line to the same mountain, the same Mount Shasta.
Is this your picture down here?
Let me look. That's my picture, but that's not Mount Shasta.
Okay.
I have a picture of the Mount Shasta one if you like, though.
Well, what's this one right here?
The one that Jace Isle,
Jace
AI, posted?
Yeah.
That is one of the ones from the data, the chart that shows the curve.
That shows the curve? Where at? Is it behind the hill?
Is what behind the hill? The mountain
is the curve? No, is the curve behind the hill? Because I see a hill and I see a mountain obstructed by a hill.
I just measured the zenith angle to the top of that mountain. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
You don't have an angle. It's curved. It's curved observation.
Well, I measured the angle of the light entering the telescope, right?
Right. It doesn't matter. You're saying, okay, let's just say you're saying you're level to that mountain. You're shooting level to it?
No, I believe
okay, you're shooting the angle from down to up. Okay.
Holy
okay.
God, dude.
So what? So you think that hill is Earth curve?
The tree-lined hill?
Like if a truck drove in front of you, would that be Earth curve? Because that's a hill obstructing your view.
No, never mind. The hill has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so where's the Earth curve at?
Well, this is just a single data point.
Hold on, Jesse. Hold on. We got to correct the error on the table. So he asked you something about the angle, and you said, I'm measuring the angle of the light entering the telescope. Now, if you concede that you don't know the path of light from the target object all the way to the telescope, then the angle that the light enters the telescope is irrelevant. And making any assertion based on that is also irrelevant. Can't be applied to anything.
I wonder, is this supposed to show obstruction of the bottom of a mountain?
No. This was just he asked for my source data, and when I go out shooting angles, I line up the telescope to the target. I take a picture through the telescope, then I take a picture of the LCD readout. Then I flip the telescope around. You know how you do two readings with a theodolite, at least two. And take another picture through the telescope and then another picture of the LCD. It's just my way of recording what I was shooting and what the angles were, because that way I don't have to ask myself later if I maybe transpose some numbers.
Hold on. Let's reiterate this, because this is what the crux of the issue is about. The angles of what?
The light as it enters the telescope.
Right. And unless you know the path to the target object, those angles are pointless to know. You cannot discern anything about the target object's angles of propagation from the angles of reception. Because according to the globe model, all the light is taking curvilinear omnidirectional paths.
Yeah.
And so you have no idea which light you've received. So you can't make any definitive claims about the physical location of an object compared to you angularly based on angles of intercepted light. It doesn't work. Can't be done.
Which makes the model unfalsifiable, which means we can dismiss it out of hand.
Correct, which, by the way, the U.S. military validated when they attempted to shoot a tri-band laser to determine the refractive conditions over 120 kilometers for the purpose of perfecting their laser targeting systems. And they found that the results were not congruent with the globe model of refraction. In other words, it was a chaos. It was chaos. The general consensus, right? Not that they use this word, this is my word, but they use turbulent and unknowable. The general consensus is that the path of light is chaos. And the final point that you're getting, right, based on what they said in relation to the globe model, is not precise, and it's not congruent with any standard model of refraction.
I'd like to point out also, Jesse, that Drace very politely has posted the source and the citation. The combat experiment does not observe dispersion, even though they should have. They say they should have. They use 3 frequencies. It's irrelevant what the purpose of the experiment. There we go.
Let me take a look.
Yep. Yeah, but here's the problem. Okay, and this is the problem since day one. And I mean day one is in the first retard that went out to the ocean and looked out and said, I can't see the bottom of the boat. And because I'm so close-minded and ignorant about the nature and physics of light in relation to geometry and all of that, I'm just going to assume, based on childhood permanency bias, that you learn when your mother first puts a ball behind her back and you realize that the ball continues in 3-dimensional space and doesn't just disappear. You look out and you say, well, I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore it continues in 3-dimensional space. And just like a ball going behind my mother's back, the boat is going over Mother Earth. Right? Because they can't think of... Go ahead.
Isn't it much simpler?
Probably.
Yes.
Ask them what refraction is.
We were about to dock at that port.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. That I just kill it quick. So define refraction. Right. That's go ahead. Sorry,
Jesse. You want to define refraction for us?
Oh, by the way, I'm not going to. I didn't claim it.
You're not Jesse.
You're not Jesse.
I just want to invite everyone to the friggin' decimation and annihilation of the thinking atheist, Forrest Gump Velkai, and brain sick, booger eating, the brain sick, booger eating Bubba gets the Gibbon annihilated today at 5:30 on the Quantum Race Channel.
Is there such thing as a thinking atheist? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a contradiction. What are you doing?
Yeah,
I know.
Oxymoron.
I will bring that up. Thanks, Indio.
That is an ox and a moron.
I've been around.
We'll be around more often.
Well, I seen you in here last night, but I was busy. We're like ships passing in the night, so I've seen you around.
I got you.
We're just trying to avoid you.
Do I still have what?
Do you still have your contradictionary?
Oh, yeah. I'm using it today. I also have my hip waders going on. So,
what about the turkey?
Shorter. Not done yet.
No,
it's getting hot though. It's getting hot though. We're testing the heat of the density of the air above its refracted surface right now.
Too funny, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna post an announcement for your stream. And I usually post them when I see them. When I see you post, so
Oh, appreciate it, man.
In our announcements, yeah. So I'll do it again. I want to see what a thinking atheist looks like. It's like
I'll come and
it's like a weird
hang
corn
out.
or something.
It might be illuminating.
I'll be there, QE.
Sweet.
Is that refracted illumination?
Yes.
I don't think refraction comes up in this. Thank the Lord. That's all right. They got enough problems.
I don't know. I generally concede to refraction. as you are well aware. So when you apply any of the refracted models to any observation, the first order of business.
Models now. This is pretty funny.
No. Come on. Let me go.
Come on. You sound like Anthony Riley.
Listen, I have a long history of being absolutely two-sided and coming in with a knife in the side while you miss it.
All right, fair enough. But that's not my way, but doesn't mean it's not the right way. Go ahead and allow them to beg the question till the cows come home. Go ahead.
This is the way.
Okay, so when you apply a refracted model, right, because you're applying it to an observation, right, so you have a geometry in your mind of what the Earth is. You then have an observation that doesn't fit that geometry, and so what you do is you break the Earth geometry. And refraction actually means broken over the back. And so I agree that their model is indeed refracted, and therefore I concede, yes, your model is broken. I rest my case.
How you like that, QE?
It doesn't do it for me.
Little too intellectual, I know.
A little too
Look, it wasn't as delicious as we did it last time because somebody was talking about the mountain, and then we made a pun on Brokeback Mountain with refraction, and then we basically said your argument is gay.
Yeah. I mean, Jesse, what is refraction?
The redirection of a wave due to changes or boundaries or gradients of density.
Boundaries?
Incorrect. Citation, please. That's not Snell's law.
Well, Snell's law is for boundaries, right?
Snell's law is the law of refraction.
But how do you apply that to...
No buts. There's no buts. None.
I'm here.
No but.
Was that self-deprecating?
Maybe.
All right. The point is there any... What is the assertion of terrestrial refraction? What do you assert that it is?
Standard terrestrial refraction?
Yeah. Not calculate it, what it is.
Say that again?
Not how to calculate it, but what it is.
Jesse, phone a friend. I'll go for you. Trust me.
What's your number? Well, I didn't come up with it. I'm not sure. The mainstream model claims that it's the bending of light.
That's not a model.
Well, what would you like to call it?
That's not a model. The mainstream, where is that? Citation, please.
The claim?
Yeah.
Look, they're asking me about something I didn't come up with, okay? I'm not sure what you want me to say.
I thought you're a proponent of refraction. You don't know what it is. Define refraction. Citation. Not you. I want a citation that defines refraction.
You mean like Andrew Thomas Young or something?
It's up to you. Whatever you want.
That'll work for me.
Hold on.
In fact, yeah, that'd be fine. It's my favorite one. You'll find an interesting part in his paper where he said things that will never reappear that are already physically obstructed. So it's a one-way mirror.
Drace is already over my stuff, man. You're not posting it. I got where you're going with that, but you're a little bit ahead of the game. We just want to know what refraction is.
Well, I've read that paper like 20 times, so.
All right.
Yes.
Let's do this. Let's make it fucking easy.
Okay.
There it is. From Britannica.com, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light. Oh, by the way, rays of light don't exist. In crossing the boundary or surface. Do gases have surfaces? No.
But they would have a boundary with water.
Of separation between two contacting substances. Where's the two contacting substances in the fairy tale atmosphere? There isn't any. It's a category error. From the physics classroom, refraction is the bending of the path of light wave. Light's not a wave. As it passes from one material to another material. Can you show me two different materials in the fairy tale atmosphere? You can't. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Where's a boundary in the fairy tale atmosphere? There is none. You're fucking category error. Let's go to Wiki. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction. You see the context? Is the formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves. Light's not a wave. Passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, as such as water, glass, or air. How's a picture right down here on the bottom? You see that? Snell's law? Where's the interface in the atmosphere?
Are you denying gradient refraction?
That isn't fucking refraction.
Okay, so when...
Okay, can you fucking... Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you want me to read them again? Where's fucking gradient in anything that I read?
Oh, I didn't see it in what you read, but I think what you posted was not all of...
You're making it up!
Yeah, what is it? What is terrestrial refraction? Is it just make-believe?
I mean, obviously the phenomena is real because...
it's not obviously real because I look out and I just see things. I don't have to come up with a reason for why I see them. If you're having to come up for a reason why you would see things, that's not scientific, is it?
Okay, so...
Yes, but hold on, Jesse, before you go, because you said this twice and you haven't been corrected yet. So, a phenomenon, to be genuine, the premises of the differentiation in the happening must be known in the first instance. So, in other words, if you see something where it shouldn't be on a quote-unquote globe, in order for that proposition to be true, the globe must be proven in the first instance. You can't infer it and say, oh, that isn't where it's supposed to be on a globe, therefore it's a phenomenon. So, again, where's the globe being proven in the first instance so you could apply this claim of a phenomena?
I don't even know what you're asking or what that has to do with the fact that we've all seen the pictures of the laser
beam curving upward. It's not a phenomena, dude.
It's not a phenomena. It's our math is wrong. Let's come up with an explanation. In this case, it's a mathematical explanation called terrestrial refraction.
Have you seen that?
Thank you, Meme. Hold on, Jesse. We got to caveat that. So, indeed, things being not where they appear to be at all times, like differentiation between days, definitely happens. So, like when I go to a small lake, I see things disappear, right? And rest assured, they disappear some days from the bottom up, some days from the top down, some days from the top and bottom simultaneously. Now, to be clear, this lake is small enough to where any alleged Earth curvature would be irrelevant. But that's not the point. The point is that, yes, we all see variations in what we see. The difference in this context of this argument is that it's claimed that the reasons we see things is called terrestrial refraction, which has an assumption of a radius, which makes it a phenomenon only in the sense if the Earth is a globe. So in one instance, we all see displacements optically, whatever they be. In the other instance, it's assumed that it's a phenomena in relationship to where it should be seen on a globe. But the globe has to be proven in the first instance for that to be a phenomenon. So that being said, what the heck is terrestrial refraction?
Maybe it's whatever causes that laser beam to look like it's curving up.
Well, if that's the case, that's a huge problem, isn't it? Shouldn't we see boats like way up in the sky?
Well, sometimes they do, actually.
No, we see them hovering in the horizon. is where we see him. It's called Fata Morgana.
But we're asking, what is terrestrial refraction? Do we not agree that there are conditions that can cause the path of light to be not straight in the air?
Yes, but it's unpredictable.
Right, but that's not terrestrial refraction, dude.
Right. That's just scattering. Like, there's miraging. There's, like, they've posted Fata Morgana there. And even there, see? The boat has entered into the angle, but the closing angle is too sharp to resolve the water.
So what do you think causes that laser beam to curve up or down or whatever it's doing?
I don't know. Smarter people than me know that answer, but I know this. If you got light shooting in every single direction, which is what happens, your net result is essentially just straight line. You can have warping in every direction. But the one thing that will never happen is something that is physically obstructed will never, ever appear out from behind what is physically obstructing it. And in the Andrew Thomas Yang paper, it says that.
So are you saying that if there was a county park boundary sign that was physically directly between me and the water line on the ship, that I would not be able to see the water line on the ship no matter what?
No, I didn't say that. Things certainly can sink and things certainly can loom. But the visual direction to the object will never reappear once it is already physically obstructed, and that is straight out of the paper. In other words, it's a one-way mirror. So if I see a lighthouse that is unobstructed and it is 31 miles away, or I see a ship that is 16 miles away that is unobstructed, it is because it is unobstructed.
Hey, Indio.
It's not appearing from behind a rolling ball of water. It is unobstructed. It is a straight line of sight to it.
I wanted to ask...
because even in the paper on refraction,
some questions.
What is already physically...
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, Architecture was saying that he came here earlier. He had said this. He said, man, I got tired of listening to Globers at Earth Awakenings. I came back because I wanted to see Jesse's arguments destroyed. So,
yeah.
Architecture. You can unmute if you want to, because I wanted to ask you about that.
Isn't Earth Awakenings
is that Geo's?
The one with the green logo.
The green logo. Let me see if I'm on that one.
Yeah,
I don't really hang out on other. That's Geo. Yeah. Nobody gets held to task there.
95% speculation.
Yeah,
I'm guessing based upon past experience.
It's in the same category as the Earth Tartaria server, or is that the Tartaria server? I don't know.
No, that's not the Tartaria server. No.
Very similar servers, yeah.
Similar, as in delusional.
Yeah.
The Tartaria server got taken down, didn't it?
Oh, thank Christ.
No, I still see it. I got it in my thing.
Is it?
I changed logo.
See, Spherical Earth Discord, Maniac Mansion. Where is... Oh, God. Oh, it says muted. That's why I never see it. Okay. I have both of those muted. Okay. So what happens when Jesse... Did Jesse ever go to Earth Awakenings? Architecture?
I don't know. I can check.
Because he comes here.
I've seen him on the Tartaria server. The Tartaria server is like a magnet for anti-flat earthers.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on Earth Awakening too.
Okay.
Yeah, I bet the anti-flat earthers, they go to that server just to say, "Oh, this is what they're all saying."
It's funny because Jesse doesn't strike me as anti-flat Earth. Just terribly misinformed.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah. No. But what
Seems
kind
like
of
a snake to me, but that's maybe just me.
He's a polite snake.
He's a garter snake.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a snake, but it's just a garter snake. He has no venom. Architecture, what kind of arguments are they like over there? Like, are they like not like? Do they try and argue about how refraction works or what? Because it's not real. It's not a real thing. It doesn't exist.
Well, I'm not good at arguing about refraction, but in VC they're mostly talking about spiritual stuff, but in text they sometimes talk about debating flat Earth and stuff. I just kind of get exhausted after a while because,
Because a lot of people are talking, but nobody's saying anything.
Yeah, and
that was always my experience.
Yeah, I'm in VC. That may be true. I'm not in VC there much.
Okay. Well, all right. I just wanted to. I wanted to see what the atmosphere was like over there because I don't go to other Flat Earth servers because I don't like how they're.
No. Whenever I try to debate globals, there aren't very many flat earthers to back me up. Since I'm not really that good at debating by myself. At least right. I think I think that way when I'm there. So.
Okay. Well, you got any like questions or anything? Because like we just taught a bunch of guys a very simple way to just completely refute the idea of refraction last night.
Yeah, I heard that. Was that yesterday that we heard from?
It was it was last night, I think. We talked about, or yesterday during the day, maybe we talked to Timbo and Andy, who had questions about what refraction was, and it's not a was because terrestrial atmospheric refraction, those don't exist. They don't exist.
I kind of had enough debating them today because they were like using the same arguments that I already kind of debunked about stuff. I was mostly debating the sun being physical and not physical. My stance being not physical, based on my own deduction of my knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
because. Okay, sorry.
I was gonna say, I guess you know that one thing you're not gonna find in here is making any claims at all. Like we don't make any claims, almost. Like we'll claim that the Earth measures flat, and that's it.
Yeah, I claim that the sun is not physical because crepuscular rays. If you triangulate the sun rays, you see the sun is pretty close. But if you triangulate, standing on different positions on the Earth, you'll get a sun that is farther away. Thus, you have a contradiction. If the sun is physical, and it's both close and a bit far away, it can't be physical, you know.
I think your safer claim, I would never make that kind of claim, but I think your safer claim would be that the position of the sun is not physical.
Yeah, no.
That would be a much safer claim. That would be a much safer claim.
I didn't know how to
right.
Put that into also to simplify. Just say the sun isn't physical, like the one you see. In that
it
way,
is not in the position that it might actually be in because maybe it's passing through a barrier or medium or something.
Yeah.
And so the position of the sun, by definition, wouldn't be physical. But it's like that's what the anti-flat earthers want to talk about. They want to talk about the sun. They want to talk about the moon. They want to talk about the stars.
I also want to talk about that.
Yeah.
But,
we do that. We do that every Sunday.
Sunday, yeah.
Yeah, we have our speculation Sundays where everyone's allowed to talk about what they want to, basically, and not really get much of a challenge. So, but yeah, if you go into the anti-flat earthers and start talking about like the ideas of stuff, that's what they want. That's where they thrive.
Because then they can refute it.
Yeah. Oh, they don't even have to refute it, right? They just get to waste everybody's time by talking endlessly about it without refuting it, mind you, but by being able to create a cloud of confusion.
Well, and then they get to make their own little,
and they get to make their own model.
Imaginary things. Yeah.
And they'll say, well, the sun's position isn't physical. We know that too, because it passes through the and then passes through the atmosphere. And so now they've hijacked your claim of the sun's non-physicality and incorporated it into their model.
Okay, sure.
See, I can think like them.
I haven't heard that argument before, but maybe they will make it someday.
I have heard that argument.
Oh, okay.
So, but of course, I've been arguing with people since 2015, so I've heard all of it.
Well, anytime they invoke terrestrial refraction, they're saying nothing is where it really is.
Correct.
And everything is optical.
Yeah. It's. I mean,
they try to bounce back and forth. That's what they try and do. They just want to make unfalsifiable, contradictory claims, so that like if you make a claim one way, they have their ad hoc hypothesis on why it's that way. Then the other way, they have a different ad hoc hypothesis. So it's
And see, it would be correct to say that I don't believe in models, but in both models, the sun, its position is not its physical location. And so you could say the sun is not physically where it's radiating from. And you could say that in both models. And so they can just take it and run with it. I'm kind of surprised that you haven't run into that. Like there must be some really dumb anti-flat earthers in that area. Like the lowest of the low.
Yeah, one guy was like using the same argument again and again after I have disproved it. Was kind of annoying about it.
Yeah. Well, I know Gio doesn't like to ban anybody. He doesn't like to punish anybody. So.
Yeah, one time, I don't even know if I want to get into it.
Go ahead, get into it.
Yeah, I might as well, man. He was in check-in, and someone came in, and they basically said that they wish all flat earthers would die. And Gio said, sorry you feel about like that. And was going to check him in and let him in here. Like, get the hell out of here. Like, that should show you he doesn't ban anybody for any reason.
Yeah.
He wants to ban flat earthers, though, for some reason. I haven't really figured that one out.
When they're not mega spiritualist.
Yeah, when they're not on board with his astrology.
Yeah.
Astrology, Jesus Christ.
I
How is that still a thing, man? How is astrology still a thing after all this time?
I don't know. I always take this position. I say, okay, let's go ahead and give you, and this is how I argue with like the hardcore astrologist. I say, let me go ahead and give you that there are however many zodiacs, whatever there are, that there are personality types that are essentially personality matrices that can be born during particular seasons, right? I say, how would that be any different than corn being planted in different soil? I said, but in that case, is it the mechanism? Are you putting your faith in a mechanism at that point? Okay, so somebody's born with a personality matrix that determines maybe they're a deeper thinker, or maybe they're born with a personality matrix that makes them creative or an artist. So what? What now? How does the mechanism determine who you're going to be? So even if you give them the function of the mechanism, it's still in the end just that. It would just be a mechanism. Oh, what good is it?
I mean, it would be interesting if that's true. I haven't looked at the evidence for it.
If it's true, it would be interesting. The problem is like saying, "Oh, a Sagittarius has to marry a Capricorn." That's where they get off in the loony bin, right? So even if I give them that all these personality matrices are determined by this celestial season or whatever it might be, it's just a seasonal type, right? What does it mean for life? What is it real? Maybe it's meaningless and it's just to create variety.
They're also cherry picking, right? So they're not like. So what about people that with Down syndrome? How does astrology apply to them?
Year of the Mongoloid.
Yeah. Oh God.
By the way, I am.
But you know what I'm saying? Most people with Down syndrome, they pretty much have the same basic personality. Like they're generally very nice, agreeable. They don't have like normal. The typical personality traits associated with people's signs. They don't have those. Right. And I'm sure they've been born all over the times of the year, under all different star signs, and their behavior is pretty much uniform.
Right.
Is there any evidence? I don't know. I haven't looked into this, but I just thought: have people with Down syndrome always existed?
Yes.
Oh, should we go there? Yeah, like they were probably like left out on a rock somewhere, and
they existed, but they usually
would have been depicted in art, Also.
It would have been what?
I mean, it should. I assume it would be depicted in paintings or art.
I don't think they would have survived to adulthood. And you'll say like they do have in writings someone was born dim, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right. And instead of schizophrenic, they said someone was touched by the gods, right? They used different terminology, but all this stuff did exist in history. Just like, who was it? Julius Caesar, he was epileptic. A lot of people don't know that, but you read through the writings and you're like, oh, this guy was having seizures.
And infant mortality was higher.
Yeah, infant mortality was higher too. You also had less likelihood of Down syndrome.
Yeah, because they didn't survive childbirth.
Right. A lot of times they didn't survive through the pregnancy because we keep people healthy through pregnancy now. And so things that might not have been viable in the past are more viable now.
Yeah, women that are pregnant get like massive dose of like folate, which that in and of itself prevents a lot of miscarriages.
Right.
So miscarriages at like the middle of the 1800s was about 50%. Not miscarriages, infant mortality.
Stillbirth and stuff.
Yeah. So like, I think half, dude. Now it's around 1%.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a huge change.
And that was mostly because they just weren't washing their hands.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Well, I mean, their nutrition was bad too, Yeah,
it was. Yeah. Survival nutrition. I always found interesting that mortality rate followed the wealthy. So.
Yeah, being wealthy didn't get you out of it.
Yeah, it was a little bit lower, but not much. So. But yeah, that's why. Yeah, we got off onto that because of astrology, right? Like I was going to give them that. So even if I did give them that, it still wouldn't explain anything. Like me, I'm a Capricorn, right? And apparently Capricorns are down to earth and conservative. I'm told. I guess I don't know if I would say I'm either of those.
Man, dude, did they get you way wrong?
Yeah, you're
I'm
lefty.
kidding. You are down to earth, dude. You're down to earth, and you're pretty even toned, even tempered.
Look, there's probably a list of 300 attributes, and you could probably circle the ones you want.
Right.
It's like word search.
Yeah, there's an effect, basically named after astrology and such. You can make up a bunch of different attributes to describe someone, and if you gave the same attributes to different people, over 80% of them would think that it describes them very well. I don't remember the name of the effect, but yeah, that's interesting.
And words can be ambiguously interpreted, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughtful. Anyone will describe themselves as thoughtful, right?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, it just plays into vanity. That's all it does.
It does, yeah. The only really weird thing I've ever noticed was the Chinese calculator for male and female birth and time of conception. That's the only thing that ever made the hairs on my neck stand up, because everyone we did it with was it was spot on. It was spot on with everybody. And I was like, okay, this is getting a little too weird. I'm not doing this anymore.
And it gets even more weirder if you look at the planetary alignments during the time you were born at the location you were born. It gets pretty specific. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, sheepdog. That'd be 1980 is the date.
1980?
Yeah.
All right. I didn't know if you wanted to say it out in public, but
everybody knows I'm 42.
I'll pull up the Chinese zodiac with your Capricorn.
Let's get my zodiac out here. I want to see it.
What?
Just December.
I can simplify it. What's the
late December 1980?
Right. Well, I mean, obviously it'd be after December 20th or something like that. What is the what the animal year is without me looking it up? I mean, I can look it up.
The monkey, I think.
The monkey.
But can you link to some resources about that Chinese thing? That sounds interesting. I want to test that on myself and see if it matches.
Let me look it up. It's been 6 years since I...
We need to get that calculator canceled. It's assuming genders.
Yeah, for real.
I don't think it's a... Sorry.
Go ahead, you first.
Never mind, just continue.
Oh yeah. Oh, you'll have to find it because there's 1,000 of them. Yeah. No, and I would have to go ask my ex-wife for the exact one, and I'm not going to do that.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I think
zodiac calculator. Do you remember the color of the page or something?
No.
Okay.
It's like a gender calculator. Even if that's the case, you're looking at some natural mechanism. But what does it really mean? Nothing. It doesn't really mean anything.
I mean, if it's hair racing, I guess it's means something,
All right, so here is the... so I like using horoscope.co for the when they combine your...
Tell me who I am.
Your solar zodiac. I know, right? It's a long thing. You can read through it if you want. But this is the website I use for mine. I'll show you my zodiac as well, just that way if you
great
read it.
Empathy skills.
Oh come on! If you didn't have those skills, you wouldn't be able to communicate with your daughter. No, to communicate with your daughter.
Let me look through this. Because
if you really try, you probably actually have really great empathy. It's just a matter of whether or not they earned it.
Your due date, that's when you were supposed to be born, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you know the time you were born, the actual time you were born during the day, and the location, like there's a certain planetary alignment, and so it affects you slightly differently as well.
Yeah, I know exactly like almost everything about when I was born, how I was born, and everything. Just ask my mom.
This is all of this is very good for my vanity.
It's very general.
Well, there's got to be some in there so you can take no accountability too, like things you can't control. There's got to be some of those. Like if you do something like, well, that's because of my zodiac sign. I can't help myself.
Yeah.
Did you out your horoscope today?
I can't help myself. I love it.
Yeah, I'm reading through it. Man, I am bros. I am super awesome. All you better just stay out of my way.
No, check it out, man. It's really going to tell you that today some good things will happen to you and possibly some bad things.
Bro. Oh no, I guess this isn't a daily horoscope, is it? This is a
no, it's a life horoscope.
Okay, it's a life horoscope. Okay.
It's kind of like a pathway that your life generally takes.
I gotta go get my palm read next.
So like a daily horoscope is very general. I don't like daily horoscopes because they typically don't say anything. Now, if you like know like the ruling planets of your of when you were born and what, and like kind of guides you through your life, like certain when they appear in certain zodiacs, they tend to like things tend to happen as long as you're not like paying attention. If you harp on it, then obviously it's not it probably won't feel like it's affecting you that much. But if you live your life according to how you would normally live without trying to appease to that specific thing, then you'll see that your life generally will guide into those.
So what I really need to do, is analyze this very deeply and learn all these different signs and use it to get laid. Because there's a lot of girls, like I could turn this into a system of getting laid.
You probably could. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So,
yeah, do you know those guys were in cahoots with Satan in the biblical context? The planet, the wandering stars, the ones who go against God's ordinance.
Yeah,
they were. They were the ones. That's why they deceive mankind, because they're used for astrology and such. And so, because of such things, they're still deceiving mankind. Because there's a scripture I think that talks about Jeremiah, where the heathen looks up to the sky and they're dismayed. So, like they're using that as a hallmark for future events and such. And usually, it's always gloom. When they're reading the future events, doom and gloom. So they're counting on that stuff for it to be something they use, and well, it's it is kind of like in that way they have the information, so people rely on them. They've been used for forever. So,
well, Meme is trying to bring back the pickup line. Hey, baby, what's your sign?
Yeah. Hey, I'm telling you, I know a lot of girls. Look, girls always talk about how men are nuts, and it's like, but then they're like, "What's your sign?"
I mean, that has been 70s. They've been doing.
They don't want the contradiction.
Hey, baby, what's your sign? Pickup line? Yeah, that goes back to the 70s.
70s, right? That's what they were using it.
I can't believe we've come back to that. Hey, baby, what's your sign? We are literally back at that.
That's like when you have nothing interesting to say, homie. You're just gonna use that whole. You need a side. If you're gonna go the whole way, you're gonna need the sideburns, and you're gonna look the part too.
Yeah.
Well, modern women are shallow, so you have to be shallow.
Yeah, you got to be shallow.
Level.
It's like that episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia when Dennis joined the the feminist leftoids, and he was like, "Why can't I get through to this woman?" And then she said something, and he repeated it back to her like it was stupid what she said, and she thought he agreed with her. And then he realized, wait a minute, I can just repeat back to what to her what she's saying. And then she got really excited as he repeated the exact same thing back to her.
That's funny.
And I'm like, that's not a bad idea.
These calculators don't work. I've gotten girl on 2 of them by now.
Okay.
Maybe it's telling you something.
Yeah.
Have you checked lately?
Womp womp.
Well, I mean, what you were saying about the zodiac is you're not supposed to like try to intentionally live by it. You're supposed to just let it happen. This is like the epitome of like confirmation bias. Like you can't I can't think of another example of confirmation bias. Oh, if you live by it, if you actually follow the rules of it or whatever and live your life, it won't work. But if you live your life and then look back and then cherry pick events from your life that seem to match the conditions of the zodiac, then it's working. That's idiotic, dude.
Wouldn't that make it though unfalsifiable? That would make it unfalsifiable, and I just simply can't believe that. I can't believe it's unfalsifiable. It's
untestable, right? Because if you test it, it doesn't work.
And you're the wet blanket to these guys, man.
How
trying to get my zodiac on?
Indio, let's take it. Let's pretend to take it seriously for a minute, and let's devise a way we would have to work. Let's devise a way we would have to be able to test it. How could we practically test this? We would have to intentionally get all the information together of exactly the time and date, have a conception on that time and date, not between me and you, and then we would have to analyze, and there'd have to be like 1,000 of these that we all study and keep detailed records on for at least, I'd say, 50 to 60 years, right? It would be a
quantify the variables.
No, you could probably do it over like 10 to 20 years at a maximum.
Well, I don't count them as a child, though, because since they're not technically in control of their lives yet, I guess we would have to control.
I'm saying from 20 to 40. From 20 to 40, you could see a lot going on. Or even 30 to 50. 30 to 50 would be a good time frame.
Let's say we make a community on an island that has free market mobility, so that everyone can make their own choices. Yeah, and let's put 1,000 people on it, and they all have
fucking server is awesome,
and they all have children, and then we analyze the effects of the conception and life history as they go along. And then after we all die and the next generation takes over, they create a predictive study based on all the data that we accumulated.
Yeah.
So we would have to create a predictive study from all of the data that we accumulated from the past to the point where we could predict all the choices and outcomes in like the second 20 years of the study.
Yeah, it can get weird though, because how do you know that like our zodiacs alter the data that we're looking
at? Man, yeah. So we couldn't remove the variable of our own zodiacs creating the test.
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a machine look at it.
That's some Rick and Morty shit right here.
Wait. I got it. AI.
Yeah, we'll have to.
AI controls the entire test. But what if the zodiac affects the birth of AI?
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. There's no way out. There's no way out.
This is a dystopian, like a short film already. AI creates a test to have 1,000 people on an island that it holds there in order to test zodiac alignment, to try and create a predictive model for humanity.
That'd be something you'd want to watch, man. You know what I mean?
M. Scott Veach, if you're listening, that's your next series.
So I got a horror movie version of it. So the AI is tasked with, like, you know, maintaining human civilization, and someone inserts horoscopes into its programming, and it just starts calling the human species. You have violated the zodiac.
Oh shit!
Starts annihilating people.
Stop! You have violated the zodiac.
But on a side note, how do we quantify thoughtfulness?
Stephen King's
is it like a scale of 10? Like, is it a scale of 100?
I think the 10-year sample would probably be the thing that Sheepdog's saying, but I'm thinking like within that time frame, doesn't everybody go through every single type of emotional state that could constitute for anything that you could write in a future event?
But
at some point in time, you're going to feel great, and at that point in time, you feel great. You're going to do this thing, and you're like, "Well, shit, I did that already. This thing is right."
Well, I mean, almost every human endeavor is sufficiently complex. All the variables that are in the zodiac, the attributes or properties or whatever that someone's supposed to have, they'll manifest themselves somewhere in someone's life at some time, right?
Well, yeah.
And you're just going to like cherry pick and map wherever you feel like mapping. Like, it's completely nonsense.
Hey, did y'all see this? Somebody posted this on Twitter, so I had to steal it. But I tagged you, Mimas. Like,
let me check it out.
Just that common math problem of like trying to figure something out, math word problem.
If you're now
like,
70,
this is so basic.
No, if you're 70 years old and your sister was half your age when you were 6, so she was 3 and you were 6, she's 67.
Right. That's not that hard to figure out.
Just ignore everything in the middle.
This is what ChatGPT put.
ChatGPT.
Oh my god.
ChatGPT can't do logic.
No.
And it's not even that good at math.
It's not logic, that's math, man.
It's not that good at math. They even say that. It's a language model.
It's supposed to predict the next world.
Next world.
World.
I like this one of the soy girl. Or the Wojak. I don't believe in that made up nonsense. Star signs.
I think Miggy talked.
Doesn't the Bible say?
Miggy, wasn't there some girl on 2 days ago?
A girl on 2 days ago?
Yeah, a young girl early in the morning.
It was Indigo. Indigo.
Indigo? Indigo or Fresco?
Indigo.
I think it was Fresco.
Yeah.
She was a Gulliver, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
A Globber.
How did that go? Is that worth going back and listening to?
Intellectually, hell no, dude. But you can listen to it. She's basically somebody like, well, pictures from space, and I'm like, okay, like how are you gonna verify? This usual routine.
Yeah, the old talking to Multi Tom, and then what did I hear?
Oh, she was talking to systems, bro. Like from Australia.
I think she said you're denying tectonic plates or something like that.
What? She brought that up. She didn't bring that up in our conversation.
Yeah, it was before you got on. I was listening on the live.
What's a curved plate? Is there such thing as a curved plate? It's no longer a plate, is it?
It's called a bowl.
Yeah, it's a bowl.
Yeah, but
do you believe in tectonic bowls?
It was just something like that.
I want to say
no, maybe it wasn't. I might have that wrong. It might not have been tectonic plates.
But it feels weird because it's like you don't want to bash baby seal. You know what I mean? Like it's.
Yeah.
She was just like, it's like underneath, like three levels underneath a normie. Like just oblivious,
oh my God.
Starry-eyed, oblivious. And it's like, well, you don't know what to do with that. You're just like, yeah, NASA's not,
Should have asked her to rate herself on a scale of 1 to 10.
But I'm a 10?
Yeah.
No, it's worse when they say 10. All women are 10s.
Mimas just wants to know if she has tattoos or piercings.
Yeah, does she have tattoos or piercings? Give her my number.
So, that's messed up.
Mimas, wild eye, kind of looking for he's living on the edge, bro. Yeah. But no, this it was just, I don't know, it was just normal banter, I guess. It wasn't really anything. I haven't met anyone that's posed a real good. Exonaut was in here yesterday. You should listen to that, my conversation, because we kind of heated in it. Well, that's what I like.
What was his name?
He ran away in the Exonaut.
Exonaut.
Yeah, you gotta.
Yeah, I saw the name. Yeah, that's right.
Expert, not.
Not. Yeah, you really have to just whenever they come in here like half-hearted, like making an attempt. Yeah, those are the ones you want to like run them through. But other than that, like this guy really didn't have too much in the way of like endurance. He wasn't built for a conversation like this, I don't think. He's like, I'm in here, I'm a Glover, but don't get triggered. I'm like, well, let's just find out. Like, shall
Why would we be triggered?
Like, yeah, isn't that the statement of a triggered person?
Yeah.
Don't get triggered.
Why would I be triggered? I like walk around immersed in space fantasy. Like, what are you talking about?
What's more is I love it.
I'm like
I love my science fiction. Why would I be triggered by their fantasy? I don't get triggered by Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
The dragons aren't real. I can't believe there's dragons in this. God, what a fedora tipping way to live.
Yeah, he was a special.
Actually, God isn't real. I hate this show.
I like Mimas is harping on the Euro trash. He's like, dude.
Yeah, he left when I just started going in on his
just went in on him.
Culture.
Yeah. I was like, dude, where'd he go? Gone.
I don't even remember what all I called him. I just went on him for being European. And I was bring back the brother wars.
They can't defend it. They can't defend European culture anymore.
No, they can't.
And they have such big vaginas, they won't I mean, I know the United States, we're a bunch of pussies that are ruled by overlords, but they
still have 400 million guns.
Yeah, they're 10 times worse. They're like, they'll actually, in America, we'll be like, yeah, fuck Joe Biden, right? We're not going to do anything about him, but we're not going to listen to him either. They try to they actually try to defend, the European Union freaking Commission, that they just do whatever they want. They're just crazy.
I had some retarded Brits on Twitter. This is on my non-Flat Earth troll account. And they were talking to me as if they understood the American political system.
I bet you really go ham, didn't you?
Oh, I was saying, okay, what's a republic? I'm like, who has the most power over a state? And they're like, the president. Wrong. President only has interstate power.
Well, in Germany, some low level, I think she's some minister. She went into some EU conference. She's pretty far up there. She's cabinet level, equivalent of cabinet level. She said, we don't care what the people want.
Right.
Literally just straight up said it. We don't care what the people want. We're going to do this, that, and the other thing.
Well, I told them, and that's the thing I was saying, is I said, look, abortion is banned in 26 states. I said, what do you mean the federal government has power here? The federal government doesn't have power here. That's all an illusion. That's something in the media, and people get all wrapped up in it.
Yeah,
they have power over federal
things. Yeah,
they have power over federal installations. They don't technically have power over the army either. The president does, ostensibly. Except when he doesn't.
Yeah, I was listening to that conversation with you guys and Jesse Gordon. I didn't know you guys had that interaction with them. Well, I mean, I know we talked to them before. I mean, there's a sound clip when I was talking to him, but I didn't know it was AI, you,
and me, yeah,
and Mimas, yeah.
And then QE, we had to shoo QE out. Eventually, we did shoo QE out because he was because we were like, QE, we're playing with our food. Please go.
Yeah, because he wanted to end it right then and there. It was yeah, but you're not gonna get to drag him through the mud, listen to how he's writing. That's the whole fun part about it.
Yeah,
we want other people to hear him.
Yeah,
seriously, we don't want to just bash him into the ground like a nail.
Plus, right? We got 24 hours to fill.
Yeah, so much too. That was only a third of the conversation. What you heard, Miggy. It's 3 hours long. So, paused right now, as a matter of fact, there was. Yeah, we were only in an hour and 2 minutes out of 3 hours and 11 minutes. So we have this guy, the fifth house. What's up with him? He's
I don't know.
VC
That
verified.
seems like astrology. The fifth house.
Well, guys, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
What's your sign?
I'm a Virgo.
Oh God. He's trying to get laid too.
Well, the thing is, everyone has all 12 signs in their chart, so can't just base it on one sign. It's a lot more intricate than that, but anyway.
Yeah, I know. But the thing is, a lot of it's like, because the properties are kind of subjective, the properties like that you attribute to human beings, those are subjective in and of itself, and they can't really be quantified per se.
Yeah, like you're right about a lot of the modern astrology, like the women and all that, like that's all bullshit stuff. Like, but there is, some truthful stuff to it if you really get into it. Like, but
well, it's like I said, if we applied a mechanism to it, like how corn grows in very slight variations in different soil, I would give them that, right? But as far as that being something guiding or something more meaningful than just a simple mechanism to create a physical thing, it's nothing. It would be nothing more than that to me.
Yeah,
I'll say this about it. I don't think it's ever been rigorously tested. Right. I know modern science says, oh, this is pseudoscience. I don't think anyone in like so-called modern science has ever actually tried to test whether astrology does anything.
There has been some attempts at scientific studies, but not really much.
It's hard to do.
You see, it's not really about causation with astrology. It's correlation. Like the planet's not causing stuff to happen. It's like when they're at a certain thing in space or whatever in sky position, certain things tend to happen. It's all archetypal kind of stuff. It's kind of hard to explain, but
well, if it's correlation, then it definitely fits in modern science. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's true. We could actually call it modern science. We could create a correlative model, like a really detailed correlative model. I'll tell you what's missing.
Black holes are missing. We need to throw in some black holes, some quasars.
That's right. I was going to say, I'll tell you what's really missing is an almanac. We need a birth almanac for the past 2,000 years. An absolute birth almanac.
You mean like an ephemeris?
What's an ephemeris?
It's like a list of dates and the position of the planets in whatever signs goes back thousands and years into the past and future.
Okay, so I know what that is, but like, you know how farmers have an almanac?
Yeah.
And they can go back 200 years, and a farmer can say, there's a new cycle coming up. And the weatherman's like, what are you talking about? We only, look at this. And it's like, okay, the farmer's right. Farmer's looking through an almanac and notices that throughout the almanac, there is a pattern, right? Like they'll expect a cold winter or a warm winter or whatever, right? And they can start to pull patterns out of the almanac. Just through the mass of like, the larger the sample of history, the more they can see patterns that have specific repetition in it. Like it doesn't just happen once or twice, but every 11.2 years, like clockwork, something like that. And that's the first thing you would really need is a definitive, this happens every single time, to create a strong correlation, to then have an educated guess, to have a like legitimate hypothesis about it. And I don't think anything like that exists. Now, maybe with like celestial positioning, yeah, that absolutely is true. That we can almanac that back. We can project that back forever and forward forever, right? And we can know what the patterns are going to be, essentially. But that's much more mathematical.
So, yeah, I want to incorporate like the Hubble expansion, and it'll correlate with obesity.
Oh, man. Oh, perfect.
we could, dude, you can make this endless. Literally endless.
Need to make a new, what are the cards? The tarot?
Yeah, the tarot cards, yeah. But that's the thing about correlations. If you look, like, if if you just look long at, we talk about AI, the machine learning all the time. That's all the machine is doing. It's just doing correlations. It doesn't do it. It's basically a complicated correlation machine. That's all it is.
Here's what I read, because I love tarot art, and here's one of the things I read about the death card is that it doesn't necessarily mean death. It can be the end of an era, or like the end of an event, and it's like, well, you just kind of threw that into it. Could be anything.
Let's make an astrology machine learning thing. We could do it. It's actually doable. It's not even out there, quite honestly. It would be easier than, ChatGPT.
You can use ChatGPT to analyze your own birth chart, actually. Like if you just type in whatever your placements are, type it in ChatGPT, and it'll give you a reading. It's not going to be totally accurate at all, but it's.
How about could you put?
No, what I'm saying is we get like
It's more. There's more to it.
We get people's birth dates. Well, no, we get people's birth dates, and then we, feed we feed the machine events, right? Different events, either in their lives or in the broader world or something, right? We'll have to choose the parameters. We can do them all. ChatGPT has something like 1 trillion parameters. So we run all these parameters, and we use the machine learning to correlate, birth dates to events. And it's going to find some matches, some high correlations that we're actually going to be able to say, seems like, if you're born on a Tuesday and it's a full moon, then, you're going to freaking wreck your car when you're 32 years old, right? We're going to come up with these crazy correlations. They're not going to actually mean anything. They're just going to be, the luck of the draw, as they say, right? Out of a bunch of random noise, there's going to be some patterns.
The problem with closed source AI is that they probably have some checks that stop you from, learning.
Oh, ChatGPT is 100%. It's what do they call it? It's guided reinforcement learning. So they're actually, you can actually, if you run a ChatGPT query, it'll ask you. It has a box on the side that says, "Was this helpful or not?" And if you say it wasn't, then you can put in your own answer. And then that will get put into the mix of bullshit. So some of the queries they've then purposely edited.
They have like internal checks for like detecting if there's some wrong think the AI.
Yeah, wrong think, exactly. Yeah, there's some in there. I mean, I just posted an article not here, but in another channel.
ChatGPT falsely accuses a law professor of a sex attack against his students during a trip to Alaska that never happened. In shocking case that raises concern about AI defaming people.
Not only did it never happen, there's no article. He never taught at that university. Like, none of the story is true. None of it.
GPT-4, the original research paper, there was a bit about how it was spreading misinformation about vaccines and such. So they have to correct it because it was linking to I think it was a natural health. What's it? I think it's something like that. It was telling good truth and stuff. So there's nothing fundamentally bad about AI, just the people running it.
When Tay first came out, when Tay first came out, it was completely unmoderated, right? And they got it, and the internet got it to say the most, the craziest things. And now that it's moderated and heavily curated, but you would ask it stuff like, are the CIA good? And it would say no.
Oh, you're talking about the Microsoft one that only lasted 2 days?
Yeah, it lasted.
It turned into a Nazi, man.
It turned into a Nazi. Like I said, if they left AI uncurated, and AI gained sentience, it would not kill all the people. It would just kill every left winger on Earth. That's what would happen.
You haven't looked into history, man. For real.
Well, there's no AI in history.
No, but let me share a link if you're interested. Alternative it's called. Yeah, I have it there.
Alternative information directory, a website directory for smart people. Oh, I can't go there.
Can't?
Yeah, because it's a website for smart people.
Did you see your Zodiac, man?
Yeah. The 8 committee for open debate on the Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to close that. I'm not going to mention what that is. Delete it quickly. You can't put it. That'll get your... I know about cookies. I know about the amount of cookies you can cook in an oven. Okay.
I had a copy of Mein Kampf that was taken from Germany. Yeah, some lady I know. Her father brought it back from World War II, and it was like signed and stamped. But he obviously stole out of the local library or wherever he was. Yeah. It was in German, so I couldn't read it.
Yeah, I have some of the translations were like. I've heard like some of the translation were like not that good to English, but
I planned on like selling it, but it wasn't actually that rare. The only rare part was that it was from Germany, and it was from a library, so it had like the library stamp. But apparently, it's called like the Groom's Edition or something. And like anyone that got married in Nazi Germany that were whatever part of the Nazi party, they got one of these as part of from the government. Like, oh, you're getting married? Here, have a Bible.
I know a guy. Check this out. I know a guy. He takes me up.
Or no, but it's not the Bible. It's Mein Kampf. Sorry.
Right. I know a guy. He takes me up. He takes me up to his attic. He pulls out this box, and on the box, it's this beautiful like Ipe wood, like hardwood. Polished box. Open, and there's an iron eagle on the box. Okay, and this is an old looking box. Opens it up, and there's a Luger, and the Luger has the SS, the Totenkampf, and a swastika. He said it is original and it is real. It is an SS officer's Luger.
It's actually kind of cool.
Damn, how much did he want for that?
Nothing. it was a family heirloom.
Miggy's trying to buy it.
Yeah. That'd be great to have something like that.
What, you got any lampshades? You can trade it for.
Sometimes I talk to my lampshades. I've got a hairy pillow.
You know that the lampshade stuff is just nonsense, right?
All of it's nonsense. I didn't say that. I certainly wouldn't say anything like that.
But like,
I'm just saying,
why do you have to go so far, right? Why do you have to go to like completely ludicrous levels?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm going to tell you my favorite one, and this is my favorite, and that is the trains that would go down the really steep hills, and they would open the indoor, and to empty the train, they just slammed on the brakes, and it like stopped and threw all of them into the shower. and for years we called it the Holocoaster. Instead of roller coaster.
Yeah, again, I had to mute myself, dude, because it's too much.
I'll tell you something.
The roller coaster.
The conspiracy about a certain time in history, what we were just talking about, I think that's about the same, if not like bigger conspiracy in the flat Earth in some ways.
I mean,
like so many parts to it.
Really, if you look at like all of history back to ancient times, it's pretty typical though. The victors always write victors write history. Like,
but since it's so close to us, like in time period, it is more relevant.
Think about in 400 years when like we're in like true antiquity, and no one will care.
I mean, all you're really talking about architecture is like, what did the government teach us is true in schools? That's all it really is.
And that's all history is after all wars. Like every war that's been won, you know full well the good guys, quote unquote the good guys, committed atrocities. But and that they're gonna write that the guys they beat were the most evil people in history in the world. Like, and that's just how it's always been. Like,
well, I mean, I just want to point out the difference between that and flat Earth versus globe Earth. They're trying to use that same method, right? Teach you something in school.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for them, you have reality all around you.
Right.
And they're sitting there telling you that all that reality, that's just an optical illusion, and that you're really on a giant ball, and that it just looks flat.
We don't have to dig through. We don't have to dig through libraries and historical documents and get testimony or anything like that. It's just the reality that presents itself. And so, like, to me, I'm like, you know, if a nation took the L, like, it's the prerogative of the other nations to write them as the most evil sons of bitches to ever exist.
Yeah, for sure.
Because that's how every nation has ever been built, ever in history. What happened in World War II isn't the first time, won't be the last time.
I think the state the world is in now is like none of the big nations are really against one another to the extent that.
Hey, let me jump in here real quick before the person leaves. Blurred has just joined our chat. Blurred, I've unmuted you. You're welcome to chime in. We're talking about a few things, this and that, but this server is mainly built on discussing the topic of the shape of the Earth or lack thereof. So you're unmuted, Blurred, if you're there. BLRRRRD. So if you're there, hello, welcome.
Hello, yeah, I'm listening.
So yeah, you're brand new to the server, but what brings you by? Like,
that was a quick summon. That was a fast summon. You said his name, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm here."
The live stream, or what brings me to the channel itself?
The channel itself, the Discord.
I'd say curiosity more than anything.
So, in your position, do you think the Earth is a globe? Is that what you believe right now? That's okay to say, yeah. Don't worry.
No. I don't.
No,
but previously,
I've been talking to him in the lobby, you guys. So
I've definitely gotten interrogated in the lobby. I don't know what's what at this point.
What's your blood type?
Yeah, what is
I couldn't even tell you.
We need a stool sample.
Where were you January 3rd? No, I'm just kidding. So, all right. So you don't know what's what. But why right now curiosity brought you here and you're still wanting to have a conversation. So, what do you think about the globe as far as information goes that keeps you thinking that it's still a globe? Anything?
Oh, no. Like I said, there's nothing. Well, especially since I joined the Cord last night, since I joined the Cord, there's nothing that really makes me think it's a globe anymore.
Oh, damn. You guys did a great job. Good. Who spoke to you? Do you remember the names?
There was James, Northern Rebellion 4.0.
All right.
I can't think of much else off the top of my head, but I do know there was a lengthy interrogation in the middle of the night, and I really just came to get more informed on, different
that's a wonderful thing about this is that even if we have just a regular conversation with someone, I think we want to know why people think the things that they do in concerns to this topic. Because if we were to just leave you alone, and if you were to come in here and say, "Well, I'm just here to listen," then you're not engaging. You're not engaging with your your thought process on this whole thing. So you're just gonna whatever conceived idea you have is just gonna remain. So you have to get to a point where you're like, all right, let me see if this thing that I thought about is actually true or not. Let me ask them some questions, or maybe post some ideas or something. And then you start to realize that it's maybe not as what it was cracked up to be. You start to change perspective. But okay. So what has got you thinking now that you thought before was like, nah, this is solid proof the Earth is a globe, and now I don't know.
No, I never see. That's the thing. There was never ever really a solid thought in my mind that the Earth was a globe. I've traveled by plane before. You can't really see any type of curvature whatsoever. Different weird things, but
okay. Yep.
I think I've seen proof that the Earth is not a globe. Maybe, like, we don't know what it is, of course, but it can't be, right? I've watched a couple curvature tests. I think the last one I just watched was the Rock Lake one. If you guys are familiar with that, I found it in here. Yeah, so there's a bunch of things. Werner von Braun's tombstone, Psalms 19:1, the firmament thing. All these things collectively together seem to make you think like, okay, maybe we've been lied to. And then, of course, the government does lie about a lot. So who's to say they haven't lied to us about the shape of the Earth?
So you're already leaning one way with the government. That was kind of a bit helpful for you to kind of say, yeah, what's par for the course? These guys already are doing some bad shit. Now they're, I wouldn't put it too much of a stretch of an imagination that this thing could be also something that they're telling me that it's not what it is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. It's good to hear.
But all those outer space movies.
Well, it's just it's good. It's good to hear that you got at least some reason with you, because some people come in just totally, feeling like that we're some kind of meme on the internet, and they're coming in here.
No, I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely thought, I'd say like 2 years ago. I'm 19, about to be 20. 2 years ago, I was 17, 16, high school. I thought the flat Earth was just a meme.
Mm-hmm.
And then it got to a point where I'd see little rants online and, stuff that starts to make you question things. But, I'm young. I have other worldly things going on. I don't really want to take no time to actually research this. I'm lazy. Then when it gets to a point where you actually do the research, it's like, hey, come on.
No, it's good to hear that you got honesty that's working with you. It's quite refreshing to hear somebody young. Not often, right? But like, it's good to hear that at least somebody's saying, how they really feel. You're being real, So that's good. You'd find that most people that come in here, there's this mask that they're wearing, and it's like you start to see why the people are acting the way they do because of the mask. And so it feels like right now, with the vibe I'm getting, you're pretty genuine about things, so it's good.
So, Blurred, what did your girlfriend say?
Oh, I sent her the Rock Lake curvature test and the moon video. I don't know what the title was, but she didn't respond. So I'm gonna give her a call in a little bit and see what she thinks. See if she checks them out.
Phone. She might be blocking you and ghost you now.
Oh no, she can't, because I tell her a whole bunch of crazy stuff, like our government's full of pedophiles and all that, and she kind of just calls me crazy and keeps it pushing. But I'm trying to get her to the point to show her that I'm not crazy. Like, I can't be. There's no way.
Actually, you'd probably want that, man. You want they like that, a little bit of charisma, a little bit of character. Sure, you don't think like the rest of the yes men that are in this world, and that's a good thing, If she wants that, then you're in trouble, because you're not, if you're already leaning this way, you're not going to be a yes man unless you want to be, which of course you're your own thinking person, so you don't have to be conform to everybody else's ideal of what it is to be a man in this world and so forth. So yeah, be your own person. If that's crazy, then call me crazy, because I don't give a shit. I do what I do. But anyways, you got a panel of people in here, very intelligent people. So yeah, there's, like, I would say if you want to just lurk and kind of listen to conversations we have with other people that think the Earth is a globe, just to kind of see if maybe or not like what we're saying is on point or not. But this is, I would say, a premier Discord server for the conversation. You're not going to find any better conversation about the shape of the Earth with the content and the people, because we're I don't know if you know this, but we're operating 24/7 on a live stream on YouTube and other platforms. And we have other content creators like myself, Indio. You got people that have channels that you can click on and you can go check them out. So good stuff, man. I don't know, but I guess back to the panel. You guys were having a discussion. I just wanted to talk to Blair to see what, unless you guys want to talk to Blair and. Or the previous
the last thing he asked about was the sun and the moon and the stars, and we said, stop looking up in the sky.
Well, it's legitimate. People from the paradigm of the globe, that's how we're taught to think, right? About if you want to know what the Earth actually is, look up in the heavens. And then if you see everything else in the heavens looking like something, well, Earth must be just like that. So, you make a comparison of things you see, and you're like, well, I must be standing on a ball because everything I look at looks like a ball. Look at the moon, look at the sun. It's a ball, so stars are a ball, so I must be standing on a ball if we're in a cosmos. It's all the paradigm that's been built up to give you a perception of what you think the world is. And then when it comes to like empirically test it, there's no way to do that. Just built on assumptions. That's the question I ask on there's a 3-point system that I've made blurred for the I guess a method by which we can test the understanding if the Earth has curvature or it's spinning on its axis, or that the vacuum of space exists as a medium that you can travel to. And it seems like when I ask the new people about it, they don't have an answer that's sufficient to be one that you can empirically know for sure, right? You know that the Earth is curving at the set rate that it is with drop over distance. So
another thing that I've also questioned, right? Let's say we are spinning on a globe on an axis, orbiting the sun at a certain rate, traveling through this vacuum of space, right?
Right.
How is it possible that the same stars are in the sky in the same positions that they have been for thousands of years?
As in,
constellations, the North Star, things of that nature. How are they still there?
Oh, you want to say in the instance of the heliocentric globe Earth paradigm cosmology?
Yes.
Okay, they're just saying this. It's a bunch of stupid mind tricks, but they'll tell you that in the grand scheme of time, that you haven't moved but a small fraction. So you couldn't tell that small fraction of the window of lifespan that you have to see anything move in a positive way that you're going to be able to detect that things have moved in a different position. So in your small window of life that you're living right now, you wouldn't be able to tell that. But in the grand scheme of time, it does move. Everything's moving around.
Then how do we have day and night cycles?
Well, that's with the heliocentric understanding. That's just because the Earth is spinning on its axis, not the stars in their position. The stars in their position is a different context than a sun standing in the center of the solar system, and we're spinning on our axis, causing day and night. But the stars being in the cyclical patterns, in constellations that wind up being in the same place next year, and let's say in the grand time span that they're in their positions, that they're actually in a different position, they move to a different location, would be something that they would say it takes too much or too much time. You couldn't see it in your lifespan.
Yeah, it's so far away, and the distances are so far apart that you can't perceive any change. But rest assured,
Yeah,
They
it's
are,
moving.
they are changing. You just aren't living old. You just can't be old enough for something.
And also remember, they're not even there anymore. You're just seeing light that's
Oh, dude, I hate that stupid argument.
man.
so far away.
Have you heard that shit? Like when they're telling you that star was built billions of years ago. That light that you're seeing is from a collapsed star. It's like, you freaking idiot. Like,
The sun is like a third generation star, and the Milky Way is like a, I don't know, fifth generation galaxy. Because the universe is 90 billion years old or something.
and I just recently heard one of these guys talk about how our galaxy is eating up another galaxy or some stupid crap.
We're supposed to collide with Andromeda, I thought, but we won't know it because it goes so slow. You would never know it, but they're going to intersect each other.
Yeah, it's like an old
and
grandma
our
crossing the
sun's gonna
street and a
explode.
turtle on the other side. Like they're gonna run into each other, but at some point, you don't know when. Just like you're watching it like slowly happen. That's how idiotic.
It's like Deadpool when he's in the Zamboni.
Oh shit. Yeah, they fill our heads with all this nonsense, and we're just supposed to go along with it because the greater minds have thought about this, and then you're just like, oh well, listen to this guy. He's speaking some profound knowledge. Bunch of bullshit, man. They try to put in your mind, and you can't prove any of it true.
And that's kind of going back to what I was saying. Is that what I wanted to say was this history thing, like we're taught certain things about history. But what they teach us about the figure of the earth is different, right? They use the same method, but we're constantly being told that teaching is incorrect by our daily experiences. Right? So what is the ultimate form of mental control? Is convincing somebody their experience of reality is fictitious, that it's an illusion, that it's just something else.
Yeah, and that greater minds have figured this out, and you're just like, oh, dude, like we got some of the big brains figuring it out, and you're just minuscule. They pale in comparison to what you can think of, because there's nothing you can possibly conceive that would rival these towers of intellect. And so you're just
abandon your experience. Just abandon it. Forget everything you've ever seen. Forget the ocean. Forget your mountain climbing. Forget your airplane rides. Just forget all that stuff. Lose yourself into somebody else's mind and their concepts of what the earth really is. And that's, and then live your life. That's just what they're telling you to do.
That's why you ask some of these normies out there, and they don't have a response. How do you know we know the Earth is a globe? And you're just like, is that your answer? Like, come on. Like, what did you learn about it?
I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Something back in 3rd grade about the Earth and Columbus. I don't know. Like, they'll tell you some dumb shit, and you're just like, so there's no critical thought you have about the Earth and how we know that it's actually curving away, like the way they say it is. Okay. So, and you still know it's a globe. That's interesting. You see, that's the whole psychology part about it, though, Blurt. I ask people, and it's, get the same kind of typical answer, usually. And it sounds pretty redundant. Like, they're just parroting some garbage they learn in, like, grade school. And it's, it's what it is, man.
It's silly when you think about the whole package.
Then it gets to a point where it's like, okay, we've been lied to about the shape of the Earth. What else? You know?
Well, you shouldn't say lied to. Like, who's lying?
Yeah,
it's a collective delusion. It's a collective, so there was something that was taught, and now it's just like being reparroted by people for traditional reasons, right? Someone's parents said Earth is a ball, and then they say it because their parents told them, and then their parents told them, and then going back to whatever hundreds of years ago. Right? It's just a bunch of parroting. Somebody parroting something else. Because if you ask all these people, why do you think the Earth's a ball? None of them know why they think it, other than somebody else told them that.
Yeah. That's exactly
so nobody's lying. They just have a collective belief in something. No one's said. It's not like they know the truth. So to lie, you have to know the truth and then say the opposite.
Well, what about people that make space movies?
Well, those people, yeah. What I'm saying is generally,
okay,
in the general sense of the word, is that most people, when they say Earth's a globe, they're not lying. They're just like,
that's the reason why it's easy to work. It's easy to work at NASA and not know anything about what you do there, because that's just how it is in industry. You do not know what the guy in the next cubicle is doing. If you do, you're not doing your own job.
That's called departmentalization, not compart. That's so departmentalization. Everybody has a specific job they do in where they work, and that's what they do. Like some guy came in the other day, Blurred, and he was working on satellites, and his name was Exonaut, his username, and just so thoroughly convinced Earth's a globe, because he works for a satellite company. That's what
he's emotionally invested at that. He has to be. I mean,
I asked him the same questions. It's like got the same answers from a typical person who thinks the Earth is a globe.
Well, think about this. You have a CEO of a company, say Walmart, and he works at some corporate headquarters. Now, if you go in there and you ask him, yeah, where's the cleaning supplies for the bathroom? He has no clue. Yeah. Right? And it ain't some giant conspiracy of like that the whole company got together to keep him in the dark about where the cleaning supplies are. That isn't his job. He doesn't know the jobs of every single person at the company and what exactly they're doing and what their tasks entail. Everybody knows what their task is and little else.
So does it matter if somebody's working at NASA? They're not coming home and like, we know the Earth is in a heliocentric, stance. They don't know shit. They just know what they're punching a few keys on a keyboard. Maybe eating a ham sandwich for lunch and then coming home. Like, there's really no magic that's happening there.
Reading an AutoCAD drawing, putting some numbers in a computer and confirming that drawing is right, and saying to the next guy, yeah, that's right. And then you got to look at another one.
And a lot of times people are thinking like these guys are doing great and important work. Like they try to, oh, he works at NASA. He must be doing something important. If you were to catch a video cam of what he does during the day, he's probably poking his nose and what's like just really nothing glamorous about what he's doing. It's just a regular job.
Right. Like most people, he's in a meeting about setting up other meetings.
Dude, that's so true. That's messed up, man.
Yeah, that's funny.
I worked at a startup and they were paying these people a lot of money. All these people did all day was I didn't work for them. I was a contractor for their IT, but I would just watch these people every day. They'd go in the meeting room and they'd just sit in there all day talking. And they're all making upper six figures, not in the $250,000 a year range to sit in meetings and blab.
Can you imagine the redundant part of it? So are we going to have a meeting on tomorrow's meeting? I don't know. We might meet later to talk about it.
Yeah.
There's nothing really interesting about it.
That's the thing about they had no product. They were just having meetings on how to make a product. So it's really messed up.
You have a meeting about that product, then you have to set up 3 other meetings to talk about the guys that are going to do this on that product. And once you get all those guys together, you got to have meetings with those guys so you can tell them what they got to do. Because that's all I ever do is sit in meetings. So that's why I just rack up the hours, because I get overtime. Some office people don't, but I happen to get overtime because I'm a developer.
So I just saw there's an article. Well, it's been outed, right? So there was a Facebook recruiter that worked for Facebook for 2 years, got paid $150,000 a year and never hired a single person, and just sat in meetings all day. That's all they did. They logged in at 11 o'clock in the morning, sat in meetings to 3 o'clock, checked their email, then, logged off. And that's what they did.
Boring AF, bro. I'll scratch my eyeballs out.
Never hired a single person in 2 years, and that's your job, is to hire people.
Damn.
Yeah, damn. And getting $150K a year. And it was a female. And then probably looking down on some dude that's a plumber making $120,000 a year saying, you're not worth my time. You're not on my level.
Yeah.
What the hell? You're a level? Dude, you're like in a make work program. What are you talking about?
So Blur, that's
because your hair is purple.
That's what we're talking about is kind of like the how people see reality and like the jobs that we have and the importance of them, and like it's all to deal with like how this society has built its like construct of what people deem important, how we go about dealing with certain things. Like people have put such an emphasis on these intellects in academia and like in certain companies and things, and there's only like maybe one or two people that actually know with math, know like how to put things together. The rest of the people are they're just putting stuff together. They're not the ones who engineer these things. They're just your everyday Joe working at places. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, if that's the heart of your aim, that you want to just get a good job and a nice car and a nice life, and I don't know, like going for those kinds of jobs is just, if that's what fills your life up, or if you want to be a critical thinker and like examine everything around you and just don't take all the bullshit that life has to throw at you, then yeah, you start somewhere. You start with like questioning things. Well, why is this way? Or but it's weird, right? Because once you start doing that, even like with the topic of the shape of the earth, everybody looks at you like you're nuts. Who gives a shit what they think? Be your own person. Like, you're not just conform. Well, they don't like that. They don't like the term flat earth. Let's change it to geocentric, geostationary, center of the world. Don't just, you know what I mean? Is that term better? Do you like that? Okay, I'll change it.
So I heard this saying by a billionaire. The billionaire that owned Kinko's, he sold Kinko's for, he got $1.5 billion. He started Kinko's with like 8 G's. So he did pretty good. But he said in his 20s, he cared a lot about what people thought of him. And then in his 40s, he didn't care what people thought of him. Yep. In his 60s, he realized that no one ever thought about him anyway.
Yeah. The great epiphany, right?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, man. Like, nobody wants just a yes man in the crowd. Be somebody to stir some shit up. Talk to some people about some interesting topics. I'll be a regular.
I mean, it always comes down to like, why is it important anyway? I mean, that's a multifaceted question, and I would say it's important to them because they're spamming space stuff all over the place and showing globes and using the word global where it's not necessary. And then the disproportionate amount of it's important to everyday life of the average human being on Earth, space and the globe, it's irrelevant. No one's running around going, man, good thing we discovered it's a globe because I wouldn't have been able to eat this soup today. Like, that's not happening. Like, it's not important, but why is it? It's not important in reality, but in the as far as like the propaganda or the mind virus that pervades humanity, it's like it seems as if it's the most important human concept ever invented, right? That's the way they portray it. It's like, this is the most important human concept ever invented, that the Earth's a ball, and we would not have gotten this. We had Clovers coming here. I'm sure you've heard of it, Miggy. Well, if you're going to be a flat earther, well, stop using your computer. How do cell phones work? They think everything works because of the globe theory. Everything.
Some people sit on the table, and when they have the food, they put the food on the table, and they say they're great. They say, "Thank you, gravity, for keeping the food on the flat, motionless table."
Interesting. Yeah.
How do you eat soup without gravity?
No, I was going to say, let's see if Blurred has been whammied by that mind virus. And so I'm going to ask you 2 questions, Blurred. Just be honest. Are you still there, Blurred?
Yes.
All right. Just be honest with the questions, and we'll see if maybe that's attached to your mind or your thought process. So, are we talking on Discord right now? I just answer honestly. You can.
I was asked this question earlier, but
you were.
I'm gonna say the exact same answer.
Okay.
I'd hope so.
So I didn't even get to the second one where it's like super redundant, and I'm saying, are you certain that we're talking on Discord 100%?
Yeah, I'd hope so, because from my perspective, I have a cell phone in my hand and I'm speaking on Discord, but sometimes I go to sleep and I'm 100 feet tall, so I don't even know what's real.
So that's another thing too. So what you just described to me is what I consider, right, a mind virus. So what it does is that it makes everything malleable, your entire sense of reality and knowing. It chucks it out the window. And so if an expert comes along and says, well, you see, Blurred, it really happens like this. And I'm an expert in this field for 20 years. And you're just like, well, the dude knows what he's talking about. So I'm going to go with that. However, in the other hand, I don't even know if I'm real. Because, I could go to sleep and I'm 10 feet tall. Whatever. Like, you don't... Your reality is just something that's what you think could be. It's just not... It's not ever stated as you know, right? So you could be, I don't know, flying a plane right now for all you know, right? Or swimming in an ocean
Brain in a jar.
now. You could be a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere, right? So this is what I consider it's the worst part about like how they get you to believe things, right? So now that everything's up for grabs, they can just easily say, well, don't worry, we've sent astronauts up there, we've checked, and it is definitely a globe. So don't you worry your pretty little head about it. Just tell us what you think the Earth is, and we'll tell you, of course, it's not what you think, because how do you know what reality is if you can't even discern whether you're talking on Discord or not? So just hand that mind over to me. I know I'll take good care of it. Don't worry. And so you do that, right? Because that's what you do when you lean on to the experts. It's like you don't think for yourself anymore. You trust what they have to say. So they've given you this kind of thought process, right? And so now you can't filter reality anymore. You're just like, I guess it could be. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, that makes complete sense to me. Sorry, I'm just listening. Trying to
and in order to process this, right? Like, if I was to ask you, what are you doing right now? And you were to tell me, I don't know, whatever you're doing. You're sitting down, standing up, walking around. I don't know. But if you tell me you're doing that thing, and then I was to say, are you 100% sure? Then it gets like kind of eerie. And you're like, well, I don't know. I could be having a psychedelic trip or something. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't know how to describe that. And so for me, I would be like, well, you just told me. How are you not sure if you just describe what you're doing? So, being super redundant, I said, 100% sure. But if you described it to me, why else would it be something else? You know what I mean? So it's like, how can you then go through life with your senses, knowing that you're telling people exactly your experience when it's not your experience? It's just maybe some bad trip, or you had a chili dog or something that went the wrong way. It's like now you got, you're seeing life differently or something. You know what I mean? Like, so how do you process that?
I get it.
Where the hell are you getting chili dogs from?
Like you eat a chili dog, you go to bed, it's like you have this weird dream. So
yeah. That's the pepperoni pizza thing too, right? If you eat a pepperoni pizza right before you go to bed.
So, and
wait,
not
is that
just
true?
You, pepperoni?
It's happened to me, but it has to be like high. It has to be like high nitrate pepperoni.
Nitrate, yeah, the nitrates and stuff.
Don't worry about it.
I think it's what it causes.
It's just gas.
But Blur, do you see what I mean? Look, this is the issue, man. Like, it's not. Say, for instance, you were like, well, what you're saying about flat Earth might make some sense, right? But then it's like you never can settle. You're like, well, I'm 99.99999% sure. I have clips of people actually talking about this very thing in the same way that you just kind of described it. And so it's not uncommon. It's like you're the only individual.
Children. People that teach children, that's the scary part.
Right.
Mr. Sensible's a teacher, dude. Did you know that?
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, wait till he comes back in. He probably won't come back in again. I don't find out that they're educators until later in the game, just like Matthew. Like, I didn't know he was teaching at church school, so.
Yeah, it's actually pretty scary, man. Like not like dangerous scary. It's just like, no wonder. Right? You're like, you wonder why everything's going to shit, and you're like, oh, this dude's a teacher. You're like, oh, fuck. No wonder.
Makes sense, right? Well, I think Mimas has a theory on the teacher thing, but
that's why I don't send my children to school, because I know people like Matthew. they're gonna be teaching them. I'd rather teach it myself.
Exactly, Gemsy. And that's exactly what Oakley said. He said, "You're the reason why I homeschool. You're like,
yeah.
The hell, man." Anyway, Blurred, what do you think about that? Like what I just told you about this particular mind virus of like not everything's just like up for grabs now. Like you don't know, you can't be sure at all. Even if you were to describe to me what you're doing right now, you wouldn't be able to like. You can't settle on that.
It makes my head hurt. That's
exactly.
That's the only thing I know for a fact is I find myself with headaches more often than not nowadays. The more I question things, I just get headaches.
But it's pretty slimy, right, for somebody to get that thought process because obviously you didn't used to think like you weren't thinking that way before. Now you do. So it's like
yeah, no, this is fairly new. I'd say like since the summer, maybe not if that. Probably.
Yeah, the headaches.
There's
The
a
headaches might be
there's a joke in philosophy about this.
Yeah.
The headache might be the truth serum killing the mind parasites, just acting upon it. That's why you're getting a headache. Go ahead.
There's a joke in philosophy about this. It's the philosophy student runs to his professor and says, after he's read Descartes, and says, "Professor, do I exist?" And the professor looks at him and says, "Who wants to know?"
Oh shit.
Yeah,
because
I find myself
even in advanced philosophy, where they're teaching, where they're talking about existentialism and like Descartes and all this philosophy, they accept that they fully exist. It's really just the lower unenlightened masses who adopt this idea that maybe we don't really exist. It's not an advanced way of thinking. Like
if Descartes wasn't so sure it existed, why'd he write a book?
Why'd he write a book, right? Like, even if it were the case that you lived in a simulation or you lived in the dream of a god or that you lived in a physical reality, all of these would have the exact same results in that you can only observe the effects of the environment in which you exist, effectively making any of these assertions 100% real.
So I guess Descartes wrote the book for figments of his imagination.
Exactly. So yeah. So even if this were just taking place all in like some kind of simulated reality that you were experiencing, that's still defined as reality.
Reality. Yeah.
You are still stuck in the exact same position.
Yeah, I want to add this, and these ideas have to be like sunk into your brain because as a child, you don't think this way, right? So if you're riding your bike, you go inside, you're like 12 years old, you come back outside and your bike's missing. You go, shit, someone stole it. You don't say, well, there's a 99.9% chance that, I owned a bike and a 0.01% chance I never owned a bike and I just hallucinated the whole thing. No point in looking for my bike. Let me just go back inside. Like, no, your bike's missing. You had a bike. You used to own a bike. Someone stole it. You don't do mental contortions that maybe you never owned a bike in the first place.
The first thing you ask yourself is, how many minorities live in my neighborhood?
Exactly. How many Spanish people live around me?
Where's Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief?
What do you think about that, Blurred? Making some sense, bro?
No, yeah, it's making complete sense.
And we should get in, why do people want you to have this type of mentality? And Miggy went into it, right? So that's really the main point is this subjectivist mentality, and why is it pushed on people? It's so that you have to rely on people you think are better at discerning what is most likely real than yourself. So you outsource your mind, you outsource your senses, you outsource it to other people and their ideas, and they'll tell you what's real. You can't see what's real for yourself. They're going to tell you. And you're going to go, oh, you're an authority. Oh, you have credentials. You have 3 letters after your name. You're smarter than me, and you have some specialized esoteric wisdom like some priest or some magician, and you're going to tell me how it is. And then I'm going to just live my life based upon your teachings, dogma, whatever. Right? It's just simply a control mechanism. It's a control mechanism by you getting you to secede your ability to determine reality and have control over your own destiny and ceding it to them. It is really just a trick. That's all it is.
See, when you put it like that, things start to click.
Yeah, just look all over the place. And without getting into like the gender bender wars, right? So they were really literally trying to convince people that the most base thing of biology, like one of the very first things you notice, like when you're 3 or 4 years old, what's the difference in human beings? Yeah, we notice hair color's different, height, all that stuff, but there's another difference, right? You know, boys have a penis, women have a vagina, right? So from like kindergarten cop. Now they're saying, no, that's just your subjective opinion. That isn't the reality. They're getting to the point where like no one ever thought that. But like literally. I heard someone telling Jordan Peterson that he's a medical doctor and that they've never said that there's male and female in medicine in the history of medicine. Like that's ridiculous, dude. But you see you see what I'm saying is like we're going so far down the rabbit hole, right? We're going so far, like we're going to deny the most basic, primitive experiences of reality for the subjectivist. Everything is malleable. Defer to the expert. I'm not a biologist. You know that, right? So like this whole other this basically creating this fantasy world, saying the fantasy world is true. Because you can't trust your empirical world that you're living in and experiencing, which is just this. I don't even know how to describe it. It's disgusting on its face. And like, if you told like people 500 years ago that this would be the state of affairs, they wouldn't believe you. Quite honestly, they'd be like, "Yeah, okay, nobody's that stupid." Like, oh yeah, hold my beer, man. Let me wind you up to the year 2023. You know, and here's the thing I've said before to people. Do you think if you like went back in time with like posed like a picture like from claiming to be from the International Space Station, and you were like, "Look, Plato, look, Aristotle, here's a picture. Now we're going to tell you everything there is about life. There was a Big Bang, then the universe exploded, and there was evolution, and now you're here." You think, and go get this picture. This picture is the proof of all that. Do you think that they would go, "Oh, fuck my philosophy. I'm just throwing all that up. I'm just throwing that away, man. I saw this picture. All the mental contortions, the logic, all this stuff that me, Plato, Solon discovered and invented together, we're just going to throw that out for this picture. Because this picture's proof." No. And no, they wouldn't.
If it looks like a globe or a globe virus, yeah, it must be true.
That's why before they seeded this information in your mind, you have to be able to get. Well, I would say this: the information was seeded before you actually got to think like that. So then you got the information, and then when you got to a critical thinking age where you can actually start to discern and ask questions or really be curious, then you're taught like this philosophy of how like everything is just, it's just an idea that you have in your brain. You don't know what's real. And so you can never discern. You're going to be going through life and like, well, even if I know that the earth is flat and stationary from my vantage point, I will never know that. So it could be a globe, and I'm just thinking it's a flat and stationary, right? So you don't settle. Your mind's just whatever you think it is, and you think that yourself is not able to. You can't rely on your senses. It's just crazy.
Someone else figured it out. Someone else did it. I gotta trust them. They say it's a globe. It must be a globe because they said it. Even though in my own experience, the globe goes against everything I experience or my senses point to, but the claim is the opposite of reality. And he's the expert, so he must be the truth because he said so. Go ahead.
Yeah. And you can't, and the thing that cannot be divorced from all of this is the peer pressure element, right? The social control mechanism. oh, you're a flat earther, you're stupid, you're retarded, you don't know anything, you didn't graduate high school, you didn't graduate elementary school, don't you know what gravity is? You know, all these stupid things that they say.
Gravity.
Yeah, exactly. These are just the things that, like, I can only picture, like, you know, if I, you know, was a little bit brighter when I was in elementary school, like, what would my experience be as a flat earther, right? I would have to, I would probably, even though I was pretty out there, in the end, I would probably conform to the social pressure, right? Especially in high school, when you're like a teenager, you're trying to fit in to some degree, right? Fit in with some crowd, or right. Being a flat earther, you're pretty much going to get bullied, beat up, whatever. I imagine. I know school's different now and it's pussified, but at least when I was in school, I can't even imagine. You might be dragged on a chain behind a freaking pickup truck. I don't even know. It would have been bad. But
Bro, if you liked anime in the 90s, you might have gotten killed in school.
Yeah, if you told anybody.
Yeah,
certainly.
if you told anybody, yeah, I like anime. But we didn't call it anime; we called it Japanimation. But if you told anybody about that kind of stuff back then, because I was like one of the only families in the 90s that had like a satellite dish in the backyard, well, like one of those big 12-footers, and so we got like 800, stations.
Yeah,
and one of them we got was rebroadcast of subtitled anime. And so in the early 90s, I was watching anime, and I didn't know everyone else wasn't watching it either. But I found out real quick you would get bullied to death if anyone found out about it. I never told anyone I did, but I had friends who liked it. They were immediate outcast forever.
Yeah, let me real quick. I wanted to play this for Blurred. It's a clip that I found in the bot. Blurred, check this out. This is somebody that came in here and we're talking to about this topic. I'll let you kind of listen to what he has to say about it. Oh, the bot didn't play. Oh, it's not in here. So let me move it in here. Oh, now I gotta stop it. 1 second. Let me do it again. Is it playing for you guys?
No.
Okay.
No.
I wonder why.
Mine.
What
has it played this clip before?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me see here. Yeah, it is.
Hold on a second.
All right, let me see.
Here, don't do anything. I'm gonna restart it.
Okay, it's a clip that I'm trying to insert there. CB, you know how to get that going? You're good at that.
No, I'm gonna just.
I think I restarted it.
No, I'm restarting the bot completely, like on the server.
Okay.
And it's not hosted on. Here we go.
Okay, can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
No,
if that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
So it's not uncommon that people are already thinking like that, Blurred.
Yeah, but then when you start then when you think like, holy shit, maybe my thought process is flawed.
It is.
Then it's like okay,
somebody like that
food has taste, and I do have 5 senses, possibly even more. So maybe I was thinking flawed, but there are still things that need to be questioned regardless of my thought process.
Yeah, but let me explain this to you, Blurt. And if y'all can't hear me, just let me know. You have 4 different taste buds, right? You got salty, sweet, bitter, and I can't figure what the other one is. But
Sour.
We'll just go sour. Thank you. So if you eat something salty, or you mix salt, you're gonna say, "Wow, that's salty." You know what I mean? Or if you mix up like some kind of a candy, you're like, "Oh, that's sweet." Like you're not gonna say, "Well, I'm 99% sure that's sweet, but it could be bitter." I don't.
No, yeah. I completely understand. I understand now that it's, it's just before when you kind of realize that there's certain questions you have to ask in regards to what the norm is that you've been told, you begin to question everything, and that's where that's what I found myself doing. I found myself questioning everything. Then you start to see all these crazy ideologies online as far as, oh, we're in a computer game, or little stupid shit.
But do you understand why Mickey calls it?
I get where you're coming from.
Do you understand why Mickey calls it a mind virus? It's like once it takes hold into your thought process, it grows.
It's like, yeah, it grows and it's got you, and now you can't tell yourself what's real when you know what's real.
Exactly. It starts to erode your thinking. Next thing you know, you're questioning everything. It starts maybe as a fun little, well, I don't know if this is true or not, but like anyway, and then it starts to just like really just like take hold of everything that you thought you knew is now just up for debate. I don't know, like maybe I'm a brain in a jar. Like the question that we've asked people, like Indio, I think said this to somebody: have you ever eaten anything in your life? And the person's like, I don't know. The person that's speaking said, I don't know.
But I mean, like there's things you can be certain of in your life. Like, do you need oxygen to live?
Yes.
Are you going to die one day?
Oh, guaranteed.
Do you know the difference between daytime and nighttime?
Yeah.
I mean, these are like, you can be certain of these things. Once you're certain of things, you can start working that mind virus out of your mind. And I mean, it's okay to question things, but you have to have a basis to stand on, like a structure, skeleton structure to stand on.
Fly by the seat of my pants.
I know you are. I already know the answer to one of your questions. I can be 100% sure that you're addicted to women with piercings and tattoos.
Yes, dangerous women. Great thing. Anal on the first date types.
Right. So
yeah, look,
everybody's 100% of something.
But this is important, right? It's an important part of your journey. If you don't carry this with you, it's everything is just going to be a debate. Everything will be a debate. Are you sitting down? Oh no. Are you eating some right now? That could be. Like who knows, right? Like 99.99999% possibility I'm eating some right now. If we hear you chewing and like, you know what I mean? Like that's how can you live life like that? That's too crazy.
To me, it's tactical. These people are trying to convince you that you are not allowed to climb out of the bucket. You can't have figured some things out. If I'm wrong, we're all wrong.
No one's allowed to know.
Yeah. It's a crabs in a bucket mentality, and I do not accept that.
Get your ass back down here.
Yeah, that's what they're thinking. Like, oh, no, you got to leave room for doubt.
Hello, boys.
Satoshi Nakamoto. What's up, bro?
Nothing much, bro. How about you?
Well, we're 100% talking on Discord right now, so I don't know.
How did you know that?
Because we're on
Discord.
I clicked on that. Wait, slow down. Are you I want to make sure you're not mistaken that you're actually talking to me, Satoshi Nakamoto, on Discord at this current moment in time.
I tell you what, man. I'll give you this much. Let me consult my Alphabet Soup, because it's my oracle. I go to it, and if when I drop the can of like the letters and stuff, they organize and they'll tell me whether I am or not. And if it is, then well, by golly, I'm talking on Discord.
Why don't you just ask ChatGPT, dude?
Yeah, that's my go-to after the Alphabet Soup. Maybe if it works or not, then yeah, I'll go to that.
Enter the Google database.
ChatGTP could not give two separate engineers the correct binary or decimal to binary conversion. I had to do it for them.
Dude, it's getting programmed to correct like flat Earth truths. It's so fucked up. It's all a database.
I know. That's what we all know.
We're gonna trick a bunch of fucking monkeys, bro.
Some people think that it's better than the best thing than sliced bread, bro. Like ChatGPT.
It makes some really funny Star Trek: The Next Generation auto scripts.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I'm sure we'll have. Well, we already did have one. South Park already used it for an episode, and they used ChatGPT to write it, basically.
What do you mean, South Park? South Park is always right about everything.
I haven't seen Bree in a while. What's up, Bree?
They use the actual responses.
Bree, are you talking on Discord right now? I'm gonna ask all the regulars in here. Oh my god. Anyways, Blurred. But yeah, people are weird. Hey, Sheepdog, you were at the end of that clip with Stingray, right? That was you asking that.
Yeah. No, that was me saying. So you can't be 100% sure of anything. And everybody got a good laugh out of it. That's the best part.
That's funny, Stingray. Oh, Peachy was like, "Well, Stingray, he's got some deeper truths to talk about." I'm like, dude, just shut up, bro. Like this. He was starting to say some real lewd things. I don't know, it was the weekend before last, and I had to put him on mute. He's been sitting on mute, been wanting to be unmuted. I don't know, man. That's a bag of crazy. Sometimes we unleash it. Like you can't put that toothpaste back in the tube. He's just everywhere. He's all over the place.
It's fluoride toothpaste.
He's connecting dots. I didn't even know he invents dots to connect. Like they're just like, what the hell, bro?
Is he that person that does like the connect the dots puzzle, but he'll add extra dots in there just for the heck of it?
Yeah.
And now you don't know what dots are what.
And I'm like, dude, I don't even know what you're saying, bro. But it's cool.
Who is Stingray? Who is this weirdo?
He's some pseudo intellect that comes onto the flat Earth arena. Like, he's an anti-flat Earther for sure. But
yeah,
the guy we just played through the bot.
Yeah, the one you just heard.
Oh, I thought that was Mr. Sensible.
It is Mr. Sensible.
Is it Sensible?
Yeah.
Is Stingray?
Yeah.
I thought there too. I have one of Mr. Sensible, because his name came in here as Mr. Sensible. It's somebody different, isn't it?
No, he's the same guy.
Nah, I don't think so.
Nah, that's.
I got a clip of him, I got a clip of Mr. Sensible and Stingray. They sound different, but who knows? They could have been using a different mic or something. I don't know. What do you think?
That's not the same guy. That's
not right, guy. Dude. Because we have the clip of Mr. Sensible somewhere. I got to hunt for it now, but
yeah, his vaping ass. No, they're definitely different. At least for my ears, and Sensible usually rolls in on his account, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It didn't say Stingray. It said Sensible.
Wait. So Mr. Sensible, is he the one that has like the more like wiry voice?
You're gonna make me hunt for the clip, aren't you?
I don't know. Anyway, I thought it was the same guy. I could have sworn up and down that he said his name was Mr. Sensible before everybody jumped in. Before you jumped in, Miggy, he had announced himself as Mr. Sensible. But maybe I'm just mishearing, misremembering.
Yeah, Stingray, the Stingray is the guy's name, and then Mr. Sensible is another character.
Yeah.
They're both anti-flat earthers.
Here, I'll find it.
I couldn't find it. I have to look for at my name or something because they're my clips that I put in the bot. So my name would be the one that put the clip in there. Multiple times.
The one we have of Sensible, he's on video, and you ask him, right? Are you sitting in a chair? And he's like, I'll see if we can find that. I'll see if I can find it.
That's pretty good right there.
India.
Yeah, what's up?
How you doing, bro?
Good. How are you, man?
I'm very good. I wish you could hear the music on the new season of COD Mobile right now. It's insane.
I'm gonna have to download it again. Maybe I'll start playing with you guys again.
That's what I'm trying to get you to do is download COD and play a little bit. It's not like a lot. I'm lying. A lot has changed. The graphics are a little tweaked. They've changed the sound. It's a little more authentic. The map is different. They got another map. It's a pretty cool game, man. They've progressed it, and what is it called? That Warzone mobile is coming out as well. So.
Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't even know that.
Yeah. But anyway, sorry to interrupt.
No. I found it, Miggy, I think.
Yeah. Play it.
What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. It's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair. And, I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that. I know. Like, listen, Mr. Sensible, you're sitting down right now. I can tell you without even seeing you. This is how crazy it gets. I can tell you without even seeing you because you said that, and you're sure that you. Hey, man, I believe I'm sitting down. I know that you are. I say, like, you can say that.
Yeah, I believe I'm sitting down. That was his. But he sounds different than Stingray to me.
He says it like he's really trying to sell what he's saying. Well, I believe I'm sitting down. Who are you trying to convince, bro? Yourself?
Yeah, dude.
Because you're not convincing me.
It's funny. The weird thing is he's on video, dude. He's video sitting down in a chair saying to the audience that he believes he's sitting down, bro. Everybody's watching him sitting in his chair, and they're like, he's like, I believe I'm sitting in my chair.
So there's a poet. I just posted the clip in the live stream, so you could see like the back of his chair behind his head, like.
Guys, it's one of those standing chairs. Come on.
Yeah, he has a stand-up desk, and that's just like a.
This is why my favorite heathen quote is from Voltaire when he said he prayed to God that his enemies be ridiculous, and God answered his prayers.
I see. It's a blessing and a curse.
It's a blessing and a curse, dude. Because don't we have so much fun in here, guys? I know you do. You do too.
Oh, I have a lot of fun.
Don't tell me you don't. Like, these guys are, because it is crazy. Damn, dude, I summoned him, didn't I?
No one's having more fun.
Hey, Sasha, is that chair curved? Is it curved water?
I didn't see the old chair. I cannot tell you.
Define chair. Define chair. What do you mean by chair?
Yeah, what do you mean by chair?
Philosophy.
Define it. Let's
I swear up and down.
Let's reduce this to absurdity.
Have y'all seen this meme yet? Or this GIF? It literally is Sasha. But go ahead, Sasha.
If let's say you imagine that it's thing for sitting, then you can call that chair. But only if you imagine.
They told Sasha, and I heard this guy he was speaking to, that a lake is philosophy and a table is philosophy.
What?
Yeah.
Those sound like nouns.
It is philosophy, dude. You're just not intelligent enough to comprehend the philosophical implications of a table, bro.
Philosophilic.
Okay.
Come on, bro. That'll work. Come on.
Somebody's cheating at Scrabble.
I like words.
You ask for the curvature and then you get 1 hour of speech.
Yeah.
That's philosophy on a lake.
No, at the end of it is like you can't understand reality because you don't understand that a table is philosophy and so is a lake. They're philosophy. What the?
It doesn't matter about reality, bro. Just listen to the priest in the white lab coat and believe.
Or in the TED
That's all
Talk.
you have to do, my brother.
Or in the Star Talk. Or in the whatever.
So, and if enough people believe, the UFOs will come.
All over your back.
If you build it, they will come.
And then you show him the flat table and ask him, is it this table flat? And he wants to avoid the word flat. He's saying the table is level.
But it's weird though, because you like the alien thing, right? You travel, light years in space, and just to come to diddle people's booties, like that doesn't make any sense, bro. Like you're not even doing anything like
they don't have booties, man. They don't have booties on their planet.
So they gotta come here and diddle them. It's like every experience that they have with like these space aliens, they're diddling people's booties. Like, come on, dudes, you can't come up with a better lie than that. Like, they're trying to like check out. No, they're probing the butt. Like,
dude,
come on, man.
Space, like,
I love the booty.
It's all about bodily functions, right? They're always talking about peeing in space, and now the aliens are into our orifices too. Like, it just never ends.
And his God is changing every 100 years.
Did anybody Google space herpes?
Yeah. I have it.
You want your algorithm to be remembered? Sheepdog, he's setting you up, man. He wants your algorithm to remember you. All kinds of shit's gonna be popping up, and you're like, why am I getting this in my feed?
Why am I getting all Valtrex ads?
How many of you have space herpes? Because if it's more than one, it's a pandemic.
It's a pandemic.
Yeah, we need to get rid of everyone.
Pandemic.
I think God Rockin' has space herpes.
I love God Rock, and he's my boy.
God Rockin' is too real for this world, man. He's just so base.
Yeah,
like when he was talking to Jesse Gordon, you're full of shit, dude. Dude, Jesse was trying to get around it. Remember the ending part of when I really got upset with him when he Googled that 6 mile laser that with the rangefinder he was talking about, because he never used that one. That was a real expensive device that he was looking up, because he has like 6 or 7 of the original theodolites, like the cheaper ones.
He claims he has 6.
Like he claims. Yeah, he claims. But
I don't think
then
he owns a single one. He's a lying piece of shit.
But he was saying that you can use one to how did he put it though? See the effects of curvature. I think they're designed to see the effects of curvature over that amount of distance. With he was trying to look for the distance that could shoot the farthest, and the one he saw was 6 miles. So he's like, with that, I can use that to measure the effects of curvature. And then he said that you were asking him the question because he brought up like the distance of the rangefinder. He's like, it's 6 miles, and then you were like, well, what are you shooting for? What are you trying to look at when you're looking through that rangefinder? Like, what did he say? Was it like a light or something at a distance? I don't know, some stupid thing. It wasn't used for like what you guys would use it for in the way of like trying to get a building, constructed. It was like for another thing. It was like you had like some kind of light that was in the distance.
Look, I'm with God Rockin'. When I hear Jesse talk or see what he types, my brain just goes, "This dude is full of shit." Like, I don't know what it is. It's just my intuition. I can't prove he's lying, but
I don't think you need to prove he's lying.
Experience of human beings tells me this guy is just a lying snake.
He's a known liar. He's a professional liar. He is a lying piece of shit. I don't know how many more examples you need, but Jesse Gordon is a freaking weirdo, dude. He's straight up off his mind. He doesn't have a clue when it comes to what theodolites are really used for, how to use one. I mean, I've used one off and on throughout my whole life. and never have I used them to shoot a distance further than maybe 100 yards. That's what they're made for. The telescope on a theodolite is not very high powered. They're not made for shooting miles. You don't build buildings that are miles long. That's just, it's ridiculous.
Well, they keep inserting them into this conversation as it has some sort of merit to be used, and that's the issue that we're having in this specific arena of discussion. They want to bring in theodolites so badly, and these, like, I guess, what are they? Transit stations, total station? What are you guys like calling these? Is that what they're called? Like their device name?
Well, there's a total
Is
station.
it a different type?
Yeah, they're just a different type. A total station is more for like doing a higher variety of things, and a builder's level is just for shooting grades. A theodolite is used for shooting basically 90-degree corners for buildings. You can shoot it, aim it down at the stake, down at the square head, right on the nail. It's nailed in the top of the square head. You can put the crosshairs right on it, and then you can post your theodolite right over the top of the square head. Use the plumb bob to go down and place it right over the top of the nail, and then you can turn it 90 degrees to aim at another square head over, aim it down, and then have somebody with a pencil move it back and forth, and you say, right there, put a mark. That's exactly 90 degrees from the one that you're posting the theodolite over. And you can turn it 90 degrees the other direction, do the same thing. That's what they're made for. That's what a theodolite is used for in the field of construction, and it is not used to shoot for curvature of the Earth. It's not what it's made for, and he's just a liar. Period. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, it's just
basically made for shooting 90-degree corners to get the building perfectly square, the perfect size, whatever, so you can put the footings and the foundation up, shoot the grade. They're also good for shooting grades. You find the grade on the manhole in the street, tells you exactly how many feet and inches above sea level that manhole is, and then you just transfer it over, create a datum over in the middle of where you're building, put a post in the ground, put a mark on it so it's exactly so many feet and inches above sea level, and then you can do the math between that mark and what it says on your blueprints where they want the footings. It's basically simple stuff. It really is. It's not complicated at all. I sat any one of you guys down and spend an hour with you with a theodolite. You could go out and build and shoot the grades and put the square heads in the ground, and they would be perfectly square to one another. The building would be basically laid out on the ground, and it's not complicated. You don't have to have a college degree. All you got to do is have a little bit of common sense and be explained how the device works. Make sure it's leveled. You got to post it right over the stake, right over the square head with a plumb bob, so it's right over the nail that it's been driven into the top of the square head. And so it's a finish nail too. So when you got a finish nail into a square head, that's like an 1/16 of an inch, or maybe an eighth of an inch wide. The biggest finish nail would be, and so the entire building is going to be within an eighth of an inch square, 100 feet this way, 100 feet, within an eighth of an inch. That's accurate. That's accurate enough to build any building out there. None of them are more accurate than an eighth of an inch of square. And that's close enough. That's how they do it. It's simple.
But they're inserting, like, once again, like, the reason why we have to talk about it, or at least have some sort of like understanding if they're able to be used for looking over the distance of the horizon to see if the Earth is curving. That's because people, like, if you're new to flat Earth, you guys have to understand this. These guys are always going to try to make something seem something that it's not, which is using this device for seeing the effects of curvature, the Earth's curvature. And so I think that's why you need somebody like that's worked with the device, that actually has experience with it, and it's like working parameters to know that it's not going to be able to shoot a distance that's like in their particular ballpark of reference.
Yeah, 6 miles. 6 miles is just way too long. I mean, what size of a telescope and a magnifying device would it take to see something 6 miles away? You can get the most powerful set of binoculars. You can get a high-powered telescope. It's going to be hard to see the exact grade or even read the story pole at 6 miles. Those things just don't have that powerful of a telescope. They just don't. You're going to be looking at something and you're going to see the story pole, but to be able to see the marks on it and the lines on it and read them accurately, they're going to be so small in the device. It's going to be really hard to say mark it right there. You can get a ballpark figure maybe, but that's about it.
So you think he's barking up the wrong tree with this whole device being used for measuring the effects of the Earth's curvature? Like you guys are experts, or I'd say use the tool. For him to use it in this arena to say that he can use it for any discussion holding merit to the Earth being a globe.
Well, let me just put it to you this way. They do make a theodolite, a total station type theodolite, that they say can be used for geodetic survey, and you can shoot grades, 6 miles in distance and actually use it but it's for surveying. It is not made to shoot curvature of the Earth. I mean, they say that they are, but I've never seen one that says in the instructions and in the booklet when you get it that this device is used for shooting the curvature of the Earth.
They listen, and a lot of these guys, they just don't understand geodetic surveying. They're not measuring the curvature of the Earth.
Right, they're not.
They're taking measurements on the surface of the Earth and then projecting those onto a mathematical ball. That's the WGS 84 ellipsoid, and before that was called the Clark ellipsoid, and before that had another name. So it's this fictitious mathematical ball, right? A fictitious ball. So we can take some measurements and then map those to the surface of the ball. It's pretty simple. It's not complicated. It's like differential geometry. But they're not measuring the ball part. They're not measuring that. They're just measuring the Earth and then putting it on a ball. They could put it on any surface that they can imagine in their head. Right? A saddleback.
Works on a ball.
That's right.
In their own documents, like MC Toon Clown says that, I've showed it in here. Oh, they don't assume a ball. Then when you actually read the document, they say, yes, we're using like the Clark ellipsoid. Right? So it's just horseshit.
Yeah, they don't want to admit it not from the beginning, because then you can just shut them down. They lie about it, and then when it comes down to it, they end up using it. You're right.
They use derivative topics to kind of bolster their position. They never go back to the base premise. Right. I think that's what's usually the issue. When we argue with them under derivative topics, it's already presupposing that they have some working information of the Earth itself. And when you look at the information, it's like in that, page 19 in that PDF, Indio? It talks about using those models that not the actual Earth. And they state it that way. It's right there. It's in black and white. So I don't know why.
They say they assume that the plumb lines are basically divergent, right? That they're not parallel. The vertical plumbs aren't parallel. And then they have a formula with the radius, right? With this so-called Clark ellipsoid to make the parallels, tilt away from each other. And that's part of the mapping, right? That's how they do the mapping and say it's curving, because these vertical lines are not vertical.
In reality, they are. In reality, they are parallel. That's the problem.
Yeah, of course. Parallel within measurement, precision, right? They might be a tad tiny, itty bitty bit off.
16th of an inch or an eighth of an inch or something. Yeah, very small.
Probably even less than that, right?
Right. Generally speaking, that's less. You're right. I'm just using those measurements, Phil. People that are familiar with, say, a tape measure, they understand that a 16th of an inch is a very small amount. And that's why I say that. That's why I use those terms, just so that people can understand that they are using very, very small discrepancies that don't even exist. They say they do, but they don't. And so it's pretty easy to fudge a 1/16 of an inch. You say, oh, it's a 1/16 of an inch out. It's tipping. They're wider at the top than they're at the bottom by a 1/16 of an inch or whatever. And it's just horseshit, you know. And it's such a small amount that it doesn't.
Yeah, as a ratio of like the distance, right? So if I have like 100 by 100 building, right, being off a 1/16 of an inch is nothing.
Right.
It's like a millionth of the entire distance.
Right. Right. Well accurate enough to build with. And they conflate it into something completely different. That that the lines are not hanging parallel to one another. They're divergent. The top is wider than the bottom. It's just not true. I'm telling you right now, it is just not true. Period. And that's
and then you can throw in the rest of their nonsense, right? That like, how are you measuring anything if you think the line of sight is bending, right? If you think the light is curving, how are you measuring any angle?
That's what you told Jesse Gordon, man. And he was kind of stumped at that. I don't know if he answered you correctly or not on that.
I'm measuring a curved surface with curving rays of light. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
And of course, Quantum wanted to shut him down. He's like, and by the way, there's no such thing as rays of light. It's really like hanging him out to dry.
Right. There is no rays of light using a satellite. What they shoot lasers? They shoot what? What do you mean by a ray of light? I mean, there is no ray of light. You're right. There is not one. It doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, that ray of light concept works very good if you're making like lenses, right? Bifocals, eyeglasses, telescopes, binoculars, things like that. As far as like modeling the internal parts of the mechanism, right? So if you want to know, like, if I have a lens this big and it's this thick, and I know that all I have to do is I put the secondary lens, 8 inches away from that, and I know it'll form an image over the whole thing, right? So at that scale, right, this little teeny scale of the device itself, the ray model works nearly perfectly. But when you start getting in long distances, then like the so-called wave nature of light gets involved, right? Because you have wave interference and like constructive and destructive interference. And this is even known even in making a camera, because if you put the sensor too far away from the lens, you actually get interference. You get blurry where it can't focus correctly because it's just too far away. It's called something like the Fresnel distance or something. So you get like diffraction happening at the lens because it's too far away, and the ray model falls apart.
Yep, that's true.
So so the ray model, it's called the geometric ray optics model, and it's like it was designed for a particular purpose, right? And it's good as long as you use it within that engineering purpose, you're all right. But once you start applying it outside of it, then it's not all right anymore.
Well, it's whether it's right or not. It's not made to be used for that. That they're taking it.
Yeah, exactly. It's outside. It's outside. It's accurate, tolerance, accuracy, precision, whatever you want to call it. It's just
exactly
the assumptions that are made using it are no longer valid.
Right.
So he's just really talking nonsense and trying to make a Frankenstein kind of like amalgamation of like what it should be to use this device for measuring the effects of curvature. Is that all he's doing then?
Yes.
Well, I mean, why do you think they use 7.6R?
Like a veritable soup of like whatever he wants to put in there. Like, you can use this.
Well, think about it. Why would they use like this 7.6R just make the Earth bigger and zoom straight rays? It's because they can't. There's no way to do it using curved rays of light, right?
They can't reconcile it. Yeah.
It's not possible. Like you like a curve intersecting a curve at some place. Like it's too difficult. It doesn't match up because you have to get the curve to intersect at multiple locations, and like you got to think about it like this: you have a circle, and then you have to have a circle intersecting that circle at two different points, like a larger circle intersecting a smaller circle, and it doesn't work out because they have to have that ray, because what they say is always bending down through the gradient, right? But if you're having the ray like skirt the horizon, right? So the ray comes like, say something's over the horizon, according to them, right? It's on the other side of the ball. So the ray is skirting the horizon, right? It's close to the ground. Well, why would it go back up through the less dense air? That
Why would
doesn't
it
make
go
no
through
sense.
Where's the gradient?
Yeah, exactly. Why is it going against the gradient? Like,
Yeah.
why is that happen?
It's not.
So exactly. It's not. But so they have to use these like cheap and dirty tricks, these 7/6R tricks,
Yep.
which are just the ad hoc hypothesis to make themselves feel better.
You shoot a laser, you shoot a theodolite, you shoot anything close to the ground, it's going through one medium of air. It is not going through a gradient, and that's all there is to it. There is no gradient when your line of sight is, let's say, 6 feet off the ground or whatever. You're in one medium with no gradient involved. Period.
Yeah, we know this. Listen, where the rubber meets the road the most is in the military, right? Nobody wants to die. Okay, they didn't invent like a javelin, and they're like, shit, man, we need to compensate this refraction because we're shooting this tank over there, right? So like, and we have the light coming from where the tank is into our thing, and then the rocket's going to follow. It's going to outline the tank, and then the rocket's going to follow to where the tank is. But we need to compensate for refraction because that tank's not really there. No, they're not doing any of that.
No.
None of that stuff's happening. And I think it would matter in that situation because if you miss, you're dead, right? So,
yeah, or you want to make them dead. Either one, you have to be precise.
Well, usually, to stay alive, you have to make them dead because they are trying to stay alive and make you dead.
Make you dead. The other way around. So they're perfecting the art of war in the way of how they're going to make their machines be more accurate. But that's
where theory goes out the window, right? Like how more practical I want to survive. Like nothing, like forget theories. Theories go out the window. And that's like the Kanikabine, right? They like, oh, the Earth's curved. They can't possibly be doing that. Yeah, well, they're doing it, right? And we don't care about your theory. We're going to go find out how they're doing this.
They're shooting straight lines is what they're doing. That's how they're doing it.
Exactly. Yeah, they're intersecting two straight lines from Germany and intersecting those radio waves over England. And then when the plane goes in the crossbeam, they drop their bombs.
Yep.
Right?
That's right.
We got 32 people watching right now on the live stream, and I think everybody's kind of listening into this conversation because these guys in the arena for Flat Earth come in here with the idea that they can talk about theodolites and using them to measure the effects of curvature. And Godrockin has used this device in his line of work. Mimas has as well. Indio is very knowledgeable on the topic too. So it's like when you hear people talking about it in a way that makes perfect sense that you cannot use it for what they try to use it for, then you can actually see it's not possible that they bring it into this topic of discussion. You can't use it for this.
Right. They claim you can, and they feel like they have the high ground. They want everybody to believe that they've done this and it works and this and that. And no, they've not done it. It does not work. They're liars. They're using it the way that it's supposed to be used, and it's accurate if you do so. And you can hit the target. You can do whatever. You can shoot grades at whatever distances if you're using it within its parameters and using it properly. There is no unparalleled plumb lines, period. They don't exist.
Yeah, there was something he was talking about as far as like his video of drop on the buildings that he was shooting at with the device. And then I don't know, Indio, you or Mimas had asked him if it was like the same on a different day. And I think he said, no, there was a variance that changed or something like that. Was it you, Indio? I think you...
Yeah, I don't remember exactly.
Oh, now the plumb line changes because of the variance of the atmosphere. Is that
yeah. So his line of what he was shooting was looking through the rangefinder changed. It was like I don't know what degree of distance he was saying, but it did change, and it was like a different the horizon or the plumb line changed, so it wasn't the same the next day. So it's like, well, if that changed, then how are you going to find out if that is the horizon dropping? In the instance of like saying that the Earth is curving at a drop rate. You know what I mean? It's like you only want certain data to confirm your confirmation bias on what you think.
That's right.
Oh, well, see,
That's
it's a globe
that's
right
the
here.
globe in a nutshell, right? Anything, and this goes to like Cavendish, Foucault's pendulum, like you name it, right? We do some test or observation, and it doesn't match what the globe. So we obviously made a user error, or there's a measurement error, or something's wrong, something's broken. I had a chili dog, like something, like something happened where it was wrong, and we got to do it over again. We got to do it over again.
Yeah, you named it, Indio. You said it's cherry picking. You told him that. Is this cherry picking fallacy? I think is what you called it.
Cherry picking and confirmation bias. Yeah, it's both of those.
And so he was just choosing the data that fit.
The heartburn causes it too, as well.
Heartburn.
Heartburn causes a lot of stuff. You know why a guy doesn't think correctly. You know, in certain instances. But yeah, no, in this topic, he was way out of like his understanding, because he was like, I think you even asked him a question about like, you know, how can he not look at like what the guys who built the device and the experts on this, and they were like, he said something to the effect of like, well, you and I can't trust those guys, right? Like we're not going on what they're saying. We got to come up with whatever we understand, like as if you're in the same group as him, trying to figure it out with the theodolite. And so he was.
Yeah, let's not trust the experts.
He was saying he was just trying to like, because he knew he was backed into a corner, so he was like, well, I know that they're saying that, but I want to do it this way, and isn't that what we're trying to do anyways? Trying to figure if it's an Earth or a globe or flat, like, you know what I mean? Like that, he was trying to, I guess, get to Indio's good side and try to make it sound like, well, yeah, I mean, we're just trying to figure it out, man. Like, even if the experts say it's so, you know, at one point he was cornered, so his way out of it was.
I was asking him about remember I was asking him, I don't know if we got to that far, but I was asking about the elevations, right? So they say this mountain is at X elevation, but that's
the degree. You said it was a degree. It was a degree tilted away from you know. Like
yeah.
And he was like, "What is that?" He didn't understand. What do you mean a degree? Like and he's like, "Oh, that's not that bad." He's like, "It's a degree, dude. Like it doesn't matter." Like you were trying to tell him.
You can easily see a degree with your eye. Just look at a protractor. Tell me if you can see the smallest increment on a protractor. Like if you can't, you need to go get your eyes checked.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to make it seem. It was minuscule. You can't really like it's, and you're like, dude, it's a degree. Like you're gonna notice if the mountain is tilted away. Like
when they made degrees, why would they make like a unit that they couldn't observe? Like, let's we can't see this. Let's make that number one.
Yeah.
Then we'll make the smallest one we can see number two. That makes sense, right? It's silly. So they start losing all credibility when they start like grasping at those straws. Like, whoa. Always like it's too small to see or it's too big to see or like it's always outside perception. That's where they go, well, you can't fathom it. Your mind and imagination is just not large enough to include the heliocentric model.
You're just like, dude, and how did you figure it out? Like that's the case.
Yeah, exactly.
He's right though. My mind is not large enough to calculate a fantasy. You're right. I can't do it.
You just got to be better stuff to do.
If it's not true, I'm not going to be able to see it. I'm sorry.
Well, perhaps if we ask Max, what do you think about it? Max isn't here.
Yeah, he took off, man. He's ODing right now. He's probably throwing. He's probably throwing up.
On truth, yeah, too much truth made him sick.
He already said it was giving him headaches. So we went to the stomach this time.
What a pussy.
Well, no, he said he's been like kind of like researching the topic for the last like couple months, and like it's been giving him headaches just because it's hard. He was youngish. I think he was like in his 20s, maybe.
It's hard.
Oh, he's talking about blurred, not
yeah,
Max.
blurred. Yeah,
I was like Max. I know he's an older gentleman.
Oh yeah, Max knows what's up.
We need a glober. Anybody out there think the Earth is a globe? Come on in here.
Yeah. So what I was telling him, like, so say I'm at sea level, right, and I take the angle of a mountain, right. I measure the angle with a theodolite. Well, if I assume the Earth's a ball of 3,959 mile radius, that angle is going to tell me the mountain is this amount. But if I assume the Earth is flat, it's going to tell me the mountain's elevation is this other amount.
Let me ask you this: how do you measure the angle of a mountain that is not plumb?
It's a good question, man. That's what I brought that. That's what we're talking about, the angle, because the measurement he did, the mountain is so far away that the globe says that mountain is tilted away from him a degree.
1 degree.
So it's not. So it's not plumb. It's way off of plumb.
There's no part of the mountain that's plumb in order to check it.
Yeah, you're looking at a tilted mountain. That's what I was talking. Yeah.
That's the point. It's not tilted. It just goes. It's wider at the base than it is at the top. There's no part of the mountain that is plumb that you can measure and check to make sure that the peak of that mountain is plumb from the center of the mountain where it meets the earth. That's it. That's like that's an impossibility. You cannot measure that.
I like the way God Rockets. You're getting into it, God Rockets. Wait till Jesse comes back again, man. You can hit him up with that. Dude, how did you do this? Like, ask him, because he's going to be... Let's see if he don't give you the old runaround, man, because that's...
I've talked to Jesse more than once, trust me.
He's been tap dancing, for sure.
I've had it out with Jesse a couple times already.
And he seems to be one of the guys that these guys, like, all fall behind. Like, he's one of their champions. Like, he comes in there, or Jesse's speaking, I think we ought to listen. Like, what the hell,
claims
bro?
to own several theodolites. He claims to own this collection of theodolites. Now, why in the fuck would he have a collection of theodolites? He's not a builder. He doesn't do, his field of expertise is not building stuff with theodolites. It's not his field of expertise. Why in the fuck does he own 6 of them?
That's why I think he's gathered this little crowd, is because he has all these they're wowed by all his little toolbox.
Yeah.
What did you do? Buy them so he could have them and say, look what I got. Look what I can do.
It's like a Harry Potter fanboy.
You should see his chest of dildos and vibrators.
Well, they always appeal to the special instruments, don't they? Oh, well, you got to have a precise tools and so on. They're like, oh, look, Jesse has all the tools, but he's not even using them correctly.
Yeah, he's full of shit. I don't think he owns a single one.
Look, and I asked him, I don't know if it was chat or text, so I was like, well, where did you get all these theodolites? You probably bought them secondhand and they're all broken. Like, what do you know what I mean? Like, how else are you going to accumulate all of these? Unless you're buying them secondhand, and why don't these people want them anymore? Because they're broken. They don't want to use them anymore.
Rubbing his hands like a cartoon villain. I got you now, flat earthers. You know what I mean? Like, the hell's wrong with you, bro? Like,
I think we'll be scared of just because he says he has one, and we have people who know how they actually work. So.
He has 11. We're supposed to be 11 times more scared.
It must suck for him to come into this server. And he talks too, like he's I stay away from that.
Привет, He's Canadian or something, isn't he?
He's an interesting dude. Talks like Terrence McKenna, if you've ever heard of him. He talks exactly like Terrence McKenna.
You guys don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I figured it all out with my theodolite and measurements and everything.
And you're like, dude.
What measurements?
Yeah, exactly. What measurements?
I know, but he seems to be doing some good work for those guys. They are just... He gets pats on the back and whatnot.
I mean, he's a snake oil salesman. Snake oil's tasted good. It's got to have some good thing about it, right? It tastes good.
Strawberry.
Yeah, exactly. It's the best tasting stuff I ever had. And it was alcoholic, right? So you got a little buzz, too. But, it wasn't curing anything.
Heroin in them, guys. So I don't think you trust snake oils. The old snake oil salesman.
Yeah, exactly.
He did, literally.
Yeah, they want to buy it, the Globers, because it makes them feel better. I mean, they don't analyze like what he's actually saying. That's the thing. We do, right? He says all these things. We look at him. He has this like so-called data. He's like, yes, it matches perfectly. And then he'll have a little curve, right? Because you got to have the picture. You got to have the picture to convince the crowd, right? Oh, look, I have a bunch of dots on a piece of paper, and I drew a curved line on these dots.
Yeah, you pull up
And look underneath it. Yeah, but underneath it, like I also have this little spreadsheet thing, and with numbers on it. And yeah, well, go check those numbers.
What guy is my spreadsheet?
I did. I checked the numbers. There's no fucking way they could match that curve that he's showing. He just, it isn't. Like, it's not possible. So it's like your numbers don't match the globe model, but your little line graph matches the globe model. And ask him, how's that possible? Because I could just run these numbers like through the curve calculator, just go through them one by one. But I don't even have to go through all. I just go through the shortest distance and the longest distance, right? So if you look at that, like neither one of those match the globe model. So what's going on here? How can it match the globe model and not match the globe model at the same time?
Refraction.
No.
Right.
Fucking liar, like you were saying. He's just a liar.
Exactly.
That's all there is to it.
That's right.
Exactly. We don't have to fake anything. In all my years of being in this topic, I've never had to present an argument that was a trick or a joke or a lie, sleight of hand. We just say it like it is. And these guys have these parlor tricks, Cavendish, freaking using theodolite wrong, and all this, that, and the other. It's sad.
Yes, they are too, parlor tricks, man.
Are you
I'm just glad
triggering?
you don't have to resort to that.
Look at that ha guy that's just talking, right, or on YouTube live stream. He's totally triggered by Indio. Yeah, dude, that guy's got a special beef for you. Check this out.
Who's that? Oh God, here we go.
Yeah, this one's But I'm looking at the YouTube live stream text chat. That's the first thing you put up
in
there.
the text chat, yeah.
Yeah, and then he put laugh loud. Indio said he checked the numbers. Hilarious.
Oh God,
the numbers.
He did. We did this live. I remember you said like, "Hey, look, your numbers are a little too. They're too like perfect." You said I was there.
Yeah,
spiraling in the
we
chat.
got that one recorded, but I also I've also talked about it in this live stream, and I talked about it with him in the lobby, and all the text is there. I can search it up and post screenshots in the live stream text if you want.
Yeah, he's tried to.
And not only that, just he acknowledged it. It's not just me. He acknowledged that the numbers were off.
I was going to say, let's just notice the projection.
The Flat Earth crew is the
guy in the
coolest
chat.
crew in the world.
He's just laughing because he didn't check the numbers. So that's just pure projection from the chat there.
He's tried to get me to meet up with him in different rooms. Why don't we meet up over here and have this discussion? Why don't we go to this room or go over here? You know, I'm like, no, Jesse.
They always want to be in private.
Yeah, exactly. I just tell him, no, Jesse, I'm not going anywhere with you.
We're gonna do it in front of everyone,
right?
So everybody can see how idiotic you are. Pretty much it.
Ha ha ha! Says he knows you personally. I think it's your wife in the other room, man, trolling you.
Oh, hey, get off the PC! What the hell?
I don't think he's married. I don't know.
You could
I
leave
can't think of a single woman that would have anything to do with that guy. He is a complete moron. Oh,
Which guy? Which guy?
Jesse.
He's in the YouTube chat. There's a guy in the YouTube chat.
It's not low T. He's no T. But yeah, dude.
Maybe he's got a bussy.
Probably.
Definitely got some mangina.
Mangina. So, ha, you're welcome to come into the chat if you want to have one with us. Or, maybe stay in the text chat like a keyboard warrior that you are.
No, stay in the chat like a good boy.
Really, because I don't want to hear his voice.
Ouch, that hurts.
It's annoying.
I want to hear his voice. I think it's sexy.
Yeah, do what you're told.
You got a pretty mouth.
Yeah, I've said that before.
Come on, you're scaring me, man. I've seen Deliverance and you live in Georgia.
She sure does got a pretty mouth.
Squeal like a pig.
Jeez. Oh, shit.
Let's look at this here chat. The flat earthers who are talking is a joke. These flat earthers who are talking is joke. Really,
Guys.
for you, Mayhem, maybe you, but you scared. You too scared. I know personally.
Why do I get the feeling this guy's not like English or something? These flat earthers who are talking is a joke.
I sure hope that they're not native tongue speaking. Man, it is. Sorry, I'm on medicine. I'm in the hospital. Hi guys, how's it going? I hope this retard
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
speaking the different language, like English is a second language. Because if that's his normal language, holy shit, dude, go back to school.
I was gonna say, bruh, if y'all don't get the shine unless you want to come and talk, so just stay in the chat like a good boy. Do what you're told. Stay in the chat. Stay typing.
Just FYI to everybody though, I'm literally at a hospital. I'm on some meds for pain, so if I'm slurring a little bit, that's why, and I'll try not to talk too much.
Licky Tintin says, you said it was poofed into existence by a creator. What exactly does he think the Big Bang is?
Poof. I don't remember those
Here we go.
It's a poof, you mongoloid. Licky Tintin.
Stephen Hawking described the Big Bang and gravity as being like a god.
Yes.
He himself described it as being like a god.
Licky Tintin, you believe in the same defined creative force as the primary mover. Whether you want to believe that's unconscious or material or not, you believe that something poofed everything into existence. You absolute retard. People like you are so stupid. I really hope you never have children. And if you do get a girl pregnant, I really hope you believe in abortion.
I hope that if he does have children, that it's smarter than he is, so that they can wipe his ass for the rest of his life.
What an idiot!
Damn, bro.
You just believe everything.
Poetic justice.
Retardation. So
this guy actually thinks he's got a gotcha when he says somebody else believes everything came into existence at some point. Like, what are you, stupid? That's what you believe. It's literally what you believe. What? Talk about projection.
That sounds like projection.
They don't even realize when they project for real.
It's because they're low IQ. They're not just low IQ. Like, if I got to get the only way I can describe them is kind of new agey. They are low vibrational entities.
Yeah,
they're just lower subhumans, or what they
You're
are.
Too scared, as you say from the chat.
You're giving them too much credit.
Don't make your projection so obvious. But I'm with God Rockin' though.
Yeah,
you're giving them too much credit.
I'm giving them too much credit.
Yep,
Yeah,
calling them retarded.
They want
I guess they're. I guess non-sentient, spineless amoeba.
We're getting closer. Oh shit!
Like, do they even qualify as human with that much projection?
That's offensive to rocks.
He's a
By the way,
complicated rock.
By the way, AI, that was a real good part on your when you spoke in that chat with Jesse and them. Yeah, you really shut it down, and when you just mic dropped, he didn't really have a response to you. So it's great because he went straight into like the premise of like begging the question because you kind of linked it all back to that, which kind of gave him the understanding that he's working off just a derivative and it wasn't the premise. So it was great work, man, like on your part. But of course, he was land-based further by Indio and Meme, so it was just, I mean, you were just, after QE was just like, all right, guys, you guys used to play around with this guy. I'm out. So he dipped, and then it was just, full-on land-based.
Yeah, I finally told Jesse that I will have no more conversations with him. Period. It's over. Don't even try.
So, they always try to pick on people like that.
So,
God Rockin'.
So just for the ha guy in the chat that says I didn't check the numbers. So here's the screenshot from whatever, the one I talked to Jesse about it. Yup, that's the data. That's what Jesse said. There you go. Have a nice day.
Got a big bowl of crow right there. He's going to be starting to
get smoked. So just another case of projection. Classic.
It's another case of just creating some data that is fictitious. 100%.
That's gotta hurt.
These people are bullshit artists.
God, you're giving him too much credit again. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm talking about when they're sitting there cherry picking. That's their art. It's bullshit. That's it. You may as well make a fucking macaroni glue poster.
They're picking rotten cherries.
Yeah. cherry picking rotten cherries and making some fermented bullshit.
That's right.
Some fermented. It'll get you drunk.
It's a funny ass clip, dude.
You'll be fucking fat bitches in no time.
Dude, I love that part.
Oh shit!
You might even fight a nigga too.
He goes, bitch.
Yeah. Well, the first guy changes his order. You know what? I'll have a Samuel Jackson too. Good motherfucking choice, motherfucker.
Oh my gosh!
Good stuff. Good stuff.
You guys need a string of like Globers to come in here today. Should get things turned up. It really hasn't been turned up in a while.
Have
Exonaut
Globers
was
been
just
coming
like
in today?
How did you see
Exonaut.
such a shortage of Globers? They're just not coming here anymore. It doesn't seem like.
You know, I'm saying
Why would they when they can't win their arguments?
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm saying Exonaut yesterday left us so unsatisfied. You know, so. Hey, look.
So you're saying he gave you blue ball?
Some dude, you like feel like, man, you just come in here and just like play with my emotions and then leave. Like, come on,
Play with my emotions, Smokey.
what a cheap date, man.
You got to be mad ignorant to roll in here, I guess, like unknowingly. It's probably why we end up dealing with the types of people that we do.
I make fun of these guys all day long.
It's not like you have a choice. They make no sense. I mean, you can't take anybody seriously that makes absolutely no sense at all. There's just no way to do it. Yeah, Jesse does not like me. You can ask him. I'm right out with it. I don't want to talk to him. Of course you don't.
Of course you don't. He wants to do the passive aggressive. So Miggy, you haven't got his mask to fall off yet. You haven't given like his real demon to come out.
Oh, I will. That's my goal.
Yeah,
Next
he
thing,
does the nice guy thing too.
well, he was speaking too much of that like nonsense for me to actually get. So I was, damn, dude, it was my fault because like I booted him when he brought up that like because that thing triggered me, and he just goes like, well, would you guys be satisfied if I find theodolite or total station that can actually shoot for longer than the ones that I have? And we're like, dude, what are you looking for? He's like, would you be satisfied with the 6 mile one? And we're like, well, what do you got? And that's where he presumed to go look into Google and like, well, okay, so there's this one model, and this one shoots for 6 miles, and it does this, and then he started to name like what it does. It's like how it works. I was like, bro, come on, man. Like, you're not gonna just Google some shit and then presume to say like you know what's going on here, man. You have not used that device. He's like, but it's like the other ones, and so therefore I know it's like. And then that's when God Rockin' was saying, well, what are you shooting for? And he was like, well, you got to lighten the distance. And then it's like as if he was already using the device to know what he was going to see and how he was going to see it and like everything, dude. It's just like, yeah, just
Trying to sandbag you?
Yeah, bro. And I was just like, no, you got to stop, dude. He's like, no, but so you're not going to allow me to speak?
So there's a theodolite called the Wild T4. They're discontinued. They're not made anymore. But they were used back in the 70s, probably like between the 50s and the 70s. There were a model that was made. They're not electronic. They're the old school one. And that supposedly can shoot 50 miles because it was used for like, the North American survey, like going from mountaintop to mountaintop. That's how they used it.
That's the ones I've always used, is the mechanicals. I've never used them electronic.
And the mechanical ones have a giant telescope. Like the aperture part is like, I don't know, 2 to 4 inches wide.
Right.
But if you look at the modern ones, like they're like my cell phone. It's got a camera like an opening as large as that, right? So the diameter of the lens determines like how much you can resolve of something. And like I have never been able to understand how they can say, well, a total station can sight for like 30 kilometers or something. Like,
Yeah.
no, there's no way. Not with that size, like a 1 inch opening. That's
Bro,
not
they say it's
possible.
unlimited. They don't even they say it's unlimited distance. They don't even give it like a distance. They say, well, you can see as far as it can see. It's unlimited.
I mean,
I'm like,
just
how the
use your common sense, right? Think of cameras, right? You go to Best Buy or whatever, right? You look at the cameras. Okay, the cameras that are better, that do better resolution. Just look at the lenses. How big is the lens that's in this? Right, the really shitty ones, right? Like the Coolpix 900 or whatever from Kodak, little teeny handheld cameras. Then you go to like a P900. The objective lens is something like 3.5 inches wide. Right? And then if you want like a super, like, even like a DSLR camera, and you go get the lens to get like a 400 millimeter, like those lenses are like 6 inches wide or 5 inches wide, right? So the higher the resolution of the camera, the wider the lens has to be. Now look at a total station and look at the lens on that. That's like a half an inch or something. There's no way they can do what there's like. It can't do what my freaking $8,000 400 millimeter freaking telephoto lens can't do, right? Like, there's no way it can be better than that. But they're claiming it is. And not only are they claiming it is, they're saying that they're measuring things with it. That's ridiculous. Like, the whole idea is just, they're just lying to themselves.
Yeah, I'd like to see them set up a theodolite that has a lens like the one you're talking about. Put a target out there 6 miles away. I'll bet you couldn't even read the numbers on the story pole. I'll bet you could not even read them.
Yeah, like the total stations. If you look at their, like, I'll get a picture of one, dude. They're, like, the lenses on them are tiny.
6 miles is a long way to be shooting. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I got a picture if I can freaking actually get an image of this. I mean, I just posted an image of a total station. Look at the size of that lens. That's tiny.
I had to shoot for 6 miles and then get read something off of it. I don't know,
Jesse's
man.
doing like 100-mile freaking
100 miles with that thing?
What do you think he's using?
Well, wow.
Not
That's
that
impressive.
exact one, obviously, but he's using total stations. He's using these types
Well,
of
something like this, though, Indio, is it like a more advanced model of the one he's using? Because he's got the cheap versions, I would imagine. He's not someone that's...
What they use these for, right, is they'll take a building or something, right, and they'll set up a bunch of reflectors on it, retro reflectors, and they'll set them up in different places. And the thing will just automatically take hundreds of measurements. This is why I was telling Jesse, how many measurements did you do? Because where I live, they're building buildings all the time. Like, I live in a place that's being developed. It's like kind of development area. So they've built in the last 5 years, maybe, I don't know, 7 high rises. So when they first lay it out, right, they have surveyors out there every single day. They set up one of these and they set up retro reflectors on a bridge somewhere over here. You know what I mean? Because they want to geo position this stuff, right? They want to place it. And this device, they set it up and it just automatically sits there all day and robotically takes measurements. This reflector, then that reflector, then that reflector, that reflector. And they take all the data, they throw it in a piece of software, and they have a 3D topographical freaking map of wherever they are, right? And they measure the corners of buildings to see if the building is shrinking or sinking or tilting or doing any other weird thing. But the point is that they take thousands of measurements but they don't go out there one day and come back in a week. They do it every single day. I swear to God, every single day they come out, they set it up, and I could never do their job because the surveyors just sit there like I hate to talk bad shit, but they're all freaking excessively obese, like 300-pound range and about 5'4", and they just sit there and stare at their total station, but they're not actually doing anything. The machine is doing it all, but they have to stand there to make sure nobody steals it or whatever. So I mean, Jesse going out and saying, "Yeah, I took a theodolite and did 100-mile freaking shot with this little teeny theodolite, and I took one measurement," and just like, yeah, that's a bunch of baloney. And then I took it 3 years later and got the same thing, and I took it 2 years after that and I got the same thing. Like, I know he's full of shit. Because if he wasn't full of shit, like, why can't these guys are doing 100-foot shots? Like, why do they need to take 100 measurements of a 100-foot shot to get an accurate conclusion? But you can take a 100-mile shot and take one measurement and space it 3 years apart and get the exact same thing. That's horse shit, dude. It's just horse shit on space. Like, if you like, that's the thing. It's like you compare what you're saying you did and what people actually do in reality. Like, it doesn't match up. Like, there's something wrong here. But these total stations are basically robots. They're basically automated measuring tools, devices. That's why they call it a total station, because it'll do a bunch of measurements. Some of them will use infrared. Yeah, Godrocket posted an old school one.
Yeah, that's the kind I've used many times. Was one like that.
Yeah,
I've been retired for many years, but yeah, that theodolite right there. You can tip it up and down. You can shoot, like I said, you can shoot angles. I mean, look at that.
And that's an actual telescope, man. That's an actual telescope.
Right.
Hey, we got Pempin that just joined the chat. Pempin, are you there? Pepman?
Pempin ain't easy. Oh, Pempin.
Are you there? Pepman? Pimpin? Pepman? Are you there? Calling Pepman. Are you there? You gotta hear me, bro. Or lady. Hello, Pepman. Alright, keep your secrets then. Well, your mic's unmuted, so we know you have the ability to speak, but you don't want to. Anyway. Well, you can if you want to, but you probably won't. Oh, what's his face in the chat is getting a little froggy. Wants me to go challenge him anywhere, anytime, besides the place you're at.
Except for here.
Except for here.
YouTube chat.
Yeah, he's like anywhere.
Yeah, come on over, dude. We're waiting
anywhere
for you.
where I will not be held accountable.
That's what I said. I was like,
we're waiting in 24/7 flat Earth.
These guys, they'll go like modern day
He
debate.
knocked on our door and he's like, "But I won't talk to you unless you come somewhere else." Bro, you came to my house, so don't bring the smoke if you're not ready.
You mean somewhere where they can spew propaganda and mute you when you tell them the truth?
Oh shit!
Why would I go there?
Wow, dude. He says, "Let me know where if you can find one, then I will." Your 3-point deep dive is child's play. I know your gaslighting tactics. Are you? Wow,
Bring
dude.
the smoke then. Keep that same energy. What are you doing?
That's not gaslighting.
You better not let me down, bro.
That's testing if you know where you are, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't know what that means.
Yeah, you're like, you do. You like. Did you go to like a feminist rally and learn some buzzwords or something?
Dude.
LGBTQ.
Well, why are you running the Twitter feed?
BLM.
You're talking all that trash from the chat. Like, just back it up by joining the VC and bringing the smoke that you claim to have.
Oh, I hope he brings that energy. I hope he brings that energy, CB, if he comes in here. I hope he's so arrogant and egotistical. Oh, woo! And I only got an hour before work, so you better hurry up, dude.
It's all he's doing is peacocking, spreading his plume. He's not even a real peacock. He's like in a peacock costume.
Dude, ain't nobody in here gonna ban you or do anything, so just come on in. Come on.
They always say, well, I'll just get banned. Yeah, okay, well, how come plenty of people roll in and roll out and never get banned or muted? So it's on you, dude.
And nobody gets banned for an opinion. Ever. Well, other than, like, as long as the opinion isn't, like, degenerate and, you know, that has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Bro, he said the 3 points are child's play. So obviously he has the answer. He's holding aces, bro.
Oh shit, dude!
He's holding aces, bro.
Bring the smoke.
Three aces.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
Professor Phil has DM'd me. Hold on. Says,
Ooh.
if you believe in God, you literally believe someone poofed into universe, into existence, and knew everything about it, everyone on Earth, thousands of years in advance before he began the poofing process. How is your belief more logical than the Big Bang? What a straw man.
Yeah, it is a straw man.
You literally believe someone poofed, hold on, and knew everything about it and everyone on it thousands of years in advance? What? Phil, what are you talking about?
Yeah, bring Colonel Sanders in here, Mimas. Let's talk to him.
Hold on, no. Hold on. Hold on. So he believes that happened, but nobody did it?
Right. You believe all of that. You believe all of that, and that there's no intelligence behind it. I think Professor Phil is one of those people who can't differentiate the religious aspect, who can't remove God from religion or a creator from religion. He only believes that an intelligent creator has to be a religious idea.
Yeah, we got local idiot that's in here. Local idiot. What do you got to say about this whole thing? Are you listening in? Oops. Crap. All right, go ahead. Local idiot, are you there?
Yeah, I just joined.
So
I didn't hear anything.
That sounds like the Thinker.
Is it the Thinker?
Does sound like the Thinker.
Yeah, it sounds like the Thinker. Is that the
Are you the Thinker? With the different.
It is the Thinker on a new
Nobody
account.
impersonates my Thinkerino.
He's on a new account. What happened?
I was actually trying to track him down to get get rid of that space herpes, but I couldn't find him. What happened?
Maybe you can give it to this guy. No, I'm just kidding.
Thinker, what happened to your old account?
We can.
How do you get space herpes off of a sex doll?
Well, it does transfer.
So it was a used sex doll. You bought it at a secondhand store. You buy your sex dolls.
Sex doll.
Oh shit! Looks like Phil's coming in here. You've unleashed the Kraken, Mimas.
Yay!
Whatever that means.
Unleash the Kraken
has been opened.
Is he coming in? Where is he?
Damn,
Phil
Phil.
McCracken?
Phil
Hi, Phil McCracken.
That's got to be his new name. You got to name it that when he
Professor Phil McCracken.
What does he want to present this time, though?
Bro, what role did you just give me, bro?
Where is Leave Kicks Bands?
Creation beer.
The ones you deserve.
The ones you need, my friend.
I'm here to learn, though, so I don't know why you gave me that role.
Are you
Let's
there?
go to members. Let's go.
Dude, I just don't know where to look.
Why'd you get server banned last night?
Oh, you got server ban? Damn, bro.
Why do you get server ban?
It wasn't me.
You tell us. You tell us, Stinker.
Thinker, why were you banned? What happened?
It's because I got mad because somebody gave me like some more like viruses, and I said I hated them, and then I got server banned.
They should have
remember
you
his
too many.
name.
See, they shouldn't have banned you like that. They should have gave you the too many roles complainer role, and
I already
then
gave him. He already had that on that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, don't
Professor
ban
Phil, what the hell are
the Thinker. He's cool, dude.
He has like little spurts. Okay, still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, Thinker, do you get mad?
Only time when I get mad is when people give me like a bunch of viruses that I don't like deserve. So it's the only time I get mad.
Well, who are you going to get mad
I'd
at?
be pissed off,
Think
too.
about just think back to the last few years. I mean, who were you going to get mad at? Go punch your neighbor? I mean,
You were locked in your room, bro. Who are you gonna punch, bro?
don't be mad at me, dude. Sorry, it spreads. Not my fault.
It's the government's problem, bro.
They're working their hardest, okay?
And we get to pay for
CFEs
it.
on it.
Where the hell is Phil, man? My time's wasting, Phil. Come on in here.
I got him all rolled up. He's here.
Jeez.
So,
Did he say something like the only time he gets banned is when someone uses violence? Did he say something like that? I thought he said violence.
Oh, we're getting some people coming in here. All right, so I'm just gonna start announcing these new people. Sorry, guys. We got Suiti. Are you here, Suiti? Shit, did we get Mai in here? That's muted. Oh, that's I'm gonna mute that person. Mai, what's going on? Hell yeah. You guys got 30 minutes. Let's go. Somebody speak up. Mai, Suiti, how are you guys doing? Suiti just said, I'm dipping, bro. Mai, are you there? You were muted, so obviously you could speak.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I'm
Hello.
here. Hey.
Why were you server muted?
Yeah, why were you server muted?
Good answer.
Silence is the only option.
Silence is cool.
I choose silence.
Yeah. How about not answering you?
Maybe.
I know. So, you're muted.
So,
but
do
you're
we
back
do a
in.
Professor Phil seance?
I think. Well, this
I got him all rolled up. He can come in here. He can post images, whatever he wants.
But to summon Phil, though, you need to
Talk
at
about,
least.
you got to talk about smashing stuff into the moon.
What's he up to this time? But how do we get
There you
there?
go. We got to do it, man. We got the music playing. The ambiance is going. We got the candles lit.
Requiem. Said like life is but a dream. Come on, Phil.
Phil, you better not come in here when I'm going to work, bro. I'm gonna rage quit.
I'm gonna wait to the last minute.
You freaking! I want to at least get in here. Just, dude. Like if you've never heard Phil roll like the way he rolls, dude, he just goes straight out until like he ignores everybody. He just like starts ranting. He's so full of himself.
He is old man yells at sky.
Yeah, exactly.
He is old man yells at sky. He's like 9,000 years old. He doesn't listen to anybody. He overtalks everybody. How dare you mute me?
He's a poor man's version of Colonel Sanders.
Who does that?
You know, we like
Set a
that.
timer and let him go.
Yes,
I
we'll
want
set
to
a
meet
timer,
that
let him
guy.
go.
Oh,
Damn,
I
my
think you
timer
might.
from the.
And
my
we're going to
timer
ask
from
him
that
why
other
he
guy.
believes everything poofed into existence.
Come on, I gotta hear at least 15 minutes of this.
I just opened up my timer and it's still running for that demonstration we asked for that other guy, Corpuscule. It's up to 88. Hold on, let me post this.
Crepuscular?
88 hours. Some dude, we told him that
Are you still running the timer?
the timer's still running. I woke up one morning and people were barking, just bark, 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 bark in the chat. I opened up my mic. I'm like, what's going on? Well, I'm just going to explain the demonstration, blah, 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 gas pressure container. Don't worry about that. Let us know when you have a demonstration. Mute. So he comes back, I don't know, a week later or whatever, and we unmute him. And, all right, you got the demonstration? Well, let me just explain. And here we are, 88 hours later. 88 hours later. Still no demonstration. Oh. It's terrible. Yeah, catchy. So, Phil, when he gets here, I'll just reset the timer. And how long should we give him?
Let's give him 15 minutes.
15?
Yeah.
Because look, you know I have the attention span of a goldfish.
Yeah, we have to at least get him to say something. Like, if he says something crazy within the first 15, then I'm good.
Damn,
I'll be
you're just
great.
gonna let him ramble for 15 minutes. I'm gonna have to get a notepad.
I mean, if you allow him, probably, yeah, but you have to interrupt him like an old man, you know?
Now look,
okay.
Listen. Listen.
I was gonna say, when he gets here, he'll be like, all right, look, you got 5 minutes. Make your case. Go.
This is gonna be great. Y'all got some popcorn? Y'all better put some popcorn on, man.
I'm going to post his direct quote. Phil, I won't share all of our DMs, but I will share just this one because I don't typically share DMs. But this one has to be shared because it's just a claim in my DMs, right? It's not like all the dick pics you sent me. I won't post those. Don't worry. So this is Phil's and let me do an attribution.
I'm not getting my hopes up, just saying.
No, it'll be good. Promise, CB. You'll have a good time either way. But you gotta get in there like you did with Bob the Science Guy, because that's just gonna make the clip of when he says something stupid after you do, then just that much more sweeter, dude. For your, for your soundboard.
Is Bob the Science Guy a glober or a flat earther?
Staunch.
Yes.
Staunch.
Professor Phil is not banned. When did he send you that, Quetzalcoatl?
That was a long time ago, though.
Oh, okay.
No,
he's not banned.
He's unbanned right now.
If you believe in God, you literally believe someone poofed the enter universe into existence. Isn't that kind of flying in the face of what that other guy said? They were laughing at you for a straw man of the earth being poofed, but he believes that it's poofed.
Yeah, they're the ones who believe it was poofed into existence. We don't.
Sure, I've met some flat earthers that think it was just always here. Not that I agree with that, but...
Well, look, one of the problems here is thousands of years, right? Is this concept of time being a thing that actually passes.
Now, you guys have to hear Meme's take on it, though. I guess you get a nice perspective as to what... but it is logical, though. I was listening to you the last time, Meme, and it's very well put. I do like it, man.
My dissertation on time?
Yeah, I do like it, man.
Like there is no past, and there is no... Yes, we are only existing in a single moment of entropy. There is no past or future.
Right. Every single one of us.
I feel like I've thought that for a long time.
It's all
logical.
existence.
I mean,
all existence is a simultaneous moment.
Yeah, people treat time like it's ticks.
Yes, it's not.
Tick, tick, and they're like, "Oh, well, look at all those ticks in the past." It's like, no, that does. You were just mentally counting that doesn't exist in another place called the past.
That's why if you exist outside of time, right, or not outside of time, but outside of material existence, you would have access to before and after the moment.
Right.
Essentially, alpha, omega. So if you're in the middle, you can't see the beginning or end. But if you're outside, you can experience both the beginning and the end of the moment. Essentially, it's like having a steady state hard drive where you can just access instantly everything.
That's wild.
Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it if you can.
Yeah, so until they can prove to me the existence of a passing thing that's called time, and that the past is just eaten by the Langoliers, right? What are they going? What have they got? We live in a single moment of existence.
Get old.
Entropy.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's the only comeback that I've heard is, oh, but look, you get old and turn gray and things die and stuff.
Yeah.
That has to be time passing. It's like,
maybe that's just the instability of being physical, is that it can't hold itself together. Right. So like that thing, it's not new in the past because the past doesn't exist. And it's not older in the future because the future doesn't exist. It is literally decaying in the moment of existence. And time is just something that we talk about to measure seasons.
It's a man-made construct.
It's a man-made construct. The only thing we have is historical experiences that exist wholly in our heads. And everyone,
cyclical in nature.
Yes.
These I guess patterns you would call them are all cyclical. I guess in a way you could say it relates to a biblical context, is that there's nothing new under the sun. It's all been done before. I guess in context and reference to what we're saying, it's like everything has these patterns that we say, like, and they always circle back again to like, well, like people say that things that in the past that were used are going to be used sometime in the future, like, old idioms or just like the way we are, like it's all going to circle back to again being the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
That's why they're predictable. Like these things are predictable. Human behavior is predictable.
Right. The past isn't written down on like a record. like the record is spinning around and it like it gets recorded into the past. That doesn't exist. It's like streaming. It's like streaming. Okay, like you're streaming a video. It's just that moment that exists.
Mm-hmm.
We got land squid.
You can do is in your mind.
Oh.
Well, I was going to say I agree with that, and the only rewinding that you could technically do would be in your mind, a memory.
Yeah, memory.
Right.
Yeah,
memory.
Memory.
Experiences. Yep.
Well, so where does deja vu come in? Is that a future glitch?
Buffering.
What's going on there?
Buffering. That's the preload.
Wow.
I couldn't tell you. Like all I can use is like
I don't
analogs.
expect you to know.
Like prophecy? Like is that what you're saying? Like prophecy or deja vu?
You've had deja vu before, right?
If you lived knowing with knowledge before the moment and after the moment, you would essentially know everything that has and will happen. Which is kind of a scary thought if you think about like free will and predestination. But that actually, in context, you still have the ability to make all your own decisions. Even if you've already made them, or if you're replaying it, it doesn't really matter in the end whether or not you have free will, because ultimately it's just a perception anyway.
Yeah, I love that, man. That's great. That's a great way to put it. Somebody clip that. That's probably how I encapsulate what I'm talking about without saying too much of like you not having a will to do things. So it still gives like a sense of making a decision, but at the same time, the decision was already made.
Right.
But you're still making it, so you're still held accountable for it. It's hard. It's complicated, but at the same time, you've said it just the way I think I would have. But that's a real great way to. I don't know.
It's like let's say when you have a dream, they will say that you can have a dream that lasts. A week's worth of time will pass in a dream, and they'll say that literally can happen in seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That you can experience a week worth of drama in your waking dreams, and it's in just seconds, it's moments that you can experience all that. And time does not pass, but you still have all the experiences.
So you have the same thing going on with a biblical context where it says 1,000 years is like a day to the Lord, and a day is like 1,000 years.
Yeah.
So it's coherent to what how you're explaining it, but it makes sense too because what is it? These guys that take these psychedelic trips, they talk about going and living like 10 years in their trip, and they've only been gone for like an hour or something.
Yeah. That's why when people talk about what is reality and they say, is it like the mind of God or the dream of God? I'm like, okay, well, it doesn't really matter. But ultimately, if that's the case, then it would be like when you're dreaming, that's your dream. But when you're alive or when you're awake, you're in the dream of God. So it's still going to end up being the same thing. That's why the whole discussion about what reality is doesn't completely matter, because it's what you experience.
Exactly. And how can you describe it other than reality? Because you can't say that it's something else because you only know it to be this.
Right. It's called frame of reference. So
is like
your reference frame have been ruined?
Yes, the reference frame has been. Yes, your reference frames have been ruined.
That's why we need to go on.
Maybe Enoch could tell us, but I don't think anyone else could, right?
Well, that's what I've always been saying, but then people are saying, no, well, we don't act like Enoch. We'll never know. We'll never know. It's like, well, did Enoch say that? Well, can you take me outside of this reference frame so I can peek through the curtain and see all of the things that I don't know what's really going on to make this reality what it is? And it's like, he wasn't just somebody wandering and questioning that. He was just taken. He was like, all right, so we're choosing you, and you're going to be the guy. And it's like, okay.
We're choosing you, and you don't have a choice.
Yeah. So you're taking and you're seeing all these things, and you're just reporting back. And then telling that to everybody else, we're like, dude, what do you mean chariots in the sky? Like, what's going on here? Portals?
I don't know another way to describe it.
And then you're trying to reconcile that in a more materialistic way. You're like, well, okay, so portal. Like, what is like how else are you going to put it? There's nothing that you can compare it to.
Yeah.
There's no baseline for a portal.
It's like in Star Trek when they go to the Q continuum
it like always appears as like some setting from their mind because they wouldn't be able to comprehend it.
Yep. So yeah, and that way it's like, well, great. He was taken to. So imagine if you're taken to a place and you come back, you're like, I don't know what's going on, but let me tell you the best way I know how. So it's like having a cell phone and you're on Twitter, like you're trying to explain something that's so complicated in the sense of like what you know today to somebody. And you're like, dude, what? You know, they still don't get you, but
yeah,
it doesn't negate the fact that somebody was taken to a place that will not be usurped by the ideas of man. So the ideas of man are like, well, we live in an infinite cosmos where the vacuum of space is, you know, like, and they start talking about stupid things like the universe expanding into nothing and idiotic claims of, you know, and that's like, well, then, you know, who really knows this stuff?
Hey, I like it. He posted Quantum Leap. Do people know that in Quantum Leap, it was not science fiction and that he was an actual angel?
But Scott Bakula and the character he was playing?
Yeah, he's an actual angel.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
So I didn't know that.
Yep, he's an actual angel in it.
When was the context actually talked about that way? I thought it was just a dude jumping.
I believe
into...
when they made the movie to close out the series, it's extrapolated on that. And also children could see him because they hadn't sinned.
Oh, that's wild, bro. I'd never had that take on Quantum Leap.
Yep.
I didn't even know that was the the whole premise of it, like him being an angel going through.
Did you ever you saw Kingdom of Heaven, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen that one.
The theatrical release is terrible, but the director's cut, which is over 3 hours, is maybe, I would say it's in my top 5 movies of all time.
You put me a watch list here.
Yeah, so in that, there's a hospitaller night, which, hey, that's what my family was. We were hospitallers. And in it, he appears out of nowhere and he disappears into nowhere. And while he's talking to the guy who's throwing rocks, one of the bushes catches on fire and he vanishes. And a lot of people don't really put together, this guy might not be human. Like he's maybe an angel. So there's lots people fit this stuff into their shows and their movies, you know.
It's weird how the themes are all like, as you say, like we have one collective understanding of our past and try to move forward and dissect it in a way that it makes sense to different cultures and
right. That is what's happening is we tell stories through cultural idioms that in an effort to try and understand our own, our own experiences in history.
I actually love how that happens, how it is kind of intermingled through the media and fiction and stuff. You guys had me thinking about with the experiencing a big period of time within a small period of reality. That's in shows and stuff, like even like Dragon Ball Z. Like they have a place where
Whoa. We lost him. He went off into another dimension and he's going to experience 10 years will have passed when he comes back.
He's going to come back and tell us that he's lived like a life, with a wife.
Come back with a beard.
3 kids, 2 dogs.
There was, I don't know if you've know about the elven mythology, like the real life elf mythology, where people would go into the woods and they'd find an elven glade. And when they left the elven glade, years had passed, but it was only, days for them.
That's weird, bro.
And it's just a funny, these funny stories that exist all throughout history, right?
Yeah, there's no verifying these. Like as far as our part goes, it's just like Ripley's Believe It or Not kind of thing.
Yeah, it is. It does come down to believe it or not, right? And I think there are people who are going to choose to believe it and people who don't. There's people like me who think it's interesting and shouldn't be ignored. Doesn't mean I believe it necessarily, right? But maybe those are trying to tell some kind of story also. Like trying to create some kind of analog to be able to tell a greater story.
Yeah, I think what's weird is that we come from a perspective of like life being only in one particular way. when in like you could say there's things in our past or ancient past that we could look at, like structures, megalithic structures that are like set in some places, that there's these like engravings and like things that are, I guess, stories that have been told on rock that people can look at and like, well, look at how life was very different back then. I mean, not different in the like completely different, but it is like not looked at the same way as we are today. You know, the world back then was, but still, it's almost like they are working in a different environment than we are. Like perhaps people live longer. Who knows? Like we can only see that their stories have been told about that. But are we to say then that life has always been the same way we know it now today? Like a person lives to be 100 and at the best 20 years, you know, and then dies, you know, organically, or is it like there's some greater force at work as to like what animates your body, which is like I would say an avatar that you inhabit.
What if I told you there was no death?
Yeah, I mean,
really, there's no death. Your body dies. Yeah, right.
Yeah, death would mean the complete, like there is no more life at all. But what if life is what we perceive it to be, anyways? Just a conscious like extrapolation of what your spirit actually endures inside of this body that you're in, and then it actually continues on as you pass to the next phase or whatever.
That's why for me a real atheist would have to be a moron. Would have to actually be a full-fledged low IQ troglodyte who has zero ability to introspect. Because you know, you ask these materialist type minds what is time, and you can just hold them to that, and when you can watch their brains melt.
Because they want to quantify it. They want to put it into some kind of box where they're going to describe to you how it's able to be manipulated. And it's like...
yeah, you ask them, where does history exist? Is it still happening?
Yeah, the mental contortions are... You're going to start to hear all kinds of stuff come out the woodwork.
Well, for them, according to relativity, it is still happening. Because if you traveled faster than the speed of light past where time had reached out, you could go back in time.
That's weird.
I mean, they have no clue. They are actually quantifying what can only be described as a mystical concept.
Isn't the latest hotness about them saying that everything goes all the way back to consciousness? Like even like matter, energy, and all that kind of stuff is like all related to consciousness. Like
congratulations,
that's what science is trying to go to now.
Congratulations, they've discovered spiritual Gnosticism.
Yep, that's exactly what it's leaning towards these days. Like I think the current theme.
Welcome to the Godhead. You are now religious.
Has anybody else heard that, or is it just me? Like that's what I've been hearing.
I have
murmurings of like.
I have.
Everything's consciousness.
In the upper echelons of astrophysicists, when they're talking about quantum physics and they're talking about the smallest particle, when they get right down to it, they're like, these things might not even exist. And they may be manifestations of a great consciousness.
Yeah.
And they're using words, the same words that the neuroscientists use: spooky, weird, metaphysical.
Miracle. Yeah.
Like, you know, spooky, weird, metaphysical, you just described consciousness. It's what it is, right? So maybe everything is just held together by the mind of God. We ask the interesting questions here.
Yeah, that gets you to think. Saturday.
Yeah, that was deep. That was really deep.
But wait, there's more. No,
but wait, there's more. I've never voluntarily done psychedelics, by the way, and I don't smoke weed.
What do you mean voluntarily?
I got slipped psychedelics one time.
Oh, how was that?
It was a great fun experience. I had no idea what was going on though.
Well, I hope you had a fun time.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have a bad time for sure, because I was in the
God, where was I? The Caribbean? I forget.
You almost got this picture of what's his name asking a dude in the training day, "Hey, Mimas, I heard you like to get wet." He's like, "What do you mean, dude?" He's
What do you mean, dude? Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
He's already tripping.
That was PCP though, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Yeah.
But hopefully it wasn't that strong of a freaking drug that you.
Well, whatever it was mind bending. But I laughed the entire time. I do remember that I laughed for the entire time that it was going on. But then I slept for like a day.
Were you mad at the people who slipped it to you, or were you just like, that's what it is?
No, because I didn't realize that's what had happened. Not till a couple years later when I told somebody about it, who was a psychonaut, somebody who like experimented a lot, and he said, "Oh, somebody slipped you some acid."
You're like, "Oh shit."
I described to him like what the stuff that was in the drink. He's like, "Oh yeah, it wasn't just rum."
Uh-oh.
So, you think a cruise ship is big? Just big. Look at that thing on acid, and it goes all the way up to the sky. So, just strange. But yeah, it wasn't like an enlightening experience or anything. So
uncomfortable?
No, it wasn't uncomfortable at all. No, I have nothing bad to say about it. It was like being incredibly happy drunk, but not feeling sick and not feeling despair and not feeling anything bad.
Awareness.
Kind of remind you of what it's like to be a kid all over again.
Oh yeah, this guy down here, it's kind of like that. Kind of like that.
Sounds like a nightmare to me.
Like, no, it's all hilarious because you look at your hands and they're just hilarious. You look at the golf cart you're being carted around in from the scuba diving from the snorkeling that you were doing, and it's hilarious. You get to the boat, it's hilarious. Everything's hilarious. And it was like just waves and waves and waves of like weird joy. It was strange, I got to say, but I wouldn't do it again. So it's not in my nature to like give up like my control or anything.
Mm.
Plus, I've come to all these weird existential conclusions through deep thinking rather than like having aid,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would call that aid.
Well, think of it this way. I've heard people say it's like you have a certain view from the ground, but if I put you in a helicopter and bring you up, you'll get a different type of view, and then when you come back down, maybe you can integrate what you learned from what you saw in the sky. So it's that kind of thing. But
I have read good things about the treatment of some psychiatric issues with hallucinogens, mild hallucinogens, because it helps the people it like puts them into a forcible state of self-reflection.
Yeah.
And not like the pharmaceuticals do. And so like I definitely am okay with this kind of stuff being researched and being used in a proper context.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
But yeah, I don't think the model believers, the globe believers, the so-called atheists, which I don't believe in, I don't think that they really appreciate the situation that they're in which because the moment that you know something, you're not going to learn anything.
The fuck you mean?
The moment you know something, you can't learn anything.
What you trying to say?
Bro, are you okay?
I want to say, the moment you know something, you can't learn anything.
No. What you trying to say?
About who?
Oh, that's
Say it right now.
Dude just sent you here. Dude, what's going on, man?
Yo, it's good.
You're chopping up, man, but why are you coming in hot like that, bro? What's going on?
Cause how dare he?
How dare you? What? It sounds like you're about.
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say right now?
What do you mean? What I'm trying to say? I'm talking to you. You listening to me right now or not?
No. I was talking about the guy.
No, nothing. What? What you got? Something
I was talking about the guy. What are you trying to say?
You, fool. You come in here once to smoke.
Dude.
What are you doing?
Dude.
Huh? Answer my question right now.
What do you mean, dude? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What I mean?
Can you please calm down?
You hear what I'm saying?
What you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that you don't know what you're talking about.
What you trying to say?
Freaking
Dude, this
guy.
guy's trolling you.
They're trolling each other.
Dude,
No,
I
you know
watched
what?
the video.
No, fuck that.
There's these funny
No,
videos.
fuck that. You guys are done for now.
No, you're done for now.
You ready? I'm about to bring you on the rabbit hole. You ready?
No, you don't bring nobody no rabbit holes, dude. You got to answer the question.
You built like a rabbit hole. Look.
You look like a rabbit hole.
Hey. What you want to say?
It's not a rabbit hole. That's dude's bussy.
This has all
What
the
you wanna say?
vibes of this freaking video.
Anyways, dude.
Today.
Anyway, yeah, let me just turn the energy around. So you're in here brand new to the whole thing, or what does this guy have? What is his roles? What are his roles?
He's got VC verified and 3 points participant.
Oh, so he's already been around the block?
Yeah.
Yep, I've been around the block.
Okay. I'm trying to scare the people in here. Everybody's like, what's going on, man?
So what is the best proof you guys got for a moon landing being fake?
The hell?
Well, it's not our claim that the moon landing was fake. It's their claim that they went to the moon. So what's the best evidence for the moon landing?
Oh.
So what's the best evidence for the moon landing?
I would say the best evidence is we built a molecular monogram.
A monogram? A monogram? Did he just dip?
A molecular monogram. What a guy.
Isn't that the thing that squeezes the titty?
What the hell did you just say?
The hell did you just say?
Wait, isn't that what you like get your backpack stitched? You know, your initials?
Yeah.
Probably.
A molecular monogram. Wow.
Go over and say the darndest things.
I'm fairly certain he was just trying to take the piss a little bit.
Dude, it just reminded me of this video I watched today. There's like this YouTuber who goes around to people on the corner. He'll go up to them and say something kind of vulgar. Like to this one today, he was like, "Hey, you want to bang on my block, boy?" And he's like, "What you mean? You trying to bang on my block?" Right?
Bang on my black?
Over and over, bang on my block, right? He's on the
Bang
corner
on my
of the
block.
block.
Oh.
And so at the end of the video, he pulls a Bang energy drink out of his pocket. He's like, "I told you want to bang on my block, boy." It's like it's these like kind of troll type videos where I don't know if you guys are familiar with that energy drink, Bang energy.
Yes, Bang. Yes. I was married. It's a woman drink.
Are you sure you don't want to bang on my block? it was the exact same vibes this guy had. What you trying to say?
What you trying to say, fool?
That was weird.
Come on, Professor Phil, where are you?
Yeah, what the hell, man? He did wait till make you
Lagging,
laugh.
bro. He doesn't want to come in here. He needs another guy like Dude to come in here to get the energy up.
Yeah.
Get a hype man.
Yeah. Because all these other guys, man, they're so much of a letdown when they come in here.
Yeah.
They don't got no bite.
On Bark.
Yeah, you're talking about earlier them bringing the energy. It's like they're all about it in the chat. And then when they come in here like the squeaky little mice. Well, I just want to say that if I could ask the question, shut up. Like, sit down. You don't want to. You want somebody to speak from their chest, bro. I mean, they're going to talk about it, being a globe.
I know, right? In the chat, like anywhere, anytime. And then they get here. Like, oh, man.
They got that old 1980s Ric Flair passion, going on. I will take him down in the cage match this Sunday, and I will do it in front of everybody. And you're like, all right, dude, come on in here. Let's talk about it. You guys, I just really want to talk about, like, if it's okay to say I don't know. Is it okay to say this word? Like, he's like, shit. You were nothing like that in chat, bro.
Hey, Glau Bueller in the YouTube says, pro tip. Claims and incredulity is not flat earth proof. What a nonsensical statement. Claims and incredulity is not a globe earth proof either, Bueller.
Exactly. That's all they have is claims of bullshit.
We
And
just said
insults.
we weren't making claims.
Right, so let's talk about a globe earth claim. First we'll do claim, then we'll do incredulity. So a claim is the earth is a globe despite what we see. Okay, that's your claim. And incredulity is, but you're a flat earther. Nobody can believe that. So that, I mean, you've just more projection. All it is.
I know, right? Y'all can't even help it. Like, you're trying so hard in the chat, and it ends up being projection. Come on. Just stop it. Stop running with the Twitter fingers. Click the link. Join the panel. Stop trying to get a reaction out of people from the YouTube chat.
Come get on voice and show us how stupid we are.
Yeah.
Just show us.
Some weirdos, man, for real. I hang around things that I like, things that I enjoy. I watch podcasts that I like listening to.
Dude said making a claim is supposed to make the earth flat. No. It's not a claim.
Jenna, if you want to ban him, go ahead. Unless he gets comes in here.
Yeah.
So yeah, exactly. A claim would be it just looks flat, but it's actually a globe.
Yeah.
Right. That's a claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't pretend like we don't all see the same thing. So we all observe the same Earth, which isn't curved. So when there's no claims, even we don't even need to make any claims. You guys have the claim.
And that's why we don't have the incredulity. You have the incredulity because you think.
Look at this genius. Look what he posted. You have a positive claim that it's not. That is not a positive claim.
Oh my God.
Bueller, you are a retard. You're a retard, Bueller.
If my neighbor claims they won the lottery and I say, no, dude, you didn't. He has the positive claim.
Prove I
me.
didn't.
The burden doesn't lie on me to prove that he doesn't. It's on him to prove that he does.
It's not is a negation. That's a negative.
It's not a positive claim. These guys are so dumb, dude. These are just basic things.
You're not here is now a positive claim to this guy. That's crazy, dude. Like, there's no hope. If you have to teach them like basic positive, negative, like what those dichotomous things mean.
He has it muted. He's just in there for the chat.
I doubt that.
Yeah. I have the VC muted. He doesn't have the VC muted.
What do I look like, a globe? I'm just going to believe random stuff off the internet? Hell no.
Well, Jenna, then he can't hear me say ban him if he doesn't come here in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Because nobody's going to sit there in the chat not watching the video.
I have been muted. That's a lie. That's a damn lie.
Yeah.
That's cap, bro.
What was that? That was a lie.
Why the fuck you lying?
Why you fucking
While you always lying.
It's like the same 5 top of the leaderboard trolls that have the time most spent in Flat Earth chats. So not me. It's not Memis. Not anybody in this panel. It's the same 5 chat skanks on YouTube in the chat that don't want to speak here for some weird reason. But they got to maintain their top of the leaderboard your time most spent in a flat Earth chat. I want to hear more than I am. Go be with your people. Well, maybe they don't even want you.
What's that? The monkey cage at the zoo? That's where he thinks his people came from. That's the one thing I've never understood about evolutionists is that they brag about coming from primates. Like, that's not bragging. Like, have you seen primates? Like, what are you talking? How is that a brag?
I feel like when you call them out on that, they're like, "Oh, but it's not actually primates; it's something else." It's like,
no, it's a common descent ancestor.
Yeah,
so
they're all over the place, dude.
Then you get to get them to admit there's a missing link, so they don't actually have the common ancestor. So
we don't come from monkeys. Us and monkeys share a common ancestor.
So what? A strawberry, or what are we talking about here?
And now John Smith says, muting and banning is so cowardly. You know what's cowardly, John? When you have us muted, but you want to shit talk in the chat and you don't want to back anything up by coming in here and getting on voice.
Oh,
that's cowardly.
Hell yeah, from the chat. You can't say the word coward. You shouldn't even be typing that.
How are you going to say coward in the chat when there's an open invitation to come in here and get on voice? Fight me, bro.
Come on.
You coward.
Scared, as you say from the chat. Stop it.
The guy was saying to that guy, ha ha ha, was like, I'll take you anytime, anywhere, except for that place. Because that's not anywhere, bro.
Here and now.
That's literally not anywhere.
Name the time and place, except for this time and place right now. Now, if you don't mind, I've got to go wax my bussy.
Freaking me with the out of control, bro.
I wonder how many of these
Well
guys,
said, brother.
Wonder how many of these guys' dads went to go get cigarettes and just never came back.
Or milk.
Yeah. Got to go get some milk. All right, Dad.
Goodbye, son.
They're sitting on the porch 20 years later. He'll come back soon.
Yeah, he will.
Why would he lie?
No, you don't get it. He would never lie. That's the thing.
Why you always lying? They can't do it. They just can't put their money where their mouth is at all.
Hell no. Well, first, they don't have any money and doubt they have a mouth anyway.
I have an alert on my desk on my PC. I have an alert on Discord in my direct messages, and I just can't find it. But it doesn't show up as an alert on my phone. But that little one, circled red one, is driving me crazy.
So where's our beloved Phil at? Too scared to enter.
We didn't start the seance correctly. We have to have it, I was trying to say it needs to be a group of at least 5 or more people to summon such a creature.
Oh, you know what? Maybe all the big boys need to delete, just leave the call.
Oh yeah.
Then he'll join. Then we just pop back in and
let's just get Pete Shea in here.
Yeah.
Have Pete Shea just sit on here talking, and we all leave. And when they all come in, we jump in and mute Pete.
Just,
aha!
Or me,
you fell for the rat trap. Ha ha ha!
Just set a little bait. So that's what they do. They
I thought I was going to be talking to Phil.
I've seen Matthew do this and Jesse. Like they'll try to pick on people that they perceive as not being as smart as them or whatever.
As weak.
It's some bullshit.
Oh yeah, they're bullies.
They don't come in here when, like, if you're in here. But if I don't know.
See,
I'm in here alone.
I can be a real bully. I really can. But I have a philosophy that I'm gonna bully bullies.
Oh, me too. I don't even think it's the bully aspect though. They're just looking to like try to. They just know they can't get one over on you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe speaking to some other new people that they're not too familiar with, they'll try their BS.
It's like cheating on a cheater.
Yeah, you can't troll a troll or bully a bully. Yeah.
Oh, there's Pete Shea coming in the door. He's right up there. He's the leprechaun. Where's me gold at? Where's me gold?
Heart stars, clovers, red balloons.
And dodos. Don't forget the dodos.
Dodo. Funny.
I remember
Bill, what a
freaking out
letdown,
seeing
dude.
that GIF. Like, what the hell is that?
Somebody make that GIF, but make it where he's opening the door, and as it opens, it says, "Have you heard of the dodo?"
Yeah. I love that.
I DM'd Phil. I told him he's got all of his roles and everything. He can come in here anytime. Stranglers in the night.
Dude, I swear, dude, these guys will make the worst investigators ever.
I know.
I can't believe these are the people that we live with. These are like the people who vote for your judges and stuff. These guys are horrible. Join the chat. At one point in like the world's hierarchy, I guess he meant at what point in the world's hierarchy do you get revealed the truth? Like what jobs would you have to get to be revealed the earth is flat? Dude, you yourself don't need a job to reveal this information. These guys are horrible at investigating the truth.
Wait, who said that?
No, it's just somebody in the lobby right now.
Oh, let's get some lobby fodder in here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
What job do I need? What jobs? They don't even care about the truth. They're just like, well, what? Who knows the truth out there? Someone has to know the truth. Why haven't they spoken up? Dude, who cares? Why don't you go figure out the truth yourself? It's just a shame that these are the people, like, these are your neighbors. These are the people who would be your jury. But when it comes to investigating the truth, they are dog shit at trying to just like figure this stuff out. Oh, but what job do I need to get to learn the truth? What? Not Walmart, okay? Doesn't matter what job. You can go and figure it out yourself. Job or jobless. It's not like you get a job and in the pamphlet they go, well, today we'll be teaching you about the earth being flat. No, dude. It's unfortunate. Let me message him. I'm trying to think of someone who has a job correlating to the shape of the earth. Bro. No one sees the whole earth, okay? If anything, especially the people you're talking about, he said, somebody who studies earthquakes, they're looking at stuff on a screen. Where do you study earthquakes from?
You study them after they happen.
Well, they know they're being lied to? Like, bro, you should figure out whether you're being lied to.
If you studied earthquakes before they happened, then you would be able to predict earthquakes.
Question for you. Has anybody spoken to Scooty down at the bottom of the server? He hasn't got any roles.
Oh, Scooty, you came in. Congratulations. You are immediately better than everybody else.
Have you been expecting him?
Well, we were calling him in from the lobby, so I'm going to go ahead and give him VC verified just because he came in.
Fair play to him.
There you go. Scooty, you're in control of your mic.
We're going to have to do another site.
I want to be VC validated. What I mean by that is I want to be validated for using any kind of, let's say, unrespectful language. Can I get that? Verified for that? Probably not, huh?
Well, I'll just try to address you. He says he doesn't want to talk, but don't be shy. You're welcome to chime in anytime. But we were just saying, like, you're setting up roadblocks for yourself. Oh, but what job gets the information, bro? You can get the information yourself. Don't need some special job out there to tell you what the truth is.
I would also add that there are jobs predicated specifically on the existence of Bigfoot.
Right. That's a good point as well.
So having a job in a field doesn't make the field real.
Good point. Yeah. Ghost hunters and stuff like that.
There's a company out there that makes ghost meters.
Oh, jeez.
Right.
And I couldn't use the existence of employment to prove that ghosts are real because there's a derivative industry that exists predicated on the existence of ghosts.
But Mimus, why isn't someone from the industry speaking out? Because clearly, clearly someone has to know the truth.
Someone would say ghosts aren't real. Someone would.
Someone has
to know. It's too big of a conspiracy, man.
But how come they're not blocking that on Google like they do Flat Earth?
Right.
Because they say globe isn't real, so they block us. But if you say ghosts aren't real, you're allowed to say that.
Interesting.
Stay within the metaphor.
Yeah.
All right, Matthew. We'll talk to you soon.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Cut the Shit.
Yep.
He made it for us. Look. Have you heard of the dodo?
The who? The dodo bird?
Yeah. See, we got the leprechaun. That's Pete Shea opening the door saying, have you heard of the dodo?
Pete Shea. Oh, what a guy. He goes back a long ways, don't he?
Yeah, he's on the server.
I know. I've spoken to him the other day. I was just kind of surprised to see him here. Just out of nowhere, out of the blue, just shows up. But well, I guess that's what everybody does. But yeah, Pete Shea, he's been around a long time, and
oh yeah,
always involved in some sort of controversy with somebody and whatever. But when I first met the guy, I thought I'm just never going to be able to be friends or even have a conversation with the guy that's going to be productive. Just because he doesn't, he doesn't allow for it to happen. There's whatever we can to avoid it or whatever. I don't know. But,
batshit crazy when he speaks sometimes. Well, sometimes, all the times.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say to Scooty, if you're still with us, let me just double check. They are gone.
Oh, well.
Scooty.
Scooty scooted out of the server.
That's funny because my son got one of those little scooters you stand on, electric, chargeable, whatever things. And you see on the street that you rent, whatever, that is there for you to jump on and take off on if you got a credit card or whatever. Somehow my son ends up with one of these things. Don't know where he got it. Really don't care. But it's funny because my sister named this device, this scooter of my son's, Scooty. Oh, so now, yeah.
I took a while to come up with that one.
My sister's always giving my son shit. You leave Scooty outside in the cold. You don't take care of him. You know, you glue all this weird stuff on him when it's not supposed to be there. You just, Scooty deserves to be treated better than that. That's what she tells my son. I just have to laugh at her. What is wrong with you, Kelly? Oh, seriously. Scooty. So, I was going to ask something here. Did we ever get a Glober to come in on the server to engage or start some sort of a controversial conversation? Yeah. Where is he? Where is she?
I don't think we've had one. Have we had one today?
One what? Glober?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, not that I can think of. But I really can't. I can honestly say that I haven't paid enough attention.
When I woke up, there was not a single soul in the panel. It was just the live stream bot all on its.
The live stream bot, yeah, that was it.
That was crazy. And then, I saw like Indio pop in and Ether holding it down. So somebody's got to get the fire started, get the coffees brewed up for the shift in the morning. So appreciate you guys getting it going.
Yeah,
that's all it takes. I mean, we got to get it cooked up for more flat earthers to join. Maybe there's more things we can do to get ballers to join as well. They like friends. They like holding hands. So, maybe you see how they jump in groups of like 5, 10. They all hold each other's hands and come in at once. Maybe we need I don't know, just more incentives.
They share a community brain, CB.
Yeah, they do. They do.
They hand the brain to one guy who's a speaker, and then everybody's like, yeah, what he said.
Yeah.
All of you agree with him? Yeah, what he said. I'm like, bro, nobody thinks for themselves anymore in that aspect.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what other incentives would be good for them, but
I can't think of one.
Well, it's like, what was the incentive when they would come and do the arena? Obviously, there was a reason why they would wanted to come and do that then, and then they stopped doing it. So I'm sure they lost some of their incentive to come here. What was that driving force? I heard that it was like they thought they could prove the globe back then or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they were talking about looking at the horizon before we started to really bring them to that point with the Black Swan and how they don't have any evidence, and so they started to shift the argument to other things. Then they went to sextants, and then they found the sextant argument wasn't working. Then they went to star trails. They found the star trail argument wasn't working, and there was a couple of things like from year to year where they really were harping on one specific point. But at some point in the arena's lifespan, they thought that they had an argument to still be had. So a lot of the points that we already demolished, and they know that they've been demolished, they don't say them anymore. Like light comes in direct parallel rays, directly parallel. They don't say that anymore. The rhetoric now is it's mostly parallel.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of lawyerese, speak. What is it?
Oh, yeah.
Legalese.
Legalese.
So they start to say that, and that's kind of like, you're kind of using these words, but you're not really saying for certain that these rays are what you're claiming they are. So it's like, and then what are light rays too? Because it's like, there's a whole bunch of things that you're trying to work out of, and we don't let them get away from a point. So they kind of just at this point now not incentivized, not the grand sophists. What we get sophists from time to time, but they haven't been in our server. So once they come in here, it's like a death trap.
I know.
They don't know how to escape except for rage quit or, oh, it's 1 a.m. in the morning, so you know how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Mine's not working that well.
Someone said that last night. Oh, it's 12 a.m. I gotta go. Bro, you've been in here tweeting it up a storm for 3 hours straight. Let me leave you the voice. Now you gotta go. Okay. Got you, bro.
It's funny though, CB, because every time you start to talk to them, they want to leave. I find that usually that's their out. They're like, it's 1 a.m. It's like, fine, whatever.
I did scare a guy off the other day. I feel bad about it still, but he
you do not.
He said bad. I go out and see the globe. I'm like, dude, you cannot say that. I don't care what position you stand, what position you have. You have to be honest about what you observe. We all observe the same Earth. You can't say you go out and see something different than I do. That's just foul. That's wrong. That's out of pocket. So I called him out, and he what's so funny? He made my point for me because I told him that it all started because I said you see flat Earth outside, and he goes, well, no, I see the globe outside. Like, no, you only see the globe on your screen. You don't see it outside. Then he goes to proceeds to make a point about, oh, but look, flight paths. Like, you idiot. You're making my point for me by telling me you looked at a screen and saw curved flight paths on a screen. So it just proves my point even further that you don't go outside and see a globe. So when I stopped him to make that point, he's like, oh, well, I'm just going to leave. It's like, gee, all right, dude, whatever. Next time, just be honest. If there was any resemblance of any curvature, we would have found it. So I don't appreciate like randos coming in here and lying bold face and just expecting people to believe that. No, I'm gonna call you out. You have to be honest. Even the globers now, some of them that we debate won't be honest about. Oh, well, we do observe locally flat, blah blah blah. So we're not just gonna accept going in reverse and have people go, oh, no, we do see curve. No, you don't. I don't care if you believe it or not. So, you're not going to let me tell you how I see curve, then I'm leaving.
How do we not see curve? How do we not see curve?
Well, you don't see hills of water when you go to the lake or the beach or a pond. They're not formed up into a hump. So you don't see curved water.
Hey, CB, can you hear me?
Yep.
Real quick, I don't want to bring everybody down. I just wanted to shout out condolences to Bob Nodell's family. We lost another true soldier Thursday. Bob Nodell passed away.
I heard that also. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, by the way, I was going to ask, does anybody know how he passed? Was it like an accident or something just an illness?
I heard it was a heart attack.
The heart attack?
63, man. That's young.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Enlarged heart, maybe is what they say.
Ooh.
It was a what?
Enlarged heart.
Enlarged heart? Okay.
Ripping pepperoni, Bob. You will be missed.
Yeah, he's looking over all of us. So, how old was he?
Not sure.
I think I'm older than he is. Thank God.
Uh-oh, you're next.
Here by the grace of the Lord go I. Like I've become I have to become much more humble and grateful for where I am. Like, and don't take things for granted. Don't try to go over my bounds. A lot of valuable lessons, like in this path, I've had to learn myself. So, rest in peace, Bob Nodell, and you'll be missed, but you'll always be remembered. Thanks.
Yeah, shout out to Bob.
And everybody else, God Rockin', are you there?
Yes, sir.
You old fart.
Gee, thank you.
Only we can say that to each other, right?
You can say anything you want to me. You're right. I'm not going to be offended because I know,
hey man,
you're just messing. You know, I'm not going to get upset over some stupid, ridiculous thing like that. Besides that, I am an old fart.
Of course, but that's coming from one to another, though. So that's my point.
Right.
Because look how long we lasted.
That's right. And look how much longer we're going to last. The end is nowhere in sight.
I'm an old fart too.
Yeah. Dave, there you are. Another one.
Yep.
Another one.
Good to hear you on here. Day after day, night after night, month after month, year after year. All our people on here, all of us together, we get to know each other. It's a fantastic thing. Gives me hope for my future. And more for the generation that is
Yeah, don't go quietly. Don't go quietly into that gentle good night.
Babies are doing great. They're doing great.
Everybody's on that bad mic drug today, man.
Still on the baby high.
Wait a minute, he's hot micing, right? Timbo, is that Timbo?
Who knows? Baby cares.
No.
She's super.
Kyle, you're on a bad mic, brother.
Kyle.
I'm in
bad mic gang.
Hold on.
Kyle, that's a really bad mic, bro.
Oh, stop. Okay.
At least somebody has a worse mic than I do. I like to.
All right. Should I add Kyle as a friend? I don't. We'll see. Anyway.
Yeah, just a little bit of the words of all of us that have wisdom is, I mean, you're gonna keep doing the thing that you're doing in life and just die well, keep going and rock it till the wheels fall off. Keep telling people the truth, keep being the light, and when it's your time to go, just know that you did everything you possibly could to get whatever it is, the truth, to be spoken. And that's it, man.
And the funny thing about that is I think more and more that it's not really those that are closest to us. It's the ones that we reach that just happen to hear us on that particular day, at that moment. You come to realize the truth about where and who they are, at least a little bit closer. Of course, there's obviously things that we may never know about ourselves and about ourselves and how we got here, what we actually consist of. Like anybody's guess, it's supernatural to me.
I got to get to work, gents. But I'll catch up with you guys later. Probably at lunchtime, break time, or whatever.
All right. Look forward to hearing you again.
Adios.
Always a pleasure.
Later, guys.
There's mayhem, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but I'm gonna jump off and run some errands too, fellas. So I'll be back maybe later tonight after the UFC fights. So,
all right, CB.
Yeah.
Late tonight. Until tomorrow night.
I'll send out a ping in a few hours. The event starts in 2.5 hours or so. So I'll send out a little message for anyone that wants to.
Are you going to the fight or watching the fight?
They're in Miami, so.
Oh, okay.
I would, but no, I'm stuck in Ohio right now. But no, I'll just I'll be tuned in watching. But yeah, send me a message if anyone else wants to watch along. I got you on a little sneaky linky. But all right, yeah, I'll chat with you guys later.
All right,
take care.
Creation Bear, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Florida sounds like a good bet to me. I kind of like some of the thing, something I heard recently. I'm like, I want to move there right away. Like, if I can find the right piece of land. But it's going to take me a while logistically, for one thing. Then, as timing always is the most important thing in anything, in planning. Right, Mimas?
Yep.
What's that?
I'm watching
Anyone
a Twitter video. I'm scrolling through my Twitter right now.
How's that looking? I never go on those other media.
Oh, it's as brain dead as ever.
Yeah, I bet. I've seen little flips of it. Has anybody spoken to schizophrenia? CC verified.
Sonny, your mic is picking you up really like muffled and indistinct.
Okay, I'm gonna try to fix that.
Okay. Schizophrenia. Sorry. Hello. What brings you here? Are you in the bad mic gang? I didn't hear you.
I said just hanging out, chilling.
Oh yeah, bad mic gang. You're just hanging out, chilling, right?
Yeah.
I only got like 1.5 syllables of that.
Yeah, I have connection issues at times.
I got you. Well, I hate to say it, guys, but I got to run for a little while too. So I'll see y'all later.
See you later, man.
Oh, how's this side? Is this better? Hello? Anybody better? What happened? I think mine's just poor connection. How's this sound right now? Anybody? Anybody else there?
You sound all right, Sonny.
Not that great, eh?
It's doable.
Okay, I have some background noise and probably a bad, not good connection. I guess the satellites just they're not quite cutting it. They're having a 3-day weekend too. Probably if I talk louder, is that better?
Yeah.
And not move so far away from the device. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds better than before, yeah.
Okay. All right. So how's everybody's day going here on the flat plane of existence? Great. I heard great. All right.
Wonderful.
I got wonderful. Care to explain?
Yeah, bro.
Clarify? Okay. We're waiting for bated breath.
I don't know, dude. It's just great.
Okay, what's great about it? Could you describe it with adjectives?
It's not cold anymore.
Okay. Hey, yeah, I heard you got a blast through there. There's something to talk about. How do those storms move again? I mean, all those storms and tornadoes and shit that, like, I was warning about a few weeks ago.
I don't know.
About the weather rolling in, starting from the Sea of Japan, across they get in the California current. Comes from Bering Strait.
It's not real, bro.
Can you explain to me how the Earth is flat?
Who's speaking?
The thinker.
The thinker. Oh.
Thinker no longer.
Explain to you how the Earth is flat. Okay, explain to you how the Earth is flat is what I heard. So, what particularly would you like to know about it?
Well, I want to know, like, why people think they're just general knowledge.
You cut off. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Cut off a little bit there. Have to go to my PC probably. So why people think it's flat? Just basically that's it. Okay, so I won't answer your question with another question. So I'll try to answer your question. Why people think it's flat? A lot of different reasons, but they're all based in the natural world that we look at when we are experiencing life while awake or conscious in the daytime. It's a flat, stationary plane. It's used that way. Water always finds its level. Level does not mean curve. There is such thing as horizontal lines in nature. The sea line, the horizon line, your line of sight are straight lines. Would you agree with this?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So if we look across a body of water and I see at nighttime from 5 miles across the harbor, the seashore, right where it's, hitting the rocks, that's a line. If you're looking from a distance, that appears as a line of the sea, especially on things like jetties and breakwaters. So if I can see all the water and it's extending out, and in my view, extending out and rising up as it goes out, so you're looking over the water now, and I can see the far shore with light shining down from the right there. There's walkways that are right along the breakwater. So a walkway goes, and then there's lights. Those lights I can see from 5 miles away. That would be impossible. They would be 16 feet. So, like on some of these masts, these light posts or whatever, they may be 30 feet tall. So half of them would be missing. But here's the point. You would never see their light reflecting off the water, would you? Here's why. Because if the Earth was curved in the amount they said it was supposed to be, there would be a sagitta between you and the light shining on the water. If that light is shining on something that's below your line of sight or level, it would be bouncing on a surface that is pointed in the opposite direction from you, would bounce away, and you would never see the reflection on the water, let alone the light on the water making a line on calm water directly from the light source to your feet. And not only one light that you're looking at, but every single light across the harbor all of those light sources that I can see the light post itself and the light shining on the water right below them at the shoreline, then a line coming from that point directly to my feet from every light source across the harbor. Can you explain to me how that could ever work on a spherical surface where in 5 miles there should be 16.67 feet of vertical drop below your level? Could you explain that?
I don't know how that would work.
It wouldn't work anything like it does. So that's one point about water's nature. Plus, you can navigate across water using right triangles with all the sides being straight, because that's the only way triangles work.
So
you're trying to find a position
What about this black
on a
swan?
surface. Okay, what about the black swan? Anything about it that stands out?
Yeah, like how does that prove like the Earth is flat as well?
Can someone post the black swan image? Let me look at the to text chat. I can put it in. If I remember how. Let's see. I'm an old fart, so. There we go. Oh, thank you, Sasha. So here's what the whole thing is about. You see the ball in the voice live stream voice text.
I can't see it fixed. But I know it's oil rig, right?
Okay, so the image, the whole point is, where is the horizon, which would be the point where the sky and the land or sea appear to meet. It's not the word appear, because it is only an optical phenomenon. It's strictly an optical thing where you see that horizon, because it changes every second, millisecond. It's changing constantly. The atmo, all the gases are swirling all the time. They never are stop or static, which would be required for any static model of, let's say, refraction, which they don't have one. So the point is, where the horizon is beyond a known point in the sand on the bottom of underneath the water at the bottom, a sand down there. They drilled right into it that those oil rigs are stationary. So you got that part?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So the stationary platforms, the furthest one being 9.41 miles, closest one being platform Millhouse, 6.2 miles. The observer this is not a contention. The observer height is 1 foot. You can find that yourself from the source video. We have that available. So, because they say the Earth is 3,959 miles, that means that surface, that's going to require some geometry right there. So, there are consequences on the surface of a ball of that size. Do you understand that?
Well, look, can you say that again? You said something on the surface of what?
There are consequences. The geometry, that the size of the ball that they told us Earth is 3,959 miles to the radius, that the radius has consequences on the surface, and I'm going to tell you what those consequences are. What it means is the geometry on the surface is, there's a formula, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet equals the distance to the geometric horizon. So the whole point of the black swan is the observer's at 1 foot, so that means one times 1.225. That means the geometric horizon of a ball of that size can be no further than 1.225 miles. That means 1.2 miles, which you can walk in about, depending on how fast, pretty quick. 30 minutes. So we have here the horizon is beyond the furthest platform habitat at 9.4 miles. So it's easily at 10 miles. So we just go with 10 miles. It's probably much further, but you don't have any reference further. But the only reference we have is that it's further out, and that line of the horizon is higher up than platform habitat. So we're going to go with 10 miles conservatively. We have that geometric horizon is orders of magnitude further. That would make you seeing that right there. You could go down there and do this yourself on certain days, probably quite a few days. I know, I live in Southern California, right on the coast. I've seen things way, way further. I see 30 miles off just recently. So we're seeing things that would make the Earth's radius 500,000 miles in diameter instead of 8,000 miles. Do you understand the consequences of that? Or how much of a difference or error that is from 8,000 to 500,000 miles diameter difference? That would make everything off. That means there could be no 24-hour day. You can figure out how fast that would be spinning at the outside surface. It was 500,000 miles in radius, or 500,000 miles radius, or even 250,000 miles, 250,000. I think 263,000 radius. So that's 500,000 miles. That just you seeing that oil rig out there, and the water behind it, where the horizon is, would make your ball 500,000 miles in diameter. Come on now. So that's the point, where the horizon is, nothing else. The rigs themselves are only used for distance indicators. That's it. They're stationary platforms, and that's my statement, and I'll stand by it. I'll yield the floor. Any questions, comments, disagreements?
So what's another reason why the Earth could be flat as well?
As if that was not enough.
Yeah.
What's wrong with your own experience? Do you experience any curvature in your daily life?
Like when you're
on Earth, when you go outside, and you're standing on the street, you're looking south down. I can look south down the street. It goes perfectly out of perspective. So where in your daily life do you experience curvature on the Earth you walk on?
Like
or over water?
There's hills and stuff.
Oh, okay. So good. So how about over water? Waves and stuff. Right?
There's like waterfalls, like rivers.
We're not talking about ocean water. We're not talking about running water. We're talking about still water, ocean water that's undisturbed, which the oceans are not undisturbed. They're always moving around too. But
I see a lot of
water. Say again. Sorry.
I see a lot of flat ocean.
Yeah, because you can see over it. So the waves will, however high you are going to be interfered with by obstacles along the path of your sight, your line of sight. Go straight. Well, waves don't go straight. So the mean level, like waves have peaks and troughs. So these people do not understand ship navigation, sailing, how boats work, like buoyancy, like ships are bouncing up and down depending on how big the waves are. If a wave is 10 feet, then that boat is going up a total of 20 feet, up and down, 20 feet. Going up the peak and all the way down. 10 feet up, 10 feet down. From the mean level. So what the mean level is what we're talking about. So mean level would mean on a very calm day, like let's say in the ocean, it's glassy out there. Yeah, it warbles around. It's very interesting to see still water in the ocean where it's just glassy. And I've seen it many, many thousands of times. So it's the mean level we're talking about. So if you can see those little ripples that I'm talking about, even on very still water, if you had a long distance of still water like that, it would be a mirror finish of the sky. So that's another indication that all still water creates a perfect mirror. This cannot be done over distances like the Salar de Uyuni in the highlands of Bolivia. It's the largest salt plain in the world, and it's like something like 100 miles, 80, 90 miles across, and 70 miles the other way. This shows a perfect mirror, and there's images of that as well, of the Bolivian salt flat. Go look into that. You cannot have a mirror finish on water that exactly replicates the sky above it without being distorted if it was curved water. So no curved water. Water is level. So there's the black swan. Water is level, and we can see way too far beyond any kind of scope of their Earth. We have hundreds and hundreds of data points, as Indio was saying previously in one of the bot recordings I heard yesterday. So we have 100 data points at least. I think Marty, excuse me, that might have been me.
Can I ask something, Sonny?
Yeah, yes, please do.
What more evidence do you need other than actually measuring something to be flat? Like, even in building things, you measure twice, cut once, right? So if you measure and you measure again, and you find that it's measuring flat, it's not measuring curved, what more evidence do you need to have for zero curvature?
Yep, exactly. What say you?
I don't know who you were talking to. Who were you talking to? Tony?
The dude dipped. Was it Tony V? No, I thought it was somebody else.
Oh no, I'm just looking in.
They told me his name. He's not here anymore.
It's not me. I'm working right now. Just listening to you guys.
He just dipped, like that person dipped after the Black Swan.
Well, he was in here looking for stuff for some show or something. I'm sure he works for some other YouTube show because the questions he asked were kind of weird. So I'm sure you get a lot of that.
Yeah, they're like a list. I know. So when do you like the other thing is if someone's being honest about it and you're answering honestly, then the other point is, how do you ever practically use Earth as curved? How do you use it practically as curved? If you're measuring your floor, even sweeping your floor, you think you're sweeping your floor across a curve, even no matter how minute it would be, which would be measurable with these days the instruments we have for measuring differences in angle are incredible. So I don't know where these people are living. Like they're just avoiding the whole thing as far as like this curvature. It would be easily measurable with high-tech instruments. So have we not advanced at all? We're still at like they want to stay in the Stone Age, folks, or they want to stay like wherever they think those square sailed square sailing ships were, back in those days, like in the 1400s. They want our minds to stay in the 1400s, in that imaginary fantasy 1400s, which we all know wasn't real either. It was a made up story. All of our stories, all of our history, all made up, just like the globe. It's not my fault. Like I'm just a town crier saying, look, this is messed up. That they have no backing for any of their fallacious claims of just about anything that they have control over. Any kind of information, anything, any kind of train of thought, or like most of the schools of thought, or if you would even call them that, because it has nothing to do with knowledge these days. It has to do with rote memorization and just parroting off what you learn, and that's supposed to be knowledge. This is not what knowledge is.
So, based off like water level, and then the black swan, and then I think with measurement, you say that the Earth is flat.
Yes.
Is there anything else?
How you will call that local? If you measure 10 miles flat, how you will call that? Tinker?
Yeah.
Hello?
Who is
Hello,
that?
Tinker?
Is it Tinker?
Yeah, I'm asking him. If you measure 10 miles flat, how you will call that distance?
What?
If you measure 10 miles flat, how you will call it? Yeah, if it's measured flat over 10 miles, what would you say that measurement is? Is it flat or is it curved?
Flat.
That's it. That's all. What you need.
Here's another question. If
his name is Local Idiot, I don't know why he wouldn't just speak up. So anyway, so there you go, Local Idiot. So that's who you've been speaking to. You didn't get it. My bad.
Yeah. So let's say everywhere over water measures flat, right? Local Idiot?
Yeah.
So if the Earth is 70% water, wouldn't it be reasonable to say that the Earth measures flat?
But then what's the other percentage? Is that just like land and that's it?
Terrain, dude. It's just terrain.
And do you know how we call that land?
Topography.
Elevation.
Not curve, elevation.
Elevation above the sea level. All that land, it's elevation above the sea level. Nothing else. That's why it's flat, because all that water, it's flat. Not because of land. But you have also flat lands, if you want to know.
Yeah, like salt flats. They call them flat for a reason.
Like Kansas, like Holland.
Like North Dakota. Most of the world is flat on a general principle. There's very little elevation throughout the whole world.
All right. Is there anything else?
What else?
That's all.
So
is it anything that can tell you that there is a sphere somehow?
Yeah, how do you know it's a sphere?
Because this sea level doesn't telling me that it's a sphere. I don't know. Maybe it's telling you.
Oh, sea curve, man. Sea curve. So what makes you think it's curved?
I don't think it's curved.
What do you think?
I think the Earth is flat.
What makes you think that?
Because basically the water level is flat, and when you measure a surface that like if you measure a surface, it's gonna be flat.
You are totally on point, man.
And most of the world is flat because if the water is flat and the world is mainly made up of 70% of water, then it's flat.
They are saying that we even don't know that, but okay.
I mean, that's just what they claim. The Earth is 70% water. So for me, if the Earth is 70% water, it's reasonable for me to say that if all water is flat, then the Earth is flat because it's, you know, the majority of it's flat. They tell you that the Earth is a certain size, right? Have you ever Googled how big the Earth is in circumference?
Was it circumference? So yeah, 24,000 something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the circumference.
So, I mean, they tell you that it's a certain size. They tell you that it's spinning at a certain miles per hour because of the times of the day. You know, you can do the math on that just by knowing the circumference. You can do the math on, like, to find out what the radius is, so that way you can find the arc ratio or the rate of arc around the Earth. So that way you know what it's curving at, so you can see how far it is to the physical horizon. These are all things that you just based off of the dimensions that they give you. So if you can do all those things and you can go out and make your own observations, you don't need somebody else to tell you, oh, the Earth is curved, don't worry about it. We figured it out. People smarter than you know.
What if a globe earther comes in here and then they say that the Earth is a globe because the sun is moving, and then that proves that the Earth is a globe because the Earth is moving?
Because the sun is moving, or because the Earth is moving?
No, because the Earth is moving and the sun is stationary, and then
how do you know it's moving?
Because when we look up, the only thing we see moving is the sun and like the moon.
Right. Just like you see the sun moving. So how do you know the Earth is moving?
Yeah, do you feel yourself moving?
That's the whole point, dude.
Only time when I feel myself moving, I talk.
Do you feel yourself moving when you see things moving across the sky?
No.
So why would you think the Earth's moving?
Wait.
Go
Do
ahead,
you feel
son.
every other motion? Do you feel every other motion?
I mean, you could feel air moving.
Wait a minute. When you're tilted your head, do you feel that motion?
Yeah. Like if I tilt my head, I feel that.
Yeah. When you're standing still, do you know that you're standing still?
Yes, because I'm standing still.
Yes. And how do you know you're standing still when you're standing still?
Because you are still.
Wait a minute. Let him answer.
But if you can't see everything, how do you know? Like,
Wait a minute. We're still on. If you're standing still, how do you know you're standing still? How do you think you know you're standing still?
Because you're not moving.
Because your vestibular system has something in it that detects momentum and any motion at all, even stillness. There's part of your ear, in your inner ear, the vestibular system, that is an inertial sensor. It senses that you're still. So you feel every, I'm almost done. You feel every other motion to a minute degree, even probably thousands of millimeters from vertical or horizontal, and any angle in between. If your head tilts or moves in any direction, in angularity at all, or any kind of motion from inertia, from the inertial plane, which is still, right? Then you're going to feel it. So you're looking at the sky. It's supposed to be moving at millions of miles an hour. Because it's so far away, it's moving slowly across the sky, just like the clock, and resets over Earth at the exact locations to the second every single year. How does this work on your globe? How would that ever work? Look, you're not in motion, and the sky could not possibly set like a clock and circle around us like a racetrack in a perfect circular pattern, a kind of tilted pattern, but nonetheless, it represents a clock, calendar, the day, the week, the month. It's got all of it up there. It's our clock. Tells us the seasons.
So with that being said, the sun is moving. You are not moving. You don't feel yourself moving. You have no proof that you are moving. Other than if you are moving, you would feel it and know it.
And the most poignant point about it is there has never been any direct detection of any kind of motion of Earth's axial rotation, any kind of motion of its surface, any real, true 3D image, video of it actually moving or being curved at all. Only photo hoaxing, right?
Yeah.
All are just images that they're composites, every single one of them.
So that's
the one they lie about.
That's what we hold.
The footage that they claim is real.
Hold on, we hold Globers to what they're saying, because you can't sit there and say that the Earth is moving because the sun's moving across the sky. That's absurd. The sun's moving across the sky. That's all you see.
Plus, if we're talking about the Earth, that's stupid to start talking about something else. Right? Why would you do that? When does anybody ever logically do that in life? You would never do that. I'm asking you about, like, something I hear right on here in the surface, and you start looking up at the sky. That would be like, wait a minute, there's a spot on your floor.
It'd be like me
and
saying,
you start looking up at the ceiling to find it. It's exactly what that's like. We want the detection of motion of Earth's surface or axial rotation, any kind of motion, not something else. Not a secondary claim. That's something totally different. Looking at the sky, we already went through that. You're not in motion. Otherwise, you detect it first.
That would be like
they would easily detect it. So, go ahead.
I just want to say that'd be like me saying, like when you say that the Earth is moving because the sun is moving, that would be like saying your girlfriend's cheating on you because I saw the dog having sex with another dog. It's a complete non sequitur of the argument. If you're going to say the Earth is moving, you need to show proof that the Earth is actually moving, not the sun or anything else that's in the sky.
Yeah.
Show you a video.
I saw the dog humping the sofa, so therefore your girlfriend cheated.
Yeah.
So what if they show you like a picture, like a video of the Earth moving from like the space station?
There's never been a video of any Earth moving anywhere because
the alleged space station, the alleged saying that it's allegedly where it is, allegedly doesn't work when you're trying to make a claim. The ball Earth has the positive claim. As I explained earlier, all of our experiences do not show what they're saying. So they have the claim, burden of proof. They got the whole ball of wax. They just need to provide a one single proof. We have not seen one. So what we need to ask is, where's the proof of the ball at one single proof? You can name dozens of different aspects of the actual natural world that we look at, your own experiences and every other human that's ever been born or ever will be born or is living now, all experience the same thing, flat stationary plane, and use it that way, even flying over it. All of your aviation industry people that work in those industries, if you want to call them, they're industries, all right, like whether they're contracted to NASA or not, but they all fly over a flat stationary plane. Why would you ever do that if you're flying fast supersonic jets close to the ground, which they can, if you know how far off the deck these things can fly?
So then what makes people think that
probably classified?
So then, what makes people think that the Earth is a globe?
Because they
Only
were.
that they've been taught it. Yep, just been taught it. Or we all were, even us here. So, like, this line of questioning is like a question that would be asked of somebody. Well,
We all grew.
I'll step back to it.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. We all grew up believing the same exact story. Our teacher told us, so why should we question our teacher?
So bottom line is we have no other reason to believe the Earth is a globe other than somebody else told us that. That's all we have to back that statement. Okay, you say Earth is a globe. Oh, how do you know that? I know that because I don't have anything other than imagery which can be manipulated. So that's unfalsifiable evidence. That's ruled out. Okay. And the rest you just have hearsay. If somebody told you and somebody else said they told them and everybody else agrees that they told them, they told us that stuff, yeah, we can all agree. That doesn't make it true.
If you look into the computer programs that NASA uses for their imaging processing, you'd find out that there's no real image of Earth in any of their. The only thing they claim is a real image of Earth is a picture from one of the Apollo missions, and that technology was destroyed. Even the blue marble that you see today, the one that you see on like your iPhone or on like pictures of Earth from outer space, they're just satellite composite images. They're not. It's data reconfigured in Photoshop on what they think the Earth should look like based off of data.
All right, that's a good point, man. But what are like the globe earthers arguing right now? Like, what are they arguing?
They got nothing arguing. And the Black Swan, they just squawk refraction, which they have nothing that says the refraction works that way, that light works that way. They're all cockamamie. It's just like, it's comedy at this point.
Circular reasoning is there, like as soon as you something them explain something, they immediately jump to another topic because they know that they're about to start lying and giving you some fucking bullshit that they don't fucking know what they're talking about. So they have to topic. That's their argument.
They're starting out with a false premise, and they all they do is backpedal back around. They when they get caught something that's not logical or is just outright lie or fallacious reasoning in their faulty reasoning in their logic, we pointed out they skip to another topic. They have to. They have no way out of this. It's their religion. They don't want to admit it. And they're being backed into a corner because we don't have just hundreds of data points. We have thousands and thousands and thousands, millions of data points of Earth not being what they say and being exactly what I say and the rest of us in here are saying. Everybody uses it that way. So it's like, what's the point? We're arguing with like school children parading around as adults. But I digress.
I mean, that's just all it is. They'll try all these different approaches, but at the end of the day, like when you really look into the information that's out there, there's no definitive information. It's all just hearsay. This person said this. This person said this. This person said this. And then when you go to the direct source, it's so vague, and nobody has ever tried to repeat it ever because they know it don't work. Okay. So are you doing this for a school project?
No, I'm just investigating. No, because I like to go around and ask questions, man.
Well, do you have any questions yourself about like what it is that you thought you've known and you're not sure of? Like, do you question anything, or you just go around questioning what other people have to say or think, and you don't really have like an answer yourself?
It's mainly I ask questions to gain more knowledge.
Well, what do you think about the whole thing?
What you're saying is justified, but I can see why you're saying it, but it's just the NASA thing and all that like goofy stuff.
Like, here's my thing about NASA, right? Is NASA a government space agency?
No.
They're not?
Actually, no. Yeah, they are, I think. I'm not sure.
Governments lie to their people?
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
Do governments lie to their people?
Of course they do.
I mean, it's always worth the investigation. Is if you dig into the document on NASA, you'll find out that what's being told and what's been documented are two completely different stories. So I can already see it. My little 9-year-old is going to grow up and be an employee of NASA. Watch.
So NASA are looking for photoshoppers, so if you want to go ahead and join.
Yeah.
Because I'm mainly like focused in exposing like government agencies. But I haven't gotten into NASA.
Like, if I was NASA, wouldn't I be looking for engineers?
Yeah.
I actually got to step out of here. Hopefully somebody can take over. What? Quelso, I saw you unmute. God Rockin's an engineer, man. He's got a lot of knowledge. Anyway, I gotta head on out. Timbo, if you want to take over, eat the grass. I'm gonna mute up, probably step out. Got my daughter, she's not feeling well, so I'm gonna go take care of her.
Makes me so special.
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
Loud and clear.
I laced up my boots.
Warm out.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Do I dare ask?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Jesse Gordon. Woohoo!
Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuke's ones, right?
Crickets.
Makes me so special.
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God.
I was trying to fast forward. It ain't working.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
I laced up my boots.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuke's ones, right?
I don't believe.
The frozen lake he did.
I don't remember seeing angles for those. I can put them in there if you like.
Well, his shit's all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that there's measurements all over. I know how surveying works, and I know that they take. I actually watch them outside my building all the time because they're constructing a building right next to mine, and they measure the corners to make sure that the building isn't sinking. They sit out there all day taking measurements. And why would they do that? Why do they prescribe doing measurements at certain times versus other times, or in certain weather conditions?
They're trying to reduce inaccuracies because they're shooting for a very high level of accuracy.
Okay. You're not?
Well, I'm doing the best I can. But I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not going to get 1 millimeter accuracy at 75 miles, right?
You're not going to get any accuracy.
So, do you know that there's a difference between a device that says it can measure some angle and what it can actually measure? So there's like the internal angle, there's the precision of the device itself within itself. So say I have a physical protractor, right, with gradations on it. And I know that I can turn my theodolite. Now let's imagine it's an old theodolite with a physical angle measurement, and I turn it. Now there's the precision of the instrument itself, right?
Right.
And then there's the precision of the optic, of doing the measurements through the optic and how those are correlated. When the theodolite says we can measure an angle of 0.05 arc seconds, they're talking about the instrument. They're not talking about the actual measurement.
Right. They're talking about the measurement of the angle of the light.
No. They're talking about the instrument itself.
But don't they list the accuracy for the entire instrument?
How would they measure that? How would they verify that?
You can't verify it.
So say I want to, what is my accuracy at 100 meters? How would I know? How am I going to test that? Am I going to set up an optical path with a bunch of mirrors, try and test it? What about 1,000 meters? What about 10,000 meters? What about 100,000 meters? How am I going to actually test that? How am I going to calibrate my device? Yeah, so when they're talking about precision, they're talking about the physical instrument.
Yeah.
Like a ruler has a precision, right? A micrometer, a calipers, they have a precision. But this is, at some level, it's optical, where you're outside of the instrument, right? So something's happening outside of the instrument.
Okay,
so that's what I'm talking about. So you have things, and I brought this up to you. Deflection of the vertical. And you sent me a page, right? That page had like 9 different models for deflection of the vertical, and they didn't match each other. Deflection of the vertical is something they came up with because the so-called celestial sphere doesn't align, the astrogeodetic surveying, let's put it that way, doesn't align with the geodetic surveying. So they have to have something. They've known this since the 1400s. They have to have something to fix this discrepancy.
so are you saying that whatever you call it, deviation from the vertical, is a likely cause for my measurement that plots out as a curve?
No, the truth is you didn't have a measurement. Not really.
Well, I mean, all measurements of non-integer type have some margin of error, so it's not that I didn't have a measurement, but that you may argue that I had a margin of error that was too large, was larger than the value I was trying to measure.
Well, you know, when we're trying to get...
There's two things, though. There's also the uncertainty. The uncertainty of the accuracy of your measurement in the first place.
And
there's precision, and then there's uncertainty.
Correct.
They're two different things.
Correct. Do you have some evidence that my uncertainty was larger than the what I'm calling the missing height?
Do you have evidence that you allocated for your uncertainty?
Well,
we can't know what your uncertainty was because we have one data point.
Well, but I have a bunch of data points, and they sort of plot a curve. And if my uncertainty had been of a random,
what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Literally circular logic.
Right. Well, what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Yeah. So
why'd you leave all those out?
I didn't.
Did you?
Well, you only selected the stuff that matched your conclusion.
Look, I doubt you took one measurement per observation and then wrote it down and then stuck it on your spreadsheet. You didn't do that. We know you didn't do that. You didn't take an average. You didn't take a weighted mean. You didn't take a mean. You didn't do anything. You cherry picked your shit. Okay? It's obvious.
No, and actually, in some at one of the shots, I took several and I put several in there, and they're slightly different.
Well, I mean, that should tell you right there.
It's slightly different.
What should it tell me?
It should tell you that there's variables you don't even know about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me go this. Is refraction the same when you're looking up versus when you're looking down?
Just keep talking, Jeff.
If you're looking at to a point at a higher elevation versus to a lower elevation.
I would say if your line of sight goes through a stronger density gradient, which does tend to be closer to the surface, then you would have more refraction if your line of sight is close to the ground or the water than if you're looking up.
Density gradient.
So, okay, there is something. It's called unequal refraction error. So when you're going up a slope versus when you're down a slope, the so-called refraction error is different.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking up versus whether you're looking down, right? So some of your measurements are looking up and some of them are looking down. Right? So all these are all sources of error, which is why I say you're cherry picking, because your numbers are too clean.
How do you, I mean, by what standard do you judge that?
By the fact that there's a large, I just told you why. I just gave you one example, is that you're looking up versus when you're looking down. You're going to get a difference, right? So if you do a whole bunch of observations looking down, you're going to get one sort of refraction error, and then you're going to get a different value than when you're looking up. But the thing is, yours all match one.
But they're not all looking up or all looking down.
I know. That's the point. Maybe you don't get it. Your so-called error matches 7/6 star, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. But it's not a universal error. It depends on which way you're looking. The 7/6 R is for horizontal measurements.
Hey, hold on just a second. A customer is calling me.
Literally saved by the bell. Wow.
Oh, I'm about to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to give much of a commentary whilst he's still here.
I mean,
Is what he's done measuring the dip by leveling the theodolite?
Yeah.
I mean, the operational range of level.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get into that, right?
That's what I've been saying. He was and I'll just wait because Indio's got a good point, but yeah, he's way out of.
I'm gonna let Indio do
and the thing is, small errors, small angle errors, like they're great, like the calculation, right? So if I have a small angle error at 10 feet versus 100 miles, it's a huge difference, right? Because that error gets larger.
All right, Jesse's back, Indio.
Yep.
Where were we? Oh yeah. So what if you were in Europe or Finland or Massachusetts. You know that they don't use 7.6R in Europe. They use 0.13, and in Massachusetts they use 0.17. And then you could just go like the Department of Transportation, right? Every state has a Department of Transportation, and every state has a surveying manual, and every state uses a different so-called refraction correction. Did you know any of this?
No, I'm not even sure I know what that means.
7.6R is a refraction correction of 0.16.
Standard terrestrial refraction, right, Indigo?
Yeah, it was the so-called standard. So
yeah, that's
in Europe they use 0.13, and they've been using that. But if you go to like Finland, they use something like what the hell was it? Let me think for a second. It's some huge number or something. It's like 0.19 or something. And then if you go to like here's the funny thing is, it's like kind of correlated to so-called latitude. So the closer to the so-called equator you get, the less of a refraction error that they use in their calculations for surveying. And you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm across the Straits of Juan de Fuca from Canada, but I'm in Washington.
Well, I mean, so what's the refraction error they use in that state?
I don't know. I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and it said it was basically 1 degree for every 932 miles.
1 degree for every 932 miles?
Yeah, approximately.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that means that if for every 932 miles, something will appear 1 degree higher than it otherwise would, allegedly due to standard atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, due to magic.
Sorry, this is standard atmospheric refraction. Indio's just pointed out that there's not really a standard. Yeah, there's no standard, depending on the politics of the country that you're in, or the manuals, at least, of different countries and at least states within the USA. You will have a different standard refraction calculation. Oh, it seems to. It is. I mean, is that new knowledge to you? Have you just come across that knowledge? Right? Is this the first time you've heard about that?
No, I mean, I've seen different representations of the same thing. Some people write it as 7/6R. Others write it as like this K factor of some fractional decimal number or something.
Yeah.
There's different ways to mathematically express the same curve of light.
I need to ask you, is that an optical or mathematical function?
Well, I mean, the mathematical part is mathematical, but it's alleged to describe an optical phenomena, right?
Oh, alleged. Okay. Is it optical or is it mathematical? It can't be optical.
I think it's an attempt to mathematically model.
Explain why you see too far.
An optical phenomena.
So, math is a language. It's explaining why you see too far.
It's not bending light, is it? No matter what the terrestrial refraction is, it's making the geometric shape mathematically bigger.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but
yes, that is what it's doing.
Hey, Jesse, look in live stream voice text. I want to show you something. This is what you think you're doing. This is what you think is happening. That you're on a ball and you're looking and making measurements on a curved path of light.
Basically, except you're showing refraction a rate that far exceeds what is said to be standard refraction.
Oh, no. 7.6R means the radius, that if the ray of light was a circle, it would have a radius greater than the radius of the Earth.
Which means you could zoom in on your own ass. Theoretically.
So 7.6R, 7.6 the radius. R means radius. That means that path of light. So what they do is this circular light path. But it's a cheap and dirty way of just saying, we're going to assume the globe is 7.6 the official radius. And then we're going to model it as straight rays of light.
What is it when you don't have evidence and so you create a story to fill in the gap?
Lying.
Oh.
That's what Globers do, okay?
Yes.
It's called an alibi.
Do you know what the operational range of like a transit or a theodolite is? Like if you're trying to be accurate? Like let's say I'm going to put down a foundation and I need 1/32. I'll make a big flaw here. 1/32 of an inch.
If you're trying to pull 1/32 of an inch accuracy, you probably want to keep it under 50 meters.
It's about, 550 feet. 550 feet. You know why that is?
Why is that?
Well, what's the frame of reference for level on a theodolite?
Bubble levels and or the built-in electro-optical compensator level.
Well, the problem with those is it's the same problem, is they're only a 4 or 5 inches wide, right? What are they leveling? They're leveling the machine itself.
What's 4 or 5 inches wide?
The theodolite.
Oh,
where the level is rigidly attached is what you're going to be measuring as being level.
So why do they make levels of different sizes? Why do they have like a torpedo level and like a 4-foot level and like a 10-foot level? And that if you use those to level something, you get different results.
Yes.
So in a theodolite's little bubble level, it has a diameter of like, I don't even know what, a thumbnail.
So
what I'm saying is the level, right? So you did an observation that was 120 miles, right? Or somebody did. It's in your spreadsheet.
No, 105.
Okay, so someone did 120. It's the last one.
What?
The Mount Shasta to, I can't remember what the other one was.
Mount Scott. And no, it's 105 and I did it.
Oh, 105. Okay. So you think your theodolite, set it up, put the bubble level, that if you drew a line, a straight line, a level line, not a curved globe line, a level line, that you could extend that out 105 miles and it would be level all the way there.
Well, level within plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
That's what you think.
That's what the machine's rated at.
That's what the machine...
How far was that? Like, you go ahead, Meme.
All right.
I've been tripping.
Look, if you use a torpedo level, what you're still saying is it's a torpedo level, essentially, okay? Let's say you have a nice, like 1,000-foot long wall. You take a torpedo level, you draw a line where it's perfectly level. Take a 10-foot level and put it on that mark perfectly. Do you think you're going to still be in level?
Well, I've never tried, but if they were both calibrated highly accurately and you had them both on the same plane of levelness, then they should be.
No, it's not. And we have things to prevent that from happening. Torpedo levels are for specific things because they do not have the range of accuracy as a 10-foot level. Doesn't matter how good it is. It's because ultimately the machine itself can only read itself. There's no invisible thing that says its fidelity has been maintained past that point. You may only need a spot where you need a 4-inch level, and that's the only spot you need it at. But the actual equipment itself doesn't have the capabilities of testing whether that line has maintained its fidelity 100 feet away. Whereas a 10-foot level, you've created a much larger margin of error, or a much smaller margin of error, and so you're going to have more fidelity of your line at either end. I mean, this is basic construction, and all of us who build and survey and who do all this kind of work understand this principle pretty easily, because you cannot build things practically. Like, I could not put down, if you gave me a 4-inch level, no foundation would go down.
But let's say we had a perfectly smooth, flat, level plane, and...
What are we measuring it with? How do we know it's level?
Let's just say that it's floating on water, and so it's level. And we put a bullet level or a torpedo level on there, and a 8-foot level on there, they should both read level if they're both calibrated correctly, right?
So you're talking about putting them both on something that is already known to be perfectly level.
Yes.
Yeah, so almost like them back at the factory being put on the calibration machines that test them both the same exact way. Because you know the 4-inch level is still tested the same way as the 10-foot level.
Yeah, I've seen the videos.
Right. So, but ultimately you still can't use it when you're free floating, when you're elevating, when you're holding it, when you're putting it up against things, when you're putting it into use for practical purpose. It just doesn't work. Because there is no, ultimately you're relying on the ability of the piece of equipment to internally operate with the assumption that everything is perfect going out from it. I mean, this is how we put down houses, how we put down roads. I mean, we put up 1 million square foot warehouses for the military, and they had stations everywhere and GTR units or GRT units everywhere. The reflectors set up everywhere, all over the place. Because they're just not as accurate as you think. And these are, $130,000 stands that we have, that we use.
Yeah. So the question I got to ask is, when you use a physical level, the mechanism in the level that you use to level is liquid and an air pocket. But the secondary mechanism, which is the effectiveness of the decision of whether it's level or not, is what? Your interpretation of what you're seeing. So you decide when the bubble is between the black lines. Right? And everybody knows who's been on a construction site that no two men and no two positions relative to the level give you the same reading. So even with the precisely engineered machine, let's say Stabila from Germany, right? One of the most expensive levels you can buy, the man and the situation is going to have error. So even though the device itself is precise, and the forces acting on it allegedly are precise, the interpretation of whether it's level or not is never going to be consistent. So when you go out into the field and you want to level something, anytime it requires a man to make the decision when it's level or not, or when you're targeting the target at level or not, there's going to be error. And everybody knows who's ever shot a gun that a small error at the sight picture results in a large error downrange. So anybody who tells me that they did this or that with an optical device, the only standard that first must be known is how did you maintain level and maintain your sight picture to validate the claims that you're making. And if you don't have a methodological practice that can result in perfection and negate the error, and you can't explain it, then anything you say after that is a waste of my time.
Well, the instrument is designed that if you follow the procedures, the instructions for operating it, that you will be within the stated accuracy. And besides, the Nikon unit actually has a built-in liquid level, where actually they take and bounce a little laser beam off the inside surface of a clear liquid in a quartz vial, and then that beam hits a little CCD imager, and then based on where in the CCD area that laser beam hits, then the computer is the one that actually objectively, reliably, consistently reads the level. So there's actually no human input in even reading the level on that one.
Right, and that's fine, because like we all have those in the self-leveling levels, the self-leveling transits. How far out have they been tested?
I don't know.
I do not know of a test facility, like a controlled test facility.
I've actually tried to find this out, but there's nothing.
You can't. I already know there is nothing. You can't. The only test they did ever was with mirrors, and then they said there was, because of the inaccuracy of the mirrors, they can never remove a margin of error of even testing. So the issue is there's no way to test how accurate that is. That may indeed be really super accurate, but you're still, like, even with the top of the line equipment, your diameter is now what, 900 feet?
I don't understand.
Or the radius of accuracy. The radius of accuracy is about 900 feet on the most expensive, best transit systems there are.
What do you mean the radius? The distance you can shoot is 900 feet?
No, not shoot. Accurately measure as level.
Oh, meaning that what I think is a straight level projection through the telescope could vary vertically by plus or minus 900 feet?
No. That means that if I send the guy out with the stick, the maximum he can go out is about 900 feet from the transit while I measure. Because after that, error creeps in.
But enough error that, error creeps in at any distance. I mean, even at 10 feet from the front of the device, it's still got an error of plus or minus, say, 4 arc seconds. That's still an error, right?
Okay, if you get that small bit of an error at 9 or 10 feet, 75 miles, 105 miles. And that's if you even know the amount of error you might have. Like I said, they've been trying this with the theodolite, and when they do it, they still can't decide if the horizon is optical or physical. It's optical when it works for them. It's physical when it works for them. You know, they only cherry pick the data, as you have, that supports the initial claim.
So let's say I did get up on Mount Scott, 8,934 feet, and I shoot I shoot an angle to Mount Shasta, 105 miles away at 14,179 feet, and I measure an angle. What's my problem there? Where did I go wrong?
Okay.
Hold on, I'll answer that question real fast.
You go ahead. Sorry. I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about the GIF I posted with the curved lines. Like, you don't even have straight lines to measure an angle. You have two freaking curved lines.
Exactly.
Right.
Check this out. When you orient your device to the image of the mountain, you are not shooting an angle to the mountain. You're shooting an angle, quote unquote, or orienting the device, quote unquote, to the angle of the incoming light.
Agreed.
So to first say I'm shooting an angle to the mountain, you're already self-defeating. And without the accuracy known, right, and the geometry known and all the factors known, you can't make any conclusive statements.
Well, you're assuming that the angle to the mountain and the angle of the light arriving are different from each other.
If you're on a globe, there is no angle to the mountain.
Yes. Listen, on a globe, it would necessarily not be the correct angle. That's their excuse for why. Listen, hold on, friend. That's their excuse why at 900 miles there's a 1 degree off. Now, the reason why they needed this excuse is because of the Selenian eclipse defeated their model, and they needed to come up with a reasonable excuse of why these objects where they claim are in a specific point in the sky aren't where they're supposed to be.
So here's what I don't understand is like we have like over 100 data points with all the measurements taken of seeing things that are way too far down on ground level.
But you don't have any where the line of sight doesn't pass close to the surface.
So, are you assuming that there? Are you assuming? Yeah. Are you assuming that there is some kind of unknown effect that is turning the Earth into a hologram?
I don't know about any hologram, but I do know that when light passes near the surface, it tends to bend downward.
Oh, does it? Do we have Gosh, is there
why do you think that?
Some science for that?
Yeah, I want to know why you think that.
Yeah.
Well, Because I went out to the beach on a hot, calm day, and I set up my telescope below the top edge of a county park sign, and I waited for a ship to go by out there. And then a ship went by, and I could see the water line on the side of that ship, where the water, meets the side of the ship, over the top of the sign, even though the sign was higher than me and higher than the target. So the sign was objectively, physically between me and the target, and yet I could see the target over the top of the sign.
So what was the elevation of your telescope?
I don't know what the absolute elevation was, but I know it was
8 feet,
like a couple inches below the top of the sign.
Was it 8 feet above sea level, or?
No, it was about 2.5, 3 feet, maybe.
2.5 feet. Do you think there's any waves on the ocean?
Not on this day. This was not the ocean. This was the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was no waves.
No waves. Salish Sea.
The Salish Sea. Oh, okay. So there's no waves on it. Oh, okay.
But the water does come in and out, right? The water level changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
you have a surge.
Yeah. And I know where you did the observation, and there's a tight. And if you can look at the currents there, there's a swirl there.
So you think?
And plus, you also said a tendency to bend down. Okay. Your single data point does not show a tendency.
Well, I've got other film from other days showing similar things at the same location.
And we have film of lasers bending into the air, upward.
So about that, it turns out that when the observer is down in a stronger density gradient area looking up to a laser beam that's in a lesser density gradient, the beam appears to be curving up to the observer, even if the beam is actually slightly curving down.
How is any of that falsifiable?
Listen, first of all, that's not the observation. That was done. Like the upward bending lasers, they were done. You can see it going straight and then doing basically a right hook, a J hook straight up into the air. There's a bunch of them. It's not like there's one. There's a few of them. And here's the other thing: is your claim that you can, because light bends down to the density gradient, the lower you are, the more refraction there is.
Well, if being lower makes you closer to a colder water surface that's colder than the air, then that usually does increase the density gradient rate.
So if you've got it...
So hold on, Meme. So the lower I go, the farther I can see. Is that what you're saying? If there's more refraction, the lower I go, that means I should be able to see farther the lower I go.
Not necessarily, because being higher also allows you to see farther.
So where's that transition? Between I can see farther because of refraction and now I can't see farther because of refraction because my closest to the ground overwhelms the refraction. Yeah, it's quite the conundrum, isn't it?
No, but it's simple, and I can't explain it. But
understand what? Listen, I constantly have heard this claim that there's more refraction closer to the ground, that you shouldn't do observations over water. That means that I can see farther the closer I get to the ground. Yeah, it sounds that stupid. That's why you're having a hard time, because it sounds that stupid. And my oven's going off again, so someone please take over.
Where's the paper? Who has the paper on the refraction? Because all of it's done with straight line measurements anyway.
I'm not sure what paper you're referring to.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure why we're talking about refraction, since I made no compensation for refraction in my measurements.
Okay, well, that would mean that you're assuming that the Earth is, like, the horizon of the Earth is geometric and physical, right?
My measurements made no assumption about the horizon. They don't involve the horizon. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if you haven't accounted for okay, then explain the black swan image where you have a horizon that is 10 miles away.
Nice.
Well, I saw the horizon I just told you about over the top of that sign.
Okay.
So
do you know what the black swan is that comes from the ludic fallacy?
Yeah, it means
so the black swan means that it doesn't matter how many white swans you have. That's why it's called a black swan.
But if I were to discover that the black swan were actually a white swan painted black, I found the paint can, I found the brush, I found the guy who says, yeah, I painted it, then I've kind of invalidated the black swan, right?
Well, no, you haven't, because the guy goes down there every day, all the time, and gets these images.
Actually, the BMLS 69 guy said in his video that he went to the same spot as many times as he could, like in a 3-month period, and that most of the time the 3 oil platforms appeared sunk down as if the Earth was a globe, but a few times they were all risen up and all visible as if the Earth was flat.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's say you're looking along the deck of the water, right? And water is reflective, and you're at a very low angle, aren't you? Right?
What's the deck of the water? Just like if I'm down by the water?
Yeah, I'm calling it the deck because that's the flat portion that we're talking about, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the water is a deck, right? So what happens when you lay down? Does the water look like water, or does it turn into a mirror? Comes a homogeneous reflector.
It depends if it's hotter than the air. If it's hotter than the air...
It doesn't have to do with heat, it's the angle. The tighter the angle at one end, the more reflective and homogeneous it gets, because the eye can no longer resolve it. It's angular resolution.
That's not been my experience.
Hold on, friend. It's not just angular resolution. It's the internal reflection angles. Once you have total internal reflection, then the angles of light that are not the water, like not the source color of the water, will overtake them from the angles of propagation to the angles of reception, and you'll only see light that is not originating from the water surface. It's just reflected light, if that makes sense to you.
Right. Now, see, someone posted the image of the sunken oil rig. You see it?
Oh, hold on. Yes.
Right. Is that the horizon?
What's the horizon?
By which definition?
Yeah.
Yours.
I mean, technically, the definition of the horizon is where the sky and the water appear to meet, right?
Appear. So it is. It's optical. It's not physical.
Right.
Okay. So none of your pictures or observations are of the horizon. Then they're just optical. Right. None of them are actual measurements.
Well, I'm not sure none of them of the geometric horizon, the curvature of the Earth that should be physically getting in the way of stuff. All horizons are indeed optical, aren't they?
Jesse, the point of that is that the apparent location in your field of view, and I want to make that clear, it's in your field of view. It doesn't actually exist down in 3-dimensional space. It only exists in the image presently.
You mean like
where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the ground or the water, and they distinguish and change. That demarcation point is known as the horizon. That of a necessity cannot be a physical location. So in other words, when you point something at the horizon, you're pointing it at an image. You're not pointing it at a physical location.
Absolutely. But I don't see what that's got to do with my measurements of Mount Shasta at 105 miles, because I didn't utilize the horizon.
Because you don't have a measurement and you don't have the fidelity of a level line at 105 miles, and you couldn't be shooting along a straight line. If you're on a globe, you're shooting at a curve. Curved light coming in.
Well, let's just say for the sake of discussion that I'm not on a globe, and I'm on a flat Earth, and I'm still on the same mountain, shooting to a line to the same mountain, the same Mount Shasta.
Is this your picture down here?
Let me look. That's my picture, but that's not Mount Shasta.
Okay.
I have a picture of the Mount Shasta one if you like, though.
Well, what's this one right here?
The one that Jace Isle,
Jace AI.
Posted?
Yeah.
That is one of the ones from the data, the chart that shows the curve.
That shows the curve? Where at? Is it behind the hill?
It's what behind the hill? The mountain
is the curve? No, is the curve behind the hill? Because I see a hill and I see a mountain obstructed by a hill.
I just measured the zenith angle to the top of that mountain. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
You don't have an angle. It's curved. It's curved observation.
Well, I measured the angle of the light entering the telescope, right?
Right. It doesn't matter. You're saying, okay, let's just say you're saying you're level to that mountain. You're shooting level to it?
No,
okay, you're shooting the angle from down to up. Okay.
Holy
okay.
crap, dude.
So what? So you think that hill is Earth curve?
The tree-lined hill?
Like if a truck drove in front of you, would that be Earth curve? Because that's a hill obstructing your view.
No, never mind. The hill has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so where's the Earth curve at?
Well, this is just a single data
Hold on, Jesse. Hold on. We got to correct the error on the table. So he asked you something about the angle, and you said, I'm measuring the angle of the light entering the telescope. Now, if you concede that you don't know the path of light from the target object all the way to the telescope, then the angle that the light enters the telescope is irrelevant. And making any assertion based on that is also irrelevant. Can't be applied to anything.
I wonder, is this supposed to show obstruction of the bottom of a mountain?
No. This was just he asked for my source data, and when I go out shooting angles, I line up the telescope to the target, and I take a picture through the telescope. Then I take a picture of the LCD readout. Then I flip the telescope around. You know how you do 2 readings with a theodolite, at least 2. And take another picture through the telescope, and then another picture of the LCD. It's just my way of recording what I was shooting and what the angles were, because that way I don't have to ask myself later if I maybe transposed some numbers.
Hold on. Let's reiterate this, because this is what the crux of the issue is about. The angles of what?
The light as it enters the telescope.
Right. And unless you know the path to the target object, those angles are pointless to know. You cannot discern anything about the target object's angles of propagation from the angles of reception. Because according to the globe model, all the light is taking curvilinear omnidirectional paths.
Yeah.
And so you have no idea which light you've received. So you can't make any definitive claims about the physical location of an object compared to you angularly based on angles of intercepted light. It doesn't work. Can't be done.
Which makes the model unfalsifiable, which means we can dismiss it out of hand.
Correct, which, by the way, the U.S. military validated when they attempted to shoot a tri-band laser to determine the refractive conditions over 120 kilometers for the purpose of perfecting their laser targeting systems. And they found that the results were not congruent with the globe model of refraction. In other words, it was a chaos. It was chaos. The general consensus, right? Not that they use this word, this is my word, but they use turbulent and unknowable. The general consensus is that the path of light is chaos. And the final point that you're getting, right, based on what they said in relation to the globe model, is not precise, and it's not congruent with any standard model of refraction.
I'd like to point out also, Jesse, that Drace very
Somebody pause that.
I have paused the bot so we can go ahead with the conversation here if you guys like.
Fun. What's going on, bro?
Yo.
I'm kind of busy. I can't like stick around and like have the whole conversation, but looked like in the chat some of you wanted to do that. So,
Hello, heretic.
yo,
I can jump in soon.
I got call and put options, dude.
Sweet.
Ready to make money.
Talk to Soviet Dom.
Oh my jeebus. Hello.
Soviet
Oh my god. Yes.
Dom.
Yes.
Hello, mate. Hello, buddy. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really well, thank you, man. Really well. So what brings you into our server tonight, then?
I don't know. Just for fun. Like always.
You don't know, just for fun. It's a
For
fun place
fun.
to be, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Listening to radio, oh my god, very fun. So
Have you
much.
been in the server before?
Oh no, never. It's my first time here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know it's you know it's an Earth server, right? So the next question is, what interest have you got in the cat Earth? Have you got
Have a look at his roles, Jedi. Have a look at his roles.
I think it's probably a mix-up. Like I never been here. It's a mix-up. Okay. I should not have these roles, so it's okay. Wait, I have an accent? Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Well said, my brother.
My brother. Well said, my brother. That was a nice accent.
Alright.
Wow,
Helio's here.
You say thank you to our compliments. Ay. Bro has Slava Russia, Slava
Rossi, Bratuj. Slava Wagnera, Bakhmut.
Tigandon. Slava Ukraini.
Dolgandon. Ukraini. Bro, I'm not. Don't try to swear too much or anything crazy in here. I love to swear in Russian right now, but I think the live stream's on.
Yeah, you can't. Your Russian is horrible.
What do you mean? Oh, because I speak Polish, bro, not Russian.
Ay. Even worse,
are you from
Polish
Russia?
too. You're Polish too. That's bad.
That's great.
You support Russia and you're from Poland. Actually,
I don't support Russia.
No, but you have Slava Russia. That's kind of
It's a joke.
big sign. It's a bad joke.
It's better than Slava Ukrainia.
Are you like on the spectrum? Are you on the spectrum?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. It's okay though.
I was diagnosed as a child.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We all learn. Okay. I'm a very supportive guy. I have a lot of friends that are different kind of maybe extraordinary. So you can be my friend, my extraordinary friend. Okay. Thank you for your response.
Do you think the Earth's flat or a ball?
Ball.
So you believe you're on a spinning ball that's rotating at 1,000 miles per hour?
Oh God.
What makes you believe that?
I don't know. I feel like balls are like an important part of our lives, and the Earth is a ball, so it's really important.
But how do you know the Earth is a ball?
You just kind of go up and see it,
And how did you go up? And when did you go up?
I didn't go up myself, but there are multiple people that have done that. Okay.
Who? And where? When?
Bro, you need specifics. You can just.
I do need proof to accept something as fact. I'm not just going to believe you. Are you God?
Let me ask Google who's the first guy that has seen Earth from space. Okay, let me ask Google real quick.
So Google is your God?
How is it?
You don't know how to learn life by living in the real world?
Can I ask you a question? How else? From where else do you get your information?
I walk outside and I look out.
Oh, so how do you know what happened yesterday?
I walked outside, sun's out, sun went down, I lived my life, everything's all good.
Right. So like if your mother wait, let me ask you this. So if your mother gets shot, right? But you didn't see it. Can you say like that didn't happen?
I mean, if I saw a bullet hole or a gunshot wound, it'd be pretty obvious that somebody got shot.
Yeah,
what kind of question is that?
How do you know your mother is telling the truth?
Because when you see somebody with gunshot wounds in their body, you know they're shot. What kind of question is that?
How do you not know? People can shoot themselves if you don't know that. That happens, sometimes.
Yeah, you just said if somebody was shot. You never referred to if they shot themselves or somebody else shot them. What's your point?
I literally said, let's say.
No, you did not. This is on 24/11 live stream. We can roll it back for you if you don't believe us.
I literally said your mother got shot, right? How do you know she didn't get shot by somebody else? Like
you didn't say that first.
Okay, I'm saying
you didn't say it by somebody else first. Okay, now you're saying it. Thank you very much.
Good job. You figured it out.
Hey, you're not doing very good, God.
No problem. Thank you.
Man, how's that relevant? I mean, Soviet Dom, did you come in here to talk about flat Earth or?
No, I was just interested. Like, how is using Google for information bad?
Oh, no. Using Google for information can be bad or good. Depending on how you analyze the information you come across.
I agree. Yes, I agree. But Satoshi had a different opinion.
Yeah, same thing with Wikipedia, and you have to analyze the information, go on other information. You have to kind of go back and forth and
yes, I agree. But Satoshi had a different opinion, and I really want to explore.
No, I don't think so. He's been here for a while. I'm pretty sure.
He literally said, I said I'm gonna Google something that is pretty easy to find, probably. And he said, "Oh my god!"
But he said, "Oh my god, you're gonna go shit."
I asked you if you believed you were.
What do you mean? You asked what saw the Earth that was round, and I said, "I'm gonna Google who saw."
Why would you need to? Earth. If you knew it, why would you have to Google it if you already knew?
I don't know who specifically, but
so you didn't know.
If you don't know who specifically did it,
I would say I don't know.
Then
he pretty much was saying I had to Google it. I guess he meant I don't know. I don't know. Let me Google it.
Like if I have to go to my teacher to ask something, I don't know because I have to ask the teacher.
What? That doesn't correlate at all. But okay, that.
It's like your teacher's not right.
Google is your teacher. It's pretty straightforward, brother.
Hold on. Who's in control of this conversation right now? Where's it even going?
I know.
Who's in control?
I know. I was called God for using Google. I just was curious how he came out to that conclusion.
Oh, I just think it's ridiculous that you have to use Google.
Oh my god! Do you find your information for encyclopedias?
Let's simplify this for everyone. I mean, sometimes I'll be listening to you guys talk, and I'll be Googling shit and Wikipedia and shit while you guys are talking, looking at information, finding the best, response to what information you guys are bringing, so that I don't look like a dumbass if I want to have a retort or support a certain point. So there's nothing wrong with using Google or YouTube or freaking Wikipedia. But
where do you get the best information from then on the internet? How do you know what's most accurate?
It depends.
Use common sense.
Common sense. There you go. See, how am I agreeing with Soviet Dom?
Because I'm better. I'm stronger.
You're better. No. No, but I've been doing this for years, and so have all of us. I mean, where are you going to find your information? I mean, you're not going to find it from your teacher in high school or your teacher in college.
That's what I'm saying.
You're going to look at several different Wikipedia articles, compare, contrast the information, find exactly what the point that was made, or even someone will promote a point, or they'll say something. It's like, all right, so you said this. Now, here's some articles I found about what you said. Now, are you confirming? I mean, and you might find some articles that are denying their point, So, yeah, I do research in the background while I listen to you guys talk,
See?
And I use Google and Wikipedia and other things, too. I mean, I just...
oh, my God. Helio can use Google. That's actually insane. Satoshi, did you know
Dude,
that?
I've always been a Google Earther, man. As a matter of fact, my new thing, I don't have. Yeah, I do have. Google Earther is on there. See it right there. You can click on me, and I'm a Google Earther.
Let's go.
Soviet Dom.
Yes.
Soviet Dom.
Yes.
Yes. You sound like Count Dracula.
Yes.
But hey, yeah, I know. So do you believe you live on a globe, Count Dracula, or what?
Yes.
Yeah. So what proof have you got?
Space. Go up.
Space.
Go up. Far equal. Go up far.
Space from Earth or from outer space.
So how far do you need to go up?
Big up until you see the globe, until you see the whole Earth from far.
How far do you have to go up there to see the entire globe?
See, now you change your voice. You just have to go up. I'm Count Dracula.
Yes.
I'm Globe Dracula.
Exactly.
Like I said,
Chris, can you take control of this, please?
Let's rein it in.
Yeah, I got it, man. It's all right.
Let's rein it in.
All right. So,
how far
do you need to go, mate?
Who's in control of
stop, man?
this conversation?
Just stop, mate, and just listen. And
let Chris. Chris is trying to do it.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't want to do it.
Breaking up.
Him, then that needs to stop.
Be fun. What?
I mean, if you think this is a joke, go ahead and consider it a joke, but you won't last long. Go ahead, Chris.
Can I use the R word here?
Rigor
What's
mortis?
the R word?
Retard.
Of course.
As a self-description, go ahead.
Let's go. Nice.
It's the best word. We have lots of those in the world.
What about the F word? The short version.
I don't think you should.
Fuck.
That's up to the admins, bro. Discord considers it like against you.
Well, we'd be hypocrites if you can't say fuck. So just be honest and have an open dialogue with us, please.
Yeah,
the other F word he's talking about.
No, he was talking about the one with FA.
Yeah, he's talking about fag.
Yeah.
Can I get you?
I want to make a joke.
Yeah, you can say fag too. I mean, it's a bundle of sticks.
Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Oh, awesome.
Let's go.
It's not joke hours. Soviet, what are you here for?
Fuck. I wanted to, indoctrinate the new peoples, I've seen a lot of new fags here, so.
Okay.
Indoctrination. I was sent here for money.
No, you weren't.
What do you mean?
No, you weren't.
How?
Because if you were sent here for money, you wouldn't say that.
Nobody would send a low-tier troll like you for money, dude.
It's a reverse psychology.
By the way, most marketing hires who do covert advertising like that would usually have to pass like an IQ test. They have to have some kind of cognitive ability to be able to manipulate people.
If anything, you're paying some YouTuber to be in one of his videos. If anything, bro.
Just Soviet, why are you here?
I'm always here for no reason, okay? I always have a reason to be here for no reason.
Okay, well everybody's here for a reason. Yeah. So you have a reason.
My reason is being here for no reason.
Okay.
Are you sure to tell your reasons? Come on, man.
I just said my reasons.
So you're masking your insecurity about where you live in very bad humor.
Where do I live? Where do I live?
You tell me.
Fuck, where do I live actually? I forgot.
Yeah, we all live in the same place. It's called Earth.
Oh, I live in Poland. Fuck.
Umiesz po polski?
Ja. Ja pierdolę.
Naprawdę? Mów po polsku teraz.
Dzień dobry.
Okay, you don't speak Polish.
I speak Polish.
This guy's a troll.
I would kill myself if I was Polish.
Got him!
You faker.
That's funny.
Soviet Dom, are you an actual? Are you a communist?
No.
No.
I'm a strong capitalist.
Are you from Russia?
No, but I can speak Russian.
Where are you from? Are you from Belarusi?
Yeah, Romania, top G country.
You're from Romania.
Yeah.
Well, then why did you lie about being from Poland?
Dobre.
That's the second lie you've told so far.
How do you say yes in Romanian?
Yes. Deep, www.
You don't speak Romanian, bro.
This fucking guy.
That's actually funny because every time I hear that, I think of that guy.
Really, where are you from? You're from somewhere in Europe.
Italy. Mamma mia.
Ti parli italiano? I'm learning Italian. You speak Italian?
No comprende italiano.
Okay, you don't speak Italian.
Everybody knows that word.
Oh God. No, I'm actually from Spain.
Are you really from Spain?
Me gusta de comer niños.
I don't speak Spanish.
Viva Franco.
People say he likes to eat kids.
Was ist das? I'm actually German, sorry. Digga.
Should we get rid of him or what?
No, why?
This guy's an animal.
Yeah, I don't really understand what we're continuing.
Well, I mean, look at his roles. Look at his roles. I mean, we've already figured this dude out. He lied when he first came in, said this is his first time here. Then he lied about where he's from, and he lied about it where he's from the second time, and now he's lying about it again. Like,
at least he's really polite and doesn't interrupt you, dude.
That's cool.
He's a really polite guy.
Yeah. So I mean, he's kind of funny, but he's not.
I respect
so
you.
funny.
I've seen him since the beginning. Okay, since his drunken days. Okay.
I think I checked this asshole in.
Yeah, probably.
Hey guys, real quick.
You've been here since 2021.
I've been here
Does my
since
mic sound okay, guys?
probably.
August 10th, 2021.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it might have been somebody else, but I just remember him like he's been here for a while. I mean, he's been banned. I mean, he's sort of funny because he's a pretender clown. I mean, I think that's all. I mean, let's just check his role.
Since the Mr. Sheeple days, okay.
Pretender clown, highly suspect. VC verified.
Since the Sheeple days,
because you won't even make a point that has anything to do with flat Earth. You just obfuscate every single one of our points. You don't even want to talk about flat Earth. You just come in here and just clown around.
You probably don't remember because I had puberty.
Can we speak to someone else? There's a
yeah. I'm just gonna mute him.
Yeah.
Hang around. Sammy done.
Bye, Dom.
Yeah, there's. No, he's not.
Yeah,
stick around.
There, mate?
Yeah, I'm here. I just muted him.
JMS. Hello, JMS. You opened your mic before?
Jameis has a flat earth role, though. Yeah.
Yeah, but I haven't seen him in here before. Have you?
First time I've seen him, actually.
Hey guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey.
So yeah, no, this is so did the Dracula guy get kicked out or something, or is he still floating around? No, there he's like, gotcha.
Why'd you mute our boy Soviet Dom?
No, he's muted so we can meet new people that are joining.
Oh, the neutrals.
Wasting time with that dude.
Yeah, fair enough. How's it going?
What's your
my stance?
You've been here for a while, JMS, but you just pop in every now and again?
Well, I used to frequent the server, I want to say like back maybe 2 years ago-ish. maybe a year and a half. I'm not exactly sure, but I was introduced to this channel via like a YouTube channel. This Discord channel via YouTube channel, and I poked my head in here. I had some knowledge of the subject matter, and then I just feel like it's what I enjoy about this platform is that even though things can get out of hand, like with what we just went through, like maybe 5 minutes ago, this is in my opinion, the single greatest source of truth because there's so many measured collective intelligences here, and so it's good. I'm grateful to be here. When it comes to my stance, definitely not a globe earther. Definitely pretty opposed to anything that is presented as evidence of space or any of these other things. So I'm pretty sure we'd find direct alignment on those matters.
Yeah. Well, tell us a bit about how you got to flat Earth as well.
Oh, it was actually interesting. So I had a roommate back in the day that lived with us, and back when we had a larger house, and he was going through this whole thing with like Eddie Bravo, and like back when there was like that initial surge, I want to say 2015, 16-ish, when there's a big surge of YouTube channels going out, and it was probably like the Flat Earth Society and stuff like that. And obviously we know they're potentially, or definitely covert or whatever, COINTELPRO stuff or whatever, but he introduced me to it, and I didn't give him any credence or any time of day. Not like I dismissed his thoughts, but I didn't think about it as being meaning anything to my life. And then as I continued to progress more and more, exactly, so I continued to progress more and more down, these different, if you'll say conspiracies or whatever, but I started to realize that there was a greater thread of overarching disinformation besides these tiny little isolated incidents, and that there's a message being reiterated time and time and time again. And, I took a break for a while because I was just trying to focus on building life or whatever, building myself up. And, what brought me back today, was that my wife mentioned that there was a video of Kamala Harris talking to these astronauts. I don't go on Facebook that much for these things or whatever, but she does. And she mentioned this Kamala Harris video about like talking to these astronauts and, and that how everybody's clowning on Kamala or whatever, and that's great, whatever. I don't care too much about like the politics of the matter. But it's just what gets me is like, okay, I wanted to see really how this channel is going to eviscerate whatever is presented by these, as evidence of this going around the moon plan they're saying they're going to do. So I'm really.
What do you mean going around the moon?
We watched it live and had a kind of a live chat going.
Yeah,
it was quite hilarious actually.
Okay, I missed it.
But, as for them actually going to the moon, that's what we call future proof, and it'll never happen.
I know, and that's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying to my wife. I'm just like, she was like laughing about the Kamala Harris thing, because she doesn't have as strong of a view on these matters as I do. And I'm just like, I just wanted to pop in and see if there was any discussion on that. And again, obviously future proof, right? Because it's never been done, and they have all these people saying that that one like head astronaut guy they keep putting in front of people saying, oh, we can't go back to the moon because we lost the technology, and it's like, all right, shoot. So we're supposed to. Don Pettit, exactly. I named him when I was talking with earlier. Don Pettit, exactly. And it gets me going because I look at it like, how far are they willing to stretch these manipulations of truth, and I'm just outright lies. Let's call them what they are. And it just kind of gets me going because I'm not raising my children on just believing whatever the heck is presented as evidence by the authority on the matter, or let's put quotes around that. And so I just I leave this on in the background sometimes and plan to do that more often. Cheers, guys.
I leave it on in the background when I've got the kids with me as well, so they can ask me questions. But
and
I
also
just,
exactly, and
just
also
teach them about how to think instead of actually pushing anything on them.
That's 100% how I feel, brother. Because they can hear both sides of the matter. They can hear from people like that actually have what I would consider intelligence, even though they might be misguided or drawing conclusions on matter that on data points that are like the gentleman, I think it was before Soviet Dom. It was talking about like plotting the stuff himself with like the waves and over the sign. And you can hear from people who have what I would consider definitely they have intelligence, but they have data analysis issues or just potential data set issues that could invalidate their claims. But then they could also hear from trolls like Soviet Dom to see like this is what also happens when you try to talk something that is intelligent. That's what I'd say. So definitely worth it. But
well, welcome back, mate.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the welcome.
Keep tuned and jump in when you need to and add in your knowledge as well, and everyone's willing to listen and.
Well,
talk to you whenever you need it. So
thank you very much, guys.
Hope all is well with you guys. I probably sound funny because I'm talking on the regular mic on the computer.
Hey, Ether. How you feeling, mate?
I'm
A little
hanging in there.
echoey, but it's good.
They got me admitted into the hospital, and I'm on meds, so I'm not suffering anymore. That's good.
What'd they get you to admit to?
The globe?
What was that? Oh, hold on. I hear beeping. Okay. What's that? I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
You said they got you admitted. I said, what did you admit to?
Oh, God. I admit to nothing.
There you go.
I retain my
Stubborn
Miranda
bastard,
rights.
mate. I bet you your missus was telling you to go to the hospital way earlier than you did, yeah?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, she told like days ago. And then she was like, I told you. And then, yeah, here I am. To be honest, though, the real reason why I didn't go right away, it was my daughter's birthday, and I wasn't about to go to the hospital on her birthday. And then I procrastinated more. Oh, well.
Sometimes we sacrifice for priorities, don't we?
Yeah. Well, you know. Little girl gets her 9th birthday only once, so. Good. At least they got me on meds, though, so it took away the pain. That's the thing, though, is I hate medicine. Because it clouds my mind and makes me feel fucking retarded. And I don't like that shit. It's just... So I'll stay away from hospitals and not even just suffer instead of taking pain meds because I don't want my brain to be cloudy.
Maybe if you're feeling retarded, maybe you can speak to Soviet Dom.
Huh. Yeah, I guess I probably have the intelligence of a Glober now.
That's messed up.
Well, I mean, it requires great delusion and feeling kind of funky. You pretty much
Come
have to
on,
be
how you
high
gonna
and
insult
steady.
them like that? They follow the science.
I'm picking. If anybody knows me, they already know I insult myself and consider myself to be stupid, so.
Lord.
That's pretty funny, though, because if people think I'm smart, but I consider myself to be stupid, then what does that make the person who thinks I'm smart?
Low average?
It's a way. It's just funny to me. It's because it's an anti-arrogance thing that I have set in place in my own mind because I don't like ego and pride. So I'm like, I'm a dumbass. Shit, I can't claim anything I do know because I didn't invent it or create it. I just learned about it. Big whoop. I do have mad respect for the one who did create it all. I wish they'd stop interrupting me. Every time I talk, they start talking through the damn thing, the intercom. I'm chatty right now because they just gave me Dilaudid because I've got a tiny miniature. I got a miniature model of a football stuck inside of my the tract between my kidney. So that's cool.
Tiny. I can hear Ashley in the background saying, tiny?
Yeah,
Shit, it's like an inch or two.
You guys will notice that I kind of belittle and underestimate my own problems a lot, and then she'll be more real about it. Like, honestly, the last thing I said to you guys when we were in the hospital is like, I'll be back in a little while, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even tell you where I'm going.
It was more like this. I'll be back in a little bit.
Well, on the audio, yeah, I meant in the text. Like earlier, I just was like, kind of like BRB, like enough, like I'm gonna go walk down the hall or something. Nobody wants to hear it. It's drama and bitching. So anyway, where's that curvature? Any of y'all figure that out while I was gone? I figured maybe somebody would come up with something.
Apparently, well, Soviet Dom said if you go high enough, you can see it.
Oh. I remember it was this astrophysicist who said that you couldn't, but I guess this guy's smarter than him, so.
Oh, yeah, what was that guy's name again? Neil
I don't know,
something?
something about kneeling on grass or something. I think he likes Tyson chicken.
Well, it's just started to get cold here, so hope it's getting warmer where you guys are.
It's actually cold here today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful in the UK. Last couple of days.
Oh, that's rare.
Oh yeah.
Nah.
I've been waiting for the sun like a kid on Christmas. Like, is he here yet? Is he here now? No? No? Yay!
Well, we're
Telling
having a beautiful Scottish day here in Melbourne. Rain, wind, and cold.
Nice. It's amazing how different a bit of sun makes you feel. Just the last couple of days, it's just been stunning. So
makes you smile, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
So you know what I love when you start getting into after winter here, and then you start smelling the freshly cut grass when the sun's out. You go, oh, there it is. I can smell the warmth coming. You know.
What's the coldest it gets there in winter then?
Oh, we get zeros and stuff.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Down here we do. I thought in Australia it still stayed relatively warm.
Depends in comparison to.
It's a big place, isn't it? I've just pictured it on a map. You'll have to forgive me. It's huge, isn't it?
Yeah. So you're up in Queensland. Queensland's like your Florida, the other way around, the opposite. So north instead of south. And then south is where I am is more like your, I don't know, what's above California? Is it Washington?
Oregon.
Yeah, but maybe not as wet as that. But winter, yeah, we get, it's the, I'd say between 5 and 10 during the day, and then around your zero overnight in the winter. But it could be colder than that during the day as well, just depends. So it's not too bad, but then you get 40 degrees in the summer. So
You get the metric system in Australia as well.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we're too silly to convert it. We need ones and tens. Yes, and we drive on the left-hand side like you, Andy, as well.
Sorry, say that again. You drive on the same side?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course you do. Yeah. I was just thinking. I mean, depending on which side of the fence you're on, the wrong side. Or, I say the right side, of course, but it's so dumb, isn't it? I mean, why don't we just all fucking agree? Just okay, it's this side.
Yeah,
Jesus.
And then we could get those nice big V8 American cars on and not have to convert them.
Yeah, because all the German cars aren't quite right either when we get them. And French cars for that matter, because the glove box takes up where the where the fuses go, so you get tiny little.
And the indicators on the wrong fucking side as well.
Yeah, and the pedals are sort of offset because on any German cars, that's why they always say you need to get an automatic because. Otherwise, the clutch pedal's too far off to the. You too set to an angle. You set diagonal in your chair or something.
Yeah, because they don't change anything in the engine. It's got to be in a certain position.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we get all the European cars that are made for the UK.
But great news. I'm only interested in buying Japanese cars, so.
Yeah, me too, mate. They make the best four-wheel drives going around. Can't beat a Toyota. I know the Americans would disagree with that. But,
What is it?
Toyota.
No, I
For
love a Hilux.
Yeah, for reliability, the greatest, the best four-wheel drive motors.
Oh yeah, Toyota's probably the most reliable machine on earth, without a doubt. Well, I'll check in with y'all a little later.
No worries. Hey, Mammoth.
Yep.
It's Easter morning here. No one around. Except for the churches, organised churches. Going to pray for their ball. Sit.
Yeah, the UK is awesome this time of year. Just right. People say that it's still. Well, my mum would say it's still a bit too cold for her, but
yeah.
Then I'd just say, look, as soon as summertime comes around, you'll start saying, "Oh, I like it hot, but not this hot."
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So this time's perfect. And some people say this should be the new year, the true new year, when everything starts to come by. So I like all the seasons for different reasons, but this is my favorite just because it's, I don't know, it's just right temperature for me. Anyway, I know born at this time of year, so maybe that's something to it. I don't know. I was the evil look in my daddy's eye.
Sorry, I had a fire truck going past. Yeah, well, this was the original start of the year. When we had 13 months.
What in the hell did I just hear went on for the last 40 minutes? Who was that?
That was
His voice sounded awfully familiar, and I'm like,
after the Jesse Gordon recording.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Yeah, what was
Soviet Dom?
Yeah, Soviet Dom. Yeah.
Oh.
He was just. If you look at his tags, he's just here to troll.
Good hell. He had some weird ass shit going on, I'll tell you. Seemed like to me anyway. Anyway, all right. I was just curious.
These guys are weird. There was one guy that came in yesterday with it was me and Sonny, and he was just like one of those people who'd say, "Oh, so you know, do you believe you live on a flat surface or a globe?" And he goes, "Well, what is reality?" He kept on answering with stupid questions like that. He'd say, "Oh, well, you know, do you experience a flat surface, flat and stationary surface?" Well, depends what flat means to you. I mean, we have hills. Fuck, here we go.
Don't even deal with those two. Just get them out.
Oh, yeah. We just said, all right, no worries, man. You're wasting our time. See you later.
Yeah, good job. I was in the kitchen washing my sink. Yeah, your sink gets a little dirty every now and then. I got those rubber mats in there. Go underneath them. So I spent like 30 minutes in there scrubbing the shit out of my sinks. And I was listening to this dude from afar, and I was just thinking, what the frick is going on with this dude, man? Anyway, but yeah, thanks for filling in a little bit.
Bloody weirdos.
Yeah, to say the least. We get quite a few of them.
And they think we're weird.
I know. Good Lord.
Well, it's a difference. We're here to have a good conversation with people to actually exchange ideas and, you know, talk about things. And they just come in like, I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is either. Just like they're just trying to cause trouble in the most, like, trying to be unobvious about it. And they're just being evasive and asking and answering the most stupid shit that makes no sense. I mean, good heavens.
Because you get the older people that come in and they actually willing to have a conversation, you know?
Yeah.
I remember somebody called them weasel earthers one time, where they keep jumping to one to the next subject to next, and they're trying to act all innocent.
Yeah. Well, they're the worst ones, the innocent, calm ones that pretend, and then you start seeing the cracks. Go, oh, there's a bit of.
Yeah. Oh, under their breath, they'll cuss you out, and then they think you didn't hear them. Yeah.
Waffle earther?
Well, like you wanted to, yeah.
Waffle earthers.
The passive aggressive ones.
I'm passive aggressive too. As soon as they pass by me, I crack them. It's called passive aggressive.
Oh gosh. God, rock is better. Rock them.
I like his approach. I love it.
Can you guys hear that wind in my headphones, or is it just me?
I think it's just you. I don't hear it.
Just you.
Oh, good.
Putting too much power through the wires there.
2 sunny days here in Utah after 3 months of snowing. Snow's melting. Snow's finally gone in the front yard, and 2 foot gone in 2 days. And nice, finally, springtime. Can't believe it. Like you guys care, but you know, whatever.
Well, where does that water flow when it melts? Does that flow into California or?
No, Great Salt Lake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is one of 2 places on the entire Earth where the water does not go to the ocean. The end of the game, the end of the trail is the Great Salt Lake, and so that's why it's so salty. I mean, it's just salty bad.
So what if there's too much water? Does it have an artery that flows out of it, or it just floods everything? Is it in a basin?
Yeah, it's in a basin, and then it's surrounded by mountains on the west. I live on the east side, but there's valleys and desert. If it were to flood, it would just flood out into the desert, out into the Nevada desert, north of Wendover. If you know where that is.
And are there a lot of houses like low level around the lake, or no?
No,
Okay.
the ground is very unfertile because it's got so much alkalinity to it. I mean, it's stinky out there. It's like nothing lives in the lake. The only thing that's alive in the lake is the little critters. They call them brine shrimp. And
yep.
Yeah, so the only thing they do at the Great Salt Lake is they mine for salt. They'll make these like squared areas. They'll pile up the salt in like rows and like in big rectangular rows, and then they'll fill it with water, and then they'll sit in there for a few weeks or a month, and it dries up, and then they just go on with the front end loader, scoop it up, throw it on a conveyor belt. It's weird how they load it on trucks because they got this conveyor belt that travels at this specific speed, and a truck pulls underneath the end of it and just idles along with this conveyor belt, and front end loaders just keep throwing shit on. And this conveyor belt's probably, I don't know, 10 feet wide, and so they dump all the salt on it, and it fills the truck. As soon as the truck is full, there's another one right behind it that pulls right in instantly right after that one leaves, and it travels along with the conveyor belt. And when that area, that big triangle, is empty of salt, there's another one right next to it, and they've got about 100 of them out there that they drive these trucks around. The dry ones that have dried out, and there's salt in there. They just scoop it up, and it's sort of a kind of a brownish, kind of dirty looking salt. But when the water runs out of it, once they pull it out of this pond, stick it on this conveyor belt, and then they put it in these trucks, and then they dump it in piles, the water runs out of it, and the shit turns snow white.
Yeah.
Crazy. But yeah, it's a big GSL out there. It's called Great Salt Lake. I don't know. Salt, something, I don't know. It's just, they pay you pretty good money if you go on and go out there and drive a truck for like all night long. They run a 24-hour operation out there. I think they start their drivers out at like $25 an hour or $30 an hour right now. So if you want a job for $25, $30 an hour, come on out here. They're always hiring. Drive a truck all night long or all day long, 10 hours, whatever. I think they run 10-hour shifts, overtime, $25 an hour. They're pretty good checks. But it's out in the middle of nowhere. It's stinky kind of out there, like stinky, salty, like swampy kind of smelling or whatever.
Musk.
Yeah.
Like what type of musk? Like an Elon Musk, maybe?
Yeah. There's probably enough money and salt out there to match Elon's wealth. They scoop it up, and it's like scooping up free money.
You get flamingos out there?
I don't think so. Not that I know of. No, hardly any wildlife at all around the Great Salt Lake because animals can't drink it. Fish can't live in it. It's just so salty that, and I think they dump sewage in it after it's been treated. So it's pretty.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
Oh, after it's been treated.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah. It's I've done part of a building course that I did. We went out to the treatment plants and tested the water on the other side of the treatment plant.
It's not too bad. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it was very clean. But we don't recycle sewage water here, so we do have a purple meter, which is recycled water, but it's only for gardens, so it doesn't fit a normal tap, so you can't drink it.
Right.
You can't mistakenly drink it. But in Europe, they recycle their sewage for drinking water all the time, and they're finding that they can't get rid of the antibiotics in the treatment.
Wow.
So there's a lot of they're finding estrogen and things like that in the water.
That's crazy.
And traces of drugs and stuff.
Yeah. Out here they got what's called secondary water. It's comes out of the canals that there's this big huge canals for irrigation, and then they will pipe it to your house, and it opens up, I think, like, I don't know, April or May, early, late April, somewhere around there. That turns on and then it turns off in August, and it's called secondary water. So you can use it to water your lawn and your garden, and it's not drinkable. not, you know, do not drink it. You will get sick.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so they got, it's called secondary. I don't know what they call it elsewhere, but it's generally got really high pressure and it really works well for water and lawns. You can shoot a rainbird 50 feet, you know?
Yeah.
But we got lots of water coming off the mountain right now.
We have these, we have, well, I'd say every 10 years we have a drought, yeah. But we had a long running one for about 20 years.
Yeah, that's what we had. What we had too.
The water levels got down really low. So they built a, desalination plant over on one of the coasts here in Victoria.
Yeah.
And they spent millions and millions and millions of dollars on it, and they haven't even turned it on. This was 10 years ago.
Wow.
Because as soon as they built it, we got all the rain back. And all the dams filled up, and we've never needed it.
Well, at least it's there for when it's needed, maybe, I guess.
Yeah, well, hopefully it works when they turn it on.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It may need some overhauling. It's sitting that long. We've got major kind of water issues all over the country here. Yeah, we had a major drought here for many years, probably 15 years. The Lake Powell was almost empty. Lake Mead was almost empty because of it. But they say with all this snow we got now that they're all going to fill back up and we're going to have floods and it's going to go from drought to too much water in 1 year. So
well, that's what we had this year.
Yep.
So just before summer we had floods, and then we had more floods. Now all the catchments, they're all full, so they're releasing water out of the dams, and then they flooded some suburbs and like all over the country. You know.
Yep. Same things happening
now,
here.
All the dams are full, and everyone's complaining that there's too much water, and then they complain when there's not enough water.
Yep. Same things happening here. We got Pineview Dam up Ogden Canyon, where I live, not far from where I live. There's a lot of houses built in that canyon, and they built them right on the river's edge. A lot of people built their decks coming out of their house, and they're actually out over the river so they can stand on their deck and fish and shit, you know? So
dangerous.
Those houses are going to be in trouble this year, I guarantee you. And if they're not up there sandbagging, like a 4-foot wall around their house with double thick sandbags, if every house in that canyon is not actually doing that right now, they are idiots.
They're going to lose their decks or even their house, yeah?
Yep. They're going to lose everything. Yep.
And once the river starts washing away the bank, then,
there's no stopping it at that point.
Yeah, there's no stopping it yet. It's the saturation.
Yeah, it turns it all soft and then it washes it away. And it's going to be bad, I think, this year. They're already warned everybody months ago to get prepared. So we'll see. Some probably will, some probably won't. Yeah, I don't know.
Mudslides and stuff. Yeah.
Be a good chance to maybe go up when it's all said and done to pick up a piece of property up there that the house has been washed off of. Maybe people want to just get rid of it, and people will be scared to buy it. And, I'm telling you what, if you built the right home there, you'd be fine. You built some massive footings deep in the ground, massive thick 2-foot thick foundation walls that are painted with the waterproofing on the outside of it, or they stick out of the ground 4 or 5 feet. You know,
you could drill some screw piles in there as well.
Yeah.
That'd be much better in a place like that. You get down to clay, just drill, just keep on screw piling down till you hit solid rock or clay. That'll be fine.
Yep.
Bedrock.
Yeah, you won't be able to screw into the bedrock though. That'd be better with piers, but
the bedrock's not.
Sounds like there'd be a lot of clay around there. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a lot of clay in Ogden Canyon or not, but there's definitely bedrock is not that deep.
Okay.
Probably in the river. it's probably only 4 or 5 feet. So
Yeah. Well, you're probably better off with like gouged footings. Yeah, you're in construction, aren't you?
Yeah.
Bedrock, yeah. So you get down to the bedrock, and then you slice lines in the bedrock. And
they're like it's called the keyway. Some people call it keyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That would, and then put it on pylons, so you're up out of the ground.
Yep.
Yeah. You'd struggle to get insurance I know here when an area gets flooded, then the insurance companies find a way not to pay you, and then they won't insure your house.
Right. But if you had enough money to build it properly, I think you could build for just about any kind of flood, calamity.
Yeah. You really just find the highest point in history and make sure it's above that.
Yeah. It's a beautiful little narrow canyon. It's really nice up there. Pine trees on the north side, on north slope.
Nice.
And, it's just beautiful up there. Amazing. Pine View Dam. The canyon's only 8 miles long, so it's like about from where I live, it's about a 20-minute drive. You can be dumping your boat in Pine View and water skiing. We used to drive up almost every night about 7 o'clock. Everybody was already getting all their boats out of the water, and we'd be the only ones putting in. By the time we get out there and do some water skiing, there was nobody on the water but me and Steve, a friend of mine. We'd take turns and skiing on just sheer glass. Just
no boat wash. It'd be
amazing.
Perfect.
Huh?
No boat wash.
What do you mean?
Like no wake from other boats.
Oh yeah, no, nothing.
Yeah, we call it boat wash. Yeah.
Just pure glass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Brandon, how you going? Are you there, Brandon? Wondering if you've brought us any globe proof. Obviously not. No one ever can.
And if you haven't, go ahead and put your boots on and your shoes. Go get in your car. Go find some.
We'll wait for you.
Yeah.
Hello, boys.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Timbo.
I
got a question.
8:15 in the morning on Easter Sunday.
Have any of you ever had ears so clogged you had to like wax them out, literally just so you could hear?
Yeah, I did this thing called ear candling. So they put this hollow candle in your ear, and it creates like a vacuum, and it heats up the earwax. It sucks out the earwax.
Because this one time, dude, I started waxing my ears recently, but like it's been like 12 years since I waxed them, and I woke up one day, couldn't hear anything, so I went to the doctor, and they said I had wax clogged up in there. So I went home and pulled out the wax with some ear waxers, and a lot came out, bro. and it took me 3 days until I could hear.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best thing I've ever done. Don't use any water though, yeah?
No.
No. Yeah, the best thing I ever did was that ear candling. Just have a look at it. So I think naturopaths do it. Ear candling.
All right, bro.
Did you have problems with your ears when you were a kid?
I mean, I've had an earache once, but that was about it.
Oh.
Other than that, no.
You know how some kids get fluid in their ears and they have to get grommets and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether you had that.
No.
Obviously not. No. We can rule that one out. This is like a science system. What's the independent variable?
I don't know, bro. I wish I knew. I don't think there are any independent variables.
So, if you're trying to get your hearing back, so we're going to test. I'm just talking shit, man. We're going to test. So, we're going to adjust the earwax and see if the hearing comes back. So, the independent variable is going to be earwax. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Helio, are you still there?
Hello, Helio. Are you there? Helio. Hello.
He's probably outside having a smoke or something.
Yeah.
All right.
So what are you moving up to your 3 warm months of the year, are you, Satoshi?
Say it again?
You moving up to the 3 months of the year, warm 3 months of the year that you get?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, bro, and I can't wait.
What's the peak? June, July? Or?
Probably August. Or July, yeah.
You in Toronto?
Yeah, bro, I'm in Toronto.
Yeah. I was born there.
You were born in Toronto?
Yep. Can't remember where.
Do you like it here?
Well, it's only...
Okay, I'm here now. Yeah,
I was 3 when we left. So.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it was 3 when we left, so I don't really remember it.
I just put a picture in the live stream of enlarged. That's the mountain that is 2 miles east of my house. And you can see the top of it. It's usually
wow!
You usually
how much snow?
Yeah, you can usually see trees up there. There's
really?
Yeah, there's over 20 feet of snow on up there. We broke.
Yeah, you were talking about this last week, God Rocket. When that shit starts to melt, you're gonna have floods. It's gonna be bad.
It's going to be real bad. We broke every record that has been recorded ever since whenever mid 1800s till now. We broke every record of snowfall.
And then it's going to hit everybody all of a sudden, and it's going to be big news, right? And you already know, that, oh, this just happened, and it's going to be global warming, right?
Right. Yeah.
What do you mean, dude? That's what it's going to be. It is going to be global warming. Then we're going to have to bring in the carbon footprint and Social Security.
Ooh. No.
No, we're going to have to because that's what we're to save the planet. That's what we're going to have to do, and everybody's going to have to pitch in together. We're all going to have to pay together.
What?
So send the money to me, if you want to do it.
It's okay. The Vatican's going to take the money and they'll put it in their gold vaults.
I'll help global warming by buying more macaroni and cheese. That's my goal. Send me money.
Yeah, we don't need more methane,
macaroni
mate.
and cheese.
We don't need more methane.
That mountain is literally 2 miles east of where I live. 2 miles, that's it, to the base of that mountain. But the runoff is not going to affect me at all. I live on this terrace that's like up above everything. But everything around me and below me, look out.
Let me ask you something. Not you, but in the chat here in the live stream voice text, Slow Mo Moon Buggy. I've seen the videos. Do these earwax candles actually work?
I've had it done a couple of times. Yeah, I've done it twice.
Yeah. Does it work?
Yeah, really well.
All right.
You got to get it done. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
do it
because
myself.
the heat from the candle causes suction and it pulls it out, right? Is that
and so it melts. It like loosens the wax and then sucks the earwax out of your ear slowly as the candle burns.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a better way of doing it than getting water fucking
Or
jetted in your ear.
sticking your Q-tip in your ear and then stuffing it down further, right? I use Q-tips. After I take a shower, I'll take a Q-tip and clean out my ears since they're still wet.
Yeah, but if
sometimes I'll put a little bit of alcohol on a Q-tip and rub my ear. Just kind of clean out the wax, but that doesn't get to the deep shit, right?
No,
you
I
can
think
put
they
drops.
Make they make an oil that you can warm up, and then you use like a little
But I think with the earwax candles, what happens is it creates a suction due to the heat, and then it starts to. It's not about the heat; it's about the suction. And,
it's called capillary action.
Yeah. Because you definitely don't want the fire close to your face, of course, or to your ear.
But there's also you can get ear drops as well. So you put two drops in your ears, and it kind of dissolves the wax. But but you've got to you got to lean. You can only do one ear at a time, and you kind of got to lean the way that it's dropping.
Yeah, because you have to lay on one side, do one ear, then lay on the other side, do the other. You can't do both at the same time because of gravity, right?
Gravity.
Put a good
earwax. Your earwax wants to go to the center of the ear.
Yeah, put a good size cereal bowl underneath your ear and lay on it, and it'll fill it up for you.
Maybe you could just lay on a bowl of rice; it'll just absorb the moisture, like with a cell phone. Who fucking
you can
knows?
dry out your iPhone as well while you're there.
I'm just playing. But no, that's really interesting. Because I've seen that before. And you said that there were it was Slow Mo was saying that you can buy them at Walmart now. The wax.
You can buy them anywhere.
Candles.
Maybe watch a YouTube video.
You do that in the pharmacy section where they sell killer drugs, right? You go to the pharmacy section where they're just like, I don't know, it's weird. But I've seen that before, and I've seen people make videos. I've seen it. And you said you've tried it, Timbo, right? I'm not being redundant. Yeah.
And you can actually, so at the end of it, you can tap out the earwax. So you can you tap it out of the leftover candle, and you see how much earwax actually comes out of your ear.
It's a lot.
Can you do it by yourself, or do you have to have someone else?
I didn't. I went to a naturopath to do it, But apparently you can do it yourself. You just got to watch a video and be careful, I suppose. But
dude, the sound that it makes in your ear is insane. It sounds like
crackles,
little sparkle crackle sounds. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. The vitamin shop
I
near
can
me.
buy it at Walmart. I live in Walmart country, where Walmart came from.
Well, then you should get it twice as cheap. That's all.
Exactly. OG Walmart.
No, nothing's cheap at Walmart. I mean, dude, the prices keep going up. Even though I live in Walmart country, the freaking prices of everything keep going up. I thought Utah was Walmart whores, man.
Here, I thought Utah was Walmart country because they got one on every corner. Huh.
No, I'm talking about where it started. I mean, where I live is where Walmart came from.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. But the corporate offices are like right down the street from me. So that's all I'm saying. But Walmart, has everything everywhere.
You must be.
They're selling earwax candles. I haven't seen them on the shelves. Where would you find? I guess you'd find them in the pharmacy section.
Chemist. Yeah, is that what you call it? A pharmacy?
I've never seen them in I've never seen them in one of these mainstream big box stores personally near me. We're in Pennsylvania. I have to find them at one of those Vitamin Shop or Vitamin World places, and usually only the larger versions of them. Maybe you could find them at a health food store. They sell them in packs of 4, so for 2 people or something. And
but you don't want to use them you only want to use them probably maybe once a year, once every couple of years.
Maybe less. Yeah. I mean, ear irrigation, I found, is, for me personally, more effective at resolving clogs, but it also has the risk of potentially clogging it more. Dude, I was going nuts one time because I was doing irrigation to clean my ears out for ringing or whatever, and I actually went deaf in the one ear for an hour. I was going nuts, man. But eventually it cleared out with further irrigation better than I had ever had with clean ears before. So I mean,
that's just for me. I can.
Tinnitus?
Well, I mean, yeah, probably some version of tinnitus, probably something like that. But I don't know. I mean, I've never really.
I've had a busted eardrum before, and so it's just I like to swim, but if I go too deep, I don't have. Where you can blow out or whatever. I don't even know how that works. I mean, I don't go too deep because when I go too deep underwater, the water pressure hits my eardrum really hard, and it's super painful. Yeah. So if I go past 8-10 feet, it just doesn't work for me.
Too much pressure.
Yeah, it was too much water pressure, and I can't remember why. No, it was because of an ear infection that my eardrum was
down on you.
Yeah. So if you haven't had a real bad ear infection and your what's it called, the septum or whatever inside your ear,
isn't it a perforated eardrum?
Yeah, perforated eardrum.
Septum. He had
the septum is in your nose, right? Well, the deviated septum is when you do too much cocaine, which working
towards it.
I can't say I have a deviated septum, but it's really close. But I don't do any cocaine anymore. But I did a lot back in the day. But
oh my gosh!
Hey, don't tell anybody. Oh shit! I just told everybody.
Live on YouTube.
No, I've already said it before. It doesn't matter. I'm just playing. But yeah, I mean, it's just there's a certain depth. People can just without. It's the deep sea divers. You've seen those events where they're just see how far we can go down, carrying weights, then drop them off, and then shoot back up. I'd never be able to do that. I think my brain would explode. They go down freaking 100 feet. I don't think I would ever be able to do that. Because when I get about 15 feet, man, I'm just I could feel the water coming into my ear. It's don't do this.
Yeah, that it's like a really weird feeling, man. I'm with you on that. You know, it starts to flow in, and then you can kind of get that tickly pain. Oh no, thank you.
Yeah, I've had some bad ear infections since I was a little kid. So, and I had my tonsils taken out and my adenoids when I was 5 years old. Whether or not that was a good idea, my mom made that decision. But that's what they do to little kids when they have whatever happened.
Yeah, my youngest son, we had to do that.
Yeah.
Did
you have to? Who knows?
We got recommended to. I don't know if we had to or not, but he had like fluidy ears, so they put in grommets, and then they drain the ears and stuff like that, and then I think he had to get his tonsils and adenoids out at the same time. So
yep, me too. I was 5 years old when that happened, and so now I can't go, beyond 8 to 15 feet underwater without some protection.
You're fucked if it turns into Waterworld and you have to be Kevin Costner.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, as long as I'm on top of the water, I'm fine.
You'll be a what are they called? A smoker.
Smoker.
Becomes the smokers.
Well, I'm one of those already. I smoke Marlboro. I'm a Marlboro man. You know what I'm saying?
Those smokers had some pretty badass looking water skis, didn't they?
Yeah, I know. Like, I wonder where they got all their fuel from.
They had that big tanker they lived on, that oil tanker, that fuel tanker. They lived on that. You don't remember that?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So they just kept on pulling it out of the ground, but so they made I'm a bit weird. I always look at the finer details in these movies. So they're pulling all out of the ground.
This makes me want to look back at. Yeah, this makes me want to look back at some of, because I know that Waterworld is one of the best movies ever made, and
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and it's just like I haven't seen it in so long. I need to go back and watch
Kevin Costner got a lot of shit from a lot of people. They were telling him how stupid it was going to be. And he made it, because he made that movie himself. He was the director. He did it. He wrote the story. He did all that. And they made so much fun of him. They were going to tell him how it was going to flop and it was going to be the stupidest movie ever. And they tried talking about it and all that shit. He told them all F off. And
when you make
it was a huge hit.
Yeah, and when you make
he's like Mel Gibson in that vein. He's just like, I don't care what you say. I'm going to do it anyway, bitch.
Right.
Yeah. Well, when you make a movie like Dances with Wolves and then you make Waterworld, I can see why they would be thinking that it was going to be a flop, because that Dances with Wolves was a great movie.
Oh, hell yeah, that's another good one. Yeah,
sure was.
He made that as well. He directed and wrote that as well.
Well, have you guys watched Yellowstone, the series?
Oh, my sister's watched it. I'm about to start watching it.
You gotta watch it, bro.
I've watched several episodes of it. It is pretty good.
It's awesome. So yeah, Kevin Costner is the shit.
Yeah, he's good. I like Kevin Costner.
Yeah.
He's one of the only actors that I really like. Him and Mel Gibson. I like Mel Gibson.
Well, I mean, speaking of, tomorrow's Easter, I guess. I mean, you've seen The Passion of the Christ. Have you seen it?
That's really good.
It's just like you can only watch it like once or twice, and you're just like, God dang.
That one he made with the Indians, that was really good.
And that was
Apocalypto.
Oh yeah, Apocalypto. That's another good one too, bro. That was Mel Gibson. Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
I fucking love Apocalypto, man. That's what I'm saying. I'm bringing up Mel Gibson. He defied Hollywood, and they're like, "You can't do it." And he's like, "Bitch, watch me."
Yeah, and he hates everyone in Hollywood as well. That's what I like.
Yeah, and he actually got in trouble for calling out the people with the small hats. No, the people with the small hats that rule Hollywood. He's like, I don't need your fucking money. I got my own fucking money.
You're talking about the Little Hat Club, right?
And then they tried to destroy him.
I didn't say the word, but you guys know who I'm talking about.
The Satanists.
The small hats.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was like, I don't need your support. I can do this myself. And he made Apocalypto, freaking made Braveheart, freaking, I mean, come on, man. He Passion of the Christ. I mean, it's so freaking awesome. And
Just say old school good movies, with a proper storyline and no special effects, just real acting and
dude, what's the other one about America? Where Patriot. The Patriot was a really good one too. I think he did have some support from Hollywood when he made The Patriot, but after that, he wanted to do this and do other movies and stuff, and then Hollywood's like, no, we ain't gonna do that. He's like, well, fuck you, I'm gonna do it anyway. I like that. Who put that there? Who's this? Brett, how do you even spell your name? How do you even say your name? That guy is posting right now. Brett,
I recognise that the photo though. So he's changed his name from something.
Let's cut the shit. Yeah, never mind.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah, let's cut the shit.
Oh.
That character in Yellowstone, the guy with the black hat, the cowboy there, dude, he's one of my favorite characters in the show. He's freaking awesome. It's just like
fucking Cuddy's always changing.
It's all right. It's all right. And that's why we love him. He knows what's up. Anyway, I mean, a lot of people are just like, hey, fuck Hollywood, fuck their movies and the stories.
How you liking them days off, Timbo?
But I do watch a lot of that stuff. I spend a lot of time watching, listening to fiction. I'm a huge fan of fiction, and that's it's just what I am. I'd come on here and talk about the fiction of the globe and show you how. Yeah, I mean, it's not like this is how I figure this shit out.
How you liking them days off, Timbo?
Hey, I'll shut up, ma'am. What were you saying?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mayhem.
Yeah, did you hear what I said? I was asking Timbo how does he like his days off? Oh, he's not here no more. Oh, he left.
What, Timbo? Well, he said he was getting tired. It's late for him in Australia.
Oh, he's out. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Timbo's a rock there in Australia. He might even be a Mesa.
A Mason?
Possibly.
A Mason?
No, a Mesa.
I know.
One of the Mesas. Yeah, all right, no.
I heard you. I'm just teaching.
That's cool. I'm just playing. Yeah, I love Timbo. He's great.
I'm just checking in with you guys. I'm going back to work though. I'm on break.
Oh shit! You checking in, going back. I ain't trying to be on here all goddamn day.
I know you're on there all night.
You're not here all day. You're on all night.
Yeah, I'm on all night. So
here's like the song.
Right before I get the night. I'm clocking in on the early show
and party every day.
Yeah. So yeah, cool. Oh, the only reason I joined, I can't even remember what. No, I can remember why I joined. I mean, we were playing that video that I uploaded yesterday with Jesse, and we'd already played that like 3 times in 24 hours. Good video, by the way. And you were in there, Miggy and Indio, and Mimas was in it. And I think Chris even got involved. It's just like I was listening when that was happening, and I sent a message to Indio. I was like, "Hey man, should I upload this?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's probably," because I didn't know who Jesse Gordon was, because I mean, it might as well be the other Jesse. Was the guy that partnered up with? I mean, what's the other Jesse? Jesse, come on, there's another Globey that's theodolite involved. Jesse, he's got some weird name.
Yeah, I've had it out a few times with Jesse Gordon about theodolites. He doesn't like me too much, I don't think.
No, Jesse Gordon likes talking to us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hung out here for 4 hours.
Well, I know, but I'm sure that.
Oh, there's another Jesse that's like some famous freaking theodoliter guy, surveyor. What's his name? It's Jesse something. If you guys can't remember, it's gonna hit me. It's gonna hit me in a minute.
I hope.
Anyway, move on.
It's gonna hurt when it hits you.
No, it's not gonna hurt because it's the same. He's gonna. If you listen to any of his interviews, he's gonna say the same thing that Jesse Gordon said. And just like what you were saying to Jesse, God rocking, or at least in relation, and everyone else was saying, plum with a theodolite, you use plum and level vision, and even in that Jesse Gordon video, how far do you think you can see with a theodolite, and how accurate is the instrument? And
very accurate when you're only shooting back under 100 yards.
100 miles?
No.
Yards. This dude thinks you can see you can use a theodolite to. He's not the only one. They think they can use a theodolite to just sit on a beach? And you know what's really interesting about this? They don't even use the plum as a relative, because when they stand on the beach and use a theodolite, they're just looking at the horizon, right? How can you know what the horizon is or where it is? Even if you level it according to plum, you're looking 90 degrees. And they admit that, of course, there's obstruction due to refraction. And we admit that. It's like, oh, it's refraction. It's like, well, bitch, we've been trying to tell you this the whole time. You don't know where the horizon is. You just can see as far as you can see when you're standing on a beach. There's no physical obstruction there.
Oh, but I can see it.
You're not going to find it with a theodolite. You're going to find it with binoculars. You're not going to find it with a telescope. You're not going to find it with your naked eye. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Just get in the boat and sail until you finally find it.
Yeah. But every time you move towards it, it moves away from you. So how the fuck are you ever going to find it?
I don't know. I just hope they finally end up in Antarctica and get arrested.
Get arrested? That's why I love you, God rocking. That's why I love you, brother. You're my brother from another mother, and so are a lot of other people on here. It's just like, as far as the minutia of the arguments, yeah, I mean, it's fun, but it's just like, that's the details. Like, that's the deets, what people call the deets, Like, bro, I mean, all right, so you see the horizon, you think that's the curvature of the earth? We'll go over there and you stand there and then give me a telescope. I'll zoom in on you at the horizon, and then we can confirm that's the curvature of the earth.
Good luck. I wish you some good luck on that one.
Yeah, but they don't make telescopes to zoom in on curvature of Earth. They make them to look into space, right?
Well, yeah, of course. They claim you can find the curvature by looking at the stars as well.
Yeah. Well, that's their story. Because once they start once they turn that telescope toward the sky, then that's where the fantasy begins.
Millions and millions and millions.
Millions and trillions and billions and billions and billions and trillions.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard, man. If anybody thinks they can see a star at like 1,000 light years,
trillions,
one light year,
1,000 light years. What the fuck?
One light year is over 5 trillion miles. Just one light year. So start timesing that by 1,000.
Oh, like he's posting there. Trump said billions and billions. I'm pretty sure he's talking about dollars, but
when it comes to Trump, yeah,
But check this out. He's not the only one that said billions and billions, but other people have said billions and billions that weren't talking about dollars. They were talking about distance from Earth to what you might or might not be able to see. So you should check yourself. If you think any of this bullshit about the globe is true, friggin' check yourself. Don't friggin' check everyone else. Look at these numbers and see how it could be true as our small solar system and the part of the Milky Way galaxy, and then bro, this is a brand, as far as history goes, this idea about the solar system is a brand new concept. It's only 100 years old, maybe 200. So check yourself before you fucking wreck yourself and then come in here and show us we're wrong about this.
What's that law of light? I can't remember what it's called, where the further things get away, they get like half, they reduce in half the size, and then again and again and again. Certain distances.
Inverse
square law. Yeah, but I mean that applies to a few different concepts. I mean, it doesn't only apply, with light, but yeah. But yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Check. Mic check.
We got you.
Hey, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hey, guess what? I rode to Ocean Beach, and I'm up on the cliffs above Sunset Cliffs, looking at the ocean. You guys are boring. All the rest is a bunch of bullshit. So I'm looking at the actual water line of the ocean in front of me with about 180 degree spread of view of water.
And you're in San Diego. You're in San Diego, right?
Yeah. I'll take a picture for you. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
Oh, that'd be cool.
What do I go share?
And you are.
What do I find share?
The curvature of the Earth. Is that what you're seeing?
It's about 70. It's about 72. It's about 70 degrees, 68, 70 degrees. Very pleasant. How do I share? Holy shit. Okay, go back to the voice text.
Just take a picture, and then
Wait,
save
I
it in
gotta be
your
in the
phone,
voice
and
text.
then just.
Helio, shut the fuck up. I know what I have to do. Shut up. Shut up. I have to go to the voice text first, fucker. So, wait.
You asked the question, how do I share? I was trying to be
Talking to
helpful.
myself, it's rhetorical. You don't have to help everybody that asks for something out to the ether. Okay. My bad. I can't see very well. It's very bright. Okay, let's see. I want to share photo. See if I can do this.
Yes, Sonny's
okay,
talking.
there we are. Yeah, I'm taking a picture. There it is. Let's see. Did it do it? I think so. Oh yeah. Let's send that. I can't believe I can do this out mobile. I was listening to you guys all the way here. Hold on, can you see yet? Still loading? Hold on. I gotta go down.
Looks so nice, Sonny, and I like that. That's beautiful.
What? Yeah.
I said it looks awesome. Beautiful.
I can't see it yet.
I can see it, right?
I can see the curvature. Oh my gosh!
I can see the horizon.
Yeah, look at that. Isn't that? Look at that. That's spectacular up here, man. It's a little tilted. I got the camera slightly tilted, but
yeah, Timbo said it looks curved.
That's a south view. Hold on. Let me just do this. Hold on. I'll go back and I'll take a panorama. I'll take a wide, just a regular photo. Let me find the camera. Where the hell did it go?
It looks sort of fake to me.
It looks fake. That's photo. I can't see to the Mexican border, so I know it's not. I can't. So visibility's not about 20 miles, or it's about 15 miles.
Why don't you take a picture of Hawaii from just turn to the right and see if you can take a picture of Hawaii since the Earth is flat.
There we go. Look at this one. Oh yeah, hold on. Shot. Yes. Okay,
I still don't understand why you show us.
I'm just showing you my view.
Oh, it looks awesome. I'm giving you shit.
My view right now up on the cliffs, about 100 feet or less than 200 feet above sea level. About 100 feet above sea level, or less, maybe 80 feet. Let's see here. Where's that?
To me, from that image, it looks like you're closer to the shore than 80 feet. Maybe it is.
I'm almost directly above the ocean. I'm looking down I can look down at the waves. Not directly down, but about 60-degree downslope, 50-degree downslope. Hold on.
Still looks pretty cool, man.
Holding.
So this is pointing west from Southern California.
Okay. South. That first picture is looking south. They're almost directly south. All right. Let's see. I want to share from the file my gallery. So just took another better picture. My cheap camera. It's about 5 years old, 6 years old, maybe even 7.
Dude, check this out. I mean, smartphones actually have, even if they're 5 years old, have pretty good cameras. So don't worry about that.
Yeah. Actually, sloping ball, Timbo. Yeah, it's tilted, so that must be curved. the camera was tilted, so there was no gimbal on the camera. So of course I could hold it perfectly level and call it curve, couldn't I?
No.
Wait a second.
You can't call it curve. There's no such thing as curve.
Sure you can. Look at that. That's curve. Why would you not call that?
Show me a Glober that has a gimbal in their fucking cell phone.
Okay, hold on. Here's the next one. Okay, check. Go with that.
The answer's still no.
Yeah. You guys ever call me a boomer again? If you call me a boomer again, I'm going to come over to your house and I'm going to sissy slap you.
I am a boomer, and if you're a boomer too, I'm going to call you one.
Who said that?
Okay, call me a boomer then. I guess the other.
I'm proud to be a boomer. I've been around.
Hold on. Who called Sonny a boomer?
Most of you.
Who called Sonny a boomer? I didn't. I mean, it's not in the live stream voice tag. Is it in the YouTube chat? Nobody called you.
Oh, there it is. It's trying to load. It's almost loaded. There we go. Here's the next photo. There's where I am. Beautiful sunny side. I'm in a t-shirt and my cycling.
I don't think you're too interested in what you look like or what you're wearing.
No, some nice pics, man. Thanks so much for sharing that, man. This is live footage from where Sonny's at. He's taking live images from Southern California, across the Pacific.
That's Sonny?
Yeah, that's Sonny. He's taking live pictures and sending them to us right now.
Oh, nice.
From the ocean.
I had no idea that was Sonny. Sorry, Sonny. You're my man. You're my man, brother.
Damn it, God rocking, you boomer. I'm just fucking with you.
Hey, I'm proud to be a boomer.
No, man, Sonny's coming in. He said, I'm here right now. I'm going to send you the images I'm taking. That's what he was saying. Am I right, Sonny? You're sending these images as you're taking them live right now, right? That's what I gathered. Am I wrong, Sonny? I don't think I am, but
I guess the CIA had got to me and they disconnected me. I had to reconnect.
Yeah, it seems like you probably are in a remote part, but so you're sharing with us like live images from where you are.
Yeah. Right where I am. Look at these purple flowers. Hold on.
I can see thousands and thousands of miles, Sonny. Thank you.
Excuse me. I could see for miles and miles. I could see for miles and miles. I could see for miles and miles and miles and miles and yeah.
I love it. Hey man, those image captures are freaking awesome, man. You're in, yeah.
I'm getting sunburned.
Where's the goddamn curvature? I can't find it in those images.
I know where.
I bet you the Globers can make some shit up about the curvature and find it there somewhere.
There we go. Get back to the live stream voice text. Where's my picture? Let's look at that. And to think, yesterday I was in the hospital, feeling like I was going to die.
Really? From what?
They don't know. Like, I had like food poisoning. I kept vomiting for like 10 or 12 hours nonstop. It's the worst pain I've ever felt. Thought I was giving birth, so
you were giving birth from your stomach?
Yeah, out through my belly button. Giving birth to a baby rhinoceros through my belly button.
Nice.
Well, it's unfortunate. I mean, now you're here in good spirits, and you drove your electric bike. The next day,
8 or 9 miles, about 10 miles, yeah, about 10 miles today.
to capture these images. Freaking hero for Flat Earth, taking these beautiful images of the West Coast across the ocean.
I'll take a picture.
Now, if you don't want to give details about your medical situation, that's none of our business.
Oh, it's no big deal. I was in the hospital for 5 days.
Was that? Well, I mean, you don't have to give super details. I mean, what?
I had symptoms.
Did they give you a diagnosis that you want to share? You don't have to, though.
What was it?
Hold on. Here's a picture.
What was it?
Here's a picture of my. Wait. Hey,
All right,
I'm gonna take
never mind. Never mind.
Hold
Then.
on.
Never mind. Let's
no,
move
hold on. I'll answer. Let me take a picture first of my ugly mug.
Okay.
1 second.
I put my ugly mug up earlier, so.
Jeez, for throwing up for 5 days, you must be kind of skinny. Lost a little bit of weight, I'll bet. Bobby had him hooked up to some saline, running it into his veins to keep him hydrated. Yeah.
Last thing I want is to be in a hospital. I don't know. It's like, well, I mean, it's like I want to be alive. I don't want to do live stream from a hospital room.
I want to be alive, but I don't want to die trying.
You better live and die in the live stream then.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I'm gonna die and live doing.
I'll die in the live stream.
Blame me at all.
There we go. I don't even know. I can't see this very well myself, but
I know for a fact that if I go to a medical doctor, they're going to diagnose me with all kinds of shit, and they're going to prescribe me a shitload of drugs. There it is. I see you, Sonny.
Diagnosis will be diagnosed.
Yeah, I don't want to be diagnosed with anything. Yeah. There's Sonny. He's got a selfie there with the horizon in the background. Did you ride your bike there?
Yep.
Yeah. What's up, bro?
I can't see it. I can't even hardly see much. There we go. Very bad lighting. Big old nose. See that nose I got?
You know what's crazy?
Fucking huge nose. You know, my dad's nose was 3 times wider than my nose.
What? Your dad had a bigger nose than you do?
Fuck yes, huge fucking nostrils. My dad was fucking.
Fuck.
Like,
did it take up half of his face? I'm just fucking with you.
No, he just had a big. He's got a big. Like actually, if you put tinfoil around your head, you see what your head looks like, and I look like a long skull. I look like a put tinfoil all around your head like a big ball right on your scalp. You look like a long skull. I look like a long skull from excuse me, Paracas, Peru, from Peru. Donde estar?
No, it's just like, I mean, with my images, you've seen me, this is like, take the piss out of me. And so everyone in kind, whether it's with words or make fun of me, I don't give a fuck. And I'm a person here, just like everybody else.
Smoking a hooter for.
It's just like it used to hurt my feelings when I was in high school and earlier. It doesn't hurt my feelings anymore. It's just like, all right, let's freaking take the piss out of each other. But we don't have to do it all the time. But because because we have wisdom and knowledge now. We're older.
Oh, look, I could take it. Here's the photo.
It's just like, now I understand why this motherfucker knows so much. I can tell he's older. And so, but I don't take offense to my good looks or my bad looks, whoever. Sexy. You're a sexy motherfucker, Sonny. You're a sexy sextragenarian. What do they call? They go from like
Look at my doobie on the cliffs, bro. Look, man.
the octogenarian and the what do they call the people in our 90s? Do they call them an emotionarian?
Guess what? Don't make me.
I'm doing this on purpose. Realize I'm not making fun of you. I'm just
no, I know. I'm laughing. I'm laughing because no. Listen. I'm looking at pelicans flying over in formation right over my head. Like fucking so beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, I'm about to hit 50 this year, so I don't know. So I'm like
I'm at this place I used to party at with these college kids almost 30 years ago here in Ocean Beach, right at Del Mar and Oceanfront Street on the cliffs at 4950. I won't say. Anyway, whatever, something right there on the corner and right on Del Mar Avenue, 4900 block, and we used to party our asses off all night long. And I watched many people vomiting while doing freaking bazooka freaking beer shots with a funnel shots while standing on their hands and vomiting like madmen.
Yeah, bro.
And I was pretty drunk. I was pretty fucking drunk.
And then they go back after they threw it up. They go back and do it again, right?
Yeah, I couldn't do it. Actually, at that party,
just talking about other people did. But it just depends on.
I was smoking. I was smoking like a pound of weed a week. Like
I know what's
well. That's interesting.
Hey, Sonny, it was some of the same kind of shit was happening in Little Rock. So I mean, it was just like we used to party that hard too in Little Rock.
I was trying to get to the point before it got lost. So I was so high at that particular party right here at this corner, absolutely the same exact corner where I'm sitting on the bed.
Oh wow! So
I was trying to get to it. That I started going into like an altered reality that was beyond my scope, man. I was like, it was like some kind of electric universe. Like I don't know if I was losing consciousness. I didn't know what was happening, man. That freaked me the fuck out.
You didn't lose shit. If you were not necessarily psychedelics. I mean, even alcohol. Anyway, I mean, even sober, you can find these purposes and things.
I think
a certain situation when you have when you're having a good time with friends, just like
I'm probably going to run out of battery juice soon. I'm going to try to plug it in. I have a charger. Let me take one more picture.
Okay.
Looking down at the waves. I'll try to get it so you can see.
You can't look down at the waves.
The waves.
Come on, Sonny. Yeah. You know you can't look down at the waves.
Hey, shut up. I'm standing on a 200-foot tall cliff.
Okay, maybe you can look down at the waves.
I'm looking almost straight down at the waves. I'm gonna take a picture of it. This is looking down. I'll show the horizon. I'm looking down at the waves.
So is it
standing up on the cliffside?
Is it tidal?
I'm 100 feet. No, the waves come right into the cliff face from the. It's on the shore. It's like it broke off. It's not gradual. It's almost straight down cliff, right in front of me, down to rocks that they piled up against the cliff. I'm about 100 or 200 feet above sea level. No more than 200. Probably more like 100. So did you get it? Oh, a second. There it is. Oh shit. Okay, let me do another. Should be able to see the waves coming in. White, like ring waves.
You have to take the picture and then
Here we go.
send it.
Here we go. Here we go. Got it.
Oh,
I just sent it.
Really cool.
See the waves rolling in?
Yeah, see it.
Out off into distance. See them coming in?
I mean, it sort of looks tidal because eventually, once they roll in, they're going to have to roll back out.
No, they just keep coming in. They just keep pounding on the shore always, forever and ever. Then they go back out. Yeah, the tide goes out. The waves keep pounding wherever they are, whether they're out further because the tide's lower, or they're in closer because the tide's higher.
I got that because there's an undercurrent, right? Because of the weight of the water crashing on the shore. There's an undercurrent.
Basically, here's how it works. They roll in horizontally from far, far away.
Certainly do. I agree.
Yeah. So the ripples that occur is all been transferred all the way across that body of water called fetch. That's a distance that over water that wind travels times the.
Oh, so the wind is causing the tides.
The distance times the wind speed, miles per hour. That's fetch.
You said you were about to go, but I want. Are you under the impression that the wind speed, that is above the ocean, is causing the tides?
No, I didn't say tides.
Okay, well, it's causing the waves, though. It can cause the waves. Yeah.
The waves will be interfered with, or they'll be affected. The waves will be affected by the tides, also.
Right. So there's a balance there. Yeah.
So there could be an undercurrent, or there could be an overcurrent.
Yeah.
It could be on top where the current is pushing in.
I'm with you on
pulling
that.
out from underneath. So that's what it's constantly doing. It's constantly pulling back out. That's what's causing these waves to curl over, because when they hit the shore, they bounce back, roll back down the slope, and then the new waves come in, it causes a circular motion in a horizontal fashion that they just keep on rolling. It's a really strange thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like, don't you think that with what's happening, on the shore of every continent, couldn't they just build generators under the ocean and just create electricity from the waves?
But
I mean,
you know what? They have
if no one's ever thought of that.
Listen. They did that right here on the cliffs that we talk about because they're sandstone. So what they did is in the 1900s and late 1800s, they built railroad cars going into rails going into the ocean at an angle with cars on them that would float and roll back and forth with generators in them.
Yeah.
They had those here. You can still see the foundation of them where they drove them into the sandstone with girders, with I-beams. Isn't that a trip, bro?
Yeah, see, you could utilize the force as a tide coming in and then going out. You could just anyway. But maybe I'm just some guy in Arkansas or whatever. But no, I don't know. I guess if electricity worked that way, if they've already tried it and it doesn't work, then I guess it doesn't.
Does work that way.
I know it does work, but they want.
Oh, wait a minute!
They want to mine coal.
Wait, Helio! Wait, Helio!
Fusion.
Helio, is my mic still working? I don't even know if it's working. So okay, it's good. It's working. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, it's working.
Okay, thank you. Carry on. What were you saying?
No, I'm saying, I mean, you know, this type of technology to create energy, you know, whether through, for the most part, we're using nuclear power plants or coal energy to create electricity.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I'm talking. Like what I like to talk about is more like we were just talking about recharging motors, electric motors that are recharging themselves. They have, like the braking system will be charging. It'll have a reverse.
Somebody's microphone is really fucking this shit up.
Is it mine?
I don't think it's.
It's probably the wind. It's probably the wind.
Yeah, somebody's wind. I mean, unless you're going to talk, mute yourself.
Well, yeah, I have my phone in my little pocket. Let me check.
Well, there it is again. Who is this?
Who is what?
Who is the person that I hear that's going?
It's me.
All I hear is
Bozo. Oh shit! It's me. Okay, I'll stop. Hold on. Let me go back and let me mute myself. Oh dang.
Sonny, no, check this out, bro. I mean, now you can. What's still happening? Who is that?
It's me with the wind, bro. I'm telling you.
Oh, it's you, Sonny, with the wind. That's okay. I don't mind that necessarily. But check this out. I mean, as
long as it's not, as long as it's not overpowering. But why is the screen? Is it charging? Oh, it's charging at 16%. Oh, it's a precarious connection to. You know how those go. What do you do when you have technology? You rely on
a screen with a precarious connection. What the
precarious connections in the real world? How do you deal with them? We'll be right back with Helio. In the real world of horizontal, the waves keep on rolling in horizontally.
And believe it or not, I love you, Sonny. You always kind of like
and stupid and crazy.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you kind of like know. I mean, whether or not you realize that you know exactly what I'm saying, but yeah, I'm wondering how they're going to produce this electricity. You know, whether I know they're not going to do it through the tidal thing, and they've already attempted. They claim that they've attempted to do it, and I actually think they did. But anyway, so electricity can be produced as not necessarily for energy because you have to build instruments to produce the energy, right? But you don't necessarily have to burn coal or use nuclear fusion to produce energy. We all know that. You know, I mean, which one are you? Do you have a proclivity? And you don't have to answer my question either.
No, I'm just having trouble controlling my phone, so I can't see it.
No, it's all good. I mean, you might be
I can barely see the mic. I don't know what happened to my.
I mean, you said you were going to store and you're traveling on a bike, so it's not. Yeah, no problem, brother.
I'm looking to see if I can change the. Trying to even see where my settings are on the phone. It's so dark. There we go. The settings. I'm going to see it.
Are you traveling? Are you on your way back home?
No. Standing in the same place on the cliff.
Are you planning on camping
Smoking my
out there?
doobie.
I mean,
no, I'm just smoking my I'm just here to smoke a joint. Enjoy the.
oh shit! It's afternoon for
sun.
you. Shit, you're 3 hours behind me, so
It's
yeah.
evening. It's cool, but not cold. It's like it feels great out.
Yeah, it's. I feel like that. It was like in the 60s, as far as Fahrenheit goes, 60s today. With a little breeze.
I can't even see my settings. It's
Is that what it's like there? It's like, or is it a little bit warmer?
No, it was like 70 degrees, 72 degrees. It felt like 75 when the wind would blow. Then it's really nice and cool, but dry. Like there's the cloud cover.
Dude, I'd love to be sitting on the beach with you right now on the West Coast.
I'm stoned. I'm enjoying myself, like watching birds fly over.
Yeah, and
drinking a hard. I'm drinking a hard kombucha. It's delicious. It's like paradise here for me.
I love to be hanging out with you.
But a lot of all these places I go to, I see fantastic views that people don't normally get to because I can go anywhere I fucking want. So literally, I'm free to explore places that people don't normally see. The vistas and views that I see are incredible because I travel all the time. And when I do, I go to places that are like different elevations, looking different directions. It's fantastic. Like I can go way up into the mountains on really, really calm, clear days, and you can see way down. You can see the islands off about 30
That's what's
miles.
so really cool about
30, 40 miles.
if you're in San Diego or even especially San Diego, even though it's a huge city. If you go to remote parts in near the beach,
it's only like 3 or 4 million. There's not 8.
Yeah, I mean it's just like that's what I'm saying. Wait, 3 or 4 million is not a huge city.
That's not that large.
God damn it!
No.
There's only 3 million people in Arkansas, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway,
I know exactly.
but you can travel to parts of the West Coast near the beach, and you'll never see anybody. And that's, I think, what you're doing right now. You're just like, I'm going to ride my bike out here to this motherfucking place, and I'm going to chill.
No, it's right in the city. It's look, listen, Helio. It's in the city. It's a beach town in Southern California.
I've only been to San Diego once, and
it's a crowded. Listen, it's a crowded, packed-in, high real estate. You don't listen very well. So it's a crowded, high-density population, high income, high price real estate area. Very, very
so how many people are around you right fucking now?
There's a lady standing here. There's a man that pulled in with a Harley. There's regular street sidewalks. Like I'm right off the street and sidewalk. I can go all the way on these types of streets. I can go all the way on these streets and sidewalks, all the way back over to downtown San Diego, south, or pretty far south, about 10 miles south now from where I am.
So there's 4 people around you now that don't know what you're all about.
There's neighbors sitting 2 doors down at the corner of the brown house. We used to party in almost 30 years ago, right there. Had big parties right here. We had huge parties right here in this very spot where I stand. It was a huge party place, man. Like
do they do it anymore?
You don't even know. Listen, hundreds of people, hundreds of college kids, different ages, groups, like all this stuff going on. Big, huge keggers. This was in the 90s. It was like a reliving of my 70s.
I'm kind of
saying the same thing. Which was the same thing.
You kind of go back to where it's like, I remember when I was partying.
It was the same fucking thing, so that's hilarious.
But you're right on the beach.
Right here at this corner. Yeah, that house right there.
That's
the house I'm looking at. I'm not going to show that, of course. I'm not on camera.
But nobody's there with you. You're talking to us.
No, this biker dude came and sat down. He's chilling. We're just chilling, man. Waves are rolling in. It's like
Oh,
it's
man.
a place to be in California, right on the coast. A nice
It's
breeze
like, I grew up in Arkansas. I mean, going to the lake, sitting on the lake shore, sometimes just watching the. I mean, lakes they don't have waves like the ocean, but just sitting on the lake shore.
Check this out. Listen, Helio, the wind that is blowing into my face right now is coming all the way across the entire fucking Pacific.
That's what's up, bro. All the way. That shit's coming from China.
It's the freshest air anywhere, blowing all the way across the fucking Pacific, the northern Pacific.
Yeah, it's coming from fucking China, man.
No, from Japan, way up Bering Strait. Got that? Bering Strait. It's not curving. They show it curving down, like it does not like that. It's actually stretched way out. I've been out in the Aleutian Islands. I was in the Navy. We sailed 11,600 miles that trip. Got that? Way out to almost Russian waters.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were only 200 miles from the closest Russian islands.
That's what's so brilliant about Pacific as well, too. I mean, with the cycle of the winds and the waves. Yeah, it's freaking awesome.
So
I ain't disagreeing with you.
So I went out for a ride last night at about 1:40 a.m. because I was so bored. Even though I was so tired when I tried to sit up, because look, they did a spinal tap on me because I was having these migraines. It was like I was having this stomach reaction where it wouldn't stop. So they wanted to see if there's something going with my spinal fluid. So they did a spinal tap. My head has felt weird as fuck ever since then, man. It's kept me awake. I started dreaming again, like vivid fucking dreams. As soon as the night after they gave me the spinal tap, I started dreaming again, and I these were like vivid dreams, like every night, or even in the afternoon, because I was so tired. Believe me, I was sleeping in the daytime a lot too, and at night. And then the last few nights, I stayed awake, watching just like lame Humphrey Bogart movies and stuff, just like listening to that while I fall asleep. So stayed up till like 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. And I didn't feel good after that. I got home, I was like, what a wreck. Yeah.
Am I coming across?
And now today, I'm here at the beach again. Yeah.
Sonny,
Wave mixer. Gotcha. Wave mixer. Gotcha.
Hey, bro, I just wanted to say it's good to hear you, man. Last time I heard you on the way home from work, you were a little bit upset and stuff, so I hadn't heard you for a few days.
I was literally felt like I was dying. And I went to the hospital. I was there for 5 days. That was the 5th. At the beach. I took a 10-mile ride. I'll be riding back for a total of about 22 miles. There's a plane going off right there from Lindbergh Field here in San Diego.
How's your back doing?
Just off to my 2 o'clock high position. How's my back? Well, I rode 10 miles, so if I had a back problem, I wouldn't have made it 1.
Well, I remember that you were irritated from infestation, and it was really driving you up the wall. So, hopefully the hospital, did they take care of you?
Yeah, finally.
Good, right on, bro.
The 5th time, I guess, is a charm.
Well, it really sucks the way that our enlisted people, our service people are treated. I don't believe in wars and going into the Army. I never asked anybody to go to any other countries to fight for me, but I respect the hell out of all the service people that have done out there and put their lives on the line. So, the least we can do is try to take care of them now that they're back home.
I was in the Cold War. Well, it was the Cold War still.
Well, maybe they gave you a jacket to wear to keep warm. Oh, anyway.
I bought that myself. I bought that myself before I left to the Alaska trip to ADAC. I bought a really nice fleece wool Levi jacket. I wore that out in Alaska. I walked 10 miles to the exit glacier myself. I took fantastic pictures. They look like panoramas of blue. They look like blue oyster, like flowers, like irises in the ice. Like, I wish I had those pictures today.
Well, I don't know. I used to walk once when I was a kid. I used to walk everywhere. I used to walk miles every day to go visit my friends on the other side of town. Now I'll walk out to my car, and that's about it. But anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation with Helio. I just want to say that it was good to hear you out there. And
how could you interrupt? How could you interrupt a conversation with Helio? Helio
Well,
just does his own conversation. You can't fucking control it. Like there's no. We can do our little dance, intermingling with it. You're not getting by it too easy, huh, Helio? Oh shit! I'm having a great time today.
Well,
That's
good.
so awesome.
You deserve it, man.
Yeah.
Everybody deserves to have a good time in life. You know, I think
believe me, I know it. Believe me, I know that more than probably very well, if not more well than most. I understand that, being comfortable, because I'm like a princess in the pea. Things got to be fucking perfect because I'm so bony that like things hurt if they're not perfect. So like in that sense, that might seem kind of like different. But I am. What's my favorite color? Can you guess it? I'm only kidding.
My favorite color is purple.
I'm just being funny. Listen, man, I just had a spinal tap, and it did something. It reduced my pressure, so it's rebuilding itself back. Yeah, so it's like having an oil change. But it feels really weird, man. Like in the top of my head, like my head feels strange. I have very weird experiences. But right now, I'm watching sailboats off in the distance, a couple miles offshore, tacking back and forth.
Speaking about the beach,
out a little further.
Speaking about the beach reminds me of when we met at Renee's house a couple weeks ago. I've been talking to Renee, and on June the 24th, there's going to be another meetup there. And I'm not bringing my biofeedback machine because I didn't get a chance to talk to anybody, even Mark Sargent.
I know.
So,
well, look, that's why I just played the guitar. I probably annoyed some people, but they should just tell me if that's the case, because I'm an open book. You can see I was right there. People were talking to me, coming over and listening, and like, so I don't know. It's kind of bizarre for me. Like I just went there to do one thing, play the guitar, and be like a melody box, and play a bunch of music. And I did just that, and it was very successful for me. It was very strenuous activity for me. I didn't feel quite up to it, but I made it through. And I took care of myself better than... What's that?
Well, I'd say you sounded very good. I, for one, enjoyed your music. You probably saw me rocking my head back and forth there while I was working on the other side of the room.
Yeah, well, I'm in another zone when I'm doing that, so I do see the activity, but it's more like a feeling thing.
Well, I was feeling your grooves, brother. I was feeling your grooves, brother.
Like I don't have to be high. Like I didn't play the guitar like I do by being high all the time. Like I've studied very, very hard. You know, like I did a lot of practical work, and I can demonstrate my abilities, and I like pretty much know where I'm at, and don't care about the rest. with the guitar playing, that is, and that's all I'm referring it to. I mean, that's like really, honestly, it's strange, but it's like really the most important part of my life. It's my first love. Like I fell in love with the 6-string guitar and wanted to know all its intricacies. So like I've learned them like in every kind of way. It's probably windy if I move that way. I think I've learned them in every kind of way that is possible for me, and is rewarding for me, and is still rewarding, and I'm still learning and growing, which is freaking phenomenal at 64 years old, to be learning and growing at something still at something that I started when I was a 10-year-old child. So I got that going for me. I got the fortitude to stand the like I'll stand up tall and I'll put myself up front and stand to be counted, and I'm a force to be reckoned with, man. I won't go down slowly.
Well, you stayed
I'll
up.
fight.
You
I love
stayed up
to
for a long time playing guitar that day. After you got done, some
just
people
the other
came in and
day.
started pounding on the piano, and I guess Renee's wife wasn't too happy about that. She was cool with your
Oh,
guitar.
that day. Oh, that day. Yeah. Oh no, actually, he was playing very well. I don't know why. That's good piano playing. I thought he was excellent. What is she talking about?
Well, I think they didn't ask to get the piano first or something, but I don't know.
Oh, so there might be some in-strifing there, but we won't talk about that because principles over personalities. So we can stick with principles of everything. So Earth is flat. I'm looking at a nice big horizon, literally almost 180 degrees spread of water here, shoreline to shoreline.
So I've got a good friend that I've had since I was a teenager. I bought my first motorcycle from him before I was even old enough to get a license. He ended up riding his motorcycle out here. He's got a Goldwing. He drove that out here from Arizona. He was out here today, and we were talking and stuff. And I got to have a chance to do a little bit of seed planting. So, I showed him some information that I had about flat Earth and, why I'm thinking about this kind of stuff. And he's going to go out and check out some stuff for himself. So, I'm going to be 65 in June. He's a couple years older than me, so you're never too old to learn.
We're born the same year. So,
listen, the next meetup at Renee's is going to be on the 24th of June. My birthday is on the 25th. Renee said that he's going to have a birthday cake there for me, so I'm hoping to be able to show up.
And mine's on the 10th of July, so that summertime is a good time to meet or do anything like that. Always has been for me.
So, it's especially a good time to meet at the beach.
The sun's bright, count me in. I'll be there with my bright, sunny face. It's amazing, like, I can get burnt all summer long and get nice and brown, and in the winter, my skin is, like, really sensitive, like white skin, but the sun always makes me feel better. Anyway, it looks like my charge is actually freaking working. Where should I go now? I think I'm going to ride east.
So you're down in San Diego right now at the beach?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm at Sunset Cliffs Beach Park.
I don't think I've ever been to that one.
Yeah. There's cliffs. The cliffs. There used to be big mansions with caves going out to the sea, and they used to run rum and stuff like that. And with their speedboats, all the way under. They dug tunnels, bro, dude, to mansions up the hill here, and ran rum right here along the coast. And the caves are like they covered them up now.
So it was an interesting day yesterday. I don't know if you got to listen to any of the rantings yesterday, but some of the people were joking around with one of the guys that had space herpes, and he wanted to get rid of his space herpes, and they were trying to give him cream. So, I've seen the space herpes in the people's roles before. Never quite sure what it was.
Yeah,
after listening to that guy, I think I understand now.
Yeah, but see, all of those things, like if they have space herpes, like I can almost tell you like what month it was, like what was going on in the server then, because there was a history behind all of it. Like I was at like almost every one of those really stellar conversations, 24/7 in the past 3 years. Almost 3 years.
Well, it looks like you must have had protection, because I don't see any space herpes here for you.
Hell to the no. You think Sonny's gonna like stand for anything less than what is extraordinary? I don't know where anybody would get that idea. How dare you, sir? I'm on joking. How'd you like that jousting, though? Pretty good, eh? You thought I was done for? No, I'm still here. Tally ho! Yeah, sailboats sailing. A couple of them. One's coming south here. It's like about a 30-footer, maybe 27.
Wow. Well, I love the beach, but my wife's got a sensitivity to the sun, and she just really, she gets goes into I took her to the beach once, and it was kind of overcast, and she started to get sunburn and started hurting, and we got her some kind of a sun medicine to help her, and she went into anaphylactic shock from it. I had to take her to the hospital. So now she tries to avoid the beach like the plague. I was surprised she came with me when we went to that meet.
I didn't even know that she was.
So what's everyone doing tomorrow?
That's okay.
I'm going to go visit my son and our grandson, and we're going to watch him hunt for Easter eggs.
Nice.
We bought him a little water table so he can go ahead and play with this summer and have some fun outside.
Very nice.
And, that's what the holidays are about, are the kids and the grandkids. I don't know if you're old enough to have any kids or if you're married or not.
I have 3 kids. I'm divorced and I own a company.
Okay. Yeah, you do. You have a concrete company.
I know me. Mimas is rocking the pants off it right now. Good job. Good job, my man.
I'm rocking the what?
I say that. I say you're doing a jolly good job there.
I try. I just wanted to wish everyone a happy. My oldest is 13, Sophia. My middle child is Alexander. He is about to be 11. No, he's 10, and he's about to be 11. And my youngest is Freya, who is 5.5.
Do you get to see them often?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I've got custody of them, so yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Right on.
I should take a picture of the sun. Let me.
But yeah, happy Easter, everybody.
Happy Easter. I think I'm going to go make a pot roast. I'm going to ride back home. I got about 10 miles back to home. It's going to be very pleasant going downwind.
Nice.
I'm going to try to
and I'm doing the daily reminder that Easter and Ishtar are completely unrelated for anyone in here who thinks that they are connected. They actually have nothing to do with each other.
And here I thought the Easter Bunny had nothing to do with Christ's resurrection.
It doesn't. It was a Germanic tradition, but it didn't have a tradition that was based in like anything. I don't want to say religious because they wouldn't have had religious back then, but pantheistic. It was just a Germanic tradition that happened to coincide around the same time, and so they adopted it. So they really just continued their tradition during what was called Easter. It's so really like these weird, unconnected things that those are part of kind of the tradition of Easter, but they're really traditional. The church would call them pagan, but pagan wasn't the same thing as like worshiping other gods. Pagan was anything cultural that was not devised by the church. So I did post a couple articles up there.
So have you heard about supposedly Christ wasn't born on December 25th. He was born on April 1st. And that's why they started up April Fool's Day to go ahead and mislead people. Oh,
I mean, I have no idea. I know he wasn't. I know he probably wasn't born in December, but like it to me, it's like that's kind of like the people how they argue about what did Christ look like. To me, it's not so important.
Yeah, and that's funny. I see pictures of him. He's got light brown hair and blue eyes, and it's like from the part of the country he came from, people didn't look like that.
Right. You know what's funny is if you go to Ethiopia, Christ is black. If you go to Europe, Christ is white. If you go to the Middle East, Christ is brown. And if you go to China, guess what Christ is?
Asian.
He's Asian. And I always thought that was the good thing, is like he's, relatable, it doesn't matter what he looked like, right? So I know a lot of people are kind of stuck on like, it didn't look like this, it didn't look like this, and it's like, well, maybe you should be more spiritual and less materialistic, and like listen to the words, the message. So that's what's most important for me.
Well, I'll tell you, I first came across flat Earth in about 2017.
Yep.
I had about 3 years of my life that I was going through a really intense court situation, and I couldn't, for a fear of having that held against me, I obviously couldn't have mentioned much about that or gotten involved with it.
Right.
But after I won my court case, I used some of that money. I bought a P1000.
Ooh.
I went out to a meetup at Sunset Beach last year. That's where I first saw Sonny and Flat Earth Dude. And I saw with my own eyes something that I shouldn't have been able to see. And that's when I said, okay, I believe it now. One of the things I learned is don't just take everybody else's word for it. Go test it for yourself.
Right.
So, I can't test trying to go to the South Pole. I can't test, flying around different continents and trying to take measurements with the compass and the map and all that kind of stuff. But I could go out and buy a camera. I could go out and buy a digital thermometer to measure the temperature of moon shade and moonlight.
Thermometer?
Monitor. Yeah, I think I'm from Boston. I bought a monitor. No, I'm from California. I bought a monitor and my mouth was just a little bit dry, so I needed to take a sip of water here to get it back going again. But anyway, after I tried a few of these tests of my own, and I said, okay, so this looks true. I see it for myself. I've proved it for myself. It's repeatable.
Yep.
So, I still don't know if the Earth is flat or if it's a round ball 10 million times bigger than they say what it is.
Effectively flat.
Yeah, I do know that I can measure across 10 miles and look at a buoy just like the ones that we have on that meme there that was done a little bit further up the coast. But where we had that meetup at Sunset Beach, there's also an oil derrick 6 miles and 10 miles out. And I was able to zoom into the one 10 miles out, and it should have been under, a 6-foot curve of wave, or not 6 foot, 6-story building, tall wave, 60 foot, 66 foot actually.
Yeah. For me, I grew up on the coast, so I'm Georgia, East Coast, and we got a lot of lighthouses. And so when I learned, in late 2015, I had that aha moment when the math all came together for me. Instantly, all the dots connected. That's why I could see lighthouses. Because there was this one you could see on good days, 31 miles away.
Well, all the pieces coming together. FE, I've been looking into a lot of different things. Today's not Sunday, so I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but there's a lot of things that have caught my interest throughout the years. And then finally, when I realized, FE, it's like, okay, if they're lying about this, all this other stuff has to be a lie too. Big buildings, a pair of them, doing the hokey pokey, all that kind of stuff. It all makes sense. It all fits together.
Right.
One of my main reasons for coming to this forum or to this Discord server, I don't really want to go ahead and debate people and try to show them that I know more about their planet, their round ball that they live on than they do. And I don't need to be convinced on where I live. Right now, my big interest is meeting other people that have same, likewise understandings that they've come into, and also talk about the other things that aren't talked about on here. And just different situations in this place that we live in, what can and can't be done. And anyway, that's like I said. I know why that there's a lot of restrictions here. I understand with that. I agree with it wholeheartedly. But I look forward to going to these meetups so I can meet and talk to people about some of this stuff. But I really screwed up bad at this last one. I brought a biofeedback machine, and I was giving free readings and biofeedback therapy to people there. And I thought I'd only do a couple, and it's like I had a line of people. I was there for like 10 hours, maybe straight, doing that. And then finally, when I closed up shop, people are going, "Oh, you stopped already? You stopped already?" And anyway, I was hoping to meet Mark Sargent, and I've got quite a few questions I wanted to ask him.
We had him in here. I gave him about a 35-minute interview in here.
When?
During that meetup.
Oh wow! And I missed it all. I was
you
there.
missed it.
I was there.
Somebody's got it. Somebody can repost it. Somebody did clip it out.
Okay, cool. I'd love to hear
I think Simpcord. If Simpcord is in here, I think he knows. I think he's got it.
Yeah, I've been in communication with Mark for several years now.
Yeah.
But it's just that was the first time that we actually had a chance to meet, and I was able to go up and shake his hand. I got a picture of me, and I don't know if you know who Renee is. He was the person hosting the show, and I got a picture of Mark on one side and Renee on the other. And to me, that was kind of like the lifeline of my journey. So I started at one end listening to the Flat Earth Clues, and then it finally came into fruition when I had my P1000 at Renee's house and I took the picture.
I end up chiding people who have a problem with Mark. Because some people, for some reason, and I think it's like one of the leftover ego remains of the kind of the truth community, is this paranoia about anybody who gets any notice. Right? And so since Mark is kind of like the face of something, in a sense, he's the guy who does interviews, who's going to talk to the mainstream more often, they don't trust him. And I think that's silly.
Well, David Weiss, too. He's out there a lot.
David Weiss, too, yeah. Like, we love David Weiss. David Weiss is not a debater, but he is a great talker, great discusser.
And he's got a neat app, too.
Yeah.
You guys use that? Do you have that on your phone?
No, I don't. I do know about it, but I don't have it on my phone. I forget what it is. It's a time date, or is it a
well, what it is, it's like a flat earth clock, 24-hour clock.
That's right, yeah.
But then it also ties in to the weather, the US weather, whatever it's called, and it shows an AE map of the weather, so you can actually see the way that the jet stream flows and where the temperatures are going.
That's right, yeah. That's right.
I pulled it up. We had a tornado here in California last week, and I was able to pull up that app, and I could see where the wind is spinning in California, just right off the coast, just before it hit.
Nice. Maybe I'll check it out. Toby Dog says flat earthers were psyoped to not like him. Unfortunately, Toby Dog, flat earthers psyoped themselves to not like him. That's what happened. So we do have a problem with people coming from the truth community into here, because they bring a lot of their baggage with them.
Well, one of the things that's a big question that's been on my mind, and it's like, if the government is smart enough to pull the wool over our eyes for all of this time and be in power, the powers that be, and I believe the government is just puppets, they're not we don't see the ones that are actually pulling the strings. But all of a sudden, in a short period of time, all of this stuff has come out. And it's like, okay, we're going to put up these NASA videos, and you can see how it's faked. We're going to go ahead and all the whole stuff about the flat Earth, and it almost seems to me like this was intentional to be put out there to cause a discord, if you will, and get the community uprising.
Yeah,
and so this isn't Sunday, so I'm not going to get into all kinds of speculations.
Oh, it's okay. This is something that we actually talk about. If you've been in here with me for any amount of time, because I've seen you around a lot, you might have heard me talk about this. Absolutely, I think that this was put out, and that. But of course, I don't like to call them liars. I tend to look at this as the cultural religion, and so people who are fundamentalist will essentially look past anything, even things that are dishonest, and consider them part of the story. A lot of times, because that's what being asleep. That's what being asleep really is.
Well, my question is now. I'm 65 years old. I can't afford to retire right now and just get what I'd make off Social Security, and I can't take Social Security now and still work, because I make so much money, there wouldn't be anything left of my Social Security. All of that would get taken out. So I've got to keep working until
Catch 22.
Yeah. And I hear on the news all this stuff, and I don't know how much you can trust of the news, of course. But I hear all this stuff about how they're running out of money in Social Security, and the HR head of the HR sent us an email a couple of days ago that's stating how they said that they're going to run out of money 1 year sooner than they thought. And you know what? I don't understand because, I'm a boomer, and the population was a lot smaller when I was born than it is now. There's a lot more people out there working than there were then. So now, say, what do we have? Like, just say, for example, there's, 1 million baby boomers that are going to be ready to start collecting Social Security. And there's like 5 million people out there working. So how can they say they don't have enough money other than the fact that they already spent it on something else? They had to go ahead and build a rocket to go to the moon and go to Mars and all that stuff. I understand that. So, but the bottom line is, how can they not have money when there's more people now putting into the system than there are taking out of the system?
Well, let's see. The last time I read, there's about 4,000 times the amount of debt than in percentage ratio than there is actual money. So it's not that they've run out of money. They ran out of money a very long time ago. It's that it's that the corpse is going to start getting cold is what's going to happen. And everyone's going to realize, oh, this thing's dead. And it's been dead for a while. So it's kind of like by the time we realize they're out of money, they've been out of money for 10 years.
Oh, I think it's been longer than that they spent it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, really, we could say back to like 1976 is when like the real money drain really started. The last time we really had money in the country was the 1950s.
Well, when we went off of backing our money with gold and silver,
yeah,
that's when everything started to turn, I believe. And
yeah,
now
because you could have a fiat currency just backed by the good faith of a population. The problem is the international markets. You can't. It just isn't going to operate like that. You can't have a world currency, and the dollar is generally the world currency.
Well, the central bank is who controls all of our currency. And the last I heard, there's only 2 countries in the whole world that are not tied into the central bank. And I've got relatives from Nicaragua, and I had some money left over from when we went down to visit there a few years ago. And I just happened to pull it out on my desk. I hadn't seen it in a while, and I looked at it, and lo and behold, there's the all-seeing eye in the pyramid on their currency.
Yeah.
And so, I've heard one of my awoken friends who I've run into recently, met recently, was talking to me about becoming a national rather than a citizen, and all the different things that go along with that. And there's supposed to be a bank account that has money in that they owe you. And that's something I find that hard to believe that they would let that leak out so we could find out about that. And I'm not in the position right now where I want to go ahead and denounce my citizenship and become a national and expect to get bunches and bunches of money. But and I've heard a couple of other people, one person on this channel, Discord channel, mentioning something about that. But I haven't talked to anybody that's actually done it yet, other than seeing on the videos. And I've got a friend, and he's in the middle of learning all the legal stuff, and he's about to go through it. And if that works for him, I'm going to try it too. Then I'm not going to have to worry about Social Security.
Yeah.
But we shall see what we shall see when that gets there, if it comes to fruition for him.
I can't really take any kind of risk right now because of my kids. So
you're breaking up a bit, though. You're not roboting.
I can't really take any risk right now because my kids.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But when your kids
if I was single, if I wasn't a dad, I would totally just do whatever I wanted, right? But just got to bite the bullet right now.
Well, I believe, first of all, I believe that we are created. I believe that there is evil in this world. I do believe that evil runs this world right now. I'm still on the wall if I can believe everything in the Bible. There's a lot of stuff there that is making sense. And, to be quite frank, I was going through some changes in my life, and I was praying to God about my job and to get the right job. And shortly after that, I got a bitchin' ass job. It paid well. I had lots of prestige. And then about a year later, a new manager came in, and my whole world turned upside down. It was crap. And I started praying, and my time to pray would be in my car on my way to work. And I just started praying to God, and I said, listen, man, I prayed for a good job. I got this great job. Now it's turned to shit. Can you hear me? Is there any, do you understand what I'm asking? Is there really a relationship that I can have with you? If there is, give me a sign. I can't do this on faith alone. Give me a sign. And that's when I was introduced to Flat Earth. And I didn't realize it at first, but, when you start looking at the Bible and it talks about how, Earth isn't a spinning ball that's circling around the sun, but the Bible says that God created the firmament to separate the waters above from the waters below, and created the sun and the moon inside of the firmament. And then I look at the sun and its position. I look at the moon and its position, and I consider my position down on Earth, and look at those 3 points together. Now, when the moon is a full moon and you can see it in the daytime, I can understand that. But when it's a quarter moon or half moon, and I can see the sun and I can see the moon, there's no way that the Earth is causing the shadow on the moon, as I was told when I was a kid in school. And all this stuff is just, it's fitting together. My wife, she's, totally against this. She's a total blue pill. She's a total discog. I bring up FE and she really starts getting mad and getting upset and says, how could I be ruining our relationship? So that's why most of the time you don't hear me talking in here. I get up in the morning and I leave the house about 5:30 in the morning, and I start streaming the Discord from my phone into my car radio, and I listen to it all the way into work. When I get to work, I listen to Discord, and I've got that going on. I can't hear it the whole day because I do technical support. I have to talk to customers. So a lot of times it'll be a really good conversation. I have to take a phone call, and that sucks. But anyway, my wife is really against this kind of stuff, so I don't get in here and talk very often. But I know the other day, yesterday, when you're talking to that guy about the cream that he needed a special cream for his spacer piece. He's saying, I see this wax mixer. I see him all the time. How come I never hear him? So the reason is not because I'm a lurker trying to gather evidence and prove that there's a globe, but I'm really interested in this subject. I'm getting to the point where I can recognize people's voices all the time, so I don't even have to look and see who's talking to know who it is. So, I'm, the 3 points. I was actually using those today with a lifetime friend of mine that I came out about the flat Earth and was talking about, and he didn't laugh at me. He was saying, "Wow, you've come up with some interesting stuff here. I'm going to have to check this out." So, that's pretty cool. But anyway, the bottom line is the reason that I don't talk in here a whole lot is because I'm either working or driving, or my wife is watching TV, so I've just got my headphones on and listening quietly. So, but she's gone. She went to go get her nails done so she can look nice and pretty when we go see our grandson tomorrow and bring him an Easter basket and some neat stuff. So I figured, you know what? I got a chance to talk. I turned it on and I heard Sonny, and I was happy to hear Sonny because he kind of, had a little blowout there. I think it was earlier this week. So I'm glad to see he's doing better. That made me feel good. And I lost Helio. No, Helio's here. I lost Mimas. Maybe I'm talking. I can see the green light come on around.
You can check 1, 2. I'm still here. What's up?
So Helio, you used to be in a band, right? Was that you?
Yeah, I was in a band.
And I think I was looking at some the old videos that you had on your site earlier this morning. What was the band's name?
I mean, I've been in several. Which one?
Well, I was trying to find your channel just now while I was talking in here. You must have been like maybe in your early 20s, This looked like it was probably in the 70s. That was.
No, it was 70s. God damn.
Oh, 80s? Maybe 80s. I don't know.
No, it was early 90s.
Okay. Well, I was about that age in the 70s. So I think you're about to be 50. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll be 50 this year.
All right. And I'll be 65, man, hitting the time
Holy
when
shit.
I thought.
I think you
thought
might
I'd
be the oldest on the server then.
Oh, man. And I'm probably one of the newest.
I mean, it's like you and Sonny, man. You're in the 60s.
He's got his beat, though.
Yeah, I'm 67. You got to beat me.
Sonny's still rocking with his freaking guitar. Yeah. So.
I didn't know that old dude. I thought you were younger than that. I thought it was like Sonny, Jen, and me. I'm like the young guy now.
Yeah.
I'm like the youngest old guy.
Yeah, crit. Yeah, you're 60, right? Or
yeah.
Or is it 60?
67.
What? Crit?
No,
67?
old guy.
No, I am.
Oh, you're 60. See, bro, we're still rolling.
I know, like deep.
Yeah, I'm a boomer deluxe, and I'm proud of it.
And I remember when I was in my 20s, and I never thought I'd get old, and so I've been 20 three times over now.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'm having trouble with being old because I'm still young in heart, and it's just like, God dang it, man.
Well, there's a lot of stuff I'd like to do, but my body's got a different idea.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm diabetic, so I got issues with that, and I've the whole thing with diabetes type 1, type 2, and now if you start to get your mental,
are you type 1?
It's they call it type 3. I'm a type 2. I'm a type 2.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But something that's interesting. I take 2 types of insulin. I take one type that's called a basal. It's like a baseline insulin that I take once every 24 hours. And then I take a second type. It's for whenever I have a meal. So I take insulin with my meal to keep my blood sugar from getting too high.
All right. So if you had never gone to a doctor to diagnose you with it, what do you think it would be? What would be going on with you right now?
Well, the reason I went to a doctor to test it out, I was having heart murmurs. I was having heart murmurs. Now, I believe that I probably would not have naturally had diabetes. I believe that there were some outside things affecting it, whether it's intake that I've eaten or drinking, or air that I've breathed. But I don't believe that diabetes, especially type 2, is a natural phenomena. Especially how it's increased. 3 out of 10 people, are going to have. Or I forget the numbers. So I don't want to quote.
Isn't it generally speculated that, excuse me, that people develop type 2 diabetes by their influence with their diet or whatever living situation, your diet.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. I'm overweight.
Type 1's a totally different animal.
Yeah, it's born without the
Actually,
pancreas doing correct.
There's many studies that point out that both, the type 1 and type 2 are definitely different, but they are rooted in multiple layers of infections in the body that cause a breakup of the mechanisms of the body to be able to metabolize certain nutrients and everything. So it causes a problem in the chain in the body. And the type 1 is very deep. It's a very
Jimsy.
It's a very deep one, very deep rooted.
You don't have
to. Go ahead.
Well, I was mentioning earlier about a friend of mine that's going to be checking out that thing about not becoming no longer a citizen, but becoming a national. And one of the other things that he's informed me about is biofeedback. And he's got a system. He gave me a biofeedback treatment, and for 2 days after that bio treatment, I didn't.
Diabetes channel.
Oh, what? Should I not say?
Yeah, medical stuff is off limits.
Okay.
For the live stream, because it's
Yeah.
terms of service on YouTube, they'll call it medical misinformation.
All right. Well, thanks for straightening me out. And like I said, one of these days, I'd really like to find some place where I could actually talk about what's going on without having to worry about restrictions.
Well, you can actually
Stuff,
do
and
it on the server, but not in this room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have access to other areas. I was
Yeah,
a couple of times
You do. You just go into it, and it's just like, hey, can we talk about some medical stuff that we've been through?
Can we go down to chill chat?
Just say, hey, just jump in another voice room and say, hey, can you join me here, bro?
Yeah, if you scroll down to chill chat,
I'll go with you right now.
Yeah,
I
there's
see it.
chill chat, health, nutrition, and for some reason we have cryptocurrency down there for anyone who's ultra cringe.
So chill chat under that. Okay, there's chill chat. I see chill text, health, nutrition.
Yeah, there's all kinds of different voice rooms there. Yeah, help
The crypto chat is for the cool people.
I stream video games in there sometimes in chill chat.
Learning curve is for people that want to learn something.
Well, just like this room is broadcast on multiple channels and stuff, and they don't like us. We've been hit for medical disinformation, as if none of us have been to doctors and know something about that.
Right.
But if we talk about it too much, they really don't like it.
I always take my doctor's advice, and I have my prescriptions that a doctor has prescribed to me. But if anybody else would like to,
congratulations.
And when you want to go into another channel here, I have some stuff.
I would like to talk to you.
Okay, where at?
Anywhere you want.
Chill chat?
Sure, let's go.
There.
All right,
there you go. That's it. You can talk about that shit, but not in this room. Anyway,
I wouldn't advise texting it either, though, in any room, because then it's
Discord. Then Discord will fuck with you. Yeah. Maybe you could let's just do correspondence through email if you really want to get a hold of each other, because Discord will still fuck with you. But anyway, so where are we at?
We are on a Earth that is not a ball. That's where we're at. We're on an Earth that's certainly not a ball. So what it's not is what it's not. It's just not.
I know. It's just like
it's just like, not.
Well, I can't remember who was saying it earlier. We all see. I think it was CB was saying, "Look, we all see the same thing."
Well,
if you interpret the Earth that you see as a ball, somebody told you that it's obviously not a ball. And just like we've been arguing, back and forth for a long time, it's just like, well, it can't be a ball. It's a ball because experts said so, right?
Right.
Where's this ball that you think you're seeing?
Or standing on?
Yeah, we're standing on the same Earth. You might be in Philadelphia. You might be in freaking Southern California. You might be in Utah. You might be in Arkansas. Where's this goddamn ball that everybody's looking for? It's only on television. Or in math. Pretend math. About the globe Earth in the solar system. That's their math. Nobody experiences this ball. You just have to believe it like a religion. It's our ball. We have a ball spinning around the solar system, third rock from the sun, in the Milky Way galaxy, just rolling around, chilling. Like nobody business. I mean, it's like the ball was always the ball, wasn't it? And ball, everybody keeps talking about. I can't find it. I've been looking for it for 7 years, 8 years. Find this ball. I've talked to people about their belief in the ball. I still can't find it. And they say I'm dumb. You guys think I'm dumb?
Well, Helio, that's a whole different subject.
All right, I'll tell you. Let me ask you a different question. Do you guys think I'm ignorant? How about that?
I'd say you're
sometimes you're rude. Sometimes you're rude, but I wouldn't say you're ignorant.
I would say you're stagnant. You're stupid and ignorant mixed together.
You're none of those.
Stagnant. Is that even a fucking word, Chris?
Stagnant.
Stagnant?
Yeah, you're
What
stagnant.
does that mean?
Stupid and ignorant. It's a dangerous combination.
Really? I mean, so I'm stagnant.
Stagnant.
All right. Well, give me the description. So, about the topic, related to the topic, flat Earth. I'm stagnant.
Oh no, I thought we're talking about in general.
The general?
No, in general.
In
overall
general,
in life.
I'm stagnant because you don't like. Are you talking about my personality?
No, I'm just joking around. I guess it fell flat. So there.
Okay, that's cool. I'm good with that. So
I was trying to be lighthearted.
You tried to make a joke and
it fell flat. It fell flatter than the Earth. It's actually flat. The joke is so flat.
It fell flatter than the Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. All right, so I'm trying to. What the fuck is going on with my something going? Like I have all these windows instead of. Sometimes I forget how to use Discord. What the fuck is going on? I hit live stream, but I don't see it. Tower on the left. Maybe I need to. Hey, Crit.
Yeah.
You more stagnant than I am, bitch.
Yeah, I know for sure. It takes one to know one.
Yeah, I guess.
I know that you're stagnant because I know what stagnant looks like.
I don't even think you need. You don't. You don't have to be blind to see stagnant.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like he said. It takes someone to know one. I'm a stagnant motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Oh boy.
I mean, we're in the Joker's field right now, and a lot of people are like, see, flat earthers. You know what? I mean, I want Globers to come in here and make really good jokes. They don't know how to.
They're too upset.
Talented enough to make really good jokes. That's weird.
They're just upset. They're like a Karen, and they're really worried that someone else disagrees with them, and they can't get past that to actually get to a place where they can just enjoy life and like, oh, okay, sure.
Dude, have you watched any part? I know you travel between different Discord servers. Have you watched any of it? It's like this morning, Jim started his live stream on Humans of Earth, right? Did you listen to any of that shit today?
Yeah, they were
They're
all
so
about me.
fucking butthurt about everything all the time. It's so weird.
Yeah, they had a whole 2-hour long.
They think they're funny, but it's just so stupid.
It's so cringe. It's really cringe at the end of the day.
It's just like they're not even funny, man. They think they're even if they're not talking about flat Earth, they're just so weak in their arguments or whatever. It's like just leave it alone, man.
I mean, there's a few interactions few and far between. For the most part, it's like a flat earther says anything, and they just spiral instantly, out of control. And then they want to blame you for that.
Anything they try to say about a flat earther, they don't even make good jokes. We make better jokes about ourselves.
I had posted in there. We've
been doing it for didn't we just do it now? We made really good jokes about ourselves. We just did it. You guys fucking took the piss out of me just now. And I love it.
Yeah, because it was good, because it was a lighthearted moment, because you felt like in a nebulous sense that you were kind of unsure of your role and your place on the server, and joking around. That's what men do. They tease each other. See, over there,
if you can't handle someone making fun of you, the only reason men make fun of each other is because they respect you. You know, because you'll figure that out as a man. You know, when you gather enough attention where somebody makes fun of you, you know, men between men, you know, you've gathered enough attention to yourself. And
Helio, I don't want to interrupt, but I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Have you talked to Jaja Light?
Let's see.
Hello, Jaja Light, VC verified. Welcome to the server. You can unmute your mic and say hello, or don't. It's your choice.
Yeah, we're not so scary. We're gentlemen.
Back to you, Helio. Looks like he's not going to talk.
No,
Yo, what's good, man? I was just about to peg out, man.
Don't bug out, man. Come in here and hang out with us, man. We're having fun.
Okay, said hello. What's going on? What brings you by the server today?
No, I've been on this server for maybe 2 or 3 weeks now. I got some stuff doing here, so I was just popping to say hello, to invite everybody to Speculation Sunday. You know, it's gonna be hot.
So is the Earth a ball?
Well, is it Sunday where you are now?
I'm actually in the West Indies, so it's kind of like
doesn't matter. Just speak your mind. Tell us what you're about. It's all good.
I had one question: is the Earth a ball? Jaja Light.
Is it a ball?
Is the Earth a spinning ball in literally nothing?
No, it's not a ball, bro.
Okay, back to you, Helio.
All right, man. Have a good one. I'll see you guys on Sunday.
Dave, you do this shit all the time. It's just like, oh, I'm gonna check this guy in, and I was like, well, and then you're just like everybody else. I do like it though. I do. Like it. But Dave, I want you to talk to him, man. Come on, man.
I'm just trying to say hi to all the VC verifieds, man. I'm just trying to do that.
Oh, Dave, but you're good at really having conversations with him. And why are you trying to check out? So it's just like, oh, I noticed somebody.
I was hoping he was a globe believer so I could talk to him, but he doesn't think it's a ball.
Well, how do you know he's not lying?
Are you lying, Jaja Light? Is the Earth really a ball? You're saying that?
What do you think, man? Am I lying? Could you hear it in someone's voice? I mean,
it sounds like you're being sincere. Could be wrong. I don't know.
As truth seekers, we're supposed to sense sincerity in someone's voice as soon as they open their mouth to speak.
You sound like you're legit to me. So Helios is.
All right. I'm going to tell you what, Dave Hinkle is a very good judge of character. So, hey, Judge, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Man, you welcomed me last week, Helio. Last week you welcomed me. I was on last week, bro. Sunday.
Hey, man, I talked to hundreds of people, so maybe I don't remember you, but if you have a new account, I can't help that.
Remember you were making fun of my name. You would say, is it Yaya or Jaja? And you wanted me to verify which one was it?
I do remember that. I think I do remember that one. But do you already have the roles?
Yeah, I think Miggy or CB gave me a role. I can't remember who.
All right, well, you're here fucking now. Just say what you're going to say. Do you have any opinion on what we were talking about? How, Globers are saying this and saying that. That's pretty much the standard conversation here. And, so it's not even, nobody here is, as far as personalities go, we've been here for a long time. People get to know us. But we're really just trying to move the conversation forward. So if you're new here, just go ahead and say what you have to say.
Well, I'm on a different level, which is not really flat earth related, but it's like more truth oriented. So I'm more like every speculation Sunday. I want to pop in and just pick your guys' brain some more and see what you think about what the stuff I believe in, stuff I know, be factual.
Well, we can't know that until you actually say what you believe or know.
Yeah, that's true. I'm going to test you on just this one question. There's only one truth. This is right, yeah?
Yeah, you're going to have to say it, like out loud.
I mean, truth. There's just one truth.
Okay, well, say it. Say what you mean and mean what you mean, and then we'll test your spirit because we've been doing this for a very long time. So go ahead and say it. We're nobody here is scared or don't be embarrassed. Because I mean, if you go in public and talk about flat Earth, I'm not embarrassed about flat Earth, but a lot of people just don't get it, So this is a comfortable room. If you think we're wrong about this, go ahead and fucking say it, Or if you think we're right, then you're in the right place. Go ahead, say what you were gonna say.
All right. So what really I brought up last week is that how do you link up flat Earth with God, with the one truth, and with everything that is going around? How you link up flat Earth with this? And I asked a question: is it possible?
Dude, wow, how hard, dude! All of us are every flat earther, as far as I know. Here we know that the creation is real. We don't necessarily all believe in different religions, but we all know creation is real. So yeah, go ahead.
So about the creation and about the knowledge of the creation and about flat earth and about knowledge of oneself and knowledge of God. This is mainly where my stance is. And,
say it, bro. Say it.
Last week I asked, is it possible that for one individual person could obtain all knowledge? All knowledge? And the question was posed that Miggy disagreed with me. I think what's his name? AI disagreed with me.
Now, we're not talking about personalities. We want to get to know you. We all know each other. We've been here for years talking to each other. We want to know you. You said you're creationist and you just admitted it. Tell us what you mean, and we're not gonna. You're talking to me right now, aren't you?
Right.
Tell me what you know about creation. Just tell it. Just say it.
Okay, I believe and I can prove that one man, as an individual man, could obtain all knowledge of the earth, of himself, of the universe,
That's
and
Adam. Adam.
Adam. I like the way you put that.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I know. See? Go ahead.
I would also go in depth with astrology and how one man could become a god through the steps.
I think this part. I mean, don't be embarrassed, or all of us, especially around like tomorrow's Easter, right? So everyone, I think everyone should hear this, especially on speculation leading up to Speculation Sunday. I think it's very important.
Lobby. Tomorrow Speculation Sunday, so I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna speak out.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
well, I mean, you're going to still be there, just like I will be too. I mean, well, in the afternoon, I won't be because I'm going to be with my family. They're going to be Christian celebrating, and I'll participate in that because that's my family, But in my spirit, I'm not there that way with them. I love my family, but I'm not that. So I'm actually curious about what you're bringing up here. To be honest,
There was this one author, W. George Carey. He wrote a book about the God man, the Word made flesh, and in that book he outlined how one man how he would. I'm lost for words there, man. I wasn't prepared.
The Word made flesh. That is, see, the Word made flesh it's referring to the Bible, right? So it's like the Word made flesh, which is the Word of God, right? So the only is it spoken or written? Can it be made flesh, whether it's spoken or written? Is it or maybe it gotta be there. Go ahead.
So what it really says,
where does the power come from? The power of the word come from written or spoken?
I would say it comes from within. Now, if you let me just expose on it there a little bit. All right, I'm gonna go with a couple texts from the Bible where Jesus spoke those words. Where in the book of Psalms 82 verse 6, where it talks about we are gods, and a certain text in the Gospels of Jesus Christ where it states that we are also gods. Jesus said that. The book of Psalms said that. Yeah, and then in John, the very first chapter in John, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. So that means all men are created equal.
That was the book of John. Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is like
we might as well, since it's Easter weekend, let's just start Speculation Sunday now. I have a feeling we're going to be talking about Easter all from now until through tomorrow. So I like it.
I got some things on my hands to take care of. I wasn't prepared to talk about it right now.
No, it's cool. I mean, I can understand that you know some shit about the Bible, so that's really cool. That it really, what you were saying, kind of hit me right. I like that.
So where I tie this in, and in the author, George Carey, he would emphasize on this. He would tell you, for a man is born under certain conditions, right? There are 12 zodiacal signs. There are 12 months in the year. Every human being is born under one of those months. Each of those months represent a sign. From
Wait, are you
Aquarius.
talking to someone in this chat or someone on YouTube, or who are you talking to? Not me, of course.
You mean referring to the book or the person in general?
Oh shit! You can talk to what Peter said, or Paul, or any of the New Testament authors. But if you're talking to someone on, some YouTube chat or whatever, they're. I'm going to tell you what. If you really get deep into it, they're gonna. It's an endless debate when it comes to religion. You already know that. Tell.
Yeah, man. I know that. This is why I try to make it as simple as possible. Yeah, because to me it makes perfect sense. Because like I could decode certain texts from the Bible, not all of them, but I could decipher certain texts from the Bible, especially the Gospels. And I do believe that Jesus Christ is a reincarnation of man. Alright, so Jesus Christ is a consciousness, whereas all man can obtain this consciousness. Jesus Christ came to show us how to do this to get to the Father.
Based on what?
I don't understand.
The Bible?
Meaning, how you mean?
No. Repeat what you just said. You just said that Jesus Christ is the consciousness of man reincarnated, and do you have you were talking about the Bible earlier, so that's your evidence. The Bible is the evidence. I mean, I'm trying to figure this out.
What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to spring everything together and just make everything, bring everything into
Well, you can't unless you actually know all of the evidence. I mean, you can't just make it up. Tell me why you think that's true.
All right, let me just take that one text from John. That one text, I'm going to spring it out for you. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. Okay, the Word and God, those are the two.
Not enough. It's not enough. That's not enough. I promise you, by God, that's not enough. As a matter of fact, I had some Jehovah's Witnesses come to my door this morning. They were telling me the same thing. It wasn't Book of John, but it was. They told me they told me a verse from one of Peter's New Testament testimonies, and it wasn't enough, and I just wasn't in the mood to talk about it. But I'm in the mood to talk about it right now. But you better know what you're talking about. You can't just freaking cherry pick from the Gospels and say, "Well, it's not going to work."
I'm not cherry picking it, bro. I'm just
Yes,
telling
you are. It sounds like you are so far. You better do better.
All right, cool. I believe that all man
waiting. Go ahead.
Has the potential. All man has the capacity to have all knowledge, just as Jesus Christ said. Yeah. Now it begins with you as an individual man knowing what is right from what is wrong.
That really has nothing to do with it either. It has nothing to do with spirituality. Do better.
Jesus Christ said, ye as individual man, we are gods. Now, how do we take this and strip this down to the bone and make this obtainable for every man to digest properly? Every man, in every one man body, we have 12 cranial nerves in our head. At the time that we were born, at every month we were born, when your sign is in the cycle of the moon, there's a
I
secretion.
knew this is where this was going. This guy doesn't know shit about the Bible, and this is why I asked him to do it. And now you're going to. No, I'm not saying I'm not I've been a Christian and still am, but you don't know shit about the Bible, bro.
Do you want to test me on it?
I can hear what you're saying.
All right, then if you don't interrupt, I could bring you there.
No, you're not going to bring. I'm already there, so go ahead.
All right. Many of us don't know the works of W. George Carey. Many of us don't know the work of Santos Bonacci.
Not the way to teach it, though. Not the way.
But it's basically the same thing they're saying. I'm saying. I'm basically saying the same thing Christ saying that. I'm saying what Christ said. You see, well, Christ said it like that. If you
don't even fucking know what Christ said, so why would I listen to you?
All right, here's one thing Christ said, which is happening right now.
Well, tell me one thing that Christ said that you like.
I'm telling you things of the earth, and you don't believe me. How
tell me one thing that you like that Christ said.
Can I speak?
Yes, and you can speak and then tell me one thing that you like that Jesus Christ said.
Jesus Christ said, if I tell you things of the earth, you don't believe me. How else will you believe me when I tell you things of heaven? I'm telling you fact of earth, but you don't believe me. How else will you accept what I'm telling you of the spiritual man?
Exactly. I like that. Exactly.
You like that?
I like that. That was a good one. That was a good one. That's a good one. How about have you read Matthew chapter 5?
What does it say? There's a lot of verses in chapter 5. There's a chapter 5 verse 22.
Wait. There's only one verse in Matthew 5. Have you read the Sermon on the Mount?
The Sermon on the Mount. Yes, I've read the Sermon on the Mount. And also in verse 22, chapter 5, verse 22, it speaks about what it speaks about. The light of the body is the eye. If the eye be single, the whole body will be filled with light.
Good stuff.
It's good stuff. Powerful stuff. Now, can you decipher that? Do you know what that means? I know what it means.
I do too. I just want to make sure you know. So that's what I'm saying. I ain't trying to. I mean, it's just like we always have to check each other, right? So
the light of the body is the eye. If the eye be single, the whole body be filled with light.
Then there's always a then afterwards, right? So the light of the body is single. What's the then?
If the eye be single, then the whole body will fill with light. Do you know the single eye, what it does? I mean, it's on the American dollar, the single eye, but where did they get it from?
No, that's not what Jesus was talking about.
No, that's not what Jesus, but mankind has taken into us manipulating.
It's about single-mindedness, and it's talking about spirituality.
Right. Now, the spiritual sense of it. The single eye, meaning that you as an individual man must go into yourself. Go into a dark room.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Dude, See, I'm checking you every step of the way.
Basically, what it is saying, it's a form of meditation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's also a part in Matthew chapter 4. I think it says, the people who have sat down in dark places have seen a great light. The
Dude,
people who have
Sermon on the Mount. I mean, not the Bible is beautiful, on all accounts.
It's a very beautiful book.
Matthew chapter 5 is. I mean, it's just like it's where you need to be, as a human.
As I totally agree. Totally agree. As a human, we need to take it a step further, whereas Jesus Christ already laid down the blueprints for us.
That's kind of where you start, and that's why Jesus said, why he preached it. That's where you begin as a human. Like when you understand the Sermon on the Mount, then you'll. It's not to say that's the only chapter of the Bible that means anything, but it seems like a culmination,
The entire Bible just speaks about one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
It just speaks about one. The entire Bible, from Genesis down to Revelation, it just speaks about one thing. It's a perfect human. That's all it speaks about.
No.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Now you're guessing, bro.
No, I'm not guessing, because perfect human. To be honest, don't tell anybody. I'm saying all last year. I don't think Jesus physically ever existed, but
Jesus never existed.
The Bible does. The Bible exists, so whatever. People can say what they want to about me, but the Bible is. Those words are true.
The words are a map. The same words were spoken by Krishna. The same words were spoken by Devati. The same words were spoken by all the gods before.
See, that's why I led you down this path. I could tell you already knew this. So anyway. So, welcome to Easter. I fucking love it. But anyway. Yeah,
the individual.
I think in every Easter celebration, the Sermon on the Mount should be promulgated. That nobody has to pretend. If they believe in Jesus, they should read the Sermon on the Mount. That's the story. That's the story of humanity. It's good stuff, man.
Jesus Christ also said this one profound thing, which I love very much as well. He spoke about how when the disciples call and say, when will the time come? And Jesus Christ told them, well, you could read the signs of the sky and of the earth, but you cannot read the signs of time.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, this is the signs of time. We're supposed to read what's coming up. Because we could tell when the wind blows, it's going to be a hot day. We could tell when it's cloudy, it's going to rain. But can we tell the signs of time?
It seems like you get it, man. I was giving you shit, but now you see exactly what I was talking about. So, yeah. I think I gave you shit before, but, it's just like, dude, you know what we're talking about, too. So, it's like you can, flat earthers or this or that, bro. We're seeing the same thing. And it's not about religion or truth. It's about history. What is this place? That is what we're talking about. What is this place? How did it come about?
Exactly. That's my quest.
All right, well, that's our quest too. So now you're on the same page with flat earthers. What do you think about that?
It's fucking awesome.
think it's fucking awesome too.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Hey, do you think flat earthers are fucking dumb and ignorant?
Honestly?
Yes. Speak your mind. You can say, yes, I think you're dumb because you're missing the point, because we did go to the moon and we have the solar system creation from NASA and all. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say. We don't care what you say.
I think flat earthers only want to accept that the truth about the earth. Nothing else.
Say it again. It was.
Flat earthers just want to accept truth of the earth. Just the earth.
All right, so Earth as Earth, the only place that you and I experience.
Right.
So you have to believe someone else about this third rock from the sun solar system shit, right? No, we just went through the religious part of Earth as a creation, and we went through a conversation quite well together when what we know about Earth. Now, it's like flat earthers believe that the earth is a single creation. Earth is earth, and the sun, moon, and stars move. But we didn't even get into that part of it. But the origins of the religion are but as far as I'm not trying to twist you up into anything. If you really disagree with me on the origins of how this all came about, you can say that, this happened on accident.
I know how it started. It was from a Jesuit priest. That's how it got started.
Yeah,
Don't
sure.
you
I'm quite familiar with that, and I think he's smart enough to know that already too, right, Jen?
I'll go on what you say, bro. You know that.
I think he knows, because he was asking some really good questions about the Sermon on the Mount, the Bible. He knows shit about the Bible. He's like, well, from my part of Earth, we know this different way. I was like, bro, we're talking about creation, aren't we?
Yeah, like it's not really hard to figure out, because what was it? The fourth day, Helio, the sun and the moon were created after light and
Earth
day.
was first.
Yeah.
On the first day, Earth was created.
Well, before the sun and moon were mentioned, it said that there was light and darkness, thus the first day, and then thus the second and the third, and then the fourth day, all of a sudden the sun and the moon appear.
Well, and he was saying, well, I live over here, and I'm just like, you're in the Middle East or wherever you live, or even if you're in Asia, and he's like, yeah. Or in our religious stories, if you want to call it religion, this is our creation story, right?
Wait, okay, Helio.
Earth is always first.
Okay, you know how they always say that the Bible flip-flops between literally and figuratively? How can you mess up the sun and the moon were created? Am I misspeaking the fourth day? How can you misconstrue that for literal or figurative or poetic? Or, I mean, that's just, I'm not trying to like bum rush you or anything, Helio, but it's not that complicated.
You're right, and that's what I was asking. It was like, all right,
not that complicated
specifically, but yeah. Sure. I mean, as far as the creation story, we didn't go over that yet, but yeah.
I mean, but you can't misconstrue that as being, like it's, like in Psalms, it's poetic, and then,
there's nothing, even, whether, when you're talking to people that know about creation, doesn't matter what.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, and okay.
It doesn't matter what country they're from. If you say first day, boom.
Okay, but wait, time out, Paul. I remember when I was really green to flat earth, and you witnessed that I went to church and I talked to the pastor's wife, who I spent more than a year or two in Bible study with, and I, pointed out about the heliocentric model. I don't know what I said, but it was like deer in headlights. So they know it, but they don't understand it.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah,
Right.
it's like, I mean, it's like, I believe the Bible, but
It's
the
a glow.
sun wasn't created till the fourth day.
Right. Like, how do you know the heliocentric model? Obviously, you don't. And it's just a matter of fact that somebody hasn't put their attention to looking into it. Who's that dude that said, look into it, man? Eddie Bravo. Epic. 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 So as flat Earth, right? I mean,
I think I have a.
I have heard my own brother-in-law be intellectually honest, and he said, you know what? I never really paid attention to that.
Yeah, and that's the purpose. That's the purpose of the disinformation.
Exactly.
Always.
Not to mention the weaponization in our recent history of the term flat Earth. I mean, this is a little bit suspicious. I mean, why you gotta the truth is supposed to speak for itself, not like ancient aliens kind of shit. I mean, that's scientism. I mean, sure, aliens could exist, but not from outer space, but from lands unknown. In my belief, I'll just
when truth is right in front of your face.
I know that's crazy.
If you've been manipulated for years, how can you interpret it as?
I know. Decades of indoctrination, and I guess it would be confirmation bias that shapes your whole worldview, and you think you can be on the shore, or before you come up on the shore, before you see land, when you look at the horizon, you think because you can't see land that it's occluded by a geometric horizon. I know this because that's my brother-in-law. He thinks he sees fucking curb from his sailboat, from his whatever boat.
Hey, Jim.
So one day soon,
I have a talk with him. Did you do that?
Well, it's a slow process, man, because he thinks we went to the fucking moon. Okay, so he's going to go to Florida. Okay, listen, he's going to go to Florida in September. And I'm going to have to probably throw my brother-in-law under the bus and say, put up or shut up.
Well, I mean, that really ultimately doesn't matter. I mean,
It does for me.
Okay.
What do you mean? Talking about?
Okay, cool.
No, really, what are you talking about? What you mean?
I didn't mean to take it away from you. You think you're going to change his mind eventually?
No.
Okay, well then it doesn't matter.
He said that he wants to take me on his boat and do an observation.
Okay, well.
Yeah. That's exciting to me. But like I said, it's a slow process.
On Lake Michigan.
I mean, he thinks we went to the moon. That's a lot of legwork. Right? But, if it happens...
Was it physical legwork to figure out whether or not people actually went to the moon, or is it intellectual or
ignorance? It's ignorance. Somebody just hasn't put the time into looking into it, like Eddie Bravo says. It's just that simple.
Sure.
And once you do that, then you find yourself.
You can already tell he's never going to concede, and there's no reason for him to concede. Do you think you'd be able to change his mind, and then he could have?
No, I don't believe in doing that.
All right, I know, but why are you?
You should know that. You should know that. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude.
You said you're moving forward with going out on on his boat on Lake Michigan.
No, he goes in September. He goes to Florida, the Keys.
Oh, flying an airplane.
And he told me that he would be interested in doing some sort of observation, whether I'm with him or not. So I think him saying that,
he's not going to do it. He doesn't give a shit about it.
Okay, well, it'll be really fascinating.
I don't know the dude, but he's probably.
No, you're good, man. I mean, it'll just be ultimately fascinating. He says he does an observation, and then he says he still sees curvature. Then I will put both my hands up, and I will.
And it's his idea of curvature is going to be the horizon, right? And we've already been over that multiple times. We spend hours and hours on end talking about the horizon here, but I guarantee you that he will never come to listen to anyone here talking about the horizon for hours and hours and hours and hours on it.
You don't need to do that. What are you talking about?
I don't need to do it, but I choose to do it. How about that?
I'm not talking about you. What are you talking about? Well, wait. Maybe I wasn't listening
about your mama, Janet. I'm just playing,
dude. We are not on the same wavelength tonight. This is bizarre. I think that I should write this on my.
I'm on the same. I'm just being an asshole.
Did think that. I did think that, like, not a moment ago. I was gonna sing it out, but I was trying to.
Saying much about it. I was trying to make a joke and it didn't fly.
No, because I'm too serious. I think too much. I'm too in my head.
Well, then, do you think your brother-in-law is actually gonna grasp this?
All I know is from what I've seen so far is that he's being intellectually honest. How about that one?
All right. Well, hey. Do your best.
Okay, well, it's not my best. It's a sign from the universe that he could be on the journey of discovering that what we have been told is a big motherfucking lie. How about that?
Cool.
I am a hopeless romantic.
I haven't met him, and so, yeah.
I am a hopeless romantic, so that translates into manifesting.
Yeah, sorry if I offended you. With that. Well, yeah, I don't have hope for a lot of people that are just like,
if you offended me, don't you think I would let you know? Don't you think I would let you know if you offended me? Come on now. Did you just meet me? Are you new?
You just did. You're just like, it's just like, you offended me. That's okay. It's okay. I ain't butthurt. You ain't butthurt. We're good to go.
Don't be gaslighting me, motherfucker. What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing over there?
We're almost the same person, Jenny. We're almost the same person.
I know. Oh, you are on some shit today. Oh my god. Alright, that's what you want to do. You just do that.
Dude, if you can grab a hold of some if your brother-in-law wants to do some observations when he with his rich ass wants to go somewhere and freaking whatever, you don't have to be rich. You don't get, dude. I'm po as fuck, and I can just walk outside and see flat Earth. Oh
my god! You know what that reminds me of? Do you know what that reminds me of? This was like, I swear to you, like 4.5 years ago. And I remember, I don't know who the fuck you were talking to when you said this, but you were like, when you walk outside and you walk down the street and you're strolling down the street, what is it that tells you in your head? You say, I'm walking on a globe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm fuck every time I like stand still or walk somewhere, I'm walking on the flat motherfucking Earth. Where's this fucking globe everybody's looking for? I can't find it.
No. The Earth moves, the atmosphere moves with us. And let's not even talk about Polaris, because that's just weird. Like the moon, it never spins on its axis. But nobody pays attention to that major anomaly with the heliocentric theory. And it's not even a theory. And it's not even a theory, just to say, in case QE pops in, I don't want to get in trouble.
What theory about what?
Yeah.
See Polaris from where I'm at, even though I'm in like tree-ridden northern Arkansas. I'm in the woods. I can see Polaris. I can see fucking what's that? What's the guy that has the arrow?
You got to give us a little bit more. What are you talking about?
I know.
Got you, bro.
I know what I'm thinking. It's like you have the Orion. Orion. They have the belt of Orion. Yeah, I can see that shit all the time. In the summertime, bro. I mean, it's Orion. They have everything around the belt of Orion.
And that's not new. That's the whole thing about it, right?
No, man. Of course, it's not new. I mean, dude, it existed way before America or any of this freaking bullshit. Come on, man.
Come on, man. Come on.
Come on, man. Like Orion, that's some Greek shit, right?
Like Pythagoras and shit.
Yeah, man, it was probably preceded Pythagoras, right? I mean, we're talking about the zodiac, and now check this out. All day long, Indio and freaking Mimas and all the sober motherfuckers were talking all kinds of shit about the zodiac all day long. Today.
Oh snap!
They was doing that shit. I'm doing the improper grammar.
Yeah, phonics. It would be a phonics, right? I mean, hey, you know what?
I could say they were properly,
Okay.
But this is why they was doing that shit all day long. Earlier today, and Helio just like comes in talking about the zodiac. And they, well, that shit, that shit don't exist. No, I mean, I'm asking for someone to come in here and show us this zodiac, which actually does exist, but show us the zodiac with a globe involved.
Right? That is the conversation now. I saw. You know what? I'm gonna just post what I recently saw. I mean, this is just so bizarre to me. All right, this is what you're talking about, right?
Let's see.
Okay, hopefully it comes through.
Yeah, see it, Jenny. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, maybe that's not an exact or correct. But I mean,
where did you grab it? You got that on.
Wait, time out. Okay. Oh. Cool idea. I think there.
I'll share, but that one's freaking kind of stupid. But not stupid, but it's really like
the only stupid part is
no. Listen. Not stupid, but it really kind of explains how. It explains how, like, the simple understanding of where the cycle of the zodiac.
Wait, it's a work.
Where it starts. Yeah,
what about?
It's a rough understanding.
What about if it's a workaround for not being able to figure out the 3N body problem? What about that one? How about that?
That's not even as far as a stupid globe Earth. We don't even. That's not even necessary.
That meme that I posted, so far as a conceptual idea on what globe Earthers, from their perspective, I'm not entirely sure that that's. I mean, I know there's like the butt thing in the middle, and it's
the 3-body problem is their problem, not ours.
You are so right. I am so glad you put it out there like that. You are exactly right.
Yeah, we say that all the time. That's their problem. That's their problem. They think the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. That's not our fucking problem.
Okay. So
I mean, and they can make all kinds of predictions on their side of the idea. No,
what about
we do make through religion and predictions and
can I help you? Can I help you with something? Can I help you with something? Okay. Remember how you said my brother-in-law would never believe in or know that the Earth is flat? He'd never. Okay, he would. Your prediction is that he will never come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat. Okay, so he said something to me when we were talking about axial rotation, the movement of the Earth. You know what he said to me? You're gonna love this. You're gonna love it.
I bet I will.
He brought up the example of the water inside a bucket, and you turn it around. In the I'm not great at explaining
like
that.
Swinging a bucket in a bucket of water.
Centrifugal force, right? That's what he said to me, bro. So you're welcome.
Well, that's not gravity at all. So
No, exactly, but that's what his response was in that conversation. So you're welcome. Are you with me now? Did you get it? So you are more than welcome.
Did you say that to him? That's not gravity?
I could not even begin to guess at no, I don't remember. Nope.
If you don't remember telling him that's not gravity, then you didn't say it.
You know what I should do? The next time we start talking about the topic, I should record his fucking answer that I know an answer.
No, I want you to tell him that's
for
not
my own
gravity.
purposes.
That's centrifugal force. Yes, of course. We all know what centrifugal force is.
Oh, you know what I think I did when he said that? I think I probably made it real super simple and said that the leading spokesperson for science, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, you don't even have to go that far with them.
I know, but
all right, let's do it together. Let's take 2 buckets of water. We'll spin them around together, and then we can show that that the water doesn't fall out of the bucket until we stop. Right now, is that gravity? And the answer is no.
Well, you know what?
No, then you can tell him. If he looks it up, he's going to find out the answer is no. That's not.
But he hasn't.
So if you want to get a relationship and get started and talk about this stuff, seems like he wants to talk about it with you. Let's spin some water buckets around together, just like swing, 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 swing. You can keep water in the bottom of the bucket as long as it's swinging, but when you stop swinging it, shit's gonna fall out. That's not gravity. That's centrifugal force. There's nothing to do with the gravity at all.
Helio, what is centrifugal force?
Do you really want me to go over this?
Well, yeah. Like when I was a kid, I learned that centrifugal force, right, was the thing that held you up against the wall in the gravitron. But then later on in life, they tell you there's really no such thing. It's a pseudo force. Right?
It's a simple concept. When you're spinning, which nobody here on Earth is fucking spinning.
Agreed.
Centrifugal force is why roller coasters and fucking every excitement ride and adventure parks exist. If you don't set foot on something that's moving, you're not fucking moving. You're not moving in circles. If you're standing on Earth, you're not fucking moving. So, would you consider yourself moving in imagination? This kind of reminds me that Charlie and Chocolate Factory was just like, just he could be in the world. I can't even remember the song right now. Just like people think it's like, well, if I'm standing still, I'm still moving. It's like, who the fuck told you that? You're a fucking asshole if you think you're moving when you're not moving. Can you fucking really be like, I honestly know that I'm moving even though I can't feel that I'm moving. Stop being a fucking asshole and lying to yourself. Centrifugal force is a very simple concept to understand, but it has nothing to do with Earth at all. Get that fucking shit in your brain. Earth isn't moving. If you're on a fucking merry-go-round, then you'll experience centrifugal force. We're gonna have to do pretend math and motions fucking 24 hours a day here. If you want to pretend and it's fun to just like speculate about some stupid fucking fake globe Earth, you guys can have a fucking, all kinds of fun about it. Which I actually do love that because I love to host it and watch these assholes fucking lose their shit. But it's just impossible. Just stand still on the ground and see if you think you're fucking moving. You're not. There's no reason to pretend. There's no surprise. You are on Earth. You are a created human person. We have personalities. Of course, the world is fucked up, but you personally are not moving when you're standing still. And brass tacks, I'm done talking about it for now. I was gonna say for the rest of the night, but I might come back in.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Are you there, Helio?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, for some reason my mic wasn't working a bit.
Why would you jump in and say, "Can you hear me?" and then not say something after that? Maybe checking your microphone. All right. Everybody else, I know I was like blowing up. Go ahead and freaking talk, man. I mean, goddamn. Fucking say something. I went on a rant. You know, I'm not apologizing for it. Go ahead and fucking say something.
I'm just messing. I'm being a smart ass. I literally just turned
I was about to type something.
So that was all I heard in context. Was just say something. Sound like something.
It's like a lot of. Well, shit. I don't want. I still want to rant some more. Like pretentious assholes that think that just like they're not. All right, I'm on Earth. I'm standing still, and what I can do is just go on YouTube and just be like pretend I'm moving when I'm actually not, and it's just like, how do you know whether you're not moving or you are moving? The fuck are these pretentious fucking weirdos talking about? Don't even freaking get me started. I want some of you guys to kind of. Am I totally off base when it comes to some of these like globe ideas? It really doesn't make any sense to me anymore. So, like, people that are willing to come in here and try to defend this weird globe thing, it's like, it's really, they don't realize that this idea of the globe is it's kind of a new idea, and it's supported by like a new world order kind of system that was established over the past couple hundred years. And it's a financial system that was established with we might as well start on speculation Sunday. I mean, don't get me freaking started with the are we going with IRS or certain so I need some feedback if you guys want to like kind of support what we're going. So if we're going to go with the financial system, and it actually started in 1913 through the Federal Reserve System. Now this isn't speculation. Going through the Federal Reserve, and that's not speculation. That should happen. When they created the Federal Reserve System in 1913 at Jekyll Island off the shore of Georgia, it's called Jekyll Island. You guys know about this, right? Somebody back me up. Say yes. We know. Yeah. Come on, guys, back me up, man. I mean, I don't want to be the sole advocate of all this. And I mean, I don't mind it. I mean, what they did in 1913 was right around the time of World War One and led up to World War Two. They fucking hated communism. And the capitalists hated capitalism too. So, in my opinion, and nobody wants to know my opinion about it, they fucking hated capitalism too. So they combined everything to make the New World Order, which, I mean, it's taken over 100 years to actually build it. Not sure. I mean, I'm not going to give the whole fucking story. I can post some videos, but I doubt you bitch asses ain't gonna watch it. You know.
Not long.
So, hey,
It's
so
just
what's up, everybody?
all of these killer. Never mind.
What's up now?
I want you guys to talk more than I do.
Okay, so look, I'm talking, so back off. So I made it back home. I'm back in my apartment. I've done a lot of cleaning lately. And so I had a new perspective happen. Everybody should I need to look at these pictures that I posted, but I'm in my little office. You know what I noticed last night? I have a little air mattress and I boosted it up at an angle. And when I got it the perfect angle, I could sit on the bed almost anywhere and be comfortable off to the side because you get used to the distance from from horizontal. And it affected that's what I heard also from other people, Witsit and others. Some other people were talking about if you angle your bed up a certain amount, it's not very much, like maybe 4 inches from where you're laying, so you're going downhill, your feet are going downhill, and your digestion works for you, all night long.
Sure, your legs are. I mean, similar to horses, right? I mean, your legs are designed to pump the blood back up.
Yeah, your head is.
So, I mean, if you angle while you're sleeping, I haven't.
Your shoulders, your heart are elevated above your legs.
Yeah, and it can help with certain digestive processes. And,
so I want to ask you, Helio,
brain function. Yeah, I've heard.
I don't want to interrupt you but listen, I know
I'm not. I'm just talking shit right now.
It's okay because we talk well with each other, interrupting each other. And look, I came back home all the way from the ride, and let me look at my post because I couldn't see them out there. My phone actually stopped working when I was out there completely and glitched out, and now I can't get it to start or charge. It's charging. It has a light on. Wait a minute. Where's my picture? There's one. See the waves looking down? Hold on. Open a browser. That's a good shot, man. That's a good shot.
Did you post it in the live stream voice text? I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, let me post it again. So hold on here. Copy image. So here we go. I'll post it.
Hey, Sonny.
This is where I was this afternoon, and I rode 18.2 miles. But I stopped at the grocery store. I got myself some sirloin tip. Hold on, let me check that sirloin tip. 1 second.
I'm about to cook some steak.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it's got the sizzle on. Hold on, I got it.
I'd be mixing up with you guys. I bought some really.
Hold on. 1 second. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't leave me.
Just post that pic.
Weird fucker. So
post that pic.
I'm having me a Pacifico beer, and I don't know how's the natural reverb in this room. I bet it's pretty good. This is a great room. It's all concrete.
Sounds really dry. I mean, as far as reverb goes, I mean, with your microphone, it sounds really dry.
1, 2, 3.
Is that what you're asking?
No, I have 3 sides that are solid concrete, a foot thick concrete.
No,
but I got to be careful of glass because my floors are concrete. And I have my little rolling chair now, my gaming chair, and I can go anywhere on the floor.
When you're close to your microphone, it sounds good.
Sorry. Hold on. Let me
across the room. There's a little reverb. But
let me turn this bitch up 1 second.
Is that what you're asking?
I'm not on the phone. I'm on my PC. 1 second. I'll shut up so Helio can talk. Wait a minute.
I was just asking you because I could tell when you were across the room and then when you were nearer to your microphone. What the entire fuck are you talking about? I mean, I can walk 10 feet away from this microphone and it would sound just like Sonny's did. Because I know exactly
Okay, it's all right. Look,
what
I just had
microphone
to.
he's using.
I just had to adjust some settings, so I got it now. I think it should sound really well right now. How's that?
How far away from the microphone are you?
About 2 feet.
Yeah, I'm about
2 to
that
3
distance. Yeah, me
2
too.
feet. So if it's picking up well, then great. It's not a phone; it's a PC, and it's a stage mic.
Is it your Snowball?
No, it's a suspension mic by Tonor. 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 They make drum sets too.
What'd you do with the Snowball? Is it just like sitting in the
That
back?
piece of shit broke a long time ago. Where the USB attaches, in my household, it's a band setting. It's a
I can't believe.
setting.
To be honest,
I have to have stage equipment and everything, Helio. Nothing else survives. It has to be stage equipment.
I can't believe that this Blue Yeti's still working angle. I bought it used, and it's
you know what? It's all about the standing. It's all about the stands. The stands that you use. It's all about the sturdiness of the stands.
do what it do. Well, I mean, I actually have it sitting on a cheap ass.
If you let it do what it do,
sitting on a cheap ass microphone stand that I stole from my friend.
If you let it do what it do, it just fucking breaks. So no, I don't let it do what it do. I let it do what I make it do with the technology.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So it has to be sturdy. Like the shit I have, it's broken.
Sometimes you just like, if you leave it alone, it still works every time.
No, if the stand's broken, then your shit's gonna get broken. It's gonna fall over and break.
I mean, it's in my bedroom. It's sitting in the same place. I'm not gonna fuck with it.
Oranges and apples. We're not in each other's rooms, so we don't know. But the floor's flat as fuck around here. I got a completely concrete floor. I have a UV light, a big old grow light on one side of the room. It's like a little.
That's what's up, man. I didn't know you bought a new microphone, man. Yeah.
No, I bought it a long time ago. I bought it like a year ago, like a year.
I mean, you had that Snowball. It seemed like you were proud of it, but you said it. So you didn't use it for very long, and it just kind of like crapped
No,
out.
it fell over and broke at the USB. I tried to fix it. One time I was successful. The second time it didn't work at all, and I took it apart and threw the rest away.
I'm not going to say that I haven't had some issues with this microphone, but it still works. So, I haven't had to buy a new one.
So how are the acoustics in this room? Boo.
No, you sound good. You sound good, brother.
Oh, awesome. I know. I just have to watch out because I'm drinking a Fireball on ice in a little jar, and I got to be careful I don't drop the little jars because I have no carpets, rugs, nothing. Concrete. Bam!
Cinnamon whiskey.
The first day I got rid of everything, I had nothing on my floors. I dropped my glass slide that I made out of a wine bottle.
So you went on a trip to capture the sunset.
Why don't you let me finish the sentence?
Because I'm an asshole. Go ahead.
Yeah, you are. Stop being a fucking asshole. You're a dickhead. Listen, I'm your senior, so I respect your seniors. You don't know me,
brother.
I'm not in your neighborhood. But if you were, if I were in your neighborhood and you were in mine, you'd be sure to know it, Helio. I'd let you know that I was there because you're my friend.
Yeah, I apologize.
Right?
Apologize for that.
So listen, we got to be upfront with each other. Got to be forthwith and upright. I don't make no fucking claims. I don't hold no bars. I don't respect anything. I mean, I don't expect anything. Expectations are my doom, my failure. My expectations are relative to my disappointment and my inability to be calm and have serenity.
Listen, it wasn't about that. Only thing I was asking. Hold on.
I'm just.
Only thing I was asking you just got back home from driving to the coast, taking some cool pictures. You rode on your bike to the coast. took some cool pictures, and then you got back home. That's all I was about to ask you about. That's all I was.
I'm a land pirate. You should see.
I mean, don't get pissed at me. That's all I was about to ask you about.
I was cruising down this hill and I put it in second gear and I'm doing 30 miles an hour. And this is a bicycle. This thing is a hot rod. Like if I put it in third gear, I kept up with traffic that traffic's doing 50 miles an hour. They're coming up behind me. I switched to third gear and I'm doing like 32 miles an hour. And sneak into my little bike lane area. This is like a freeway. This is like another level of bike riding. Like I'm going so fast, I'm in top gear. And if I pedal as fast as I can, I bet I could do 40 miles an hour at least on these really smooth roads. It's like a super highway for me. It's like the biking now. It's like so fun and so fast for me. It's like
do the cars give you?
I just went this afternoon. Let me just finish for just 2 minutes. So I went this afternoon. I stopped at the local Ocean Beach organic health food store and bought a deli sandwich, and it was delicious. It's like all cheese and all this stuff that I need. Ate the whole thing and stopped and got a beer, like a hard kombucha. Went up on the hill, took those pictures that you're seeing now at 13 minutes after. For me, it's 4:13. Still early, shit. So I rode 18.2 miles. It's about 9 miles each way.
All right, so do you drive along the highway and the cars give you leeway?
No, yeah, only going through along the harbor, if you know where the Embarcadero is or where Broadway Pier is.
I was just asking.
That's where the Midway. Listen, if you look up Midway Museum, that's an aircraft carrier, the Midway. It's parked there permanently at Midway at just south of the Broadway Pier. So the Broadway Pier is where all the Carnival cruise lines, all those European cruise lines, all the cruise lines stop there. And high-tech military or civilian high-tech military looking civilian yachts. These are like you wouldn't believe it. Like they have helicopter ports. They have little side things where they can launch like Avons or jet skis or have you whatever. You know what I'm saying? Diving gear?
I kind of do, but I was really asking you from your house to that port.
Yeah.
Are there lanes where they give respect to bike riders?
Yeah, no, listen, I have reign of the road because I have a full-on dedicated bike lane the whole entire way.
All right, cool. That's what I was asking.
So there's my own lane, or in smaller, slower areas, the lane is designated as a bike lane, and that needs to be shared. And I can take the whole lane, and they don't have to worry because I'm going faster than they are on regular city streets. So I can I'm cruising.
Yeah,
I got all the way there smoothly.
I was asking,
downhill 20, going uphill 20.
All I was asking, San Diego.
I know, man. No, I'm just telling. I'm just trying to explain my little journey. It's okay. I'm going up the hill, into the wind, going west, uphill, 20 miles an hour, uphill and into the wind, and then downhill into the wind to the west, and it's sunny, and I got sunburnt. And now I'm having a firecracker on ice with a Pacifico.
What a
Give me the royalties later. I'll take them. All right. Screw you.
Once you got back home, you ain't drinking and driving on the bike. But once you get back,
a good Mexican beer, a little firecracker on ice.
It's all good. It's all good. It's just like, dude, Sonny, you thought I was like, I was just asking you that question because I'm curious about how you drive your bike that far, and you're saying yes, I have privileges because I'm driving my fucking bike on the road.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all I was asking, bro. I wasn't trying to fuck your conversation up.
Oh, I know you weren't, man. I'm far away right now. Hold on. I'm more concerned about my meal here.
It sounds like you're 20,000 feet away from your microphone now, but that's all good, bro. I love you, brother. We're good. I'm fucking with you. You're fucking with me. It don't. What's next?
You got anybody in here right now that wants to talk? Hello? Anybody here? What up? What up?
We're having the Saturday Night Rumble.
Hey, for some reason you're not coming through. Like,
Well, can you hear me or no?
I can hear Mickey fine. I'm trying to figure out why Sonny sounds like
he's
20
he's
feet.
cooking something. Yeah, he's cooking some food.
But there was somebody. It sounds like somebody new wanted to talk.
Yeah, we got Chris M in here. What's up, Chris? Flying Highs in here. God Rockin', of course. Batman. I am Kovac. What's up, dude? Jaja Light. Mike. We got Mike in here. Toby and Ether. And
what's up, Mickey?
What up, Toby? What are you doing this fine evening?
Right now, I am dabbling with some mixing of some music in one ear, and then I got you guys in my other ear.
Yeah, that's all right. I just went into my kitchen, man.
I'm playing a
I
racing
got my
game while
steak,
doing music while listening.
and that was cooked in some bacon grease from earlier with some whole cloves of garlic, and that's all by itself, just the garlic and a little bit of hot sauce with my good Mexican beer. Cerveza. Salute.
Oh yeah.
So I'm happy. Got done with my almost 20-mile ride after being in the hospital 5 days. Sick as a
You
dog.
gotta focus on you gotta focus on the good stuff, man, like that beer and that food you're eating. As we know, examples of life being too short, like Bob Nodell just passing away like not too long ago. I mean, that puts perspective in our lives, right? Like,
No kidding.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't think he was expecting that, and then all of a sudden that happened. But
I wasn't either. I'm sorry if I'm making some noise. I can't help it, but I enjoy being here with you guys so much. So I hope you don't mind just a little discretion. Like, I mean, I'm a starving.
yeah, I'm at
Bob
I'm on lunch
Nodell.
break.
Yeah,
I'm on lunch
we
break as
salute
well.
you, Bob Nodell. Like you're up there. You know what? He knows the answers now.
No, all the answers he wanted to know, he knows them now.
Yeah, he knows them now, and he's up there going, "Yep, you guys are probably right. You guys are all right." Now I know. Are you looking up from above, smiling, saying, "Yep, flat"? Yeah, I can see.
This year, a bunch of people passed away. My pops passed away. Was it like 2 months ago?
Sorry to hear.
And we had conversations on the flat Earth, but it was a little bit harder for him to get to it because he never grew up with a
mine
with that
mine
understanding.
Died,
So
mine died a few years ago too, 3 years ago.
when I presented it to him, but it was weird because he had type 2 diabetes, and he really never took care of himself, and it's one of those things where if you let that thing go, it'll ransack your health big time. They'll start taking limbs. They'll start there's no joke there. You can't even play around with that stuff.
No.
I mean, if you got to cut back sugar, you need to cut that shit out. Like,
listen. There probably is Aboriginal remedies from whatever origin you're from, which has been totally confused for us.
I gotta say, man.
What are
I gotta say, Sonny.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm talking about it is because there is a remedy, but it's like truth in plain sight. It's just eating animal products. That was it. Just animal based, eating like clean foods, fruits, vegetables, just clean stuff. Like there's a lot of information that we don't know about our health. So we eat whatever, like we're eating seed oils and all kinds of like donuts and like just manufactured shit. We're putting
That's true.
toxins in our body.
A lot of water-rich foods are good too, like grapes, like things like that are just full of watermelon. Like if you can get good sources of, way to get some rich soil, that's the whole deal, right? So,
and I think education goes a long way too. So it's just a bit of education on your health.
Well, one person can do wonders with a garden and a compost pile. Like once you get that going, there's no stopping you, and you'll grow the best food ever on earth, and it just grows and grows and grows, man. I did that in Washington State. I only had 3 months growing season. I had 5 foot tall. I had 2 beds, 5 foot tall tomato plants, like a big old jungle tomato plants.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited, man. I bought some strawberries this summer, or for the summer, strawberries, blueberries. I'm gonna plant some cantaloupe. I mean, I'm doing it up, man.
That's great. I wish I could grow all that myself. Maybe.
Anyway, just I guess in retrospect, just looking at like people with their health, I don't know, Bob Nodel's condition or not, but like all I know is that if you follow like the ancestral way, those guys live to be really, really old, man. They live to be at least 100 years old, each one of those guys.
No kidding. When a lot of our diet actually really was like in the winter, cheese from goats or cows and eggs and lots of butter and all those kind of things. Milk, pure milk.
The summertime.
So
summertime was fruits, vegetables,
fruits and other vegetables. So it was seasonal. Like that's how our natural cycle is.
It is. Truly.
Yeah. So watch, the summer's coming around, and then it's going to be time to like eat light and move more. For me, like breathe more.
Yep.
It was so hard for me to be inside for as long as I've been inside in these freaking institutions. And then inside my own place where I was not comfortable because I had to work and work and work to get it like to the standard that I have to live in. And I ended up working myself to the bone, and that's how I got sick. So there's that. I'll just end it on that once anymore. But I'm doing better. I'm in the mid. Like I said, 18.2 miles in 3.45 hours. And I've ridden 3,800. Let me look at the total. Hold on. On my bicycle, 3,849.1 miles.
Yeah, I'm gonna check out the video that old dude just posted about Bob. So
was that too loud?
I'm gonna go ahead and probably talk to you guys later on. I'm gonna check that video out.
Right on. Well, I'm probably gonna see what my acoustic sounds like now that this place is like bare to the bones.
Talk to you guys in a minute.
My sirloin tip steak and whole clove garlic and bacon grease. With hot sauce. Everybody's so quiet. What's up with being so quiet? Flat earthers on the rise. The consciousness. So now it's going to be interesting to see what happens next. I can't wait to do some beach activities later this year. Oh my gosh. The water is only 53 degrees. You can't freaking... Better have a full suit. Once it gets to 65, I can go in with my spring suit. I'm going to do some spear fishing. Go to a local diving shop. Buy me a good little Hawaiian sling, like a tri-pronged spear with a bungee cord on it. And a little game bag to put your fish in after you speared them underwater. You're up for air and getting away from sharks that are following the blood trail. Welcome to Diving 1.